Chapter 2741 Master Pei. Did your negotiations go successfully? When he had heard the white-clad young man's words as soon as the formation disappeared, Long Fei Yun knew Duan Ling Tian had agreed to the white-clad young man's condition. He, naturally, did not know about the details of the condition. Even then, he knew the condition the white-clad young man proposed was definitely difficult. Since they had achieved their goal, Duan Ling Tian, Long Fei Yun, and Chu Ling left after bidding the white-clad young man farewell. As soon as the trio exited the gate of the mansion, the gate swung close. This time, Duan Ling Tian was no longer surprised. After all, the white-clad young man was extremely powerful. The white-clad young man was, at least, a 9 palaces celestial duke. During the journey back, Duan Ling Tian asked Long Fei Yun, 13th prince, how did you meet Brother Pei? In his opinion, with the white-clad young man's strength, it would be easy for him to help Long Fei Yun ascend the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Why did the white-clad young man not help Long Fei Yun? More than a year ago, memories flitted through Long Fei Yun's mind as he said, at that time, Chu Ling still hadn't come to me yet. I was out one day, and the earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial that my father assigned to guard me was lured away. I was almost killed. Fortunately, Brother Pei rescued me. However, before he rescued me, he made a deal with me. I had to give him one of my possessions in exchange for him saving me. The thing he wanted was something I had accidentally acquired a few years ago. Although it was not extremely precious, it was rare and had a collector's value. At the moment between life and death, I, naturally, would not think about keeping that thing. If I die, what's the use of keeping that thing? Duan Ling Tian was surprised by the circumstances where Long Fei Yu and the white-clad young man had met. During that time, I discovered how strong Brother Pei is. At that time, he had just arrived in our soaring dragon celestial kingdom. I wanted to win him over, so I invited him to stay in my residence in the imperial palace, but he refused my invitation. In the end, I could only arrange for him to stay in a mansion outside. A bitter smile could be seen on Long Fei Yun's face when he spoke. Since he didn't refuse the mansion that I arranged for him to stay in, I thought he would be willing to help me fight my 4th and 7th brother. However, to my dismay, he took the initiative and told me he would not intervene in this matter. Later on, whenever I stumbled on any strange or rare treasures, I would give them to him. Gradually, we became familiar with each other, but we can only be considered strangers who are familiar with each other. Long Fei Yun continued to say, as time passed, he gave me a lot of guidance in improving my cultivation base. That's the extent of his help, but I'm content with it. I can see he truly has no intention of interfering with the fight for the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. For this reason, I gave up and treat him like a teacher and a friend instead. Duan Ling Tian nodded. A person like the white-clad young man would not easily change his mind once he had made up his mind. Since he had said he would not interfere with the fight for the throne in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, he was sure to keep his words. He asked curiously, do you know why he's unwilling to interfere with the fight for the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom? I'm not sure. My guess is he's afraid of the martial dragon celestial sect. The 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland issued a statement in the wasteland many years ago, no one can interfere with the inheritance of the throne in any celestial kingdoms. Offenders will be hunted by the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Naturally, this only applies to those who are weaker than the powerhouses in the 3 celestial sects. Long Fei Yun's eyes flashed as he said, I suspected that Brother Pei is a celestial duke. It was only until Chu Ling followed me to meet Brother Pei for the first time that I managed to confirm Brother Pei is, indeed, as strong as a celestial duke. Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Chu Ling. He discovered the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial wore a fearful expression on his face when Long Fei Yun spoke about the white-clad young man. It was as though Chu Ling saw the white-clad young man as a terrifying monster. He thought to himself, how could he be afraid of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland or to interfere with the fight for the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom? Based on the white-clad young man's attitude earlier, it was obvious that the white-clad young man did not care about the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland at all. Duan Ling Tian looked at Long Fei Yun and changed the subject. He asked, do you know if the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland have royal-grade celestial weapons? The royal-grade celestial weapon? Long Fei Yun was startled when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Then, He smiled wryly before he said, Brother Duan, you're overestimating the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. There's only one king-grade celestial weapon in Taiyi celestial sect. There's only one king-grade celestial weapon in the entire wasteland, let alone a royal-grade celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback by Long Fei Yun's words. He did not expect that out of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, only one sect possessed a king-grade celestial weapon. He thought to himself, how shabby. If Long Fei Yun could read Duan Ling Tian's mind, he would definitely feel exasperated and think that Duan Ling Tian was being ridiculous. After all, a king-grade celestial weapon was so precious. It was not something that ordinary people could easily obtain. 13th Prince, have you heard of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Duan Ling Tian asked. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Of course, I have. Long Fei Yun nodded. Then, he asked in confusion, why do you ask? Are you related to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Duan Ling Tian replied with a straight face, I heard people mention the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, so I'm a little curious. How does the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect compare to the three major celestial sects of the wasteland? The three major celestial sects of the wasteland can't be compared to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. They're not in the same league at all, Long Fei Yun said. Take the king-grade celestial weapons, for example, only the Tai Celestial sect was lucky enough to obtain one in the early years. The Martial Dragon Celestial sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect don't have a single king-grade celestial weapon in their sects. However, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect has a total of 3 king-grade celestial weapons. I heard the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had just recovered one of their king-grade celestial weapons a few years ago. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly. He knew the king-grade celestial weapon that Long Fei Yun said the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had just recovered was the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. The person who found it was none other than Mirong Bing, a disciple of the sect, who had sex with him. After he inhaled deeply, he asked, 13th Prince, do you know who found the king-grade celestial weapon that the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect lost? I heard Mirong Bing is the one who found it. She's the most outstanding disciple among the younger generation in the Compassionate Traveler sect. Although Mirong Bing is a woman, her talent surpasses many men. Rumor has it that she's the most likely candidate to take over the mantle of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Long Fei Yun replied, it's a pity that such a great beauty is doomed to a life of asceticism like a Buddhist. Mirong Bing is said to be widely acknowledged as the most beautiful woman in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Long Fei Yun sighed after he finished speaking. A life of asceticism. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Why do you say so? Brother Duan, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is an all-female sect. No man is able to join the sect. Apart from that, the sect leader of Compassion Celestial Traveler is strictly forbidden to have any relations with men. This restriction doesn't apply to normal members of the sect, Long Fei Yun replied. Then, he asked, she's a great beauty, the most beautiful woman in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Don't you think it would be a pity if she becomes the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed coldly as he said with a scoff. There's no point in her becoming the sect leader. You can't say that. Although she has to live an ascetic life as the sect leader, her life would be glorious, and her future is boundless. After all, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is not an ordinary sect. They're even more powerful than the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Long Fei Yun thought Duan Ling Tian could not understand the rules of the Compassion Celestial Traveler sect. He was, naturally, unaware that Duan Ling Tian said such words because he had already determined the most beautiful woman in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was his woman. How could he let his woman devote her life to living like a Buddhist? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as a slender figure appeared in his mind. One day, I'll go to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect to bring you away. You will not be the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It seemed like he did not consider if Mirong Bing was willing to be taken away. During the rest of the journey, Duan Ling Tian's mood seemed a little gloomy. It caused Long Fei Yun and Chu Ling to feel a little gloomy as well. In the end, Long Fei Yun could not help but ask in confusion, Brother Duan. What's wrong? If he knew what had transpired between Duan Ling Tian and Mirong Bing, he would not have been confused. It did not take long before the trio finally arrived in the Imperial Palace and Long Fei Yun's residence. After that, Duan Ling Tian returned to the courtyard where he and Huaner were staying in. Meanwhile, an old man appeared in the backyard of the fourth prince's residence. Your Highness, the fourth prince, it seems like the 13th prince and that young man with the surname Duan went to see Master Pei. Chapter 2742 The Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Master Pei, there were two people sitting at a stone table inside a pavilion in the fourth prince's residence. When they heard the old man's report, the two people instantly looked at each other with widened eyes. When Long Xiangyun, the fourth prince, returned to his senses, he looked at the old man and asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure they went to meet Master Pei?" Your Highness, the fourth prince, why you know Master Pei is an extremely strong celestial duke. I didn't dare to get too close to Master Pei's mansion, the old man said with a wry smile. A celestial duke would easily detect his presence if he had gotten any closer. If he was discovered, it was very likely that he would be crippled if not killed if the celestial duke decided not to show any mercy. Okay, you may leave. Long Xiangyun waved his hand, dismissing the old man. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would definitely recognize the old man who had just left was the same old man who had accompanied Long Xiangyun and Zhou Shudong to meet him at the Fleeting Time Inn. Similar to the old man serving Long Qingyun, the seventh prince, this old man was also a heaven-rank overarching golden celestial who was assigned by the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to guard Long Xiangyun. Fourth brother, it seems like 13th brother is making his move now. Not only does he have a close relationship with the disciple of a powerful sect outside the wasteland, but he also took that person to meet Master Pei. What's he trying to do? The other person sitting with Long Xiangyun was Long Qingyun, the seventh prince. When he spoke, a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Long Xiangyun said, "I don't think 13th brother would dare to bring another person to meet Master Pei on his own accord. This can only mean that Master Pei wants to meet that person." The expression on his face was sour. Long Qingyun said in a deep voice, "Back then, if it weren't for Master Pei, he would have died. He wouldn't have been able to strut around in front of us now. Don't talk about the things that happened in the past. That incident had upset Father. He has made it clear that if we try to kill 13th brother again, neither of us will inherit the throne." Long Xiangyun said, "I guess as much as Father suspects 13th brother for not being his biological child, it goes the other way as well. Fortunately, Father can't be 100% certain that 13th brother is his child. Otherwise, we won't stand a chance against him," Long Qingyun said, admitting that he was inferior to Long Feiyun in every aspect. Long Xiangyun and Long Qingyun had sent someone to assassinate Long Feiyun. When the emperor learned about the incident, both of them had been reprimanded. When the emperor went to visit the person who had saved Long Feiyun, he confirmed that the person was a celestial duke. He also confirmed that the celestial duke had no intention of interfering with the throne inheritance of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Both Long Xiangyun and Long Qingyun learned about this from their father. So what if 13th brother and that person went to see Master Pei? Master Pei has already made it clear that he would not interfere in the matter regarding the throne inheritance in the kingdom. A strong celestial duke like him wouldn't go back on his words, Long Xiangyun said. Even if he does, he still has to contend with the martial dragon celestial sect. So what if he's a strong celestial duke? Is he an opponent of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland? If he recklessly interferes with the affairs of the kingdom, he would be hunted by the three celestial sects for breaking the rule they had laid down. Long Qingyun chimed in with a snort, "You're right. In my opinion, the reason he said he's not going to interfere in the affairs of our kingdom is due to his fear of the martial dragon celestial sect, the Taiyi celestial sect, and the Thousand Spiders celestial sect." Long Xiangyun continued to say, "That's obvious. How could he be afraid of our kingdom otherwise?" All of a sudden, Long Qingyun asked, "I heard the fourth miss of the Zhou clan has gone to the Thousand Spiders celestial sect to look for the third miss of the Zhou clan." Yes, Long Xiangyun was not surprised that Long Qingyun knew about this. After all, his cousin liked to act recklessly and ostentatiously that it was only normal for everyone to find out about her every movement. Long Qingyun narrowed his eyes and said with a slight smile, "It shouldn't be difficult for the third miss of the Zhou clan to investigate the background of that young man with the surname Duan." "We'll find out in a while," Long Xiangyun said calmly. Although he sounded indifferent, his eyes betrayed the urgency he felt. Time passed by quietly. In just a blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The Thousand Spiders celestial sect, one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, controlled one of the only 3 primitive celestial stone ores in the wasteland. Although the 3 primitive celestial stone ores in the wasteland were small ores, they were far superior compared to ordinary celestial stone ores. No matter how large an ordinary celestial stone ore was, it could not compare to primitive celestial stone ores. The 1,000 Spiders celestial sect was located near the primitive celestial stone ore they controlled. For this reason, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the sect was extremely good. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the area where the high-ranking officials and core disciples resided was extremely rich. In the training area of a certain disciple's courtyard that was located halfway up a mountain, a beautiful figure could be seen standing next to a rock in the courtyard. She was holding a communication celestial talisman in her hand. As the communication celestial talisman disappeared, all the information in the talisman appeared in her mind. "It's him." A peculiar expression could be seen on the woman's face. At this moment, another beautiful figure appeared from the distance and approached the woman standing next to the rock. She asked excitedly, "Third sister, did you receive any news?" If Duan Ling Tian were here, he would be able to recognize this woman. She was Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, who wanted to make him her boy toy. Based on Zhou Shudong's words, it was not difficult to figure out the identity of the woman standing next to the rock. She was Zhou Shuchu, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan. Not only that, but she was also the last disciple of the former sect leader of the 1,000 Spiders celestial sect and the junior sister of the current sect leader. Although they were sisters, Zhou Shuchu was far superior to Zhou Shudong in every aspect, including appearance and figure. Most importantly, Zhou Shuchu's temperament was far better than Zhou Shudong. In front of Zhou Shuchu, Zhou Shudong was like an ugly maid. Zhou Shuchu looked at Zhou Shudong's excited expression and said in a deep voice, "Donger, don't even think about seeking revenge from him or offend him. Otherwise, don't blame me for not avenging you if he kills you." Upon hearing Zhou Shuchu's words, colors drained from Zhou Shudong's face. She asked, unwilling to give up, "Third sister. Is he really that powerful?" "I don't want to repeat myself," Zhou Shuchu said. Thinking that she was being too harsh on her sister, she looked at the dejected expression on her sister's face and said, "Donger, you're at fault for the conflict between both of you. He spared your life because he's merciful. Don't make an enemy out of him in the future." "I understand, third sister," Zhou Shudong hurriedly responded. She had also made up her mind not to seek revenge from the purple-clad young man whom she hated. "Go back to your room. I'll bring you back home in 2 days," Zhou Shuchu said. Zhou Shudong nodded and obediently returned to her room, listening to her sister's instructions. What a coincidence. He's actually in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After Zhou Shudong left, Zhou Shuchu shook her head. Her eyes brightened as a curious expression appeared on her face. He took advantage of Binger, and yet, Binger still asked me to keep an eye on him and protect him. I really want to see what kind of a man he is. In any case, I have to say, Binger's man is quite strong. Although the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Travelers sect found him, he still managed to escape. I wonder where he got his Shadow Void escaping talisman that's inscribed by a Celestial King from. A hint of teasing appeared in her beautiful eyes as she murmured to herself, if Binger finds out that another woman is following him around, I wonder if she'll feel jealous. Based on Zhou Shuchu's words, it was clear that she knew Murong Bing. Moreover, their relationship seemed profound. Apart from that, she seemed to have learned about Duan Ling Tian. She found out about what happened during the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Fortunately, he didn't kill Donger. Otherwise, even if Binger asked me to protect him, I still wouldn't let him off the hook. A hint of contempt flashed in her eyes. Meanwhile, Zhou Shudong, who returned to her room, was unaware that the purple-clad young man whom she hated did not come from an impressive background outside the wasteland. Her sister had only told her not to provoke him due to a request made by her sister's friend. The world was, indeed, quite small. Chapter 2743 3rd Miss Zhou. In the residence of the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom in the Imperial Palace, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on a bed. Duan Ling Tian suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky. Just a little bit more, and I'll become a Violet Sun Golden Celestial. Once I become a Violet Sun Golden Celestial, I'll just need to take a great overarching pill, and I'll be able to become a great overarching Golden Celestial in no time at all. At that time, if I have a lot of great overarching pills, I'll be able to rapidly improve my cultivation base. However, the higher my cultivation base, the lesser the effect of the great overarching pills would be. For instance, there's almost no effect at all if a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial takes a great overarching pill. For half a year, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner had sat back to back as they cultivated. After all that time, he was finally close to becoming a violet sun golden celestial. With a little bit more time, he was confident that he would be able to have a breakthrough. It did not take long after Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes that Huaner's melodious voice rang in the air. She turned around to look at him and said, "Brother Ling Tian, you're awake, aren't you?" Duan Ling Tian replied. He turned around to look at Huaner as well. Although he had seen her beautiful face many times now, he still could not help the ripples that formed in his heart whenever he looked at her face. Huaner was just too beautiful, indescribably beautiful. Such a beauty might be the only one in the world. After taking a deep breath, he asked, "Huaner, how long was I in closed-door cultivation this time?" "Brother Ling Tian, you were in closed-door cultivation for half a year this time," Huaner replied with a smile. "Only half a year?" Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Then, he smiled faintly. "It looks like I'll be able to become a violet sun golden celestial before the imperial family of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom selects powerhouses younger than 100 years old. Once I become a violet sun golden celestial, it won't take long before I become a great overarching golden celestial," Duan Ling Tian said with bright eyes. Once he became a great overarching golden celestial, not only would his strength improve greatly, but his primitive celestial fire might even become a mediocre celestial fire. He had been hoping for it for a long time now. "Brother Ling Tian, you promised to take me out to play. Are you breaking your promise?" Huaner said tearfully with a pitiful expression on her face. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel his heart ache upon seeing this. He quickly reassured her, "Of course, I won't break my promise. I'll accompany you to have fun and eat delicious food now, okay?" "Okay." Huaner's pitiful and tearful expression was immediately replaced by one of excitement. She was just like a child. Seeing the quick change in Huaner's expression, Duan Ling Tian was rather helpless. He only smiled bitterly. "You little girl." He did not teach her these things. However, when they were out in the past, they had encountered many couples on the streets. Most of the women would put on a pitiful and tearful expression on their faces before their male companions succumbed to their wishes. That must be where Huaner learned this. With a shake of his head, he asked, "Huaner, do you have the concealment pendant that I gave you half a year ago?" "Yes, Brother Ling Tian." Huaner reached for the belt around her waist and revealed a jade pendant that was hidden in the belt. It was the celestial weapon, the concealment pendant, that he obtained from the white-clad young man called Brother Pei. The pendant could conceal the fact that Huaner was younger than 100 years old. Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness over to Huaner. He could still sense her aura, but he could no longer tell she was younger than 100 years old. He exclaimed inwardly, "This concealment pendant is truly amazing. I can still detect Huaner's physical aura but not her age." After Huaner put on her veil and hat, Duan Ling Tian brought her out of the courtyard in the 13th prince's residence. Both of them went to inform Long Fei Yun about their plans before they left his residence in the imperial palace. "Brother Duan, you're going out with Miss Huaner." Long Fei Yun smiled. "I haven't gone out in a while, why don't I come along? With Chu Ling around, it'd be safer for both of you as well." Although he knew Duan Ling Tian and his female companion were not weak, he was still worried about their safety since they were in the capital of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. For this reason, he politely requested to join them. All this was so they would be under Chu Ling's protection. Even if his request was rejected, he would still send Chu Ling out to secretly protect them. "Huaner, what do you think?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Huaner and asked for her opinion. "The 13th prince said that he wants to join us." Huaner looked at Duan Ling Tian. She replied, as though she was a miser, "Brother Ling Tian, is it true that when he goes out with us, he'll pay for all our food and the things we buy?" Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless by her words. When did she become such a miser? Upon hearing Huaner's words, Long Fei Yun laughed. "Don't worry, Miss Huaner. I'll pay for whatever you eat and buy if I'm joining both of you." "In that case, we'll reluctantly let you join us," Huaner said. Long Fei Yun's mouth twitched. Regardless, he was still the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Why did it seem like he had been demoted to a tagalong? Moreover, It seemed like the woman had reluctantly allowed him to join them because she pitied him. Nevertheless, when he recalled Huan'er's strength, he did not voice out his complaints. Although Duan Ling Tian did not tell him about her background, he had assumed that she came from an extraordinary background. After all, how could a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was younger than 100 years old have an ordinary background? With that, there were 2 additional people joining Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er to eat and have fun. In the following 1 month, Duan Ling Tian did not continue to cultivate. He accompanied Huan'er to explore the capital of the Soaring Dragon's celestial kingdom while Long Fei Yu, the 13th prince, and Chu Ling joined them to ensure their safety. He was in a good mood as well when he saw how happy Huan'er was. Duan Ling Tian had asked Huan'er during one of their days out in the capital about her cultivation base. He confirmed that she was, indeed, a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Although Huan'er has 99 heavenly veins just like me, she's unable to raise the strength of her celestial origin energy through them. It seems like I can raise the strength of my celestial origin energy by 2 levels through my 99 heavenly veins because I tempered my body in the celestial ascension pond. When he thought about this, he recalled Xianxia, who claimed to be Ka's 3rd uncle in her past life. They had met in the mundane realm called Yanhuang realm. Due to Xianxia's reminder, he stayed in the celestial ascension pool longer after he ascended to the Devata realm, the spirit overarching heaven, to temper his 99 heavenly veins with the energy from the pool. It was a success seeing as how he could raise the strength of his celestial origin energy by 2 levels. The 2 levels mentioned were only elevation within the same stage. For example, regardless if he was a violet sun golden celestial, a peak great overarching golden celestial, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, or even a 10 squares celestial duke, his 99 heavenly veins would not be able to help his celestial origin energy overcome the great stage. Nevertheless, his celestial origin energy would still be stronger than those with the same cultivation base. It was just not as strong as those with a higher cultivation base. For example, Duan Ling Tian was just an indigo sun golden celestial. His celestial origin energy was stronger than all violet sun golden celestials but not violet golden sun celestials. On this day, Duan Ling Tian accompanied Huan'er to shop and eat in the capital of the Soaring Dragon celestial kingdom as usual. Long Fei Yun walked next to him while Chu Ling walked behind them. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang in the air, calling out to Duan Ling Tian by his full name. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that there were people who knew his name. After all, Long Fei Yun addressed him as brother Duan while Huan'er addressed him as brother Ling Tian. It was not difficult to put 2 and 2 together. He turned around to look at the person who had called out to him. Long Fei Yun turned around to have a look as well. When he saw the graceful figure standing nearby, his expression slightly changed. 3rd Miss Zhou, Chapter 2744 Zhou Shuchu attacks. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened when he saw the person who had called out to him. The woman in front of him was the most beautiful woman he had seen since ascending to the spirit overarching heaven. Apart from Huan'er and Marong Bing, the woman wore a pale green dress. Her eyebrows were dark and defined, she had almond-shaped eyes, a straight nose, a small mouth, and an almost perfect face outline. She was like an exquisite artwork that gave people a pleasant feeling when they looked at her. Duan Ling Tian was certain this was their first meeting. However, he was familiar with the other figure standing next to the woman. It was none other than Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. He was slightly startled when he saw that there was no resentment in her eyes. Instead, a hint of wariness and fear could be seen in her eyes as though she regarded him as a terrifying beast. 3rd Miss Zhou. Long Fei Yun's voice rang in the air. That was how Duan Ling Tian discovered the beautiful woman before him was Zhou Shuchu, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan and Zhou Shudong's elder sister. He had heard Long Fei Yun spoke about Zhou Shuchu half a year ago. He knew she was the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders sect and the junior sister of the current sect leader. Although Long Fei Yun knew Zhou Shuchu was here for Duan Ling Tian, he still smiled and took the initiative to greet her. 3rd Miss Zhou, I didn't expect to meet you here. As far as I know, you've always been elusive with your whereabouts. It's difficult to meet you ever since you joined the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. It's an honor to see you today. 13th Prince, you must be joking. It's just that I stay with my master most of the time and rarely return to the capital, Zhou Shuchu replied with a smile. Then, she looked at Zhou Shudong who was standing next to her and said indifferently, Donger, have you forgotten what I told you? When Zhou Shudong heard Zhou Shuchu's words, she trembled slightly before she stepped forward. She looked at Duan Ling Tian and bowed before she said, "I'm sorry. What happened previously is my fault." Although this was not Zhou Shudong's first time apologizing to him, Duan Ling Tian could clearly tell this time she was not reluctant in apologizing. This surprised him. After all, when Long Shongyun, the fourth prince, asked her to apologize, she had done so reluctantly. Without waiting for Duan Ling Tian to respond to Zhou Shudong's apology, Zhou Shuchu looked at him with a gleam in her beautiful eyes and asked, "Duan Ling Tian, can I speak to you privately?" Long Fei Yun's expression changed immediately. Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, he looked at Zhou Shuchu and said in a low voice, "Third Miss Zhou, is there anything you can't say here? If you think it's too crowded here, I can order Chu Ling to make the crowd leave." Then, he nodded at Chu Ling. In just an instant, an immense force surged out from Chu Ling's body. Like a gust of wind, it swept in all directions, pushing the people in the surroundings away without injuring them. Based on this, one could see the precise control he had over his power. Just like that, the area that was once bustling with activity turned empty. The pedestrians who were pushed away were baffled. They had no idea what had just happened, and they felt fear lingered in their hearts. What's the situation? When they regained their senses, they looked at the small group of people standing on the empty street. It did not take long for them to identify that small group of people. Isn't that man the 13th prince? That's the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. Someone recognized Zhou Shudong. I recognize the purple-clad young man and the veiled lady next to him. They were the ones who had a conflict with the 4th of the Zhou clan and killed a Zhou clan's elder half a year ago. You're right, it's them. Is the 4th miss of the Zhou clan trying to take revenge now? No, it doesn't look like it. Earlier, I saw the 4th miss of the Zhou clan apologizing to the purple-clad young man under the instruction of the woman standing next to her. With these words, many people turned to look at Zhou Shuchu. Isn't she the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan? An observant old man exclaimed. Then, he muttered to himself, although the way she carried herself has changed, she still looks the same. There's no doubt she's the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan. The 3rd miss of the Zhou clan. 3rd Miss Zhou, the most beautiful woman in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. A commotion broke out as soon as the observant old man had spoken. After all, Zhou Shuchu was famous in the kingdom, and not many people had the chance to meet her. Not only was she the most beautiful woman in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, but she was highly talented as well, the first genius to appear in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom in 1,000 years. She was also a disciple of one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, the Thousand Spiders sect. Moreover, she was also the last disciple of the former sect leader and the junior sister of the current sect leader. While everyone's eyes were trained on Zhou Shuchu, she glanced at Long Fei Yun indifferently and said, "13th Prince, I have some words that I have to say to Duan Ling Tian in private. It's inconvenient even for my sister to listen into our conversation." Long Fei Yun's expression was dark as he said in a low voice, "What if I don't agree to that?" Although Zhou Shuchu had the support of the Thousand Spiders sect, the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was under the rule of the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. As a prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he was protected by the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. Even people from the other 2 major celestial sects would not simply act against him without a proper reason. Moreover, he was not weak, and he also had the protection of a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Almost as soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, Chu Ling, who was standing at the back, appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian with a flutter, shielding him. "Not too long ago, I heard the 13th prince was searching for a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to guard him. It seems like the rumor is true." Zhou Shuchu narrowed her beautiful eyes when she saw Chu Ling appearing between her and Duan Ling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, a strong celestial origin energy surged out from Zhou Shuchu's body, causing her green dress to flutter even though there was no wind. Even the dust beneath her feet was blown away. Upon sensing the celestial origin energy, Chu Ling was shocked. She's also a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Zhou Shuchu scoffed before it seemed like she had vanished into thin air. In just a moment, Duan Ling Tian heard a thunderous noise. Then, he discovered Zhou Shuchu had reappeared in front of Chu Ling. She lifted one of her hands that were clad in gloves that seemed to be woven from spider silk before she lightly swatted Chu Ling. The energy from her hand instantly pressed Chu Ling down like a mountain. Meanwhile, Chu Ling had also hastily taken out his celestial weapon to defend against the seemingly casual swat from Zhou Shuchu. He kneeled on one knee on the ground that was now cracked like a spider web. "Get out of my way," Zhou Shuchu said pointedly before anyone could respond. At the same time, the energy that swept out of her body swept toward Chu Ling again. The energy landed on Chu Ling and sent him flying back. He fell heavily to the ground in the distance, causing his blood to surge in his body. He looked extremely miserable at this moment. At this moment, the crowd finally regained their senses. Did 3rd Miss Zhou say that the 13th Prince's subordinate is a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Heavens! The 3rd Miss of the Zhou clan easily subdued a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Doesn't this mean she's stronger than a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? There's no doubt she's stronger than a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, it doesn't mean her cultivation base is higher. Indeed, even if both of them are heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it's no surprise if she's stronger than that man. After all, not only is she a disciple of the Thousand Spiders sect, but her master is the former sect leader and her senior brother is the current sect leader. It goes without saying the celestial methods and divine abilities she mastered must be at the earth grade. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland have earth-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. His expression was dark. He knew the advantage he had with his celestial methods and divine abilities were getting smaller and smaller. Among the celestial methods and divine abilities he had mastered, only the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was heaven-grade. As for the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword, which was similar to a celestial method, it was comparable to an earth-grade celestial method. Meanwhile, the 13 green lotus swords was only an earth-grade divine ability. Chapter 2745 Intermarriage. Why you became a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Long Fei Yun exclaimed in surprise as he looked at Zhou Shuchu in a daze. Although he knew she was highly talented and had become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he did not expect her to become a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Chu Ling had informed him about it via voice transmission. Therefore, he was not surprised she had easily subdued Chu Ling with just a move. After all, as the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders sect, her cultivation method, celestial methods, and divine abilities had to be at the earth grade at least. On the other hand, although Chu Ling was a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he only mastered an earth-grade cultivation method. The celestial methods and divine abilities he mastered was only at the profound grade. Moreover, since Zhou Shuchu had a higher innate talent, it meant she had more heavenly veins compared to Chu Ling. With that, she could mobilize her celestial origin energy faster than Chu Ling as well. It was no surprise that Chu Ling was not a match for her. "I just broke through not too long ago," Zhou Shuchu replied nonchalantly as she glanced at Long Fei Yun. Then, she shifted her attention back to Duan Ling Tian. She was slightly surprised. She had thought Duan Ling Tian would not be able to remain calm after the demonstration of her power. On the contrary, he still maintained his composure. She thought to herself, isn't he afraid? Then, she seemed to recall something as a smile bloomed on her face. Right, the man whom Binger cares about can't be ordinary after all. Duan Ling Tian met Zhou Shuchu's gaze and calmly said, lead the way. Brother Duan. Long Fei Yun was shocked. He did not wish Duan Ling Tian for Duan Ling Tian to go with Zhou Shuchu since he did not think she had come with good intentions. Brother Ling Tian. Huaner's expression, hidden under the veil and hat, slightly changed. Her slender hands tightly gripped Duan Ling Tian's arm, clearly unwilling to let him go. Huaner, don't worry, I'll be fine, I'll just be gone for a while. Duan Ling Tian smiled while he gently patted Huaner's hands that were tightly gripping his arm. Brother Ling Tian, I'm stupid and useless. If I were able to completely master the celestial methods and divine abilities that I inherited in my memory, she definitely won't be a match for me. Even then, I'm not afraid of her now even though I'm weaker. Huaner said via voice transmission. A hint of determination flashed in the depths of her eyes. As a thousand phantom ice fox that only came into being every 1 million years, she had also inherited techniques that allowed her to die along with her opponents. To protect Duan Ling Tian, she was willing to die with the woman standing in front of her. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of it. She had also sent him a voice transmission instead of speaking out loud because of Duan Ling Tian's repeated warning not to reveal her inherited techniques in front of others. Huoner, she really wants to speak to me. If she wanted to harm me, she can do it here without going to another place. He patted Huoner's hands again. When he was certain she was no longer anxious, he gently extricated his arms from her grip. He was so gentle, as though she was a flower and he was afraid too much force might cause her petals to fall. Seeing Duan Ling Tian's action, Zhou Shuchu could not help but frown. She had already considered him as her best friend's man to a certain extent. How could she not feel displeased when she saw how gentle he was to another woman? I don't have much time, Zhou Shuchu said coldly with a dark expression. An expression of contempt and disgust could be seen on her face as she thought to herself, I don't understand why Binger would like a womanizer like him. She even asked me to protect him if the compassionate celestial traveler sect targets him. I really feel sorry for her. This man is not worthy of her concern. I'm coming, Duan Ling Tian calmly replied. After he comforted Huoner and promised to return as soon as possible, he nodded at Long Fei Yun before he walked up to Zhou Shuchu. Zhou Shuchu led Duan Ling Tian away from the crowd through several streets before finally coming to a halt in an empty alley. After checking there was nobody in the surroundings, she let down her guard. She looked at Duan Ling Tian with a cold expression and asked, why did you come with me without putting up a fight? Aren't you afraid that I might harm you? If you truly want to harm me, is there a need to bring me here? Duan Ling Tian rebutted. That's true. Despite her misunderstanding, Zhou Shuchu admired Duan Ling Tian's courage and boldness. His expression did not change at all even though she injured the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Her dislike for him lessened slightly in the face of his courage. I didn't expect a womanizer like him would be so brave. If Duan Ling Tian could read Zhou Shuchu's mind, he would have smiled bitterly. How was he a womanizer? If he was, he would have at least 10 women. Finally, Zhou Shuchu said tonelessly, Duan Ling Tian, you first appeared in Bloody Spectre City that's governed by 9 Spectres County. The 9 Spectres County is one of the 16 counties under the rule of King Qin's mansion of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Although Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged, inwardly, he was shocked. As expected of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Their information network is really vast. In just half a year, Zhou Shuchu managed to discover my background. However, he also discovered there were many matters she was not privy to. For example, she seemed unaware that he had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven about 10 years ago. She did not seem to know Huoner's background as well. Nevertheless, the information Zhou Shuchu obtained from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect was enough to surprise him. Since you know all these things, why did you instruct your sister to apologize to me? You're a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. You're more than capable of killing me to seek revenge for your sister. Duan Ling Tian was curious. He really could not figure out why Zhou Shuchu did not intend to kill him even though she had discovered his background. Naturally, I have my reason. You'll find out soon enough. Zhou Shuchu did plan to reveal her relationship with Mirong Bing, a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She paused for a moment before she asked, why does the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect want to kill you? Are you, as most people suspect, from a rival sect of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, it looks like she's not killing me because she's worried I'm a disciple from a strong force outside the wasteland as well. He was quite certain of this, so he said, what do you think? Well, I don't think so. Zhou Shuchu looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully and said, through the information I obtained from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, I discovered that the reason the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect wants you dead is related to their disciple, Mirong Bing. Mirong Bing. When Duan Ling Tian heard Zhou Shuchu mentioning Mirong Bing, his heart skipped a beat. He looked at her with a shocked expression on his face. He did not expect the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect to find out about this. Can you tell me what had happened between you and Mirong Bing? Why would the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect send a celestial duke to kill you? Zhou Shuchu asked. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you, Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. After a brief pause, Zhou Shuchu said, I heard that Mirong Bing was originally slated to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. However, she's out of the running now because it has been revealed that she has lost her virginity. Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened. He thought being a sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect only meant Murong Bing could not have a relationship with a man. He did not know that one had to be a virgin to be the sect leader. This was good news to him. He did not want Murong Bing to live an ascetic life, she was his woman after all. However, for this reason, I heard that the compassionate celestial traveler sect has decided on an intermarriage for her. I've heard that he's a young man from a prominent family that's even stronger than the compassionate celestial traveler sect. I really pity Murong Bing. Zhou Shuchu said with a sigh. Intermarriage. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically when he heard Zhou Shuchu's words. Chapter 2746. The selection day is near. After he had sex with Murong Bing, Duan Ling Tian had already considered his woman. She could only be his woman. Now that Zhou Shuchu revealed the compassionate celestial traveler sect had arranged for Murong Bing to be married off, his expression turned stormy. He stared at Zhou Shuchu and asked in a low voice, "Is it true?" "Is what true?" Zhou Shuchu asked, feigning ignorance. "Is it true that the compassionate celestial traveler sect arranged a marriage for Murong Bing?" Duan Ling Tian repeated his question more precisely. "Why would I lie to you?" Zhou Shuqing asked in return. A rather peculiar expression appeared on her face as she said, "Why do I feel like you're particularly agitated when I said the compassionate celestial traveler sect has arranged an intermarriage for Murong Bing? You're the man who took her virginity, aren't you? However, it's quite unlikely. You're so weak, how could she have taken a liking to you?" She shook her head when she finished speaking. Duan Ling Tian only scoffed before he turned to leave. Inwardly, flames of fury rose in his heart. He swore to himself, if the compassionate celestial traveler sect dares to arrange an intermarriage for my woman, I'll destroy the entire sect. He could not wait to get stronger so he could bring Murong Bing away from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Ling Tian was not worried that Zhou Shuchu would kill him because he had left in such a manner. He did not care if she knew he did not come from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. After all, he knew someone would stop her if she tried to kill him. The person was none other than the white-clad young man, Brother Pei. The man with the name Pei had passed his royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yong 9-water chestnut ring, to him. Moreover, the white-clad young man also wanted him to look for the corresponding celestial weapon in a small world left behind by a celestial king. Naturally, the white-clad young man would, at least, protect him until he retrieved the mystical Yin 9-water chestnut ring in the small world. After meeting the white-clad young man, he knew he had found a temporary lifesaver. The lifesaver was so strong that even the imperial family of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom could not against him, let alone a mere Zhou Shuchu. He's rather grumpy. Zhou Shuchu did not stop Duan Ling Tian from leaving. Instead, a small smile could be seen on her face. He seems to be concerned about Binger. He's quite responsible as well. Unfortunately, he's a womanizer. If Binger finds out that he's with another woman, I wonder what she'd think. An expression of dissatisfaction gradually grew on her face as she watched Duan Ling Tian's retreating back. As soon as Duan Ling Tian returned to the group, he called out, "Huaner, I want to continue cultivating. Do you want to return with me or do you want to continue shopping with the 13th prince?" His mind was only filled with cultivation at this moment. He hoped Huaner would return with him since she could provide him with a superior cultivation environment using her divine crystal. Although the cultivation environment in Long Fei Yun's residence was good, it was incomparable to the divine crystal. "Brother Ling Tian, I'll return with you," Huaner replied without skipping a beat even though she did not know the reason for Duan Ling Tian's sudden change. After all, she was happy because of his presence. It would not be the same if she was with someone else. Along with Long Fei Yun and Chu Ling, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner left in a hurry. Long Fei Yun was confused and curious. Why did Duan Ling Tian suddenly want to cultivate after speaking to Zhou Shuchu, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan? What did she say to Brother Duan? During their journey back, Duan Ling Tian suddenly decided to meet the white-clad young man, Brother Pei. However, he sent Huaner back along with the other two first. When Duan Ling Tian saw the white-clad young man, he said solemnly, "Brother Pei, I hope you can do me a favor." The white-clad young man sat at the stone table in the middle of the courtyard as he drank from his teacup. He glanced at Duan Ling Tian who was standing nearby and asked, "What's it?" "I hope you can help me stop the compassionate celestial traveler sect from marrying their disciple, Murong Bing, off even if you have to force Duan Ling Tian said in a low voice as his eyes flashed fiercely. He did not know when Murong Bing was going to get married, but he knew it was unlikely he would be able to personally stop it for now. For this reason, he thought about the white-clad young man. Although he was not certain of the white-clad young man's strength, he knew the white-clad young man possessed a royal-grade weapon while the compassionate celestial travelers sect only had 3 king-grade celestial weapons. For this reason, he was certain the white-clad young man was capable of stopping the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Oh, the white-clad young man put the teacup and looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully. What's your relationship with Murong Bing, the disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? Why do you want to stop the sect from marrying her off? She is my woman, Duan Ling Tian replied bluntly. If I don't help you, are you going to refuse to retrieve the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring for me? The white-clad young man asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian intently. Of course, not. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. They are 2 different matters. Since we've made a promise, and you've given me the concealment pendant, I won't go back on my words. This is a completely different matter. If I help you, what will I get in return? The white-clad young man asked like a businessman making a deal. I'll do anything you request of me as long as it's within my capability. Duan Ling Tian promised. Isn't that just like trying to gain something with nothing? The white-clad young man smiled indifferently. Do you think you'll be able to do something if I can't even deal with it? When Duan Ling Tian heard the white-clad young man's words, he had no retort. Regardless of how unwilling was, he had to admit the white-clad young man was much stronger than him. If the white-clad young man had a matter he could not deal with, how could someone like Duan Ling Tian who was far weaker be able to solve it? Should he tell the white-clad young man that he had 99 heavenly veins, hence, a bright future ahead? However, that was also like trying to gain something with nothing. After all, who knew if he would die before he realized his potential? It seemed like he was in a hopeless situation. The white-clad young man finally said after a long pause, well, I'll do my best to help you, but I can't promise anything. After all, I don't know what force the marriage partner is from. As long as Brother Pei is willing to help, I appreciate it very much, Duan Ling Tian said. It might not mean much, but what I said stands. I'll do what's requested as long as it's within my capabilities. After he finished speaking, he bade farewell to the white-clad young man. What an interesting guy. After Duan Ling Tian left, the white-clad young man smiled faintly. He narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself, he seems to be a loving person. At this moment, his expression turned gloomy. He was once loving and affectionate too. Unfortunately, he and his companion did not have much luck together. In the end, he could only take back the royal-grade celestial weapon he had given her to console her spirit in heaven. Although the white-clad young man had promised to help, Duan Ling Tian did not slack in his cultivation. As soon as he returned to Long Fei Yun's residence in the imperial palace, he began to cultivate immediately. It seemed like he was not going to stop until he became a violet sun golden celestial. The day the soaring dragon celestial kingdom's imperial family to select participants for the martial competition of the wasteland was drawing closer and closer. Many people began to flock to the capital, making the capital even busier. Most of these visitors were from the major mansions under the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. A small number of visitors only came to join in the fun. Even if they could not personally witness the selection, since they were in the capital, they would receive the result of the selection immediately. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of what was happening outside since he was immersed in his closed-door cultivation. During the time when he entered closed-door cultivation, something worth mentioning had happened in the capital of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. The fourth prince, Long Xiangyun, no longer dared to provoke Duan Ling Tian when Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, told him that there was no doubt that Duan Ling Tian came from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. How could he dare to provoke Duan Ling Tian when even his cousin, the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, dared not? He was not the type to seek death. Alas, Long Xiangyun was unaware that Zhou Shuchu was only being merciful to Duan Ling Tian when she told Zhou Shudong not to look for trouble with Duan Ling Tian. It was not because he came from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. She had only helped him because her best friend was Murong Bing, the disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Chapter 2747 Feng Wu Ji Guang. the soaring dragon celestial kingdom could only send 50 participants to the martial competition of the Wasteland, otherwise known as the Wasteland Grand Contest. The imperial family had recruited many young powerhouses under the age of 100 for the selection. Apart from that, the kingdom had many mansions under its governance. Therefore, on average, each mansion could only send one participant to the selection. The Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had allowed the princes to recruit participants to represent them during the selection. The Emperor had promised that the prince with the strongest participant would be rewarded with a Duke-grade celestial weapon. A Duke-grade celestial weapon was very rare and only a few possessed it even in a high-ranked celestial kingdom like the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. For this reason, all the princes were trying to recruit as many young powerhouses as they could. Some even tried to woo young powerhouses from other mansions by promising all kinds of rewards. As the selection day approached, many rumors were running rampant in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I heard that the 7th prince managed to woo a Violet Sun Golden Celestial who's younger than 100 years old from the Grand Prestige Mansion. Now, that young powerhouse will be representing His Royal Highness, the 7th prince, in the selection and try to win a place in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Really? The Violet Sun Golden Celestial recruited by the Grand Prestige Mansion has now switched allegiance to the 7th prince. It's said that the Grand Prestige Mansion had expended a lot of efforts to nurture and cultivate that young powerhouse. Who knew he would join the 7th prince in the end? Some people who knew better quickly gave an explanation. Well, it's not right to say the 7th prince snatched the young powerhouse from the Grand Prestige Mansion. In fact, the Grand Prestige Mansion was the one who sent the young powerhouse to the 7th prince. What do you mean? Many people were curious. Think of it like this. If that young powerhouse wins the selection, what would he gain from representing the Grand Prestige Mansion, and what would he gain if he represented the 7th prince? Although the reward offered by the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to mansions whose participants are selected is generous, it's incomparable to the reward promised to the princes. The mansion, if they win, will be rewarded with an overarching heavenly pill that will help one become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, the princes would be rewarded with a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Anyway, obtaining a Duke-grade celestial weapon isn't the main objective. If the young powerhouse representing the 7th prince wins, it would make the 7th prince's path to the throne much smoother. Based on the discussion, it was easy to infer the reason why the Grand Prestige Mansion sent the Violet Sun Golden Celestial, who was younger than 100 years old, to the 7th prince. If the Grand Prestige Mansion could assist the 7th prince to become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, the 7th prince would definitely remember the Grand Prestige Mansion's contribution. That was certainly more valuable than one overarching heavenly pill. While the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was discussing this matter, Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince, had just heard the news. Upon hearing the news, he was so angry that he smashed the cup in his hand. Grand Prestige Mansion, 7th brother. Very good. They seemed to have a good relationship. Long Xiangyun was so furious that his chest was heaving. Long Xiangyun had also tried to lure the young powerhouse over from the Grand Prestige Mansion, but he was firmly rejected. The young powerhouse had said that he would not leave the Grand Prestige Mansion. However, in the end, the young powerhouse defected to his 7th brother's side. How could he not be angry? Similarly, Long Fei-yun, the 13th prince, had also received the news in his residence. He was sitting before a stone table in the pavilion at the moment. He tapped the stone table lightly as he muttered to himself, 7th brother is quite capable. Even the young powerhouse from the Grand Prestige Mansion decided to join him. It seems like he's determined to obtain the Duke-grade celestial weapon. Chu Ling stood with his back straight behind Long Fei-yun. I'm afraid the 7th prince will never expect that your highness has someone even more powerful than that young powerhouse from the Grand Prestige Mansion. I wonder if his majesty would award you the Duke-grade celestial weapon as promised when you win. After all, none of the princes possesses a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Your highness will be the first prince to obtain a Duke-grade celestial weapon if you win. It's an important matter after all. Long Fei-yun's eyes gleamed as he said confidently, if the promise was made in private, father might change his mind. However, father had publicly made that promise. With the representatives from all the mansions and large clans in the capital, father wouldn't be able to carelessly break his promise regardless of how unwilling he is. He spoke as though it was a given that he would win the Duke-grade celestial weapon. He looked in a specific direction in his residence as he continued to say, Brother Duan is a great overarching golden celestial. He's a great overarching golden celestial a year ago. With the great overarching pills he has taken, I believe that he has become even stronger. Duan Ling Tian had requested for a lot of great overarching pills from Long Fei Yun a while ago. Let alone the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, even the mansions under the kingdom possessed many great overarching pills. Although he was not favored by the emperor, he was still able to take many great overarching pills from the imperial family's pill storehouse. He was capable of supplying Duan Ling Tian with enough great overarching pills for Duan Ling Tian to become a heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestial. Meanwhile, in a room in one of the courtyards in Long Fei Yun's residence, a man and a woman sat back to back on a bed in the room that was filled with an abundance of seemingly liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy. The constant supply of the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy came from the pendant hanging on the woman's neck. To be more exact, it came from the divine crystal on the woman's neck. The pair was none other than Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. There was only a month left before the selection by the imperial family of the Day Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. 2 months ago, after Duan Ling Tian successfully became a Violet Sun Golden Celestial, he had left his room in search of Long Fei Yun to request for many great overarching pills so he could break through and become a great overarching Golden Celestial. In fact, he only needed one great overarching pill to become a great overarching Golden Celestial. Even if he consumed all of the pills, the effect would be the same as consuming only one because it would take some time for his body to absorb the pill's medicinal efficacy. He had requested so many pills just to hide his true cultivation base. I don't know the level of soul attack the defective metal piece would be able to resist. If my true cultivation base is exposed, I'm afraid that many people would use soul attacks against me. This was one of the reasons Duan Ling Tian decided to conceal his cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian had obtained the defective metal piece when he was still in the mundane realm. He was unaware that the defective metal piece was a profound divine metal. Similarly, he was also unaware that the gray flame he obtained was a chaos divine flame. The divine metal and the divine flame were 2 of the 5 divine elements. The great overarching pill really deserved to be called the free pass to become a great overarching golden celestial by Violet Sun Golden Celestials. After taking one pill, I can feel that I'm very close to becoming a great overarching golden celestial. I think it'll take half a month, at most, for me to become a great overarching golden celestial. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, in a good mood when he thought about this. In the 7th prince's residence in the imperial palace, 2 young men could be seen sitting in a pavilion at the side of a huge courtyard. One of the men was Long Qingyun, the 7th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The other man wore a long black robe. His expression was extremely frosty. Long Qingyun said with a smile, "Ji Guang, I'll have to depend on you during the selection day." The young man with the frosty expression was none other than the Violet Sun Golden Celestial younger than 100 years old from the Grand Prestige Mansion. It was true that Fengwu Ji Guang, the Violet Sun Golden Celestial younger than 100 years old, was sent to the 7th prince by the Grand Prestige Mansion. As long as there's no great overarching golden celestial under the age of 100 during the selection, I'll definitely win. Fengwu Ji Guang said with a frosty expression on his face. A great overarching golden celestial younger than 100 years old. Long Qingyun smiled faintly. We don't have anyone like that in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. A great overarching golden celestial younger than 100 years old would be famous. If one was in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, how could he, the 7th prince, not know about it? In a blink of an eye, about half a month had passed. Great overarching golden celestial, I've finally broken through. 2 figures walked out of the room in one of the courtyards in the 13th prince's residence. Chapter 2748 Did the mediocre celestial fire speak? The 2 people who had emerged from the room were none other than Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. The imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom will be selecting young powerhouses to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest in 10 days. Breaking through and becoming a great overarching golden celestial won't change the result, but it's still beneficial to us. Duan Ling Tian had a bright smile on his face. Even if he did not break through, no one would be his opponent in the selection. Not even the Violet Sun Golden Celestial from the Grand Prestige Mansion, who was younger than 100 years old, was his opponent even if he did not become a great overarching golden celestial. The reason I broke through so quickly is all thanks to the great overarching pill, Huaner's divine crystal, and the 13th Prince's Earth-grade cultivation method, the Heavenly Firmament technique. After mastering the Earth-grade cultivation method, the Heavenly Firmament technique, Duan Ling Tian realized the huge difference between an Earth-grade cultivation method and a Yellow-grade cultivation method. Duan Ling Tian looked at Huaner and asked, Huaner, with your talent, the help of the divine crystal, and the pill's medicinal efficacy in your body, why didn't you break through to the next stage? Huaner was no less talented than Duan Ling Tian. Coupled with the divine crystal and the medicinal efficacy of the pill her mother had left her, logically speaking, her cultivation speed would not be slow. However, overarching heavenly supreme celestials were different from great overarching golden celestials after all. It was normal that the cultivation speed of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial was slower. Brother Ling Tian, I had a breakthrough before you. I broke through 3 months ago, Huaner said with a smile. When she smiled, it seemed as though 100 flowers were blooming at the same time. Duan Ling Tian was captivated by her smile. When he regained his senses, his eyes brightened as he asked, You broke through 3 months ago. So you're an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial now. I see. Although you didn't cultivate for many years before this, you were still a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's normal that you would have a breakthrough after cultivating for almost a year. He thought her progress was normal since she was someone who became an overarching heavenly supreme celestial before she even turned 100 years old. Brother Ling Tian, there are still 10 days left before the selection day. Are you going to continue to cultivate during these 10 days? Huaner asked softly as she looked at Duan Ling Tian with her beautiful eyes. What's the matter, Huaner? Are you bored? Want to go for a walk? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. When he saw the embarrassed expression on her face, he added, Huaner, I'll accompany you for a walk. It doesn't matter if we forego cultivation during these 10 days. Huaner's eyes brightened immediately as soon as she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. When Duan Ling Tian left, he did not inform Long Fei Yun like he usually did. He knew Long Fei Yun would definitely insist on following them. Even then, the pair was still discovered by Chu Ling, Long Fei Yun's subordinate who was a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He immediately informed Long Fei Yun about the pair's departure. Long Fei Yun said solemnly, Since Brother Duan didn't come and see me, it means he didn't want me to go with them. Chu Ling, secretly follow and protect them. Don't let any harm come to them. He would not let any harm come to Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian would help him win the selection and also help pave his way to the throne by joining the martial dragon celestial sect. As you command, Chu Ling replied before he left to follow Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. Brother Ling Tian, Chu Ling is following us. Huaner discovered Chu Ling as soon as he appeared, and she did not hesitate to inform Duan Ling Tian immediately. Huaner, it seems like after you became an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, your perception has also improved a lot. You discovered Chu Ling so quickly, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Although he could not sense Chu Ling, he knew Chu Ling would definitely be alerted when they left the 13th Prince's residence. After all, Chu Ling was a heaven-rank, overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It was not difficult to guess that Chu Ling would inform Long Fei Yun, and in turn, Long Fei Yun would order Chu Ling to secretly protect them. Therefore, he was not surprised at all when Huaner told him about her discovery. Huaner asked, Brother Ling Tian, should we ask him to return? Although she did not know much about romance, she instinctively wanted to be alone with Duan Ling Tian. She did not like having another person intruding on her time alone with Duan Ling Tian. No need for that. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, not privy to Huaner's thoughts. He shook his head. Let him follow us if he wants to follow us. We'll just pretend we're unaware of it. Okay. Huaner nodded obediently. As they walked on the streets in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Duan Ling Tian heard many rumors that were circulating in the capital. He, naturally, found out about how the 7th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had recruited a Violet Sun Golden Celestial younger than 100 years old from the Grand Prestige Mansion. Isn't the young Violet Sun Golden Celestial a close relative of the King of Grand Prestige Mansion? Moreover, it seems like the mansion spared no effort in nurturing and cultivating him. It's said that he has deep ties with the Grand Prestige Mansion, and he's not an ingrate. Why did he betray the Grand Prestige Mansion? Duan Ling Tian was surprised and confused when he heard this news. He had heard a little about the young Violet Sun Golden Celestial before this. However, As he continued listening to the discussions around him, he was finally enlightened. As it turns out, it was the Grand Prestige Mansion who sent that person to the 7th Prince. If he represents the 7th Prince and wins the selection, the 7th Prince would be rewarded with a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Most importantly, it would make the path to the throne smoother for the 7th Prince. If the 7th Prince becomes the Emperor, the Grand Prestige Mansion would benefit greatly. As Duan Ling Tian accompanied Huaner while she was shopping, he suddenly recalled something. That's right, now that I've become a great overarching golden celestial, I should be able to completely draw out the celestial fire from the defective metal piece, right? He was still unaware that the gray flame in his body that he had mistakenly taken for a celestial fire was actually a chaos divine flame. Duan Ling Tian looked inside and discovered the gray flame had, indeed, completely left the defective metal piece. Just as he had speculated, after he became a great overarching golden celestial, he could completely draw the gray flame out of the defective metal piece. I now have full control of the celestial fire in my body. It should be a mediocre celestial fire now, right? With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, and a gray flame appeared on his fingertip briefly. Although it was just a short moment, he was quite certain it was now a mediocre celestial fire. Naturally, to be 100% certain, he would need to try and refine a mediocre celestial pill. After all, only a mediocre celestial fire would be able to refine a mediocre celestial pill. Alas, this was not the time to refine celestial pills. Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and continued shopping with Huaner. Although he could not wait to refine the pills, he suppressed his eagerness. He was not in a hurry, and Huaner seemed to be having fun, so he did not want to interrupt her. Time continued to pass. Duan Ling Tian had accompanied Huaner the entire day. At this moment, the pair walked out of a restaurant after dinner to return to Long Fei Yun's residence in the Imperial Palace. Duan Ling Tian suddenly felt the hair on his arms standing on their ends. Soon after, he discovered the gray flame in his body seemed to be agitated even though he was not doing anything. He instinctively tried to control the gray flame, or the chaos divine flame. All of a sudden, the chaos divine flame suddenly surged out and shot toward a direction at the other end of the street at the entrance of the restaurant. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, turned around to look. He saw an old man dressed in black robes. The old man was thin, and his eyes shone with vigor. The black robe he wore was not an ordinary robe. Flames were embroidered on the black robe. The flames formed the word, Yang. It was the Yang Celestial Master's robe issued by the Alliance of Celestial Masters that consisted of mediocre celestial alchemists and weapon craftsmen. It was obvious the man was either a mediocre celestial alchemist or a mediocre celestial weapon craftsman. At this moment, a voice spoke from Duan Ling Tian's body. Profound divine metal. The other party also has a second form chaos divine fire. Help me devour it, I'll be able to enter the third form after this. In the future, if we encounter a profound divine metal in the second form, I'll also help you devour it. Duan Ling Tian was thoroughly shocked. He could vaguely sense that the voice belonged to the gray flame that he thought was a mediocre celestial fire. Chapter 2749 The Third Form of the Chaos Divine Flame. When I enter the third form, it'll be easy for me to help you devour and absorb a profound divine metal in the future. The gray flame said in a coaxing manner. Duan Ling Tian knew the voice was not speaking to him. He could not understand a single word it was saying. It was his first time hearing about chaos divine flames and profound divine metals. Fine, I'll help you. Duan Ling Tian was still in a daze when another voice rang out, shocking him again. This time, the voice seemed to come from the defective metal piece by the side of his soul. What on earth are they? When Duan Ling Tian confirmed that the defective metal piece and the gray flame in his body were, indeed, speaking to each other, he began to worry. Not even in his wildest dreams did he think the gray flame and defective metal piece in his body were capable of speech. At this moment, Huaner's soft and melodious voice rang out. Brother Ling Tian, be careful. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he discovered that Huaner had moved in front of him, shielding him. Duan Ling Tian saw the old man dressed in the Yang Celestial Master's robe charging at him at an extremely fast speed. He could see the killing intent in the old man's eyes as well. He was confused. He was certain he had not seen the old man prior to this. Why was the old man looking at him as though he was the old man's archenemy? He's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian discovered the old man was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. You want to kill brother Ling Tian? See if I don't kill you first. Killing intent flashed in the depths of Huaner's beautiful eyes as she faced the black-clad old man. As soon as her melodious voice rang in the air, a freezing energy swept out from her body. It was so cold that it seemed capable of freezing the air. Huaner's freezing energy rippled out into the surroundings, causing a few pedestrians standing near the entrance of the restaurant to feel as though winter had arrived. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the freezing energy swept over the old man and shrouded him. In the beginning, the black-clad old man was able to resist for a brief moment. Soon after, a miserable cry rang in the air. No! A bone-chilling cold entered the black-clad old man's body, and in just an instant, he was frozen into an ice sculpture. Huaner lifted her hand and a palm print shot out from her hand toward the black-clad old man who was frozen. A loud noise reverberated in the air as the ice sculpture fell to the ground and shattered into thousands of pieces. At this moment, a streak of gray light suddenly shot toward Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. Brother Ling Tian, Huaner cried out. Before she could react, the streak of gray light had already entered Duan Ling Tian's body. It had moved so fast that she only managed to catch a small glimpse of it. The air stirred for a moment before Chu Ling, who had been following Duan Ling Tian and Huaner, finally appeared. He looked at Duan Ling Tian worriedly. He had seen the streak of gray light entering Duan Ling Tian's body as well. However, it was so fast that he did not have a good look at it. It was true that he was standing in the distance earlier. However, even if he was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, he still would not be able to stop the streak of gray light from entering Duan Ling Tian's body. As soon as the streak of gray light entered Duan Ling Tian's body, he heard another voice in his body. How useless. Fortunately, I entered the second form 1,000 years ago, and you've only entered the second form less than 100 years ago. Otherwise, I would have been dragged down by you this time. Moreover, he could tell this voice did not belong to the gray flame or the defective metal piece in his body. It seemed to have come from the gray streak of light that just entered his body. Brother Ling Tian, are you okay? Huaner asked urgently as she looked at Duan Ling Tian with a worried expression. How could she not be worried? She had personally witnessed the streak of gray light entering his body. Chu Ling looked at Duan Ling Tian with a grave expression, worried that Duan Ling Tian would suddenly collapse. If something happened to Duan Ling Tian now, he would not be able to explain himself to the 13th prince. Upon hearing Huaner's words, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses. He shook his head and said, I'm okay, I'm okay. He did not feel any discomfort in his body at all. However, it did not take long before he was distracted by the voices in his body again. Indeed, even if you have lost your host, I'm not your opponent since I've only entered the second form less than 100 years ago and you entered the second form 1,000 years ago. However, do you think I'm the only one who resides in this host? Duan Ling Tian could tell this voice belonged to the gray flame in his body. It's also a celestial fire. Duan Ling Tian, who looked inside his body, discovered the streak of gray light that entered his body was also a gray flame. The aura was rather similar to the aura of the gray flame that resided in his body. However, the aura of the streak of gray light seemed more profound. The streak of gray light that just entered Duan Ling Tian's body, or rather, a gray flame, scoffed and said, "Stop bluffing. You will know soon enough if I'm just bluffing." The original gray flame in Duan Ling Tian's body, the chaos divine flame that entered the second form less than 100 years ago, retorted, "I'll devour and absorb you. Your consciousness will disappear from this world." As soon as the original gray flame in Duan Ling Tian's body spoke, it rushed at an extremely fast speed toward the gray flame that had just entered Duan Ling Tian's body. Duan Ling Tian continued to watch this progression with his inner sight, baffled. Profound divine metal, help me. The original gray flame cried out as it enlarged in size and flew toward the new gray flame. Profound divine metal. When the new gray flame heard this, it slowed down immediately. Duan Ling Tian continued to watch as the defective metal in his body that was by his soul's side suddenly turned into a streak of golden light as it swept toward the new gray flame, a chaos divine flame that entered the second form 1,000 years ago. At the same time, the original gray flame in Duan Ling Tian's body grew in size and swept toward the new gray flame as well. Damn it, why is there a second form profound divine metal in here? The new chaos divine flame that was originally confident cried out. A hint of panic could be heard in its voice. Among the 5 divine elements, based on the attributes of the elements, fire was able to restrain metal. Chaos divine flames were usually able to suppress profound divine metals. By right, it should have been easy for the chaos divine flame that had entered the second form 1000 years ago to suppress the profound divine metal that had only entered the second form less than 100 years ago. Unfortunately, there was another chaos divine flame that had entered the second form as well, fighting alongside the profound divine metal. The new chaos divine flame was definitely not a match for both of them unless he entered the third form. Seeing that the situation was not favorable to it as it was surrounded from the front and the back, the new chaos divine flame quickly tried to bring the defective metal piece to its side. Profound divine metal, if you help me devour and absorb this chaos divine flame, I'll help you enter the third form in the future. However, the profound divine metal did not reply. Instead, it responded with its action. No, the new chaos divine flame cried out when faced with the joint attack of the profound divine metal and chaos divine flame in Duan Tian's body. It was helpless as the original chaos divine flame in Duan Tian's body devoured and absorbed it. After devouring and absorbing it, the gray flame in Duan Tian's body seemed to grow in size. At this moment, Duan Tian felt hot all over his body due to the burst of gray flame. His expression turned unsightly. It felt as though the gray flame was burning him. Suddenly, the profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Tian's body. Use your cultivation method. Duan Tian quickly regained his senses and used the earth-grade cultivation method, the heavenly firmament technique, that Long Fei Yun had imparted to him as he circulated his celestial origin energy through his 99 heavenly veins. As Duan Tian continued to circulate his celestial origin energy through his 99 heavenly veins with the earth-grade cultivation method, he saw the light from the defective metal intensifying before it seemed to merge with his celestial origin energy and circulated through his 99 heavenly veins. Relax your body. I'll help you temper your body and boost its strength to a level comparable to an overarching heavenly supreme celestial so that you can withstand the third form of the chaos divine flame. Fortunately, you have 99 heavenly veins and you have tempered them in the celestial ascension pool. Otherwise, I won't be able to help you at all. The voice of the profound divine metal echoed in Duan Tian's ears. You can't be disturbed in the slightest after this. Quickly ask the heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial and the earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to protect you. Chapter 2750 The Golden Light King, the Golden Tiger. Huaner, Chu Ling, protect me, and don't let anyone disturb me. The profound divine metal sounded so solemn when it spoke that Duan Tian did not dare to delay. He quickly sent a voice transmission to Huaner and Chu Ling. Upon hearing the anxiety in Duan Tian's voice, Huaner and Chu Ling similarly did not dare to delay and immediately did as they were told. This was especially true for Huaner. She quickly raised her hand before a gust of cold wind blew past them. Then, 4 walls constructed entirely from ice were erected around Duan Tian to protect him. Although the ice walls were extremely cold, under Huaner's control, Duan Tian was not affected by the chill at all. At this moment, a voice rang out in the air. Why you killed the old king of Golden Light Mansion. It seemed to belong to a middle-aged servant of the black-clad old man. His voice was trembling as he looked at Huaner in terror and disbelief. As soon as the middle-aged servant spoke, the onlookers regained their senses as well. A shocked expression could be seen on their faces. When they found out the identity of the old man, they could not help but discuss among themselves. The old king of Golden Light Mansion. The black-clad old man was the old king of Golden Light Mansion. I heard that the old king of Golden Light Mansion was not only a yellow-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but he was also an excellent mediocre celestial alchemist and celestial weapon craftsman. That's not all. I heard that the old king of Golden Light Mansion possessed an extremely special mediocre celestial fire. It's both hard and soft and can be used to refine pills and forge weapons. It's a rare type of celestial fire. The king of Golden Light Mansion was known to be temperamental. If he finds out his father was killed on the streets, he won't let the matter go. Well, this white-clad woman is clearly no pushover. Look at how powerful she is. She easily killed the old king of Golden Light Mansion. It's obvious that she's much more powerful than the old king of Golden Light Mansion. Most people felt that with the temper of the king of Golden Light Mansion, he would definitely seek revenge. Meanwhile, Chu Ling frowned slightly when he learned about the old man's identity. The old king of Golden Light Mansion. Based on what he knew, as far as he knew, the Golden Light Mansion had a close relationship with the fourth prince. On the other hand, Huaner, who had heard the middle-aged servant's words, looked at the middle-aged servant coldly with her beautiful limpid eyes. Anyone who wants to kill Brother Ling Tian should go to hell. You better pray that no harm comes to Brother Ling Tian. Otherwise, I'll destroy the Golden Light Mansion. Destroy the Golden Light Mansion. When Huan'er words rang in the air, the entire place fell silent. Her voice was so cold that it made people feel as though they had been thrown into an ice cellar. This young miss. Chu Ling smiled bitterly when he heard Huan'er's words. Regardless of her strength, he knew Huan'er was bold enough to do such a thing. He could see that she cared for Duan Ling Tian more than she cared about her life. He thought to himself with a sigh, this young man is truly blessed to have such a partner in his life. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of what was going on in his surroundings. His face was distorted in pain. His flesh and bones ached, causing him to tremble. It felt as though tens of thousands of ants were biting him. He was in so much agony that he felt as though he was going to pass out. He gritted his teeth and pulled through bit by bit. During the process, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the changes in his bones, flesh, and blood. The transformation felt similar to when he had just broken through and became a great overarching golden celestial today. The only difference was the transformation now felt like it was on a larger scale. He could feel his bones, flesh, and blood becoming stronger than that of a great overarching golden celestial. The profound divine metal tirelessly helped Duan Ling Tian to temper his body so that his body would be comparable to an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. This was to help Duan Ling Tian's body withstand the third form of the chaos divine flame. The reason why great overarching golden celestials were far stronger than golden celestials was not just due to the qualitative change in their celestial origin energies but also due to the physical changes of their bodies. This was also the reason why overarching heavenly supreme celestials were far stronger than great overarching golden celestials. Meanwhile, a fierce voice brimming with sorrow rang in the air. Father. Soon after, a bearded man in scarlet robes rushed over. The bearded man was tall and muscular. He looked like an iron tower. His eyebrows and eyes resembled that of a tiger. He carried with him an air of dignity and majesty. This man was the master of Golden Light Mansion, the Golden Tiger. At this moment, he looked at the old man's corpse with a cold and angry expression on his face. He could feel anger coursing through his veins. He moved toward the middle-aged servant who accompanied the black-clad old man and grabbed the middle-aged servant's collar with one hand and lifted him up as he barked. Who did it? He did it so easily that it was like an eagle catching a chicken. Faced with the brunt of the Golden Tiger's anger, the middle-aged servant was so scared that his face turned pale. He hastily extended his hand and pointed at Huan'er who was standing near the ice walls. He said in a trembling voice, King. It was her. It was her. The Golden Tiger threw the middle-aged servant aside before he glared at Huan'er and asked coldly, Why did you kill my father? The Golden Tiger was not much stronger than his father. Since Huan'er had easily killed his father, he knew he was no match for her. For this reason, he did not recklessly attack her. However, Huan'er ignored the Golden Tiger's question, causing his expression to darken. At this moment, Chu Ling looked at the Golden Tiger and calmly said, Golden Light King, everyone present can testify that your father attempted to kill Duan Ling Tian first. We were acting in defense. Your father's death is nobody's fault but his own. Who are you? Before the Golden Tiger came, he had already learned about the ins and outs of the matter through the communication celestial talisman that the middle-aged servant had sent to him. However, how could he just let go of the people who killed the father of the dignified king of the Golden Light Mansion? My name is Chu Ling, and I'm the subordinate of His Highness, the 13th Prince, Chu Ling calmly replied, the 13th Prince. As soon as the crowd heard Chu Ling's words, they broke out in a commotion again. Most of them were surprised. So these people are the 13th Prince's men. It seems like the old king of Golden Light Mansion screwed up this time. Not only did he try to kill the 13th Prince's man, but he was killed instead. Golden Light King has no choice but to let go of this matter. I wonder why the old king of the Golden Light Mansion wanted to kill one of the 13th Prince's men. Did they have a conflict? Even then, that young man is the 13th Prince's man. He shouldn't have acted so recklessly, right? The crowd was puzzled by the black-clad old man's action. They could not understand why he was so impulsive. The 13th Prince. Sure enough, upon hearing Chu Ling's words, the Golden Tiger's expression darkened even more. His eyes flashed for a moment before he sent a communication celestial talisman. Nobody knew who he sent the communication celestial talisman to. The Golden Light King still wants to call for help. Who can he find help from? These are the 13th Prince's men after all. In the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, apart from the Emperor, the only ones who would dare to oppose. The 13th Prince are the 4th Prince, 7th Prince, and the 4th Miss of the Zhou clan. I wonder who he asked for help from. I heard that the Golden Light King and the 4th Prince have a good relationship. In my opinion, he must have called the 4th Prince. He called the 4th Prince. It seems like there'll be a good show to watch today. The crowd whispered furtively among themselves. It was not difficult for them to figure out that the Golden Light King had called the 4th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom for help. The 4th Prince, Chu Ling, cocked an eyebrow, clearly not worried. He did not even plan to call the 13th Prince. Why aren't they using the communication celestial talisman to call the 13th Prince over? The crowd was confused when they saw that Chu Ling and Huaner seemed to have no intention of calling the 13th Prince for help. Was it possible that these two people think they could fight the 4th Prince? Your 4th Highness, the Golden Light King, the Golden Tiger, respectfully greeted Long Xiangyun, the 4th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, as soon as he appeared with an old man in tow. Golden Light King, you said the old king was killed by my 13th brother. Long Xiangyun had a sour expression on his face as well. Although the Golden Light Mansion was not particularly powerful, it had its uses as well. For this reason, he had maintained a good relationship with the Golden Light Mansion. Almost everyone in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom knew of the relationship between Long Xiangyun and the Golden Light Mansion. When he heard that the old king of Golden Light Mansion was killed by the 13th Prince's man, he felt as though he had been slapped. Men lived by honor as trees stood to live. As the 4th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, his pride was more important than anything else. How could he not be furious? Chapter 2751 Black Market Assassins. Yes, the Golden Light King, the Golden Tiger, nodded immediately. He glared at Huaner, who was standing nearby. It's her. When Long Xiangyun heard this, he turned to look in the direction that the Golden Tiger was looking at. A furious expression could be seen on his face. However, his expression changed drastically when he saw Huaner. It was not just Long Xiangyun, even the expression of the old man who came with him changed drastically when he saw Huaner. Although they had not seen Huaner's face before, they had heard people's description of her outfit. Therefore, they knew who she was as soon as they saw her. Your Highness, the 4th Prince, the Golden Tiger, naturally, noticed the changes in Long Xiangyun and the old man's expressions. An ominous premonition rose in his heart immediately. In the next moment, Long Xiangyun's actions seemed to confirm the ominous feeling in the Golden Tiger's heart. Greetings, Miss Huaner. Long Xiangyun cupped his fists together in greeting. Then, he looked at the Golden Tiger meaningfully before he, the old man, and the Golden Tiger left. He left as quickly as he came. Before the Golden Tiger left with Long Xiangyun, he looked at the middle-aged man coldly as he said, "Take my father's body away. If any of his body parts are missing, I'll hold you accountable for it." The middle-aged servant was left scrambling to clean up the ground covered in ice shards. A moment later, when the crowd regained their senses, all of them gasped. When they looked at Huaner again, their gazes were different from before. Even the 4th Prince is so respectful to her. He even took the initiative to greet her. Exactly. The 4th Prince wouldn't even be so courteous to the 13th Prince if he was here. Who's this white-clad woman? Is she really one of the 13th Prince's men? At this moment, the crowd did not think Huaner was working for the 13th Prince. What a joke! How could someone that even the 4th Prince had treated with respect work for the 13th Prince? Meanwhile, Huaner did not pay attention to the curious eyes in her surroundings. Her beautiful and limpid eyes were trained on Duan Ling Tian, who was protected inside the ice walls. She saw the expression of agony on his face and the violent tremblings of his body as blood trickled out from the corner of his mouth. Why does my heart hurt? Why do I feel this way? Huaner pressed a hand to her chest as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. She felt her heart ache, but she did not understand why she felt so distressed. She had never felt this way before. Although she was worried about Duan Ling Tian and wished she could suffer in Duan Ling Tian's stead, she knew she could not disturb him now. Therefore, she only watched him in silence. On the other hand, Chu Ling stood like an iron tower next to the ice walls. A cold expression could be seen on his face as he surveyed his surroundings and guarded Duan Ling Tian. It seemed like he was prepared to kill who dared approach them. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly exclaimed, I remember now. He looked at Huoner as he said, she killed the elder from the Zhou clan who guarded the 4th miss of the Zhou clan a year ago. The 4th miss of the Zhou clan. The elder of the Zhou clan. With the middle-aged man's words as a reminder, many people began to recall what had happened a year ago on the streets of the capital. A year ago, Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, had propositioned a young man and insisted that he become her boy toy. However, she was firmly rejected. In the end, Zhou Shudong was injured by that handsome young man, and the elder from the Zhou clan was killed by the white-clad woman next to him. At that time, most people thought the 4th miss of the Zhou clan would definitely seek revenge from the duo. However, to everyone's surprise, a few months ago, Zhou Shuchu, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan, had ordered her younger sister to apologize to the handsome young man. Ever since then, everyone could vaguely guess that the handsome young man and the white-clad woman by his side must have a powerful background. Otherwise, with Zhou Shuchu's strong background, why would she need to be so polite to the duo? No wonder. I thought the purple-clad young man looked familiar. Then, he must be the young man whom the 4th miss of the Zhou clan had propositioned back then. An old man exclaimed, no wonder His 4th Highness is so polite to the white-clad woman. It's obvious he recognizes the duo. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so polite and take the initiative to greet her. I heard the pair has a close relationship with the 13th prince. Rumor has it that they're also staying in the 13th prince's residence in the imperial palace. It seems like the rumors are true. Of course, it's true. Otherwise, why would the 13th prince's man accompany them? He's from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. He's also a great overarching golden celestial who's younger than 100 years old. The white-clad woman is an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's also younger than 100 years old. The golden tiger, the golden light king, learned about Duan Ling Tian and Huoner from Long Xiangyun. Long Xiangyun had told him that the pair came from a sect that was even stronger than the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. After all, even Zhou Shuchu, a disciple with a high status in the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, was polite to them. Now, you know why I was polite to that woman. Long Xiangyun said in a deep voice, Golden Light King, although that woman killed the old king, I advise you to forget about avenging your father. It won't be an easy feat. If you fail, not only would disaster befall you, but it would befall the Golden Light Mansion as well. His tone turned more and more solemn as he spoke. Your Highness, the 4th Prince, thank you for the reminder. The Golden Tiger feigned a frightened expression on his face. However, inwardly he had already made a decision. Even if I have to deplete the financial resources of the Golden Light Mansion, I'll hire a celestial duke to kill that woman and that purple-clad young man. It doesn't matter why my father wanted to kill him. Since it was his wish to kill that young man, I will fulfill his last wish. In the wasteland, one could hire assassins from the black market. The black market assassins were very mysterious, and their origins were unknown. No one knew who they were, they only knew that the assassins were rather powerful and adept at killing their targets. Among the black market assassins, the strongest were celestial dukes. Rumor had it that the celestial dukes who were black market assassins were high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, including the sect leaders, as well. The reason they became assassins was due to the generous rewards that came with the job. Naturally, those from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland would not admit to it. After all, black market assassins were the public's enemy in the wasteland. As long as one was capable of paying the high price, one would be able to hire a black market assassin. It did not matter if the target's background was extraordinary. After all, nobody knew who the black market assassins were. If I spend all my financial resources in the Golden Light Mansion, it'll be enough to hire a black market assassin who's a celestial duke. That woman is, at most, an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the Golden Tiger thought to himself. With this plan in mind, the Golden Tiger quickly bade farewell to Long Xiangyun. He made his way to the place where he was staying and ordered his subordinate to represent him during the selection by the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After that, he left the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and headed straight to the center of the wasteland. The black markets could be found in 3 cities in the central area of the wasteland. Those 3 cities were respectively controlled by the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. If he wanted to post a bounty on an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the Golden Tiger must, naturally, head to one of the 3 cities. At that time, the black market would review the target before confirming the price. Chapter 2752 Duan Ling Tian is a prominent celestial alchemist. My current physical body. Duan Ling Tian stopped circulating his celestial origin energy with the earth rank cultivation method as soon as he felt the profound divine metal stop working. He could feel the pain slowly disappearing. After the pain had completely disappeared, he could feel the immense change in his body. His bones, flesh, and blood seemed to be much stronger than before. They were much superior compared to a great overarching body. This is the physical body of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He had just broken through and became a yellow rank great overarching golden celestial not too long ago, and on the same day, he obtained the overarching heavenly celestial body. No one in the history of the spirit overarching heaven had achieved such a feat. When Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, the sudden bright light made him feel uncomfortable for a moment before he finally adjusted to it. Senior. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian remembered the defective metal piece, the profound divine metal. It was the profound divine metal that had helped him transform his physical body into an overarching heaven body to withstand the third form of the chaos divine flame. However, no matter how long he called out, the profound divine metal no longer responded. When he looked inside his body, he discovered the defective metal piece had returned to his soul's side, seemingly guarding it. Senior. Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention to the gray flame. He remembered the gray flame claimed that it was a chaos divine flame. The streak of gray light that shot out of the black-clad old man's body was also a chaos divine flame. He could sense that the gray flame in his body was no longer like before. It seemed to have gotten a lot stronger. Similarly, no matter how long he called out, the gray flame did not respond to him. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and closed his eyes again as he tried to recall what had happened. He started from the time he stepped out of the restaurant, lest he missed out on any details. I remember the gray flame in my body asked the defective metal piece for help to devour the gray flame in the black-clad old man's body. Then, the old man tried to kill me. After Huaner killed the old man, his chaos divine flame entered my body. It could speak as well and sound confident about devouring and absorbing my chaos divine flame. Moreover, it also said that my chaos divine flame and profound divine metal had only entered the second form less than 100 years ago. However, my chaos divine flame and profound divine metal attacked it together, and it was successfully devoured and absorbed by my chaos divine fire. This was the extent of Duan Ling Tian's knowledge. This is the third form of the chaos divine flame. Duan Ling Tian's attention returned to the gray flame in his body. He was certain the gray flame had gotten much stronger compared to before. Although he had an overarching heavenly celestial body, he could barely withstand the third form of the chaos divine fire. It's no wonder the profound divine metal helped me temper my body. This third form of the chaos divine flame is so strong that it would have destroyed my previous body. As it turns out, the gray flame in my body is not a celestial fire. It's a chaos divine flame. The reason I couldn't completely draw it out from the defective metal piece previously is probably due to my body being unable to withstand it. When I became a great overarching golden celestial, my body was finally able to withstand the full second form of the chaos divine fire. However, it's not strong enough to withstand the third form of the chaos divine fire. On the other hand, the defective metal piece is a second form profound divine metal. It helped transform my body into an overarching heavenly celestial body to withstand the third form of the chaos divine flame. Duan Ling Tian really wished he could speak to the profound divine metal and chaos divine flame so he could gain a better understanding of what they were. However, the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame seemed to be asleep. No matter how he called out to them, they did not respond. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. In any case, this doesn't harm me. It only benefits me. Naturally, he was discomfited by the thought that there were two sentient beings in his body. He was not familiar with them and did not know what they were. However, there was no use dwelling on it now. When Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes again, he saw the ice walls surrounding him and said to Huaner, "Huaner, you can withdraw your celestial origin energy now." Upon hearing this, Huaner immediately removed the ice walls. At the same time, she flew forward and studied Duan Ling Tian before she worriedly asked, "Brother Ling Tian, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Duan Ling Tian smiled and shook his head. At the same time, he noticed the gazes around him. He could not help but frown slightly before he relaxed his brows and said to Huaner, "Huaner, let's return first." "Okay." Huaner was relieved when she saw Duan Ling Tian seem to be unharmed. She reached out and held onto his arm as they left the restaurant to return to the 13th prince's residence in the imperial palace. Since Chu Ling had already revealed himself, he openly followed Duan Ling Tian back to the imperial palace. Young Master Duan, Miss Huaner was very worried about you earlier. He sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian and recounted what had happened while Duan Ling Tian was protected behind the ice walls. He even repeated word by word what Huaner had said earlier. You better pray that no harm comes to brother Ling Tian. Otherwise, I'll destroy the Golden Light Mansion. After listening to Chu Ling's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Huaner with a slight smile on his face. A hint of affection could be seen in his eyes at this moment. Duan Ling Tian did not expect so many things would happen after he began to circulate his celestial origin energy using the Earth-grade cultivation method. Who knew the old man was the old king of Golden Light Mansion? He was also a mediocre celestial alchemist and a mediocre celestial weapon craftsman. Not only that, but the old man was also the father of the current king of Golden Light Mansion. Duan Ling Tian thought he had heard wrongly, so he asked again. The old king of Golden Light Mansion was a mediocre celestial alchemist and a mediocre celestial weapons craftsman. Yes, Chu Ling nodded as he replied. It said the old king's celestial fire was very special. It's apparently gray. It's neither gentle nor domineering. It's nothing like a celestial fire. For this reason, his celestial fire could be used to refine pills and forge weapons. Neither gentle nor domineering. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened. He felt excited as he thought to himself, yes. The gray flame in my body is also neither gentle nor domineering. Why didn't I think about it? It seems like the Chaos Divine Flame is also capable of forging weapons. Since the second form of the Chaos Divine Fire is comparable to a mediocre celestial fire, now that it has entered the third form, does this mean it's comparable to a prominent celestial fire? With these thoughts in mind, Duan Ling Tian stopped in his tracks. Upon seeing this, Chu Ling and Huaner, naturally, came to a halt as well. Duan Ling Tian said with a hint of excitement before he quickly changed direction, Huaner, let's buy some medicinal herbs first. I want to refine pills. Since he had accompanied Huaner to walk in the capital, he knew his way quite well. He knew stores that sold medicinal herbs for refining pills. Chu Ling, naturally, continued to follow them. His current task was to ensure Duan Ling Tian's safety so Duan Ling Tian would be able to participate in the selection in the Wasteland Grand Contest. This was of utmost importance to Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The weaving overarching pill. Chu Ling was shocked. Although he knew Duan Ling Tian was a celestial alchemist, he remembered clearly that Duan Ling Tian had said he was not a prominent celestial alchemist. However, he could see Duan Ling Tian was buying medicinal herbs to refine the prominent celestial pill, the weaving overarching pill. Is it possible that young Master Duan was just being humble before? Could he really be a prominent celestial alchemist? Chu Ling thought to himself. This was the only logical reason he could come up with. After all, for a mediocre celestial alchemist to become a prominent celestial alchemist, in addition to being skilled, he or she had to possess a prominent celestial fire. Chapter 2753 The Cauldron Explodes. The weaving overarching pill was a prominent celestial pill used by overarching heavenly supreme celestials to aid their cultivation. The effects were similar to heavenly celestials and peak golden celestials using primitive celestial pills like the spirit nourishing pill and the hidden spirit pill. However, since Duan Ling Tian was a great overarching golden celestial, he needed mediocre celestial pills since primitive celestial pills would not have any effect on him. On the other hand, the medicinal efficacy of prominent celestial pills was slightly too strong for him to handle. A good example of this was the weaving overarching pill. Duan Ling Tian only decided to buy the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the weaving overarching pills because he wanted to try and see if he could refine a prominent celestial pill. This was so he could confirm the Chaos Divine Flame in his body that had entered the third stage was comparable to a prominent celestial fire. The formula for the weaving overarching pill is quite common, right? Your shop doesn't even carry it. Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly when he discovered the shop did not sell the pill formula. If he did not have the formula, how was he going to refine the pill? At this point, Chu Ling spoke up, Young Master Duan, if you want the weaving overarching pill's formula, the 13th prince can give it to you. Although the imperial family's medicine storage doesn't have many prominent celestial pills, formulas, they do have the formula for the weaving overarching pill. Inwardly, he was confused. Was Duan Ling Tian really a prominent celestial alchemist? How could he not know how to refine the most common prominent celestial pill, the weaving overarching pill, if he was truly a prominent celestial alchemist? Upon hearing Chu Ling's words, Duan Ling Tian said to the employee of the shop, "All right. Since you don't have the formula, please prepare the ingredients needed for me." "Yes, sir." Although the employee did not know Duan Ling Tian's identity, when they heard Chu Ling mentioning the 13th prince, they knew Duan Ling Tian must have a good relationship with the 13th prince. For this reason, they did not dare to be disrespectful at all. Although the 13th prince had almost no chance of becoming the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he was still a prince. Moreover, the 13th prince was as famous as the 4th and 7th prince. This was enough to garner the respect and fear of most people. Therefore, the employee of the shop did not dare to be disrespectful. After obtaining the ingredients, Duan Ling Tian returned to the imperial palace with Huaner. During their journey back, Duan Ling Tian asked, "Huaner, I heard from the 13th prince that the medicinal efficacy of the weaving overarching pill isn't helpful to you because of the pill your mom had given you before. Is that right?" Initially, Duan Ling Tian did not pay this matter any attention. However, now that he suspected he had become a prominent celestial alchemist, this matter piqued his interest. After all, if he was truly a prominent celestial alchemist, he would be able to refine pills that would benefit Huaner. "Yes." Huaner nodded slightly. "Although the weaving overarching pill is quite good, it's far inferior to the pill my mother gave me. The 13th prince has said that he would look for the overarching heavenly pill for me." With her cultivation base, the weaving overarching pill was useless to her. Overarching heavenly pills, on the other hand, would have an effect since it was used by overarching heavenly supreme celestials. However, just like how heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials had no use for great overarching pills, heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials had no use for overarching heaven pills. Only overarching heavenly supreme celestials below the heaven rank would benefit from the pill. For this reason, the 13th prince had said he would look for an overarching heavenly pill for Huaner after he discovered the weaving overarching pill had no effect on her. Overarching heavenly pill. Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows rose when he heard this. He thought to himself, "I've already obtained the formula for the overarching heavenly pill. Once I confirm the chaos divine flame inside my body that has entered the 3rd stage is comparable to a prominent celestial fire, I can try to refine the overarching heavenly pills." With the 13th prince's ability, he should be able to find some of the ingredients for the overarching heavenly pill even if he can't find all of them. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone as bright as the stars in the sky as he continued thinking to himself, "Based on my knowledge, there are no prominent celestial alchemists in the wasteland who are able to refine the overarching heavenly pill. If I'm successful, the 3 major celestial sects would have to treat me respectfully. I wouldn't have to solely rely on improving my cultivation base. At that time, if I request it of them, it's possible that the martial dragon celestial sect would help the 13th prince ascend the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom." Duan Ling Tian became more excited as he thought about this. However, he deflated soon after, as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed on him. "I'm getting ahead of myself. After all, it's extremely difficult for a prominent celestial alchemist to refine overarching heavenly pills." In the end, he shook his head. "There's no point dwelling on this. At present, I haven't even confirmed that the chaos divine flame in my body that has entered the 3rd stage is comparable to a prominent celestial fire. It's useless to think about refining the overarching heavenly pills now." After Duan Ling Tian returned to the 13th prince's residence in the imperial palace, Long Fei Yun found out that Duan Ling Tian was looking for the formula of the weaving overarching pill. He was shocked. "Brother Duan, you're looking for the weaving overarching pill's formula?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded faintly. Long Fei Yun continued to ask, Are you looking for it for your own use or are you looking for it on behalf of another prominent celestial alchemist?" "I want it for my own use. I want to see if I'm able to refine it," Duan Ling Tian replied honestly. "However, if you don't have the formula for the weaving overarching pill, I'm afraid I have no other way of confirming it." Long Fei Yun smiled bitterly before he asked, "I remember you saying you're not a prominent celestial alchemist before." Duan Ling Tian had already come up with an excuse. "I'm still not sure if I'm a prominent celestial alchemist. I suspect my celestial fire is a prominent celestial fire. However, I wasn't very skilled before this so I didn't try to refine prominent celestial pills. Recently, I gained some insight about pill refining, so I want to try refining prominent celestial pills to confirm if my celestial fire is truly a prominent celestial fire. Is that so? Long Fei Yun was surprised. He did not expect this. Soon after, his eyes brightened. If Duan Ling Tian was truly a prominent celestial alchemist, Duan Ling Tian would not even have to participate in the Wasteland Grand Competition to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. The sect would welcome Duan Ling Tian with open arms if Duan Ling Tian was a prominent celestial alchemist. After all, the number of prominent celestial alchemists in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect could be counted on one hand. If Brother Duan is a prominent celestial alchemist, I won't have to wait for him to get stronger. He would certainly gain the favor of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. It would be easy for him to help me ascend the throne. The high and mighty sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect would only need to say the word to determine the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. With these thoughts in mind, Long Fei Yun quickly left to fetch Duan Ling Tian to pill formula. Duan Ling Tian only waited for half an hour before Long Fei Yun returned with a memory celestial talisman in hand. With a face filled with expectation, he handed it over to Duan Ling Tian and said, "Brother Duan, quickly determine if you possess a prominent celestial fire." He seemed to be in more of a hurry to find out if Duan Ling Tian possessed a prominent celestial fire compared to Duan Ling Tian himself. All right, Duan Ling Tian did not waste any time after he used the memory celestial talisman. He quickly returned to the courtyard that he shared with Huaner. Long Fei Yun shamelessly followed along as well. Duan Ling Tian did not object to it. He only asked Huaner to cultivate in the deepest part of the courtyard to avoid the divine crystal from being discovered. After all, with Long Fei Yun here, Chu Ling was, naturally, here as well. He quickly entered his room. On the other hand, Long Fei Yun, who was completely focused on Duan Ling Tian at this moment, did not spare any thoughts on Huaner at all. Similarly, Chu Ling's attention was also focused on Duan Ling Tian. He did not pay any attention to Huaner at all. I hope the chaos divine flame that has entered the third stage is comparable to a prominent celestial fire. At that time, not only would I become a prominent celestial alchemist, but I'd also be a prominent weapon craftsman. After all, the divine chaos flame is neither unyielding nor too gentle, it's capable of refining pills and forging weapons. After closing the door, Duan Ling Tian sat on the bed and took out a cauldron. After following the first few steps to refine pills, he prepared to heat the cauldron with his chaos divine flame. A thunderous noise rang in the air as soon as the gray flame in Duan Ling Tian's body met the cauldron. The cauldron had exploded, filling the room with ashes. Duan Ling Tian was speechless when he saw that the cauldron was destroyed. When he regained his senses, he smiled bitterly. I forgot that the cauldron used to refine primitive celestial pills can't refine celestial pills that are higher than the mediocre grade. Chapter 2754 The Mediocre Celestial Tool, the Pill Cauldron. Although Duan Ling Tian was not completely certain the chaos divine flame in his body that had entered the stage was comparable to a prominent celestial fire, he was certain it was comparable to a mediocre celestial fire at least. Why didn't I think of this earlier? All I needed to do was to ask the 13th prince for a cauldron used for refining mediocre celestial pills to verify if my chaos divine flame is comparable to a prominent celestial fire. Long Fei Yun and Chu Ling, who were waiting in the front yard, were baffled when they saw Duan Ling Tian emerging from his room so soon. Long Fei Yun quickly regained his senses and asked, "Brother Duan, how come you're out so soon?" Duan Ling Tian replied sheepishly, "My cauldron was a primitive pill cauldron. My celestial fire destroyed it as soon as they came in contact." A primitive pill cauldron. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Long Fei Yun was shocked. "That's to say, Brother Duan, you're a primitive celestial alchemist before this?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded faintly. Since he did not refine mediocre celestial pills when the chaos divine flame was at the second stage, it was not wrong to say he was only a primitive celestial alchemist before. "Brother Duan, your luck is rather good. Not many primitive celestial alchemists are able to obtain a prominent celestial fire." Long Fei Yun shook his head. "I'll take my leave now to search for a mediocre and prominent pill cauldron." After he finished speaking, he left Duan Ling Tian's courtyard. In the mundane realms, there was no distinction between pill cauldrons. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian had completely forgotten that pill cauldrons in the Devata realms were divided into grades as well. The cauldrons used to refine primitive celestial pills were primitive celestial tools. Naturally, Primitive celestial alchemists could also use higher-grade cauldrons to refine primitive celestial pills. However, it was not the same in reverse. Celestial alchemists would not be able to refine high-grade celestial pills using low-grade pill cauldrons. The low-grade cauldrons would not be able to withstand celestial fires of a higher grade. This was what happened to Duan Ling Tian when he attempted to refine a prominent celestial pill with his primitive pill cauldron. A gloomy expression could be seen on Long Fei Yun's face when he exited Duan Ling Tian's courtyard. It's simple to obtain a mediocre pill cauldron. However, even in the imperial palace, there are only 2 prominent pill cauldrons. Although the 2 prominent pill cauldrons were collecting dust due to the lack of prominent celestial alchemists, they were still tightly guarded. In order to get one of the prominent pill cauldrons, I'll have to obtain father's consent. I'm not sure he'll agree to it. Long Fei Yun's mood fell even further when he thought about this. Since his father did not favor him, he was rather certain his father would not give him one of the 2 prominent pill cauldrons. After all, they were considered treasures, and there were only 2 in the imperial palace. In the end, Long Fei Yun clenched his teeth and decided to give it a try. For Brother Duan and my sake, I'll have to give it a try. If father doesn't agree to it, I'll look for another way then. It was just as Long Fei Yun had expected. He had easily found a mediocre pill cauldron in the imperial family's storage. The keeper of the storage did not even bat an eyelid when he took the mediocre pill cauldron. However, when he had asked for a prominent pill cauldron, he was instantly rejected. Your Highness, the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom only has 2 prominent pill cauldrons. His Majesty has already passed down an order that those who request for it have to obtain his consent first. Your Highness, if you want the prominent pill cauldron, you'll have to obtain His Majesty's permission. Since Long Fei Yun had expected this, he simply took the mediocre pill cauldron before he left to look for his father, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. At the entrance of the Emperor's residence, Long Fei Yun was stopped by his father's personal bodyguard, who was a powerful heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. This heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial was acknowledged as the strongest person below peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Your Highness, the 13th Prince, His Majesty is cultivating and is not receiving visitors. If you have something to speak to him about, I'll pass your message to him. Long Fei Yun's expression darkened. He's not even willing to see me. Your Highness, the 13th Prince, His Majesty is cultivating. There's no need to overthink it. You can just inform me of your business with His Majesty, and I'll convey his reply to you after that. The personal bodyguard of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a middle-aged man with medium stature and an ordinary appearance. However, his eyes were keen and bright. They were capable of sending jolts of fear through one's soul with just a look. Long Fei Yun inhaled deeply to suppress the emotions raging in his heart before he said, "All right." Then, he revealed the objective of his visit. The prominent pill cauldron. The middle-aged man's brows rose slightly. He was clearly surprised. However, he did not comment on it and turned around to enter the residence. After about a dozen breaths, the middle-aged man finally returned to the entrance. Long Fei Yun asked with a hint of anxiety, "What did the father say?" He only wanted to know if he would be able to obtain the prominent pill cauldron. He did not want to disappoint Duan Ling Tian. The middle-aged man bluntly replied, "His Majesty said there are only 2 prominent pill cauldrons, so he can't give one to you." Although Long Fei Yun had expected this, his expression changed drastically upon hearing the middle-aged man's reply. In the end, he only smiled in an aggrieved manner as he muttered under his breath, "It's just as I expected. Father, it seems like you still treat me like an outsider. If 4th or 7th brother came to you with this request, you'll probably agree to it immediately." He glanced at the Emperor's residence once before he turned to leave. He emitted an air of despair as he walked away. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man only shook his head. A hint of pity could be seen in his eyes before they returned to their usual indifference. When Long Fei Yun returned to Duan Ling Tian's courtyard, he handed the mediocre pill cauldron over to Duan Ling Tian. He smiled apologetically as he said, "Brother Duan, my apologies. I only managed to obtain a mediocre pill cauldron. As for a prominent pill cauldron..." Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian could not help but frown slightly. It was not due to Long Fei Yun's failure in obtaining a prominent pill cauldron. Rather, he was displeased at the Emperor's treatment of Long Fei Yun. Previously, he had heard that the Long Fei Yun was not favored by the Emperor. However, This was his first time witnessing it. In the end, he solemnly said, 13th Prince, I, Duan Ling Tian, definitely help you ascend the throne and become the Emperor of Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I believe you, Brother Duan. Anyway, don't worry about the prominent pill cauldron. I'll think of another way to obtain it, Long Fei Yun replied. However, you can still test your celestial fire with this mediocre pill cauldron. If it can't withstand your celestial fire, it would confirm that you have a prominent celestial fire. If it's able to. Duan Ling Tian knew what Long Fei Yun meant even though Long Fei Yun did not finish his sentence. If the mediocre pill cauldron was able to withstand the chaos divine flame, it would prove that he was only a mediocre celestial alchemist. Yes, Duan Ling Tian did not bother to return to his room this time around. Under Long Fei Yun and Chu Ling's watchful eyes, he controlled the chaos divine flame and prepared to heat up the mediocre pill cauldron. As soon as the gray flame, the chaos divine flame, appeared, a scorching heat descended on the place. The chaos divine flame finally made contact with the mediocre pill cauldron. Long Fei Yun and Chu Ling stared at it unblinkingly, seemingly afraid they would miss everything as soon as they blinked. Duan Ling Tian watched on as well with an expectant expression on his face. There seemed to be no movement even after the flame came in contact with the mediocre pill cauldron. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. It seems like Brother Duan's celestial fire is only a mediocre celestial fire. Long Fei Yun sighed. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a disappointed expression on his face. Then, he glanced at Long Fei Yun and said, it seems like there's no need for me to trouble you to look for a prominent pill cauldron since I have no use for. Before Duan Ling Tian finished his sentence, a deafening explosion reverberated in the air. The pill cauldron was blown apart. Although the explosion was not as strong as the previous explosion where the cauldron had turned into ashes immediately, the mediocre pill cauldron was still blown apart into pieces. Chapter 2755 Not an ordinary prominent celestial fire. The pieces of the mediocre pill cauldron rained from the sky. The sizes of the shards were all no bigger than an adult's thumbnail. Based on this, one could see how powerful the explosion was. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Meanwhile, Long Fei Yun laughed heartily as soon as he regained his senses. Tears seemed to glisten in his eyes as well, as though all the years of suffering grievances were finally let out at this moment. Congratulations, young Master Duan. Congratulations, Your Highness. Chu Ling quickly congratulated Duan Ling Tian and Long Fei Yun when he regained his senses. Long Fei Yun was ecstatic. It seemed like he had placed his bet on the right horse. He was even more certain now that Duan Ling Tian would be able to help him obtain the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. A prominent celestial alchemist would definitely gain the attention and respect of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. It's really comparable to a prominent celestial fire. The bitter smile on Duan Ling Tian's face was replaced with a delighted smile. He could not suppress the excitement he felt now that he had confirmed his chaos divine flame that had entered the third stage was comparable to a prominent celestial fire. However, Long Fei Yun seemed much more excited compared to him. Brother Duan, congratulations. Indeed, your celestial fire is a prominent celestial fire. Moreover, based on the intensity of the explosion that reduced the mediocre pill cauldron into countless pieces, it seems like your celestial fire is no ordinary prominent celestial fire. There are differences in the explosions. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Long Fei Yun replied, I once heard that a prominent alchemist of Tai celestial sect caused a mediocre pill cauldron to explode. However, the pill cauldron merely exploded into 4 or 5 pieces. Clearly, its intensity is inferior compared to yours. There's no doubt your prominent celestial fire is much superior to the prominent celestial alchemist from Tai celestial sect. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened. This was undoubtedly good news to him. The stronger the celestial fire, the higher the chances of success when refining pills, especially difficult to refine prominent celestial pills. For example, ordinary prominent celestial fire would not be able to refine an overarching heavenly pill at all. He was delighted as he thought to himself, does this mean my chances of refining overarching heavenly pills are much higher? It's truly a pity I failed to obtain a prominent pill cauldron for you, Brother Duan. Long Fei Yun felt immense regret that he had failed to obtain a prominent pill cauldron for Duan Ling Tian. He felt as though he had committed a great sin. It's not a problem, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and confidently said, if I reveal that I'm a prominent celestial alchemist when I joined the martial dragon celestial sect, do you think I won't be able to obtain a prominent pill cauldron? Even the soaring dragon celestial kingdom had 2 prominent pill cauldrons. How could the martial dragon celestial sect not have one? Even if the martial dragon sect did not have one, with just a word from the sect leader, would the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom dare to deny the martial dragon celestial sect's request? After the excitement died down, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, 13th Prince, I'll see you in 10 days. At that time, Huaner and I will attend the selection with you. All right, Long Fei Yun briefly nodded. Then, I won't disturb your cultivation any longer. After bidding farewell to Duan Ling Tian, he left with Chu Ling. After the duo left, Duan Ling Tian could not help but shake his head. It seems like I won't be able to refine a prominent celestial pill for the time being. Anyway, it doesn't matter. After all, I only wanted to refine the weaving overarching pill to confirm the chaos divine flame that has entered the 3rd stage is comparable to a prominent celestial fire. With the explosion of the mediocre pill cauldron, I've obtained the confirmation I needed. I'm now a prominent celestial alchemist and a prominent celestial weapon craftsman. Duan Ling Tian grew excited again as he thought to himself, since I'm a celestial weapon craftsman as well, I'll be able to forge weapons. Doesn't this mean I can forge a pill cauldron as well? However, he felt as though he had been doused with cold water as he continued his train of thoughts. Although the rebirth martial emperor's memories serve as a great foundation to forge weapons, the process still wouldn't be easy. When I first refined celestial pills in the Devata realms, I spent a lot of time learning to control the flames. Forging weapons and celestial tools would also definitely take a lot of time and practice. After a while, Duan Ling Tian finally calmed down. The selection will take place in 10 days. I'll wait for the selection to be over before I study forging weapons. I might even obtain a prominent pill cauldron from the martial dragon celestial sect after that. There's no need to think about this matter now. Then, he decided to continue cultivating and entered the room where Huaner was cultivating after he took a great overarching pill. Regardless of how hardworking Duan Ling Tian was, there were only 10 days left until the selection. For this reason, he did not enter closed-door cultivation. Moreover, if he entered closed-door cultivation, he might lose track of time. At that time, Long Fei Yun would certainly come to his courtyard to remind him. If Long Fei Yun came, Chu Ling would certainly come as well. As a heaven-rank overarchingly heaven supreme celestial, Chu Ling would definitely sense the rich and vast heaven and earth spirit energy in the room and discover the divine crystal. He, naturally, was unwilling to see this happen. Although Duan Ling Tian and Long Fei Yun's relationship was quite pleasant, he was not certain Long Fei Yun's attitude would still remain the same if Long Fei Yun discovered the existence of the divine crystal. After all, the divine crystal was not an ordinary treasure. Even the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland would covet it. It was likely they would elevate the position of the person who delivered them the divine crystal. With that, it would be extremely easy to obtain the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. For this reason, he had no choice but to guard this secret tightly. In the following days, the imperial palace of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom was bustling with activities as well, under the command of the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial emperor's command. All the mansions brought the powerhouses under 100 years old into the imperial palace for convenience's sake. Similarly, the mid-rank Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom was also preparing to select participants to join the Wasteland Grand Contest. However, the difference was the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had to select 50 participants while the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom only needed to select 30 participants to join the Wasteland Grand Contest. I wonder how's Duan Ling Tian faring after his escape. I wonder if the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Travelers sect caught him. Qin Yu thought to himself. He was reminded of Duan Ling Tian. Although he was not participating in the selection, he had followed King Qin's mansion to the Imperial Palace of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. A worried expression could be seen on his face. He was, naturally, unaware that in the not-too-distant future, he would meet Duan Ling Tian again when he followed King Qin's mansion in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom to watch the Grand Wasteland Contest. 10 days passed in just a blink of an eye. At dawn, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner went to the courtyard and joined Long Fei Yun for a sumptuous breakfast. While they were eating breakfast, Huaner asked expectantly, "Brother Ling Tian, can Huaner participate in the selection as well?" "Huaner, there's no need for you to participate in the selection," Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile, "It's fine if I participate alone. You only have to watch from the sidelines." Don't forget we obtained the concealment pendant to hide the fact that you're younger than 100 years old. Huan'er's strength had already been revealed when she easily killed the Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the Zhou clan. However, only a few people were privy to the fact that she was younger than 100 years old. Chapter 2756 Shu Rong Pavilion. If it was made known that Huan'er was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was younger than 100 years old, it would definitely attract many troubles with not a single benefit. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian decided it was best to hide Huan'er's age. There was nothing to be done since her strength had already been exposed, but as long as her age remained hidden, no one would pay too much attention to Huan'er and her celestial methods and divine abilities. It's likely that the celestial methods and divine abilities that Huan'er mastered are much higher than the heaven grade. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had tried to teach Huan'er the heaven grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. However, he had dismissed that idea when he discovered that Huan'er's assist-type divine ability was far stronger than his assist-type divine ability. It only seemed weaker than the elementary devouring tactic because Huan'er had not completely mastered it. During that time, he also discovered that all of her celestial methods and divine abilities were extraordinary and came from her inherited memories. Huan'er also tried to teach her cultivation method to Duan Ling Tian, but Duan Ling Tian discovered he could not use it. Apart from that, she could not teach Duan Ling Tian her celestial methods and divine abilities since she had not completely mastered them. Moreover, nobody knew for certain if she was capable of teaching him her celestial methods and divine abilities even after she completely mastered them. For this reason, he had never shown much interest in her celestial methods and divine abilities. He would just let nature take its course. Duan Ling Tian said, "Huan'er, even if you don't participate, you can still follow me to the martial dragon celestial sect. Moreover, this selection has no meaning. Even I will have a hard time finding someone who's a match for me, let alone someone with your strength." He knew Huan'er only wanted to participate out of curiosity and to amuse herself. Upon listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, Huan'er nodded with a cute expression on her face. "Okay, I'll listen to you, brother Ling Tian." After a while, Long Fei Yun's voice rang from outside. "Brother Duan, Huan'er, let's go." Duan Ling Tian, who had been waiting for Long Fei Yun, left the guest courtyard and joined Long Fei Yun. As usual, Chu Ling stood behind Long Fei Yun. "Brother Duan, Lady Huan'er," Long Fei Yun greeted the duo enthusiastically with a brilliant smile when he saw them. During the past 10 days, he was so happy that he found it difficult to fall asleep. How could he not be happy when he discovered that Duan Ling Tian was not only a great overarching golden celestial who was less than 100 years old, but Duan Ling Tian was also a prominent celestial alchemist. With someone like that supporting his bid for the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, success seemed imminent. Duan Ling Tian, Long Fei Yun, and Huan'er, escorted by Chu Ling, made their way to the selection's venue. During the journey through the imperial palace, Long Fei Yun took the initiative to explain, "Brother Duan, the selection is held in Shu Rong Pavilion in the imperial palace of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Shu Rong Pavilion is the first residence established after the founding of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Shu Rong Pavilion is named after the person who contributed greatly to the founding of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom." Long Fei Yun continued to say, "For the sake of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, Shu Rong never married nor adopted a son or daughter. When he saved the life of my ancestor decided to name the first pavilion in Shu Rong's memory. Shu Rong Pavilion is usually a place for members of the imperial family to spar and learn from each other." Duan Ling Tian faintly nodded while Huan'er listened on with great interest. Long Fei Yun finally came to a halt and pointed at a huge and magnificent pavilion. "That's Shu Rong Pavilion. The statue there is of Shu Rong." Duan Ling Tian turned to look at the pavilion and the statue at the center of the pavilion. The statue was that of a middle-aged man. The statue depicted the middle-aged man holding a hammer as he gazed into the horizon, and it was more than 30 meters in height. The statue was so lifelike that one could see the look of dignity in his eyes that were devoid of anger. When Duan Ling Tian looked away, he saw groups of people arriving from several different directions. Long Fei Yun took the initiative to explain again, "Those people are the princes and their entourage." At this moment, a voice that contained a trace of mocking rang in the air. "13th brother, where are the young powerhouses who will represent you? Why aren't they with you?" A familiar figure appeared. It was none other than Long Qing Yun, the 7th prince, whom Duan Ling Tian had met in the Nian clan's auction house. a familiar black-clad old man stood behind Long Qingyun. A hint of wariness could be seen in the black-clad old man's eyes when he looked at Chu Ling. It was clear that his battle with Chu Ling in the Nian clan's auction house made him realize he was weaker than Chu Ling. Long Qingyun laughed as he said in a ridiculing tone, "You're not planning to give up, are you?" If it was in the past, Long Feiyun would have been angered by Long Qingyun's words. However, he remained calm this time. He only smiled faintly as he looked at the person standing next to Long Qingyun. "Seventh brother, you seem very confident. I assume your confidence comes from this person, right?" The person standing next to Long Qingyun was a young man with a blank expression on his face. Long Feiyun continued to look at the young man with a faint smile on his face. It seemed as though he would remain calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. He asked, "If I'm not mistaken, you're Feng Wuji Guang from Grand Prestige Mansion, right?" "Your Highness," Feng Kuji Guang responded apathetically. He nodded before he replied, "Today I'll battle representing the 7th Prince, not Grand Prestige Mansion. I only hope the young powerhouses representing you won't be too much of a disappointment for me." Long Feiyun's eyes briefly flashed in anger when he saw the disrespect of the young man from one of the mansions under the Soaring Dragon's Celestial Kingdom's rule. In the end, he replied tonelessly, "You seem very confident. In any case, I'm certain you won't be disappointed. I'll be waiting then." After he finished speaking, Feng Wuji Guang closed his eyes. It was clear he had no intention of continuing the conversation. Upon seeing the anger on Long Feiyun's face, Long Qingyun said with a laugh, "13th brother, I'm also eager to see the strength of the young powerhouses who will be representing you. However, you better make sure they arrive on time. If they're late, it doesn't matter how strong they are, they still wouldn't be able to win." After taunting Long Feiyun, Long Qingyun did not wait for Long Feiyun to reply. He continued to make his way toward Shu Rong Pavilion with Feng Wuji Guang, the black-clad old man, and the rest of his entourage. The people from the mansions in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom parted and made way for Long Qingyun and his people. Based on this, one could see the 7th Prince's influence was not small. From the beginning until the end, Long Qingyun had deliberately ignored Duan Lingtian and Huaner. Since he was not certain of their identities, he would not recklessly provoke them. Huaner said irritably, "Brother Lingtian, that 7th Prince or whatever is really annoying." After the expression on Long Feiyun's face eased up, he said to Huaner, "Lady Huaner, rest assured, he won't be happy for long. Although Feng Wuji Guang is rather strong, he's nothing compared to Brother Duan. He's so sure that Feng Wuji Guang will win first place. It's nothing but similar to counting his chickens before the eggs have hatched." Huaner scoffed and said irritably, "It's only natural that person can't compare to my brother Lingtian." Long Feiyun smiled and agreed. Yes, you're right, Lady Huaner. Feng Wuji Guang is nothing. He's not even worthy to carry Brother Duan's shoes. This girl." Duan Lingtian only smiled wryly and shook his head before entering Shu Rong Pavilion. When they entered the Shu Rong Pavilion, it was clear that Long Feiyun's influence was not big. No one from the mansions in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom made way for him at all. In the end, Chu Ling had to reveal the aura of a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to forcibly clear the way. Soon after, Long Xiangyun, the 4th Prince, arrived as well. At this time, the people from the mansions entered Shu Rong Pavilion as well. "His Majesty has arrived." The Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom also appeared in a timely manner after everyone had settled down. Chapter 2757 Duan Lingtian's turn. The Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a tall and well-built middle-aged man with a square face. He was dressed in a golden dragon robe, and his long jet black hair draped on his back. Although his face was expressionless, he emitted a dignified air. A middle-aged man followed closely behind him when he entered. Apart from that, another 6 old men stood at his sides, protecting him. In all directions, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The crowd in Shu Rong Pavilion immediately bowed and paid their respect in unison when the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom arrived. The only people who did not react were Duan Lingtian, Huaner, and a young woman who stood with Long Xiangyun. The young woman was none other than Zhou Shuchu, the 4th Miss of the Zhou clan. Since everyone was bowing, the 3 people who did not bow, naturally, stood out. However, when Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, saw Zhou Shuchu, he greeted her kindly with a smile on his face. "Shuchu is here as well, Your Majesty." Faced with the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Zhou Shuchu merely nodded faintly in response. However, not only was Long Dongping not angered, but he even walked up to Zhou Shuchu and said with a smile, "Shuchu, how many times must I say it, I'm your uncle. No matter where we are, you can just address me as your uncle. There's no need to be so courteous. Your Majesty, we're in public after all. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to address you as such," Zhou Shuchu said with a shake of her head. "You're too stubborn. No one can change your mind once you have set your mind to it. You have been like this since young." Long Dongping shook his head. As soon as he finished his sentence, he turned to Long Xiangyun, who was standing beside Zhou Shuchu, and solemnly said, "You better bring Shuchu around and treat her well. Don't blame me for punishing you if Shuchu is unhappy. Don't worry, father, Shuchu is my cousin. I'll take care of her and treat her well," Long Xiangyun hurriedly answered. In the meantime, he was wondering to himself why his cousin was interested in today's selection. She even brought his younger cousin, Zhou Shudong, as well. "Shuchu, I still have to preside over the selection. If there's anything you need, just speak to Xiangyun. If he makes you unhappy, tell me, and I'll punish him," Long Dongping said affectionately. His words made it seem like Zhou Shuchu was his child rather than Long Xiangyun. Zhou Shuchu nodded and remained silent. As Long Dongping was leaving, the middle-aged man behind him and the 6 old men surrounding him also greeted Zhou Shuchu in unison. "Miss Shuchu." Their voices were filled with admiration when they greeted her. They did not dare to show her any disrespect. If another woman were to receive such treatment, everyone would have been shocked. Long Dongping aside, the 7 men around him were all the pillars of the soaring dragon's celestial kingdom. Most of them were heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials, only 2 of them were earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. However, earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were tasked to protect the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom were, naturally, extraordinary earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. They were stronger than most of the earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom and almost as strong as heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Although Long Dongping was the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom and the men around him were all high-ranking officials, Zhou Shuchu's identity was rather special. She was the direct disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders sect, one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. She was also the junior sister of the current sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. How could Long Dongping or his men compare to someone like her? Long Dongping made his way to the stone platform in the middle of this majestic hall when he saw Duan Ling Tianen. Huaner from the corners of his eyes. Who are these 2 people? Even Shuchu didn't do anything against them. This might be Long Dongping's first time meeting Duan Ling Tian and Huaner, but as the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, he had long heard about the duo. He had even tried to investigate the duo's background. However, he had yet to discover anything useful in this short span of time. The soaring dragon celestial kingdom's intelligence network is not comparable to the Thousand Spiders celestial sect's intelligence network. Since Shuchu did not act even after learning her sister has suffered at their hands, they must have an extraordinary background. Therefore, he did not make a fuss even when he saw Duan Ling Tian and Huaner did not bow when he arrived. If it was anyone else, he would have been furious by this show of disrespect and would have ordered for them to be punished. Didn't they say the white-clad woman is younger than 100 years old? It seems to be just a rumor. After extending his divine consciousness, Long Dongping discovered that Huaner was not younger than 100 years old. He had thought rumors could not be trusted at all, upon discovering this. However, he did not plan to do anything. After all, even Zhou Shuchu avoided offending them. "Brother Ling Tian, the emperor just probed me with his divine consciousness. Huaner was an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Therefore, she had easily detected the Long Dongping's divine consciousness. His cultivation base was just a stage higher than hers. I think he's trying to detect your age. He's still not strong enough to detect your cultivation base though," Duan Ling Tian said. Although Huaner did not have the defective metal piece to protect her soul and conceal her cultivation base, as a thousand phantom ice fox, her soul was protected by a special force exclusive to her kind. Many would find it difficult to sense her cultivation base and aura. "Welcome, everyone." Shortly after, Long Dongping stepped up on the stone platform in the center of Shu Rong Pavilion's main hall. Then, he looked around and said, "I believe everyone is aware of the rules today, so I'll go straight to the point. He did not waste any time and declared the start of the selection. Just as Long Dongping had assumed, everyone was aware of the rules of the selection. The powerhouses younger than 100 years old recruited by the mansions and the princes would fight. The top 50 participants would represent the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to compete in the Wasteland Grand Contest. The 50 participants who were selected were not allowed to switch who they represented and were not allowed to represent more than one person or mansion. For instance, the Violet Sun Golden Celestial, Feng Wuji Guang, from Grand Prestige Palace had chosen to represent the 7th Prince. If he were selected, he would not be allowed to switch to represent Grand Prestige Mansion or represent both the 7th Prince and the mansion. He would have to continue representing the 7th Prince in the Wasteland Grand Contest. This was to avoid the same person helping a prince and a mansion to win. After a short moment, the selection finally began. Due to Feng Wuji Guang's presence, the Indigo Sun Golden Celestials younger than 100 years old who were recruited by the mansions no longer seemed extraordinary. Feng Wuji Guang has yet to fight. However, there's no doubt he'll win a place among the 50 spots. In fact, it's not surprising if he places first in the selection. Due to his help, there's a good chance the 7th Prince would be rewarded. Many people in Shu Rong Pavilion shared the opinion that Feng Wuji Guang had a high chance of ranking first in the selection. As time passed, Feng Wuji Guang remained undefeated. The top 50 participants were slowly made clear. At this moment, the 7th Prince, Long Qingyun, who was standing in the distance, began to mock Long Feiyun, the 13th Prince, again. He sent a voice transmission to Long Feiyun. 13th brother, are you men still not here? It seems like you know your chance of winning the reward is 0, so you've given up. I have to say, you really shouldn't give up even if you don't stand a chance to win. Father might still praise you if your men manage to place in the top 50 places. By failing to recruit even one powerhouse will only show Father how useless you are. Father will only despise you even more. He laughed inwardly the more he thought about it. Upon hearing Long Qingyun's words, Long Feiyun sneered. The powerhouse I recruited is already here. I am afraid you'd need to go for an eye examination. Long Qingyun was about to retort to Long Feiyun for implying that he was blind when Duan Ling Tian moved toward Feng Wuji Guang like a missile honed in on its target. Chapter 2758. A great overarching golden celestial who is younger than 100 years old. How did he get up there? Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian, Long Qingyun, the 7th Prince, who had a furious expression on his face due to Long Feiyun, the 13th Prince, had a drastic change in his expression. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to step forward. Was Duan Ling Tian not from a powerful sect outside of the wasteland? If Duan Ling Tian belonged to a sect, generally speaking, he would not be interested in the Wasteland Grand Contest. This was because the winners of the Wasteland Grand Contest would be accepted in one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. It's him. At the same time, Long Xiangyun, the 4th Prince, was also stunned by Duan Ling Tian's action. On the contrary, there was a glint in the eyes of Zhou Shuchu, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan, who was standing next to Long Xiangyun. She thought to herself, who knew he'd really joined the tournament? So, he's truly interested in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Zhou Shuchu did not tell anyone that the reason she came to watch the selection by the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was due to her hunch that Duan Ling Tian would participate in the selection. She had speculated that Duan Ling Tian did not have an extraordinary background. Therefore, he probably wanted to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest to join one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. This was the best path for someone who did not have an extraordinary background. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have a good relationship with Long Feiyun, the 13th Prince. It was not impossible for Duan Ling Tian to want to represent Long Feiyun. Nevertheless, this was all just her speculations. Only when she saw Duan Ling Tian making a move was she able to confirm her suspicions. Zhou Shuchu continued thinking to herself, it seems like he doesn't belong to any sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Those who already belong to a sect would not join the Wasteland Grand Contest because the top participants of the Wasteland Grand Contest would be accepted into the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Naturally, the participants were allowed to refuse, but it meant they would not receive the prize from the contest. Those who already belonged to a sect would have joined the contest for naught. There's another possibility as well. He might have participated in the selection today to win a spot to compete in the Wasteland Grand Contest, but he doesn't plan to win the Wasteland Grand Contest. When this thought appeared in Zhou Shuchu's mind, her heart sank. It's possible that he only decided to participate in the selection to help Long Fei Yun win the selection. He'd probably admit defeat during the Wasteland Grand Contest so he doesn't have to join any of the 3 major celestial sects. Thinking up to here, she began to wonder again if Duan Ling Tian might have an extraordinary background. She stared at Duan Ling Tian and muttered under her breath, "One day, I'll learn of your background." Sister, what's he doing up there? Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, who was standing next to Zhou Shuchu, was stunned as well when she saw Duan Ling Tian up on the stone platform. Based on what she knew, Duan Ling Tian was from a powerful sect outside of the Wasteland. Why was he participating in the selection? Could someone who had already joined a sect participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest? In response to Zhou Shudong's question, Zhou Shuchu said, "Perhaps, he has no plan of winning the Wasteland Grand Contest and joining the 3 major celestial sects. It's possible that he only participated in today's selection to help the 13th prince win the reward." Zhou Shudong nodded when she heard Zhou Shuchu's words. Then, she repeated Zhou Shuchu's words to Long Yun, the 4th prince. 7th brother desperately wants to win the reward for this selection. He even went as far as to pull the Grand Prestige Mansion and Feng Wuji Guang to his side. He'd never imagined that the wolf is winning while the shepherds quarrel. Long Yun looked at Long Yun with a mocking smile on his face. To be honest, he would rather his 13th brother win the reward than his 7th brother if he had to choose. After all, even if his 13th brother won the reward, it still did not change the fact that his 13th brother had no chance of ascending the throne even if he was outstanding. His 13th brother was not favored by their father. However, his 7th brother was different. In terms of capabilities, they were both equal. Moreover, they were both favored by their father. If his 7th brother's representative won the selection, their father would certainly be impressed. This was not something he wished to see. After all, this would tip the scale in his 7th brother's favor. He's participating in the selection. Not only were the 4th and 7th prince stunned by this turn of events, but even Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, was stunned. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian, whom he assumed had an extraordinary background, would participate in the selection. From what he knew, Duan Ling Tian was a great overarching golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old and came from a powerful sect outside of the Wasteland. Could someone like that participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest? If he won, would he join one of the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland? It's likely that he's only participating to help Fei Yun win. He probably won't represent the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom or join the 3 major celestial sects. With this thought in mind, Long Dongping turned to look at Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, before he sent Long Fei Yun a voice transmission. "Fei Yun, did you ask him to stir up a commotion here?" A hint of anger could be heard in his tone. Upon hearing this, colors drained from Long Fei Yun's face. Duan Ling Tian, who was on the stone platform, lifted his hand. A giant sword formed from his vast celestial origin energy appeared in his hand before he slashed it down at Feng Wuji Guang. Feng Wuji Guang scoffed. He had been keeping an eye on Duan Ling Tian ever since Duan Ling Tian stepped onto the stone platform. Therefore, he was not caught off guard when he saw Duan Ling Tian making a move. At the same time, his celestial origin energy that had been mobilized rushed to his hand. A 7-foot-long spear appeared. The 7-foot-long spear shook and the celestial origin energy surrounding it surged. It looked like a huge python, ready to devour Duan Ling Tian's giant sword that was also formed by celestial origin energy. The collision caused energies to ripple into the surroundings. It looked as though someone had thrown a stone in a pool of calm lake. The crowd in Shurong Palace was in an uproar. All of them were curious about Duan Ling Tian's identity. He seems to serve the 13th prince. I think so. He seems to be as strong as Feng Wuji Guang. At the very least, he's a Violet Sun Golden Celestial. Between him and Feng Wuji Guang, I wonder who's stronger. Who's he? I haven't heard of him before. That's right. Where did he come from? Most of them had heard about Feng Wuji Guang being a Violet Sun Golden Celestial who was younger than 100 years old. However, they were not aware that there was another Violet Sun Golden Celestial who was younger than 100 years old. For this reason, their curiosity was piqued. A deafening sound reverberated in the air as though there had been an earthquake. The sound came from Duan Ling Tian's giant sword that was formed by his celestial origin energy. His energy surged in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, everyone in Shurong Palace could sense the difference in Duan Lingtian's attack. How's this possible? Feng Wuji Guang was shocked. He had already unleashed all his strength. He did not expect his opponent's strength would rise even more, since he thought they would come to a draw at most. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind. Great overarching golden celestial. He could not get rid of the thought no matter how hard he tried. The crowd broke into an uproar again. Great overarching golden celestial. Heavens, he's a great overarching golden celestial. The aura from his physical body indicates he's, indeed, younger than 100 years old. He's a great overarching golden celestial even though he's not even 100 years old. There's a great overarching golden celestial younger than 100 years old in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. He hid himself well. A series of explosions rang in the air as Duan Lingtian's giant sword that was formed from his celestial origin energy easily destroyed Feng Wuji Guang's attack. Even the spear in Feng Wuji Guang's hand flew out of his grasp, piercing one of the pillars in the hall. A loud crash sounded as Feng Wuji Guang was sent flying by the giant sword. Chapter 2759 The Winning Prince. Due to the rules of the selection that prohibited killing, and also because there was no enmity between Duan Lingtian and Feng Wuji Guang, Duan Lingtian had held back on his strength. For this reason, Feng Wuji Guang was only severely injured when he slammed into one of the pillars in the hall. Feng Wuji Guang could no longer fight. He could barely stand and had to lean against the pillar for support. When he turned to look at Duan Lingtian, there was no resentment in his eyes. He was grateful that Duan Lingtian had spared his life. Thank you for showing mercy. When Duan Lingtian's sword had slashed down at Feng Wuji Guang earlier, Feng Wuji Guang had felt the immense and suffocation force from the attack. At that time, a wave of despair rose in his heart. He had thought he was going to die. He did not expect his opponent to hold back and spare his life. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. Then, he glanced at the remaining young powerhouses. The young powerhouses regained their senses when they saw Duan Lingtian looking at them. Their expression changed drastically since they could feel Duan Lingtian's fighting spirit. All of them jumped down from the stone platform in unison. The sound of wind whistling in the air reverberated in the hall. In just a blink of an eye, all the remaining participants had left the stone platform at top speed as though there was some terrifying monster. Duan Lingtian was a great overarching golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old after all. Someone like that was not someone they could afford to offend. Moreover, they were not blind. Even Feng Wuji Guang, a violet sun golden celestial, was sent flying with just one move. Duan Lingtian did not even use his celestial weapon. The strongest among them was merely an indigo sun golden celestial. Even if all of them attacked at once, they still would not be able to defeat a great overarching golden celestial. It was better to admit defeat than humiliate themselves by doing something futile. For a time, Duan Lingtian was left alone on the stone platform in the middle of the Shurong Palace's main hall. He stood there, dressed in purple robes with his extraordinarily handsome face and astounding aura. All the young women present kept looking at him furtively. A hint of admiration could be seen in their eyes as they snuck a look at him. Not only was he a great overarching golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old, but he was also incredibly handsome. It was only natural that the young women present were attracted to him. When did the soaring dragon celestial kingdom gain someone like this? A great overarching golden celestial who's younger than 100 years old. How well did he hide himself? After a momentary silence, an uproar broke out in the main hall of Shurong Palace. Everyone, from the mansions to the princes, was fervently discussing this turn of events. Everyone was curious about Duan Lingtian, who had seemed to appear out of the blue in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Moreover, he was a great overarching golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old. It would be difficult for someone like that to hide themselves in the wasteland, let alone the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, unless they did not show their strength at all. It seems like the 13th prince will be the winning prince for this selection. Who knew the 13th prince would end up being the winning prince? I truly didn't expect this. The one who's feeling the most regretful now should be the Grand Prestige Mansion. They must have thought Feng Wuji Guang would win without fail and sent him to the 7th prince. Who knew there would be a great overarching golden celestial who's younger than 100 years old? I think the 7th prince must be so angry now that he wants to vomit blood. As the crowd discussed among themselves, their eyes were, naturally, trained on Long Qingyun. just as the crowd had speculated, Long Qingyun was so furious that he felt as though he was going to vomit blood. He had thought he was definitely going to be the winning prince. Who knew his 13th brother was able to recruit a great overarching golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old? He already belongs to a powerful sect, but he still participated in the selection. It's likely that he's only doing it to help 13th brother. He probably won't join the Wasteland Grand Contest. Even if he joins the contest, he'll probably admit defeat. Long Qingyun was certain Duan Ling Tian had only participated in the selection to help Long Fei Yun become the winning prince and had no intention of joining the Wasteland Grand Contest. Father. Long Qingyun was afraid of Duan Ling Tian, so he did not dare to outright offend him. Therefore, he sent a voice transmission to Long Dongping. He probably has no intention of joining the Wasteland Grand Contest. If so, it wouldn't benefit us at all. Even if he's the strongest among all the participants today. Are you still going to give 13th brother the Duke-grade celestial weapon? Long Qingyun's words rang true to Long Dongping since he had the same thought as well. His expression darkened as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Young man. Everyone turned to look at Long Dongping immediately. Duan Ling Tian also turned to look at Long Dongping. The objective of the selection is to find young powerhouses to represent the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom in the Wasteland Grand Contest. During the contest, those who are selected have to go all out and not hold back to obtain a higher rank in the contest, Long Dongping said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. His gaze was pointed as he asked, "Can you do that?" Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded indifferently. Long Dongping did not expect Duan Ling Tian to agree to it so easily. He was stunned. When he regained his senses, he quickly said, "If you do well in the Wasteland Grand Contest, you have to join one of the 3 major celestial sects. Will you be able to do that?" "Why, Your Majesty, are you suggesting that I only participated in the selection to help the 13th prince become the winning prince? Are you suggesting that I have no intention of participating in the Wasteland Grand Contest or joining the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland?" Duan Ling Tian asked as he met Long Dongping's eyes. That's right. Long Dongping did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so blunt and voiced out the thoughts in his head. However, he was not afraid to admit it. He nodded. "After all, I heard that you have a remarkable background. It's likely that you already belong to a sect." Upon hearing the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and Long Dongping, the crowd was taken aback. Judging from His Majesty's words, it seems like he's familiar with this young man. His Majesty knows him. What is happening? Why does His Majesty know him but we've never heard of him? Those from the mansions under Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom learned about how Duan Ling Tian injured the 4th miss of the Zhou clan and killed an elder of the Zhou clan who was an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince, even visited him but did not dare to offend him. Later on, in a shocking twist, even the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan did not act against him when she found out about what had happened. She even asked her sister to apologize. Zhou Shuchu, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan, was someone even the emperor was respectful to. Although she was his niece, he treated her with the utmost respect. For these reasons, the people from the mansion looked at Duan Ling Tian warily. Even the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan didn't dare to offend him. With the 1,000 Spiders Celestial Sects Intelligence Network, she must be privy to his background. This just means he has an extraordinary background. It's likely that he's from a powerful sect or clan. If that's the case, why would he participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest? After all, the biggest draw is the chance to join the 3 major celestial sects. That's not necessarily true. If he belongs to a powerful sect, then, he, naturally, wouldn't join one of the 3 major celestial sects. However, if he's from a strong clan, he can still join a sect. Yes, there is a difference between a clan and a sect. The crowd in Shurong Palace began to fervently discuss Duan Ling Tian's affairs. Most of them concluded that Duan Ling Tian must be from a powerful clan that even the 1,000 Spiders Celestial Sect could not simply offend. Otherwise, Zhou Shuchu, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan, would not have stayed passive, upon hearing the discussion in the surroundings. Zhou Shudong could not hold back and ask, "Sister, is he truly from some powerful clan?" In a way, Zhou Shuchu nodded indifferently. At this point, what could she say? Could she say that she did not know as well? She only let Duan Ling Tian go because of the special relationship he had with her best friend, Bing, who was from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Chapter 2760, a losing proposition. After listening to Zhou Shuchu's words, Zhou Shudong repeated the words to Long Xiangyun, the fourth prince. In turn, Long Xiangyun informed his father, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, about what he had learned through voice transmission. He was eager to prove himself useful. After all, his presence during the selection was too weak. After receiving the information from Long Xiangyun, Long Dongping confirmed the veracity of the words again through voice transmission. After that, the way he looked at Duan Ling Tian changed as well. I plan to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, Duan Ling Tian replied bluntly as he stared at Long Dongping. Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the fourth and seventh prince, Long Xiangyun and Long Qingyun, had a drastic change in their expressions. This was not good news for them. The Martial Dragon Celestial Sect was the sect that governed 13 high-ranked celestial kingdoms, including the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Just a word from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect was sufficient to determine the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. With Duan Ling Tian's good relationship with Long Fei Yun, how could they not be worried about Duan Ling Tian joining the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? On the other hand, Long Dongping did not think that far ahead. He felt at ease as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian plan to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. He no longer felt worried about Duan Ling Tian only joining the selection to help Long Fei Yun become the winning prince or forfeit the Wasteland Grand Contest and refuse to join any of the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland. In fact, he would be able to benefit greatly if Duan Ling Tian won the contest and joined the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. The three major celestial sects would handsomely reward the celestial kingdoms of the top-ranked participants. Finally, Long Dongping looked at Long Fei Yun and announced, in this case, the winning prince for today's selection is the 13th prince. Naturally, there were people who were happy about this and there were people who were displeased by it. Long Fei Yun was elated, and the fourth and seventh prince, Long Xiangyun and Long Qingyun were clearly displeased. Both of them were worried Duan Ling Tian would support Long Fei Yun to ascend the throne once he joined the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Long Qingyun was particularly vexed since he had assumed he would win with Feng Wuji Guang on his side. Who knew Duan Ling Tian would show up and take away the glory that was supposed to belong to him? Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, he wants to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Zhou Shuchu frowned slightly when she heard Duan Ling Tian's answer. She would have preferred it if Duan Ling Tian joined the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. It would be easier for her to keep an eye on Duan Ling Tian on Mirong Bing's behalf that way. She would be able to help him avoid the powerhouses from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. She did not expect Duan Ling Tian to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. It's fine, I'll think about how to change his mind later. In the worst-case scenario, I'll ask Master to request him to join us after the Wasteland Grand Contest, Zhou Shuchu thought to herself. In her opinion, it should be easy for her master to request for Duan Ling Tian to join the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect instead of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. She was confident because she was unaware of many things regarding Duan Ling Tian. If she knew that Duan Ling Tian was not only a great overarching golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old, but he was also a prominent celestial alchemist, she would not be so confident. Everyone in Shurong Palace began to discuss among themselves again. They thought Long Fei Yun was really lucky to encounter a prodigy like Duan Ling Tian. With this, many people's opinions began to change, and they thought Long Fei Yun had a good chance of becoming the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom with Duan Ling Tian's help. Who knew the 13th prince would find such a young powerhouse to help him become the winning prince? The 13th prince is really lucky. Alas, it's almost impossible for him to become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Don't you forget the purple-clad young man said that he intends to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. If he joins the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and proves his worth, becoming a high-ranking official in the sect, it's not impossible for him to help the 13th prince to ascend the throne. That's right, the 13th prince is really lucky. It might not even take that long. If the purple-clad young man's talent is appreciated by the high-ranking officials of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, and they accept him as a disciple, he could ask them to support the 13th prince to ascend the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Their chattering was not loud. However, as a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Long Dongping, naturally, heard the discussions in his surroundings. However, he did not mind it. Although he did not favor the 13th prince and suspected that he was not the 13th prince's biological father, he did not mind if the martial dragon celestial sect intervened and made the 13th prince the next emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. After all, there was a chance that the 13th prince was his son. He merely did not want to be the person to make him the next emperor. If the 13th prince managed to ascend the throne with his own capabilities, he would even be proud. Long Dongping looked at Long Fei Yun and said, "Fei Yun, since you won the selection, I'll reward you with the Duke-grade celestial weapon as promised." Long Dongping's reverberated clearly in everyone's ears, causing everyone to fall silent for a moment. Then, they began to discuss among themselves again. Duke-grade celestial weapon. That's right, the winning prince would be rewarded with a Duke-grade celestial weapon. There is only a handful of Duke-grade celestial weapons in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family. I wonder which one will be given to the 13th prince. There are only 2 Duke-grade celestial weapons in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom that don't have an owner. It must be one of the 2. Both of them are offensive Duke-grade celestial weapons. No matter which one he's rewarded with, it's still great news. Everyone looked at Long Fei Yun enviously. The 4th and 7th prince, in particular, were so jealous that they could kill. The 7th prince was so angry that his body even trembled. It felt as though the 13th prince had stabbed his heart. Everyone assumed Long Fei Yun would happily receive the reward when he looked at Long Dongping and solemnly said, "Father, I would like to exchange the Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill." Cauldron. Silence descended on the main hall immediately. Even Long Dongping was stunned. A prominent celestial pill cauldron. He knew Long Fei Yun had been looking for a prominent celestial pill cauldron, but he did not know Long Fei Yun wanted it to this extent. Any sane person could see it was a huge loss to trade a Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Long Fei Yun's words, naturally, caused a commotion in the main hall. Did I mishear the 13th prince? Did he say he doesn't want the Duke-grade celestial weapon? Yes, it seems like he wants to exchange the Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Is this a joke? Has he gone mad? Although a prominent celestial pill cauldron is rare, it's nothing compared to a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Isn't this a losing proposition? Perhaps, he thinks His Majesty would not really reward him with a Duke-grade celestial weapon and decided to ask for a prominent celestial pill cauldron to gain His Majesty's favor. Is it necessary? Who knows? Is he insane? Long Xiangyun and Long Qingyun were stunned. They did not expect Long Fei Yun to trade a Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial cauldron. In their opinion, only an idiot would do that. Are you sure you want to give up the Duke-grade celestial weapon in exchange for a prominent pill cauldron? Long Dongping asked solemnly. Fei Yun, you have to think this through. There's no going back after you make this decision. Father, I'm sure about it, Long Fei Yun said resolutely. I want the prominent pill cauldron, not the Duke-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was standing on the stone platform, flew to Long Fei Yun's side and interjected, 13th prince, this isn't necessary. There's no shortage of prominent pill cauldrons once I join the martial dragon celestial sect. However, who knows if you'll be able to obtain another Duke-grade celestial weapon once you give up this chance. He, naturally, knew Long Fei Yun was trying to obtain a prominent pill cauldron for him. He was moved by Long Fei Yun's action, but he did not wish for Long Fei Yun to give up on a Duke-grade celestial weapon for his sake. Chapter 2761 Recruitment. Duan Ling Tian was not stupid. He, naturally, knew Long Fei Yun intended to obtain a prominent pill cauldron for him by giving up on the Duke-grade celestial weapon. Brother Duan, there's still some time before the Wasteland Grand Contest. Don't try to talk me out of it, I've made up my mind. Long Fei Yun shook his head. Then, he turned to Long Dongping and said in a clear voice, Father, I've made up my mind to exchange the Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Since you've made up your mind, I'll grant you your wish. Long Dongping agreed and did not say anything to dissuade Long Fei Yun since Long Fei Yun had made up his mind. Moreover, he had been quite reluctant to reward this son of his with a Duke-grade celestial weapon anyway. However, since he had publicly made that promise, he had no choice to reward Long Fei Yun with the Duke-grade celestial weapon. As an emperor, he could not go back on his words after all. He was, naturally, more than happy to grant his son's request and swap the Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. In fact, Even if his son had requested for 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons, he would still happily oblige. In Long Dongping's opinion, although a prominent celestial pill cauldron was valuable, it could not compare to a duke-grade celestial weapon. Most importantly, prominent celestial pill cauldrons were just a display in the hands of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom's imperial family. They had no use for it at all. The duke-grade celestial weapon, on the other hand, was a different story. When Long Dongping passed down his decree to reward Long Feiyun with a prominent celestial pill cauldron instead of a duke-grade celestial weapon, the crowd in Shurong Palace broke out in a commotion again. Heavens! The 13th prince really swapped a duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. I didn't think he was serious. I was certain he would change his mind. Who knew he's so determined to swap a duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron? I don't know what he's thinking. The prominent celestial pill cauldron is of no use to him, right? Does he plan to use a prominent celestial pill cauldron to attract a prominent celestial alchemist to his service? You really let your imagination run wild, didn't you? What kind of person do you think a prominent celestial alchemist is? How could a prominent celestial alchemist be tempted by a mere prominent celestial pill cauldron? That's true. A prominent celestial alchemist would not be tempted by a mere prominent celestial pill cauldron. Not even a celestial alchemist who has just obtained a prominent celestial fire would be tempted. It's easy for a prominent celestial alchemist to obtain a prominent celestial pill cauldron after all. The people in the main hall of Shurong Palace could not understand Long Feiyun's actions. They thought he must have lost his mind. No prominent celestial alchemist would be tempted by a prominent celestial pill cauldron. After all, prominent celestial alchemists could easily obtain prominent celestial pill cauldrons. They could easily join any one of the 3 major sects in the wasteland and become an elder. Why would they covet a prominent celestial pill cauldron when there was an abundance of prominent celestial pill cauldrons in the 3 major celestial sects? Similarly, Long Xiangyun and Long Qingyun thought Long Feiyun was foolish. I don't understand him at all. How can he be so stupid? Does he think he'll be able to gain father's favor by doing this and obtain father's approval to contend for the throne? Naive. Naturally, Long Xiangyun and Long Qingyun had no intention of dissuading Long Feiyun as well. They were pleased to see Long Feiyun commit what they thought was a big mistake. Why does he want a prominent celestial pill cauldron? If there was anyone who was clear-headed in the main hall, it was Zhou Shuchu, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan. She looked at Long Feiyun skeptically. Based on her understanding of Long Feiyun, she knew he was not a reckless person and would not make such a foolish mistake. He must have a use for the prominent celestial pill cauldron. Although she did not know the reason, she was certain Long Feiyun had a reason for doing this. Long Feiyun remained unbothered when faced with everyone's skeptical and ridiculing gazes. Naturally, he knew would suffer a loss, but he did not regret it. First, he had promised to help Duan Lingtian obtain a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Second, by helping Duan Lingtian, he could further deepen his relationship with Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, it was far more beneficial for him to have a good relationship with Duan Lingtian than to possess a duke-grade celestial weapon. 13th Prince. Although Duan Lingtian knew about Long Feiyun's intention, he was still moved. As Long Feiyun said earlier, there was still some time before the Wasteland Grand Contest. It would take a while for him to get his hands on a prominent celestial pill cauldron unless he revealed himself as a prominent celestial alchemist to the martial dragon celestial sect. Did I choose the longer path? In fact, I don't have to join today's selection or the Wasteland Grand Contest. I can easily join the martial dragon celestial sect as long as I reveal that I'm a prominent celestial alchemist. As long as I ask for it, let alone a prominent celestial pill cauldron, I can probably obtain a duke-grade martial weapon from the martial dragon celestial sect as well. Moreover, even if I don't participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest, I can still fulfill my promise to Brother Pei and enter the small world left by a celestial king. Duan Lingtian did not think of this earlier because he did not expect to become a prominent celestial alchemist so soon. In the end, Duan Lingtian decided to stop dwelling on the matter. Let it be. Since I've chosen to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest, I'll continue down this path. Meanwhile, I can start refining prominent celestial pills now that I possess a prominent celestial pill cauldron. The selection for the winning mansion continued after the winning prince had been decided. The winning mansion was the Sky Song King's mansion. The representative who helped them win was an indigo sun golden celestial younger than 100 years old, even though he was weaker than Feng Wuji Guang. The king of Grand Prestige Mansion muttered under his breath, "Damn it. If I knew the 13th prince had a hidden trump card, I wouldn't have sent Feng Wuji Guang to the 7th prince. Not only did I fail to help him become the winning prince, but I lost the chance to become the winning mansion as well." The king of Grand Prestige Mansion was a middle-aged man with a face full of beard. His expression was as dark as coals at this moment. He had sent Feng Wuji Guang to represent the 7th prince to curry favor. Who knew the plan would backfire on him? Not only did he fail to curry favor with the 7th prince and pave the way to the throne for him, but he had also lost the chance of becoming the winning mansion by doing so. How could he not feel gloomy and aggrieved? After the winning prince and winning mansion were chosen, the selection soon ended. Before leaving Shurong Palace, Long Fei Yun handed the prominent celestial pill cauldron to Duan Lingtian. "Thank you, 13th prince." Duan Lingtian thanked Long Fei Yun as he put the prominent celestial pill cauldron away. After obtaining the prominent celestial pill cauldron, he no longer wanted to waste time in Shurong Palace. He wanted to return to Long Fei Yun's residence so he could try to refine prominent celestial pills. However, before he could leave, he was stopped by someone. "Oh, so you're the reason why the 13th prince gave up a Duke-grade celestial weapon in exchange for a prominent celestial pill cauldron." The person who stopped Duan Lingtian was none other than Zhou Shuchu, the third miss of the Zhou clan. Duan Lingtian calmly said, "Why are you paying so much attention to me? Do you have the same hobby as your younger sister and intend to bring me back to the Zhou clan or the Thousand Spiders celestial sect to become your boy toy? Damn you, what nonsense are you spouting?" Zhou Shuchu stared at Duan Lingtian with blushing cheeks. Her indifferent expression had vanished as she glared at him fiercely. After she calmed down, she said, "Duan Lingtian, I hope you'll consider joining the Thousand Spiders celestial sect after the Wasteland Grand Contest." She did not beat around the bush and instantly tried to recruit Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2762 The Incident in Sha Clan. The moment Zhou Shuchu spoke, Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, frowned. He did not expect the junior sister of the current sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect would recruit a talent so soon. However, knowing Duan Lingtian's character, he knew Duan Lingtian would not go back on his promise. It did not change the fact that he was uncomfortable with her blatantly trying to recruit Duan Lingtian under his nose. Although he was upset, he did not dare to offend Zhou Shuchu. "I'm not interested," Duan Lingtian replied calmly. Then, he took Huaner's hand and walked past Zhou Shuchu, leaving Shurong Palace before Zhou Shuchu even had time to react. Long Fei Yun felt smug when he saw this. Naturally, he hid it well. He calmly left Shurong Palace with Chu Ling, leaving Zhou Shuchu standing there with a sour expression on her face. As Zhou Shuchu looked at Duan Lingtian's retreating back, she could not help but feel this man could not tell chalk from cheese. "Regardless of your plans, I'll make sure you join the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. After the Wasteland Grand Contest is over, I'll ask my master to come forward and bring you over to our sect even if you choose the Martial Dragon celestial sect." In Zhou Shuchu's opinion, as long as her master, the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, spoke up, the Martial Dragon celestial sect would definitely do him a special favor and hand over Duan Lingtian, the great overarching golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old. Naturally, she was confident because she was unaware that Duan Lingtian was also a prominent celestial alchemist. Meanwhile, after returning to Long Fei Yun's residence in the Imperial Palace, Duan Lingtian did not waste any time and began to refine the prominent celestial pill, the weaving overarching pill. However, as the saying went, everything is difficult at the beginning. The process of refining the weaving overarching pill was arduous. After wasting a lot of medicinal ingredients, Duan Lingtian finally somewhat figured it out. He was not particularly frustrated since he had already expected this. In the past, he could only refine primitive celestial pills. Later on, before he had a chance to refine mediocre celestial pills, the chaos divine flame in his body entered the third form, bringing it to a level comparable to a prominent celestial fire. That was how he became a prominent celestial alchemist. The third form of the chaos divine flame is much stronger than ordinary prominent celestial fires. It heated the cauldron much faster than ordinary prominent celestial fires could. Even the extraordinary prominent celestial fires only possess half the speed of the third form of the chaos divine flame. Duan Ling Tian sat alone on a bed in a quiet room. In front of him, the prominent celestial pill cauldron was suspended in the air with gray flames under it. In Devata realms, celestial alchemists had to heat up cauldrons to refine celestial pills. Before refining pills, one needed to use celestial fires to heat up the cauldron to the maximum. Based on the speed, one could roughly tell the grade of celestial fires. The heating speed of Duan Ling Tian's chaos divine flame was several times faster than the speed of extraordinary prominent celestial fires. There was an insurmountable difference between them. Even the best prominent celestial fire would be overshadowed by the third form of the chaos divine flame. After I master refining prominent celestial pills, it'd be easy for me to refine the extraordinary prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Duan Ling Tian was confident about this. He was delighted. He did not expect the third form of the chaos divine flame to be superior to prominent celestial fires in the Devata realms. But, what's a chaos divine flame? This is only the third form. What would it be like when it enters the fourth form, the fifth form, the sixth form, or the seventh form in the future? How powerful would it be? Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply when he thought about this. There's also the profound divine metal. It seems to have some similarities with the chaos divine flame. The profound divine metal in my body seems to be in the second form. Previously, I thought the profound divine metal's only function was to protect my soul and make it invulnerable to soul attacks. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, thought about the defective metal piece, the profound divine metal, near his soul when he thought about the chaos divine flame. The profound divine metal is the product of the fusion of what was given to me by Ka's third uncle, Xianxia, and the weird stone I found in my hometown on the Cloud Continent. After a moment, realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. Wait, the second form of the profound divine metal. Is it possible that the weird stone in my hometown and the thing Xianxia gave me are each the first form of a profound divine metal? The idea excited him. However, he was not 100% sure. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that he had hit the nail on the head. The thing Xianxia gave him and the stone he found in his hometown in the mundane realm were first form profound divine metals. When they merged, they became the second form of the profound divine metal. While Duan Ling Tian was focused on refining pills, trouble was brewing on the horizon in the Divine Offering Land. The Sha clan was the strongest force in the Divine Offering Land. Therefore, the clan's territory was extremely vast. Under normal circumstances, the Sha clan's territory was usually peaceful. However, today, dark clouds that loomed over thousands of miles in the Sha clan's territory had suddenly appeared. The clouds obscured the sky, plunging the Sha clan's territory into endless darkness in just an instant. At this moment, a thunderous voice rang in the air. Who dares to stir up trouble in the Sha clan? With that, a shining blade appeared and rose into the sky. The blade was gigantic. As soon as it appeared, it dispersed the dark clouds, bringing light back to the Sha clan's territory. The people from the Sha clan were relieved when they saw this. The patriarch has taken action. I wonder who's the intruder. I don't think the intruder is from the Divine Offering Land. If they're not from the Divine Offering Land, then they must be the powerhouses from the parallel realms that have conflicts with our Divine Offering Land. HMPH. No matter what grudges the intruder has with the Sha clan, he'll definitely lose a layer of skin even if doesn't die now that the patriarch has made a move. It's hard to say. Since the person dares to openly provoke the Sha clan, it means that he's not afraid of the patriarch. While the members of the Sha clan discussed among themselves, the dark clouds that were just dispersed gathered at lightning speed, plunging the territory of the Sha clan into darkness again. Reveal yourself. The thunderous and rough voice sounded again. A hint of anger could be heard in the tone. A sharp but hoarse voice rang in the air in response. Patriarch of the Sha family, do you remember how you wronged me back then? The soundwave rolled out and killed many members of the Sha clan with a weak cultivation base. Even those with an average cultivation base were injured. Meanwhile, the stronger members were focused on resisting the soundwave. You're K1 Jun. The thunderous and rough voice sounded again. It was clear the owner of the voice was thoroughly infuriated now. Another bright and flaming blade rose into the sky. It was clearly much stronger than the previous blade. After dispersing the dark clouds, it slashed in all directions like a frenzied beast. At the same time, in a vast mansion at a remote corner of the Sha clan's territory, many figures appeared and assembled in just a blink of an eye. An elderly man in gray robes cried out with a dark expression on his face, "This is bad." The people whom the Patriarch has ordered to be imprisoned are all gone. The Patriarch specially asked us to be extra careful while guarding these people. And now, they're all gone. If the Patriarch knows about this, we're done for. What the hell is going on? Is it possible that the intruder released them? Impossible. These are mere mortals from the mundane realm. How could they have connections to such powerful people? And, didn't you hear? The Patriarch addressed the intruder as K1Jun. K1Jun. The name sounds familiar. K1Jun. Isn't that the fifth strongest powerhouse in the sanctioned land, the realm created by strong powerhouses? That's parallel to our divine offering land. Why did he come to the divine offering land? At this moment, a sloppy figure appeared in a place far from the Sha clan's territory. I rescued all of them. If Shui knows about this, she'll definitely be relieved. Chapter 2763 Ka in the realm battlefield. If Duan Ling Tian were here, he would definitely recognize the sloppy figure. It was none other than Xianxia, Ka's third uncle in her previous life, whom he had met in the mundane realm. Everyone, the spatial passage between the divine offering land and the Devata realm has been closed, so I can't personally send you back. However, with my strength, I can still open a passage in a Devata realm that leads to the mundane realms. The passage can only accommodate those weaker than a great overarching golden celestial. I'll open the passage for you now. You may encounter black holes, but with my ability, I can still safely send you to the mundane realms. As for which mundane realm you would be sent to, that's not within my control. I'm in a hurry to send you away because I'm worried my elder brother will discover your whereabouts after he deals with the powerhouse from the sanctioned land. As long as you remain in the divine offering land, you won't be able to hide from my elder brother. Xianxia looked at an exquisite palace-shaped stamp seal in his hand. He spoke to the stamp seal as though it could understand him. Then, he raised his hand and moved them across the air horizontally. In the void, a passage leading to God knows where appeared. Xianxia shook his hand that was holding onto the stamp seal. Suddenly, a group of people flew out of the stamp seal. Their figures grew from small to normal size in just a blink of an eye. As soon as these people appeared, they were shrouded in a layer of mysterious light. Then, they entered the tear in the void and disappeared. If Duan Ling Tian were here, he would definitely recognize these people. They were his father, Duan Rufeng, his mother, Li Ru, his wife, Li Fei, his son, Duan Nian Tian, his daughter, Duan Si Ling, Han Shui Nai whom he regarded as his sister, his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, his father-in-law, Feng Wudao, and a few others. These people, without exception, were all imprisoned by the Yun Qingyan, the young master of the Yun clan in the divine offering land, so that he could threaten Ka to return to divine offering land with him. They were all Duan Ling Tian's family and friends. Previously, after Yun Qingyan brought them back to the divine offering land, they were taken and imprisoned by the patriarch of the Sha clan. The patriarch of the Sha clan was also Ka's father in her previous life. He had planned to use these people to threaten Ka into marrying Yun Qingyan. However, due to the conflict between the divine offering land and the other realms created by strong powerhouses, and the opening of the realm battlefield for 1,000 years that caused the closing of the passages that lead to Devata realms, he had no choice but to postpone the marriage. Ka was unwilling to submit to fate and wanted to gain the strength to change her destiny after 1,000 years. For this reason, she ignored Xianxia's advice and decided to enter the perilous realm battlefield. Without these people around, things will be easier for Shui in the future. Well, that's if she's able to come out of the battlefield alive. Xianxia sighed after the last person entered the spatial tier. As the spatial tear began to close, he put the stamp seal away. The stamp seal in Xianxia's hand was an emperor-grade celestial weapon that was similar to the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Both of them could accommodate living beings. I only managed to save them thanks to the distraction from K1Jun of the sanctioned land. If he didn't come to the Sha clan, I wouldn't have the opportunity to rescue them and send them away from the divine offering land. Xianxia knew very well if it were not for K1Jun distracting his elder brother, he would not have been able to rescue the imprisoned people. Soon after, Xianxia vanished into thin air, returning to the Sha clan's territory. A powerful enemy was attacking the Sha clan after all. As a member of the Sha clan, he could not just stay idle and watch. After entering the spatial passage, Duan Rufeng, Li Ru, Li Fei, Duan Nian Tian, Duan Si Ling, and others traveled through the passage easily thanks to Xianxia's help. Originally, they were supposed to be sent to the same mundane realm. Even Xianxia was sure of it. However, unexpectedly, when Duan Rufeng and the others were traveling, a rare turbulent storm occurred. For this reason, Duan Rufeng and others were split into several groups and sent to different mundane realms. Fortunately, due to the protection from Xianxia's power, all of them safely entered the mundane realms. Duan Lingtian and Ka were, naturally, unaware of all these things. In the realm battlefield would open every 10,000 years and would stay open for 1,000 years. It could be considered as a hub that connected several parallel realms on the same level as the Divine Offering Land. The people in Divine Offering Land who wanted to go to other parallel realms or people from other realms who wanted to travel to the Divine Offering Land needed to pass through the realm battlefield. K. Wanjun, the man from the K clan in Xianxia Land, who had gone to the Sha clan, had to pass through the realm battlefield as well to come to the Divine Offering Land. At this moment, many people from different realms were fighting. Before entering the realm battlefield, each person would be issued a token before they entered. People with different cultivation bases were given different tokens, and the tokens showed which realm they were from. In the realm battlefield, people from the same realm would not kill each other unless they had personal grudges. This was because when one killed someone from the same realm, when the defeated person's token merged with the winner's token, the winner would not obtain any battle points. One could only gain battle points by killing people from other realms. The battle points that were given depended on the level of the token. Killing a person with a high cultivation base would give one more battle points. If one had 100 battle points and killed another person with the same cultivation base, one would only gain 100 battle points. There were also secret zones in the realm battlefield that contained various treasures. One would need battle points to enter a secret zone. Secret zones that contained valuable and precious treasures and legacies required more battle points for entry. Due to all these reasons, the people who entered the realm battlefield would desperately fight and kill people from other realms, stealing merit points, so they could enter the secret zones once they had enough battle points. The secret zones in the realm battlefield were said to be left by the immensely strong powerhouses who created the realms. The treasures and legacies in the secret zones could be life-changing. Therefore, there was no shortage of people entering the dangerous battlefield to try their luck. As the saying went, nothing ventured, nothing gained. In a corner of the realm battlefield, a loud explosion rang in the air. A beautiful figure raised her hand and seriously injured a young man. When the opponent was on the verge of death, she dealt a fatal blow to him. After the young man died, a light blue token flew out from his body and merged with the token in the beautiful woman's hand. The pale gray light from her token seemed to darken slightly after it had merged with the young man's token. Tokens with gray lights indicated that one was from the Divine Offering Land. On the other hand, tokens with blue light represented people from the Xianxia Land. I still don't have enough battle points. What I have now isn't even enough to grant me access into a low-level secret zone. The woman, who was as beautiful as a fairy, was dressed in a white robe. She sighed as she looked at the token that was shrouded in gray light. She seemed to recall something as her eyes were filled with longing. I wonder how's brother Ling Tian. Has he already ascended to a Devata realm? This woman was none other than Ka. Since Ka had entered the realm battlefield, she had been wandering around. Since her strength had not returned to the level in her previous life, she could only proceed with caution. Even so, she had encountered many life or death situations in the short time since she entered the realm battlefield. However, she did not regret coming to this perilous place. I should go now. I hope my next target will give me more battle points. Chapter 2764 Gold Medal Killer, Celestial Duke. In Long Fei Yun's residence in the Imperial Palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom in the wasteland of Spirit Overarching Heaven. I've successfully refined it. A burst of laughter rang from a room in a guest courtyard. However, due to the noise-canceling formation, the laughter was contained within the room. The person who laughed was a purple-clad young man who was currently sitting on a bed. The purple-clad young man raised his hand and put away the pill cauldron that was suspended in the air. After that, he opened his hand, revealing 3 dark green celestial pills in the center of his palm. The dark green celestial pills were shrouded by a thin green mist. Fortunately, I refined many prominent celestial pills before this. Otherwise, I won't be able to successfully refine these overarching heaven pills. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. After returning from Shurong Palace, he had dedicated his time to refining pills. He had begun with refining simple prominent celestial pills such as the weaving overarching pill. Since its ingredients were common, and the process was simpler, he had decided to practice by refining weaving overarching celestial pills. Naturally, it took him a while before he successfully mastered refining the weaving overarching pill. The first time he succeeded, he only managed to refine 2 weaving overarching pills. Although the success rate was quite low, he continued to patiently refine weaving overarching pills. After that, he continued to practice by refining other prominent celestial pills with common ingredients that were slightly more difficult to refine. Then, he progressed to refining more difficult to refine prominent celestial pills. From there, he gained a lot of experience. When Duan Ling Tian was more confident, he asked Long Fei Yun to help him obtain the ingredients needed to refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. It took Long Fei Yun a long time and a lot of effort to collect ingredients just enough to refine one overarching heaven pill. If the refining failed, Duan Ling Tian would have to wait before he could refine overarching heaven pills again. After all, the ingredients to refine overarching heaven pills were very rare and difficult to find in the wasteland, let alone the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. The 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland monopolized most of the ingredients needed to refine overarching heaven pills in the wasteland. Needless to say, it would be nigh impossible to obtain the ingredients from the 3 major celestial sects. Although the success rate of forming a pill is a little lower, I'm quite satisfied. After all, this is my first time refining the overarching heaven celestial pill. The fact that I managed to refine 3 pills can be considered a great feat. Duan Ling Tian got up from the bed and left the room to look for Huoner with the 3 overarching heaven pills in hand. I'll let Huoner try an overarching heaven pill. Let's see if the medicinal efficacy of the pill would have any effect on her. Since she's an Earth rank overarching heaven supreme celestial, logically, the pill would be useful to her. The pills would be useless to heaven rank overarching heaven supreme celestials. When Duan Ling Tian walked to the backyard, he discovered Huoner was not cultivating in her room. Instead, she was in the backyard, trying to master her celestial methods and divine abilities. Although Huoner was concentrating on comprehending her celestial methods and divine abilities, she instantly noticed Duan Ling Tian as soon as he arrived. She stopped what she was doing and greeted him excitedly. Brother Ling Tian, did you manage to refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill? She knew he was focused on refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, over the past few days. Faced with the expectant expression on Huoner's face, Duan Ling Tian sighed. When she heard him sigh, she assumed he had failed to refine overarching heaven pill. For this reason, she quickly consoled him. She confidently said, Brother Ling Tian, it's okay if you fail. After all, everyone knows it's difficult to refine overarching heaven pills. Although you failed this time, you can always try again. I'm sure you'll be able to successfully refine them in the future. Huoner, look at this. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. He stopped teasing her and revealed the 3 overarching heaven pills in his hand. This is the overarching heaven pills. Huoner's eyes lit up when she saw the overarching heaven pills. She was no longer ignorant like before. During her time in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, she had used many memory celestial talismans sent by Long Fei Yun in her spare time. There were all kinds of information recorded in the memory celestial talismans. From the memory celestial talismans, she had learned about the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, as well. For this reason, she recognized the pills as soon as Duan Ling Tian showed them to her. Yes, Duan Ling Tian smiled and nodded. However, this is the first time I refined the overarching heaven pills, so the success rate of forming these pills is a little low. I only managed to refine 3. Before Huoner could respond, a voice rang from the sky. You refined overarching heaven pills. The duo's expressions darkened immediately. Who's there? Who is it? Both of them simultaneously looked in the direction where the voice came from. In the sky above their courtyard, a black, ghost-like figure could be seen. It was a man dressed in black robes with golden trimmings. His body was burly. At this moment, he was slowly descending from the sky. After a while, he finally landed in front of Duan Ling Tian and Huoner. His face was hidden by a golden mask. Apart from that, a golden token with the word, kill, could be seen hanging from his waist. The token was stained with red dye in such a way that it looked like blood was dripping from the token. A gold medal assassin. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically when he saw the man's clothes and gold token. Huoner's expression changed as well. Duan Ling Tian knew about black market assassins in the 3 cities controlled by the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Black market assassins were divided into gold medal assassins, silver medal assassins, and bronze medal assassins. Bronze medal assassins were the weakest among the 3. They comprised of great overarching golden celestials, and the strongest among them was only a peak great overarching golden celestial. Silver medal assassins were all heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The strongest was a peak heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Finally, there were only a few gold medal assassins. All of them were celestial dukes. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner had learned about black market assassins in the wasteland through a memory celestial talisman. Therefore, they recognized the clothes of a black market assassin. There was a possibility that the man before them was just an imposter, but Duan Ling Tian and Huaner did not think it was likely. After all, if the person was not a celestial duke, he would not have been able to easily infiltrate the imperial palace of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, since the palace was constantly guarded by a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who shrouded the palace with his divine consciousness. You know I'm a gold medal assassin. It seems like you know quite a fair bit about black market assassins. The burly man dressed in a black robe with gold trimmings looked at Duan Ling Tian before his eyes fell on Huaner. At this moment, Huaner was not wearing her veil and hat. Her appearance and figure were fully on display. The burly man was stunned by her beauty as his eyes brightened. What a perfect woman! What a pity that I'm not interested in females. Otherwise, I would bring you away with me. After saying that, he looked away, clearly uninterested, as though he lived an ascetic life like a monk. You're really a gold medal assassin. Duan Ling Tian felt his heart skip a beat. He looked at the burly man solemnly and asked in a low voice, "Is your target both of us?" "My target is her." The gold medal assassin looked at Duan Ling Tian as he pointed at Huaner. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed immediately. Then, he instinctively moved to stand in front of Huaner, shielding her as he stared at the gold medal assassin warily. Upon seeing this, the gold medal assassin scoffed. "Do you really think you can stop me from killing her?" Chapter 2765 Taiyi Celestial Sects Left Guardian. "Do you really think you can stop me from killing her?" The gold medal assassin sneered as a powerful surged toward Duan Ling Tian like a flood and landed squarely on his chest. Duan Ling Tian staggered a few steps back before spitting out a mouthful of blood spurted, looking miserable. Huaner, who was being shielded by Duan Ling Tian, cried out, "Brother Ling Tian." Her expression darkened, and her beautiful limpid eyes turned cold. A cold energy rippled out of her body into the surroundings. In just an instant, the entire backyard seemed to turn silver due to the frost. Huaner. Upon seeing Huaner's anger, Duan Ling Tian took 2 steps to her. He reached out and held her slightly raised hand. "You are not his opponent." His expression was grave and his emotions were turbulent as he looked at the gold medal assassin. "My current cultivation base is much stronger. Even the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect wouldn't be able to reduce me to this state with her aura alone. Moreover, this person had withdrawn his aura at the last second. Otherwise, I would have been in an even more wretched state." Duan Ling Tian knew the gold medal assassin had shown mercy. Based on this, he could tell the gold medal assassin was even stronger than the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect whom he had met in King Qin's mansion in Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Rumor has it that 90% of the powerful gold medal assassins are the high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. They're doing it for the money. Duan Ling Tian also knew the gold medal assassin in front of him was from one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Moreover, based on the gold medal assassin's strength, his position in the sect had to be high as well. At this point, Duan Ling Tian further guessed that the gold medal killer in front of him was a high-ranking official in one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Something's not right. After a while, Duan Ling Tian discovered something was amiss. It seems like he has no intention of harming Huaner. He's targeting me. To be precise, he seems to be targeting the 3 overarching heaven pills in my hand. With these thoughts in mind, he heaved a sigh of relief, and his expression eased. After regaining his composure, he asked the gold medal assassin, "Since you have no intention of killing Huaner, what do you want?" "You're very smart." The gold medal assassin looked at Duan Ling Tian indifferently. "As long as you promise me one thing, I won't kill this girl. If you promise me this, I'll protect her from all the black market assassins. I'll even kill the person who put a bounty on her and destroy his whole family." His tone was casual as though he was talking about the weather. What is it? Duan Ling Tian asked, even though he had a vague idea of what the gold medal assassin wanted. If he was right in his assumption that the person in front of him was from one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland and had a high position in the sect, the person must want him to join his sect after discovering he was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine overarching heaven pills. The gold medal assassin stared at Duan Ling Tian and bluntly said, "Join the Tai Yi celestial sect." Tai Yi celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback upon hearing this, even though he had prepared himself for it. He looked at the gold medal assassin and said, "So you're a member of the Tai Yi celestial sect. With your strength, your position is definitely not low. What position do you hold in the Tai Yi celestial sect?" "You're very smart," the gold medal killer said calmly. "However, there's no need for you to know what position I hold or who I am. People who know about it, generally, don't have a good ending." Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he spoke. "What if I disagree?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "You're smart, so you should know." The gold medal assassin's eyes narrowed and his tone was dark. It was clear he would kill Duan Ling Tian if Duan Ling Tian disagreed. "If you're sincere about recruiting me, please take off your mask and talk to me," Duan Ling Tian said calmly. "Take off the mask?" The gold medal killer's eyes swept over Duan Ling Tian coldly. "You mean, as long as I take off my mask, you will join the Tai Yi celestial sect?" "Maybe," Duan Ling Tian replied, noncommittally. "You're fooling around with me." The gold medal assassin was clearly angered. His energy surged out again, knocking Duan Ling Tian back against the stone table. Duan Ling Tian spat out blood again. "Brother Ling Tian." Huaner's expression was grave, and her eyes were brimming with concern as she caught Duan Ling Tian. "Huaner, I'm fine." Duan Ling Tian regained his footing with Huaner's support before he wiped the blood off the corners of his mouth. He said with a smile to the gold medal assassin, "So, are you willing to take a bet? If you don't take off your mask, there's no chance of me joining the Tai Yi celestial sect at all. However, there's a chance I might join the Tai Yi celestial sect if you take off your mask." He put the ball in the gold medal assassin's court. Huaner supported Duan Ling Tian as she glared at the gold medal assassin with killing intent. She wished she could kill the gold medal assassin at this moment. However, she knew even if she used the techniques she had inherited, she still would not be an opponent to the gold medal assassin. Apart from her mother, the gold medal assassin was the strongest person she had met. "Are you seeking death?" The gold medal assassin's voice was cold and impatient. Upon hearing the threat, Duan Ling Tian only smiled and remained silent. It was as though he was confident the gold medal assassin would not kill him. After a moment, just as Duan Ling Tian expected, the gold medal assassin took a deep breath and reached out to touch his mask when he saw Duan Ling Tian was not going to give in. However, he did not immediately take his mask off. "If you dare to fool around with me, not only will I kill the girl, but I'll smash your body and bones and turn them into ashes after I kill you." As soon as the gold medal assassin finished speaking, he took off his golden mask, revealing a middle-aged and burly man with a square face full of stubbles. A crimson cinnabar mole could be seen on his glabella. Upon seeing the gold medal assassin's face, Duan Ling Tian could roughly guess his identity. He had heard about the high-ranking officials in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. He knew that the Supreme Elder and the sect leader were the strongest in the Tai Yi celestial sect. Below them were the two great guardians of the Tai Yi celestial sect. He asked, "If I'm not mistaken, you should be Tai He, the left guardian of Tai Yi celestial sect, right?" "Yes," the middle-aged burly man replied calmly. He was not surprised that Duan Ling Tian recognized him. As a high-ranking official of the Tai Yi sect, his portraits were widely circulated in the wasteland. "I have long heard that gold medal assassins have powerful backgrounds. It's said that even the sect leaders of the major celestial sects are gold medal assassins. Although I haven't encountered a sect leader who moonlights as an assassin, I count myself lucky for being able to meet the left guardian of Tai Yi celestial sect," Duan Ling Tian said with a sigh. "Don't change the subject," he said threateningly and impatiently. "I've taken off my mask. Give me an answer now. Are you going to join the Tai Yi celestial sect or not? Think it through. If you refuse, both you and the girl will die." "I've thought it over," Duan Ling Tian replied. "First of all, I'm very grateful that you're willing to give up the mission for me. However, I've already made up my mind to join the Martial Dragon celestial sect. It's impossible for me to join the Tai Yi celestial sect." "You've already decided to join the Martial Dragon celestial sect?" Tai Tai's expression changed drastically. His celestial origin energy surged out like a raging flame as his thunderous voice reverberated in the air. Boy, how dare you fool me? Chapter 2766 Utterly Destroyed. As soon as Tai roared, the vast and majestic celestial origin energy in Tai Tai's body surged out, looking like 6 bolts of lightning. They made a terrifying sight. 6 combination celestial duke, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The 6 lightning bolts formed from celestial origin energy surrounded Tai Tai. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened when he saw the lightning bolts. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still taken aback. He had heard that the sect leader and supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect were 7-star celestial dukes while the 2 guardians were 6 combination celestial dukes. Moreover, he also knew, thanks to Brother Pei, that there was an 8 trigram celestial duke in one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. It was possible that the sect leader or the supreme elder had hidden the fact that one of them was an 8 trigram celestial duke. Left guardian, Duan Ling Tian still remained calm when faced with the furious Tai Tai. If you kill me and Huaner, the only thing you'll gain is a completed mission. However, you'll lose the chance of someone helping you to refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Tai Tai, who was originally furious, halted his movements. He asked with a sneer, "Didn't you say you're not going to join the Tai celestial sect?" "Yes, I can't join the Tai celestial sect. However, even if I don't join the sect, it doesn't mean I can't help you to refine the overarching heaven pill. As long as you provide me with the ingredients needed, I'll refine the overarching heaven pill for you even after I join the martial dragon celestial sect." "I will not go back on my words," Duan Ling Tian said. "Of course, that would require you to trust me." Tai stared at Duan Ling Tian intently as he mulled over Duan Ling Tian's words. He studied Duan Ling Tian's face as though he was looking for signs that Duan Ling Tian was lying. After all, once Duan Ling Tian joined the martial dragon celestial sect, it would be difficult for him to kill or threaten Duan Ling Tian. Unless he could be completely sure that Duan Ling Tian would not renege on the deal, it was much more beneficial for him to kill Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. Duan Ling Tian remained calm with no trace of guilt under Tai Tai's intense scrutiny. He would never go back on his words. "I hope you don't let me down." In the end, Tai chose to trust Duan Ling Tian. Apart from his instinct that told him Duan Ling Tian was not a dishonest person, he felt there were much more benefits if he did not kill Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, there were no consequences even if he did not complete his mission. He was the left guardian of the Tai celestial sect after all. If his gamble on Duan Ling Tian paid off, he would be able to obtain many overarching heaven pill. Before Duan Ling Tian and Huaner could react, Tai Tai's body flickered, and he disappeared before their eyes like a ghost as his voice resounded in the air. "The person who put a bounty on the girl is the Golden Light King, the Golden Tiger of the Golden Light Mansion. After I leave, I'll help you kill him and his family." The Golden Light King, the Golden Tiger. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned cold when he heard this. He did not expect the Golden Light King was so desperate for revenge that he would hire a black market assassin to kill Huaner. Previously, Duan Ling Tian and the Golden Light King's father had gotten into a conflict due to both of them possessing second-form Chaos Divine Flames. In the end, Duan Ling Tian had absorbed the opponent's Chaos Divine Flame after Huaner killed the opponent. However, it was the Golden Light King's father who had attacked him first. Huaner only killed the Golden Light King's father to protect him. "Fortunately, I'm a prominent celestial alchemist now and can refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Otherwise, Huaner would have died for sure." Duan Ling Tian felt a jolt of fear when he thought about this. If Huaner was harmed because of him, he would never be able to forgive himself. "The Golden King Light, the Golden Tiger, why did he put a bounty on me? What did I do to him?" Contrary to Duan Ling Tian, Huaner, who had always been a carefree and cheerful person, had long forgotten the past. "Huaner, do you still remember the old fellow who wanted to kill me? He's the old prince of the Golden Light Mansion. At that time, I asked you and Chu Ling to protect me, and you used your celestial origin energy to form ice walls to protect me," Duan Ling Tian reminded her. Upon hearing this, Huaner finally remembered what happened. Her eyes were cold as she said, "So it was that guy. If I knew this was going to happen, I would have killed him there and then." "Well, there's no need for you to do anything now. The left guardian of the Taiyi celestial sect will kill him on our behalf, Duan Ling Tian said. Brother Ling Tian, why is helping us even though you're not joining the Taiyi celestial sect? Why is he helping us like this? Huaner asked in confusion. Huaner, he's a smart man after all. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly as his eyes flashed. Yes, it's a gamble for him to choose to trust me. However, he knows that the pros outweigh the cons. Moreover, if he does me the favor of killing the Golden Light King, I'll be even less likely to renege on our deal. It'd be embarrassing for a prominent celestial alchemist like me to do so. Huaner nodded, vaguely understanding the situation. Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, had set up formation in the guest courtyard so no one noticed Tai Taihe's presence. With Tai Taihe's strength, Chu Ling, the most powerful person in Long Fei Yun's residence, naturally, did not discover him as well. After Tai Taihe left, Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention to Huaner. Huaner, take this overarching heaven pill and see if it's compatible with the medicinal efficacy in your body. He was eager to find out if the pill would have any effect on Huaner and if it would improve her cultivation base. This was one of the reasons he had been trying so hard to refine overarching heaven pills. He watched excitedly and expectantly as Huaner took the pill. However, Huaner following words wiped the excited and expectant expression off his face. A hint of disappointment could be seen on his face as he smiled bitterly. Huaner said, Brother Ling Tian, the medicinal efficacy of the pill my mother had given me cancels of the medicinal efficacy of the overarching heaven pill. Based on this, Duan Ling Tian realized how extraordinary the pill that Huaner's mother had given her was. Not only were ordinary pills useless to Huaner, but even extraordinary pills like the overarching heaven pill were useless. Brother Ling Tian, it's okay. Although the overarching heaven pill doesn't work on me, my cultivation speed is quite fast, Huaner said in an attempt to console Duan Ling Tian when she saw the disappointment on his face. When she smiled, she looked as refreshing as the spring breeze to Duan Ling Tian. His mood, naturally, improved after he saw her smile. He fell into a daze as he looked at her beautiful face. It took him a while before he finally looked away. About 10 days later, a message arrived at the 13th prince's residence in the imperial palace. The Golden Light King, the Golden Tiger, of the Golden Light Mansion was killed. The Golden Light Mansion was utterly destroyed. Duan Ling Tian learned about this from Long Fei Yun. Upon receiving the news, Long Fei Yun had instantly come to look for Duan Ling Tian to inform Duan Ling Tian about it. After all, he was aware of the conflict between Duan Ling Tian and the Golden Light Mansion. Even the people from the Golden Light Mansion who were in the Imperial Palace are dead. Based on this, the assassin has to be an extremely strong celestial duke, Long Fei Yun said animatedly as he sat across Duan Ling Tian at the stone table. The Golden Light Mansion actually dared to provoke a celestial duke. Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Although he knew Tai Taihe was going to kill the Golden Light King in the Golden Light Mansion, he did not expect Tai Taihe to be so thorough with his annihilation of the Golden Light Mansion. Even the people from the Golden Light Mansion who were in the Imperial Palace were not spared. Chapter 2767 The Evolution of the Golden Pill. Logically, the people from the Golden Light Mansion would never provoke celestial dukes. Unless they had unknowingly provoked someone with a powerful background or a celestial duke. Long Fei Yun looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully. It was as though he knew Duan Ling Tian was one of the people who had a powerful background or the support of a celestial duke. After all, he was certain the Golden Light Mansion would not knowingly provoke a celestial duke. Celestial dukes were incredibly powerful. The Golden Tiger, the king of the Golden Light Mansion, would have lowered his head in obeisance if he had met a celestial duke, let alone provoke one. For this reason, he suspected Duan Ling Tian had something to do with the annihilation of the Golden Light King in the Golden Light Mansion. Duan Ling Tian was a great overarching golden celestial who had not even reached 100 years old. Moreover, his companion was an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was also younger than 100 years ago. He found it difficult to believe that such people were without the support of powerful people. Previously, Long Fei Yun had thought Duan Ling Tian was from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. However, based on how willing Duan Ling Tian had agreed to his request to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, he had quickly dismissed that idea. After all, if Duan Ling Tian belonged to a powerful sect outside the wasteland, he would not be so quick to agree to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. When he discovered Duan Ling Tian was also a prominent celestial alchemist, he had to dismiss his previous idea again. After all, without the support of a powerful force, it would be difficult to obtain a prominent celestial fire. For all these reasons, he concluded that Duan Ling Tian must have come from a powerful clan outside the wasteland. After all, if he came from a powerful clan, there were no rules preventing him from joining a celestial sect. 13th Prince, do you think I have the support of a powerful celestial duke, and the celestial duke annihilated Golden Light Mansion on my behalf? Upon seeing Long Fei Yun's expression, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess Long Fei Yun's thoughts. He was slightly surprised that Long Fei Yun had arrived at that conclusion. Yes, that thought did come to mind. Long Fei Yun nodded. He did not deny Duan Ling Tian's words. All I can say is that, indeed, I have something to do with the annihilation of the Golden Light Mansion. However, I wouldn't say I have the support of that celestial duke. The person who annihilated the Golden Light Mansion is the left guardian of Tai Yi Celestial Sect, Tai Tai He, Duan Ling Tian answered honestly. Previously, when Long Fei Yun had given up the chance to obtain a duke-grade celestial weapon in order to obtain a prominent celestial pill cauldron for Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian's regard for him had risen. Although he did not trust Long Fei Yun completely, to a certain level, he considered Long Fei Yun as a friend. Tai Tai He, Long Fei Yun's eyes widened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He asked with a grave expression on his face, Brother Duan, how do you know he's the one responsible for the annihilation of the Golden Light Mansion? As the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Long Fei Yun, naturally, knew who Tai Tai He was. Tai Tai He was one of the strongest powerhouses in the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, and he was a 6-combination Celestial Duke. Celestial Dukes were divided into 10 categories based on their strength. The weakest of the Celestial Dukes, a 1 basic Celestial Duke, was more than enough to wreak havoc in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, let alone a 6-combination Celestial Duke. Although Long Fei Yun had some sort of prestige as the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, in comparison to someone like Tai Tai he was just like an ant. Moreover, he was just a prince who was not favored by his father. Even if the 4th or 7th princes who were favored by his father were killed by Tai Tai He, there was nothing his father, the emperor, could do. In fact, his father would probably apologize and say that his son deserved to be killed by Tai Tai He. Tai Tai He's position was too high, and he was too strong. Even if Long Fei Yun became the emperor in the future, he would still have to look up to Tai Tai He. Yes, he came looking for me. Duan Ling Tian said as he recounted what had happened without hiding anything. What? The Golden Light King hired a black market assassin to kill Huaner? Long Fei Yun exclaimed in shock as his expression changed drastically. Hints of killing intent could be seen in his eyes as he said, impudent. He deserves to die. If I had known about this, even if Tai Tai He didn't make a move, I would have made sure he wouldn't get away with it. After a few moments, Long Fei Yun seemed to have recalled something. The killing intent in his eyes vanished, replaced with an excited and expectant expression. Brother Ling Tian, did you successfully refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He lifted his hand and revealed the remaining overarching heaven pills in his hand before handing it over to Long Fei Yun. I had refined 3 pills this time. I had given 1 to Huaner. I have no use for the 2 remaining pills, so I'll give them to you. 2 overarching heaven pills. Long Fei Yun's heart raced and his breathing quickened when he saw Duan Ling Tian casually handed the 2 overarching heaven pills to him. The way he looked at the pills was as though he was looking at some precious treasure. After all, 2 overarching heaven pills would be able to make 2 people in overarching heavenly supreme celestials. There were many peak great overarching golden celestials who were stuck and could not break through to the next stage. However, with the overarching heaven pill, they would definitely be able to break through and become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. With these pills, Duan Ling Tian could have demanded anything he wanted, and people would still jump to fulfill his wish. Although Long Fei Yun desired the 2 pills greatly, he still held his emotions in check. Brother Duan, I think it's better for you to give these 2 overarching heaven pills to Lady Huaner. If you refine more in the future, you can give it to me then. Just take them. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Huaner's not able to absorb the medicinal efficacy of the pill. These pills are useless to her. Since I'm still quite far from becoming a peak great overarching golden celestial, I have no use for them now as welly. These pills are useless on Lady Huiner. Long Fei Yun was taken aback. Previously, he was also shocked when he learned that the weaving overarching pill had no effects on Huiner. With this knowledge, he could not help but wonder about her. She was not even a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but the overarching heaven pill already did not work for her. In the end, he graciously accepted the pills. After a short pause, Long Fei Yun asked, "Brother Duan, do you really plan to refine overarching heaven pills for Tai Tai He?" "Of course." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "I've already given him my word, and I'm not the kind of person who would go back on my words. Moreover, although it was cruel to kill every single person from the Golden Light Mansion, he had done it because of me. Brother Duan, you're, indeed, an honorable person." Long Fei Yun praised. Time passed by in just a blink of an eye. Soon, it was already time for the Wasteland Grand Contest. On that day, a huge throng of people walked out of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom ostentatiously. The person in the lead was a middle-aged with a square face who was sitting in a topless carriage. He wore a golden robe with a dragon embroidered on it. He had a majestic air about him. He was none other than Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The topless carriage was drawn by 9 lion-like celestial beasts with thick and shiny fur. Long Fei Yun, who was standing among the throng of people, pointed at the 9 celestial beasts and said to Duan Ling Tian, "Those are the lion-tiger beasts. Their speed is very fast. It's comparable to a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial." The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had obtained them at a high price due to their rarity. Huiner, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian. As usual, she wore a white veil and a hat to conceal her appearance. On this day, Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, would be traveling with the 50 selected candidates to the Wasteland to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. The contest would be held in the center of Taiyi City this time around. The venue of the contest would rotate between the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. As it happened, it was Taiyi sect's turn to host the Wasteland Grand Contest. Since Taiyi City was quite a distance away from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, they had to leave a little earlier. For example, the intermediate rank Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom was located even further away from Taiyi City, so they had to leave a day before the contest. Their speed is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Duan Ling Tian was shocked upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words. This was his first time seeing a powerful celestial beast without sentience since he had ascended to spirit overarching heaven. Moreover, they were kept in captivity and had the speed of a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial. Duan Ling Tian looked at Long Fei Yun and asked, "Raising beasts like this must have cost a lot of great overarching pills, right?" "Yes." Long Fei Yun nodded. "However, this is the limit of how strong the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom could make them. If we want to make them stronger, great overarching pills would no longer be enough. We would need the Golden Evolution Pill to increase their strength comparable to peak great overarching golden celestial. After that, we'll need the overarching golden celestial pill and the overarching heaven pill to further improve their strength." Long Fei Yun continued to say as he shook his head, "All the subsequent pills needed are not something we can afford." The Golden Evolution Pill. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened. So the Golden Evolution Pill is somewhat similar to the Golden Gilded Pill that Golden Celestials use to raise their strength a level, right? Chapter 2768 Taiyi City. Duan Ling Tian knew about the Golden Evolution Pill as well. The pill was a mediocre celestial pill that was mainly used by great overarching golden celestials. Ordinary great overarching golden celestials would be able to improve their strength by a level immediately after taking the pill. This, naturally, did not apply to peak great overarching golden celestials. Since the next stage of peak great overarching golden celestial was to become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it would render the pill useless. A heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial could quickly become a peak great overarching golden celestial after taking the pill. To reach the next level, the peak great overarching golden celestial would then have to take the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. To transform the mindless celestial beasts from a heaven-rank great golden overarching golden celestial to a peak great overarching celestial, one would need a golden evolution pill. To make it even stronger, one would need the overarching heaven pill. However, the golden evolution isn't easy to obtain. It's considered as one of the rarest mediocre celestial pills. In fact, its price is far more than some prominent celestial pills. To use the golden evolution pill on celestial beasts is a luxury. Let alone the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, even the three major celestial sects of the wasteland can't afford to do something like that. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. To raise the strength of a celestial beast to the level of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would be extremely difficult since it requires a lot of overarching heaven pills. The pills are difficult to obtain even for the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. With these thoughts in mind, Duan Ling Tian was certain that the three major celestial sects of the wasteland might not even have a celestial beast with the strength of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even if they did, the number would not be high. The entourage from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom led by the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to Taiyi City consisted of high-ranking officials, the 50 participants, and a few attendants of the Emperor and high-ranking officials. Needless to say, the 4th Prince and the 7th Prince were part of the entourage as well. Duan Ling Tian, Long Fei Yun, and Huaner kept their distance from the group. They were traveling at high speed with Chu Ling's help. Since Chu Ling was a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it was not difficult for him to carry a few people with him and match the speed of the 9 lion tiger celestial beasts. 13th brother is truly lucky, Long Shang Yun, the 4th prince, said with a sour expression on his face as he looked at Long Fei Yun. Although he had representatives among the 50 participants of the Wasteland Grand Contest, none of them was comparable to Duan Ling Tian and Feng Wuji Guang. He was, naturally, jealous of Long Fei Yun for having a strong contender like Duan Ling Tian to represent him in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Meanwhile, Long Qing Yun, the 7th prince, who was also looking at Long Fei Yun thought to himself, fortunately, father doesn't favor 13th brother. Otherwise, he would be another obstacle in my way to ascend the throne. Even then he did not feel completely at ease. After all, there was a chance. Duan Ling Tian might be able to help his 13th brother ascend the throne. Although Duan Ling Tian might not be able to do so now, with Duan Ling Tian's potential, it was possible for him to do so. The group made their way to one of the top 3 cities in the center of the wasteland. So far, the journey was proceeding smoothly. It seemed like no one was foolish enough to stop this group of people. It was only natural after all considering the large number of people in the group. One would have to be foolish to make trouble for the group of people. However, if their opponent was a celestial duke or stronger, they, naturally, had no hope of winning. Regardless, there was no celestial duke who would obstruct them. After all, with celestial dukes' strength, they had no need to stoop to such a low level. After half a month on the road, Long Fei Yun said to Duan Ling Tian, "Brother Duan, we'll be arriving in Taiyi City in another 3 days." Duan Ling Tian nodded, not affected by this piece of information. He did not care about the Wasteland Grand Contest that was about to take place. After all, his participation was just a formality. Even if he did not join the contest, he would still be able to easily join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. That said, he still planned to participate in the contest. 3 days flew by in just a wink of an eye. The people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom finally arrived in Taiyi City. Under the lead of Long Dongping, they descended outside the city. At this moment, nobody could be seen coming out or entering the city. It was obvious a rule had been implemented, forbidding people to come in and out. This is Taiyi City. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened when he saw Taiyi City for the first time. Since he was in the mundane realm to the time he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, a Devata realm, this was the biggest city he had ever seen. Even the high-ranked Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom could not compare to it. However, he was not surprised. After all, Taiyi City was controlled by Taiyi Celestial Sect, one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. As the group from Soaring Dragon Celestial City walked into Taiyi City, the pedestrians on the streets began to discuss among themselves. These people should be here to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest in 3 months, right? It seems like they have 50 participants with them. They must be from a high-ranked celestial kingdom. There are 39 high-ranked celestial kingdoms in the wasteland. I wonder which high-ranked celestial kingdoms are they from? Well, high-ranked celestial kingdoms are not, they're nothing in our Taiyi City. Indeed, many of the high-ranked celestial kingdoms that are coming are led by their emperors. Everywhere the group went, they would inadvertently attract people's attention. Since the Wasteland Grand Contest was held in Taiyi City, the Taiyi sect had prepared accommodation for the participating celestial kingdoms. Naturally, there was a difference in accommodation for the celestial kingdoms. Needless to say, high-ranked celestial kingdoms had the best accommodation, intermediate-ranked celestial kingdoms were given mediocre accommodations, and low-ranked celestial kingdoms were given accommodations that were not the best. Since the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a high-ranked celestial kingdom, they were given a big mansion to stay in. Each person had their own individual courtyard and room. Huoner was also given a courtyard and room of her own. However, she clearly had no intention to stay there as she followed Duan Lingtian to his courtyard and room. She did not want to be separated from Duan Lingtian. Before the duo had time to settle down, Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, had come. Knocking on their door, he asked with a smile, "Brother Duan, Miss Huoner, this is your first time in Taiyi City, right? Do you both of you want to join me for a meal in one of the restaurants here?" Long Fei Yun asked. Duan Lingtian looked at Huoner immediately. He discovered she had already turned to look at him as well. A hint of excitement could be seen in her eyes. She was clearly eager and excited to go out. Therefore, he accepted Long Fei Yun's invitation. In truth, he did not particularly care for a city tour even though he had never been to Taiyi City. However, since Huoner was keen, he decided to accompany her. "Brother Lingtian, do you like shopping?" Huoner asked Duan Lingtian. "Well, as long as you like it, then, I like it as well," Duan Lingtian said affectionately. He was not lying. After all, seeing how happy Huoner was when she was walking around and shopping made him feel relaxed as well. However, he did not have any extraneous thoughts about her. He only treated her like his little sister. It was nothing more than that. It was because he did not find Huoner unattractive. He was just not in the mood to have another romantic entanglement. After all, his wives and partners' whereabouts were still unknown. Even their safety was unknown. "Let's go," Long Fei Yun said before bringing the duo around the city. As they were walking down the main road, Duan Lingtian felt someone staring at him. He looked into the distance and discovered a young man wearing an embroidered uniform staring at him. However, the young man quickly turned away upon being discovered and walked away immediately as though nothing had happened. "He seems to know me." Duan Lingtian frowned, perplexed. He was certain he had not met the young man before. After the young man walked away, his eyes brightened. "That purple-clad young man. Isn't he the one in the floating image Peril that the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Kingdom showed us?" Chapter 2769 Acquaintance. The young man in embroidered robes was from the intermediate-ranked Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. He was from a powerful clan in the capital of Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and was fairly close to the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. The young man had seen the images from the floating image Peril that Nangong Li, the young master of the Nangong clan that was a third-rate clan, had shown the 6th prince. Although quite some time had passed, the young man could not forget the peerless beauty he had seen in the floating mirror image. The beauty had a pair of delicate brows that complemented her big bright eyes. The thin white robes she wore hinted at her perfect figure. She was cold countenance like an immortal fairy. Her features were flawless. All in all, it seemed as though God had personally sculpted her. His heart had raced too fast when he saw her. However, he knew he had no chance with the girl since the 6th prince was intent on obtaining her. At that time, I remember seeing the purple-clad young man as well. He looks identical to the man I saw earlier. That man earlier is also wearing a purple robe. Moreover, a white-clad woman was standing next to him as well. However, I couldn't see her face since it's concealed by a hat and a veil. Regardless, her figure was similar to the woman in the floating mirror image. She must be the beauty that the 6th prince has been searching all over the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom for. What a coincidence. The 6th prince is here as well. He will definitely reward me if I tell him about it. The young man's eyes brightened as he thought about this. The Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom was an intermediate-ranked celestial kingdom, so they only had to bring 30 participants to join Wasteland Grand Contest. The Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom had brought along his 30 most outstanding powerhouses who were younger than 100 years old. Apart from that, the Emperor brought his personal guards, his princes, and some of the more powerful mansion under his rule. The 6th prince was, naturally, present as well. Although Duan Lingtian was suspicious about the young man who was dressed in embroidered robes, he did not dwell on it. He was quick to forget the matter. He continued accompanying Huoner as he and Long Fei Yun strolled around the streets of Taiyi City. All of a sudden, Long Fei Yun sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. "Brother Duan, since the left guardian of Taiyi Celestial Sect, Tai he, left, did he come looking for you again? No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Initially, he had expected Tai he to send him the necessary ingredients as quickly as he could so he could refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Strangely, although the Wasteland Grand Contest was about to commence, Tai he had yet to contact him. That's strange, Long Fei Yun said in confusion. If he were Tai he would definitely send all the ingredients needed to refine overarching heaven pills before Duan Ling Tian joined the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Maybe he's just busy, Duan Ling Tian replied. Well, that's the only explanation for now. Long Fei Yun nodded. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian and his attention was caught by a discussion in their surroundings. Hey, did you hear? Tai he, the left guardian of Tai Yi Celestial Sect, has successfully broken through and became a 7-star Celestial Duke a few days ago. The Tai Yi Celestial Sect currently has 3 7-star Celestial Dukes. Both Duan Ling Tian and Long Fei Yun looked at each other simultaneously, realization dawned on them immediately. I didn't expect this. Seems like Tai he had gone into closed-door cultivation and successfully became a 7-star Celestial Duke recently. Long Fei Yun said with a sigh. 7-star Celestial Duke. Duan Ling Tian, who was always calm, could not help but feel a wave of emotions when he heard the news. Tai he, whom he had met through a twist of fate, had become a 7-star Celestial Duke from a 6-combination Celestial Duke. Although a 7-star Celestial Duke was only a level higher than a 6-combination Celestial Duke, the difference between their strengths was like a huge chasm. Previously, there were only 2 7-star Celestial Dukes in the Tai Yi sect. They were the sect leader and the Supreme Elder. However, with Tai he's recent breakthrough, the Tai Yi sect currently had 3 7-star Celestial Dukes. This meant an increase in the Tai Yi sect's strength as well. Prior to this, the Tai Yi Celestial Sect were already slightly stronger than the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, since they possess a king-grade celestial weapon. Now that they have gained another 7-star Celestial Duke, there's no doubt it's stronger than the other 2 celestial sects. Looks like the situation in the Wasteland will be changing soon. The Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect won't just stay idle. The 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland's strength has always been almost the same. Now that the Tai Yi Celestial Sect has another 7-star Celestial Duke, the other 2 celestial sects are going to fear the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. I think the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and Martial Dragon Celestial Sect might form an alliance in the future to suppress the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Otherwise, it won't be difficult for the Tai Yi Celestial Sect to dominate the Wasteland in the future. The people on the street discussed this fervently. However, it did not matter to Duan Ling Tian that Tai he had become a 7-star Celestial Duke. The Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, Vast Wasteland, and Spirit Overarching Heaven was just a stepping stone for him to go to the Divine Offering Land. Even Long Fei Yun, the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, hasn't heard of the Divine Offering Land. I'll need to leave the Wasteland and travel to obtain information on the Divine Offering Land. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had asked Long Fei Yun about the Divine Offering Land. However, Long Fei Yun knew nothing at all. Long Fei Yun had even spoken to knowledgeable people in the Imperial Palace about it, but it yielded no results as well. Although they pored through many ancient books, there was no mention of the Divine Offering Land. Chapter 2770 Chu Ling makes a move. The 6th Prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom was an arrogant young man who was dressed in a long golden robe. Imperial Highness was a prideful skinny young man dressed in a gold long robe. A hint of a frown in between his eyebrows made him look fierce. Are you sure it's them? The golden-clad young man glanced at Duan Ling Tian and Huaner before his eyes settled on Huaner. His eyes were brimming with unrestrained lust as he blatantly sized her up. Huaner's eyes turned cold as she felt the golden-clad young man blatantly checking her out. The temperature in the surroundings suddenly plunged as her body emitted cold air. Your Highness, the 6th Prince, I guarantee with my life that it's them. However, previously, the woman wasn't wearing a hat and a veil. She's obviously trying to hide something. Otherwise, why would she wear a hat and a veil? Nangong Li managed to convince the golden-clad young man with his words. Duan Ling Tian and Long Fei Yun's expressions darkened when they felt Huaner's chilling aura. Naturally, they were also aware of the golden-clad young man staring at her unscrupulously. In just a moment, led by the golden-clad young man, Nangong Li and his golden-clad young man's men appeared in front of the quartet and blocked their path. The golden-clad young man looked at them indifferently as he said in a cold voice, "The girl stays. As for the three of you, scram." He acted as though he was an emperor giving orders to his subject. Nangong Li, a young man dressed in embroidered robes whom Duan Ling Tian had met earlier, and two old men stood behind him. It was clear the golden-clad young man was not an ordinary person. Duan Ling Tian, Long Fei Yun, and Chu Ling's expressions changed drastically. They were clearly displeased by the golden-clad young man. At this moment, Nangong Li said to the trio condescendingly, "Three of you better scram if you know what's good for you. This is the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. If you provoke his highness, you will." Long Fei Yun stepped forward and looked at Nangong Li indifferently as he interjected, "What's going to happen if we provoke him?" "You," Nangong Li cried out, clearly upset. However, he felt the stifling aura from Long Fei Yun, so he did not dare to act recklessly. Long Fei Yun was the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, a high-ranked celestial kingdom. Regardless if he was favored by his father or not, he had the air of royalty. How could Nangong Li, who was merely a young master from a third-rate clan in an intermediate-ranked celestial kingdom, compare to Long Fei Yun? His aura alone easily suppressed Nangong Li, causing Nangong Li to turn pale. "Who are you?" The sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom might be arrogant and prideful, but he was not stupid. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he felt Long Fei Yun's stifling aura. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who could sense Huaner's anger, said, "Huaner, there's no need for you to act. Leave it to the 13th prince." He held her hand and squeezed it lightly to comfort her. Huaner nodded obediently. She trusted Duan Ling Tian unconditionally, so she quickly calmed down. The Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom is only an intermediate-ranked celestial kingdom, right? Long Fei Yun glanced indifferently at the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom as he said, "If I'm not mistaken, the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom is located near the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom." Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. When the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom heard Long Fei Yun mention the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, his eyes widened as a frightened expression appeared on his face. The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a high-ranked celestial kingdom. The Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom could not compare to it. In the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, there were many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, while the strongest powerhouses in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom were only heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. He looked at Long Fei Yun and asked fearfully, "You're from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom?" Currently, many people from the Wasteland had come to Taiyi City because of the Wasteland Grand Contest. Therefore, the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom did not think it was impossible for Long Fei Yun to come from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. At this moment, the confrontation between Duan Ling Tian's group and the people from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom had drawn the attention of the passers-by. All of them gathered to watch as they whispered among themselves. "So, the golden-clad young man is the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Well, it seems like he has met his match. Based on his bearing, the young man from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom seems to have an extraordinary background. The noble air he exudes is even more superior compared to the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Still, no one knows who he is." As soon as the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom finished speaking, Chu Ling scoffed and said, "You're the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. How dare you act so impudently before the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? Are you seeking death?" His celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a roaring flame as soon as he finished speaking and shot toward the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Before anyone could react, the two old men standing behind the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom fell to the ground with a loud thud. They lay on the ground motionlessly, and their chests were caved in. The onlooker gasped in unison when they saw how quickly the two old men were killed. They shifted their eyes to Chu Ling, who had returned to his spot behind Long Fei Yun. They were shocked by his strength. Nobody expected Chu Ling to suddenly attack and kill the two old men with just a strike. Realization dawned on them when they recalled Chu Ling's words before he killed the two old men. It's obvious the two old men were the bodyguards of the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. They must be overarching heavenly supreme celestials, at least. In fact, they might even be profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. And yet, these two profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials died in just a blink of an eye. When they regained their senses again, they continued to whisper among themselves. So that person is the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Rumor has it that he's not favored by the emperor of soaring dragon celestial kingdom, but his strength and capabilities are peerless among the princes. I've also heard that there's a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who stays by his side to protect him. Moreover, the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial isn't given to him by the imperial family. The 13th prince had personally recruited that heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial outside of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. The fact that the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom is able to get a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to work for him shows that he's not an ordinary person. Then, there's no doubt that the person who killed those two old men is the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial by the 13th prince's side. On the other hand, the 6th prince of the cloudy rock celestial kingdom seemed to realize he had bitten off more than he could chew when he heard Chu Ling's words and saw the quick deaths of his two profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial's bodyguards. The 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The young man dressed in embroidered robes trembled when he learned of Long Fei Yun's identity. As for Nangong Li, he was so frightened that he had fallen on the ground, sitting in a puddle of his urine. The 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. The young man dressed in embroidery trembled intensely as he learned about Long Fei Yun's true identity. As for Nangong Li, he was so frightened until fell to the ground, sitting on a puddle of his urine. Long Fei Yun looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, "Brother Duan, how would you like me to deal with them?" Long Fei Yun looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a grin. Duan Ling Tian remained silent. However, a hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes. Naturally, this did not escape Long Fei Yun's notice. He nodded and said, "I get it." Then, he signaled Chu Ling with just a look. Chu Ling nodded, preparing to kill the remaining two men. "Stop," an ancient voice cried out. In just a blink of an eye, an old figure appeared before the trio. His aura seemed comparable to Chu Ling's aura. The old man shielded the 6th prince of the cloudy rock kingdom as a handsome young man dressed in a fine robe emerged from the crowd. "Long Fei Yun, Shi Lei didn't do anything to you. Don't you think it's unnecessary to kill him?" Chapter 2771 The 9th Prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom. Chen Bo Dao. Long Fei Yun's expression darkened and a hint of anger could be seen in his eyes when the handsome young man in fine robes appeared. Chen Bo Dao. Although Long Fei Yun's voice was not loud, many people heard his words. Chen Bo Dao, isn't he the 9th Prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom? The Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom and Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom are high-rank celestial kingdoms. The 9th Prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom is widely acknowledged as the most promising candidate to become the next Emperor of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom. It's really unexpected that the 9th Prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom stood up for the 6th Prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Maybe there's some conflict between the 9th Prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom and the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Look at the 13th Prince, can't you see he's angry? The handsome young man in fine robes walked in front of the 6th Prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, shielding him, as he faced Long Fei Yun. An old man followed him and stood behind him respectfully. Shi Lei, the 6th Prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, greeted the handsome young man respectfully, "Cousin brother." "Cousin brother." The onlookers were surprised again. They did not expect Shi Lei and the 9th Prince of Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom to be related. Right, I've almost forgotten that 20 years ago, one of the younger sisters of the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom was married to the Emperor of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom as a concubine. No wonder the 6th Prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom addressed the 9th Prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom as his cousin brother. Although they're related, there's more to the reason he's defending the 6th Prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. It seems like he had a grudge against the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The onlookers could feel Chen Bo Dao, the 9th Prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom, was not defending Shi Lei just because they were related. They could sense the animosity looming over Chen Bo Dao and Long Fei Yun. Meanwhile, Long Fei Yun sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian to explain everything. "Brother Duan, he's Chen Bo Dao, the 9th Prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom, a high-ranked celestial kingdom. Previously, he would suppress me by relying on the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial by his side. In that case, have Chu Ling take action and suppress the old man behind him." No matter what, the three men from the cloudy rock celestial kingdom must die today. Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. Long Fei Yun was shocked to see the cold killing intent in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. This was his first time seeing Duan Ling Tian's dark side. Prior to this, he had felt that Duan Ling Tian was a gentle person and easy to get along with. Unexpectedly, Duan Ling Tian was so ruthless that he insisted the trio from the cloudy rock celestial kingdom had to die. It's been a long time, Long Fei Yun, Chen Bo Dao said as he feigned an insincere smile. It sure has. Chen Bo Dao, take my advice and meddle in this matter. Otherwise, you'll regret it, Long Fei Yun slowly said as he looked at Chen Bo Dao indifferently. Regret it? Chen Bo Dao laughed. Long Fei Yun, although you have a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial now, I'm afraid it's not enough to make me regret anything. Well, you'll see soon enough. Long Fei Yun smiled coldly. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Chu Ling. The ground shook violently as a series of thunderous explosions rang in the air. Chu Ling stomped on the ground as he shot toward Chen Bo Dao. The place where he had stomped on began to crack, resembling a spider web. The cracks spread in all directions for a moment before they finally stopped. You're looking for death, the old man behind Chen Bo Dao cried out in anger. The sound wave from his voice rippled out in all directions. The onlookers with weak cultivation bases were injured, their eardrums burst. Fortunately, no one died. He was like a hurricane as he shot out, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Chu Ling and the old man collided and began to exchange blows. The onlookers scurried further away to avoid being affected by the backlash. Some people who were slower were sent flying from the backlash of their fight. The shockwaves from their collision stirred up gusts of wind that blew violently in all directions. The commotion they created was so great that people from far away were alerted to it. Such huge movements, they must be Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials, at least, right? Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials? You must be joking. They're clearly heaven-rank, overarching heavenly supreme celestials. 2 heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The new onlookers who were attracted by the commotion were surprised to find that 2 heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials were fighting. Although they were in Taiyi City, one of the largest cities in the wasteland, heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials were uncommon. A fight between 2 heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials was even more uncommon. Who are these 2 heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials? Naturally, the onlookers were curious about their identities. Soon enough, someone from the crowd stepped forward and explained to them that the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials were the subordinates of the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom and the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom respectively. Chen Bo Dao said in an attempt to provoke Long Fei Yun. Long Fei Yun, it's truly unexpected that your man is able to hold on for so long against Elder Bei. Your Elder Bei isn't too bad since he's able to hold on for so long against Chu Ling, Long Fei Yun retorted. At this time, Duan Ling Tian said, Huaner, kill the 3 men from the cloudy rock celestial kingdom and collect their spatial rings. Although his voice was not loud, most people, including Chen Bo Dao, heard his words. Huaner replied. A chilling aura surged out from her body, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop drastically. It was as though winter had suddenly arrived. Chen Bo Dao paid no heed to Duan Ling Tian's words initially. It did not take too long before he began to regret it. No, as the cold energy rippled out of Huaner's body, Chen Bo Dao felt as though he was frozen. He panicked and began to mobilize his celestial origin energy to withstand the cold. Although he managed to stave off the cold, he soon discovered the trio from the cloudy rock celestial kingdom had turned into ice sculptures. The terrifying thing was cracks were forming on the ice sculptures. In just a blink of an eye, the 3 ice sculptures cracked and shattered into pieces. Chen Bo Dao's expression was extremely unsightly when he saw the trio had died. Suddenly, Chen Bo Dao saw 3 spatial rings flying past him into the palm of the white-clad woman standing next to the purple-clad young man. Brother Ling Tian. Before everyone regained their senses, Huaner passed the 3 spatial rings to Duan Ling Tian. Her voice was so melodious. It was hard to believe she was the same person who had viciously killed the 3 men in just a blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian claimed ownership of the 3 spatial rings, ignoring the shocked looks on the onlooker's face. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, as expected, it's here. Chapter 2772 Duan Ling Tian. Floating Image Pearl. After Duan Ling Tian claimed ownership of the spatial ring that belonged to Shi Lei, the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, he discovered a few floating image pearl in it. He chose one of them based on the mirror images shown. The mirror images were not long, but it clearly showed Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er's appearance. Huan'er was not wearing a hat or a veil, so her beautiful face that made the surroundings paled in comparison was on full display. So that's why the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom kept staring at Huan'er even though her face is concealed. As it turns out, he has already seen her face through the floating image pearl that Nangong Li had recorded. As soon as Shi Lei, the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, showed up, he had been blatantly staring at Huan'er. This caused Duan Ling Tian to feel that something was amiss. If it were Nangong Li, he would not have been surprised since Nangong Li had seen Huan'er's appearance before. In his opinion, even if Nangong Li had told Shi Lei about Huan'er's beauty, Shi Lei still would not have lost all his control since Shi Lei had not seen Huan'er's true appearance. In the end, he came to the conclusion that Shi Lei must have seen Huan'er's face through other methods such as a floating image celestial talisman or a floating image pearl. Since the floating celestial talisman could only be used once, Duan Ling Tian suspected Nangong Li must have used a floating image pearl to capture Huan'er's real appearance before he escaped with the drifting light and shadow talisman. As it turned out, his speculation was right. Fortunately, the floating image pearl can't be duplicated. Otherwise, if the recording is spread, it'd cause a lot of trouble, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he put the spatial ring away. He was unaware that currently, Huan'er's true appearance had spread in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom in the form of images. The citizens of Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom had all seen Huan'er's fairy-like appearance. Before the crowd regained their senses after Huan'er killed the three men from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, Chu Ling and the Old Man, a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial and the subordinate of Chen Bo Dao, the ninth prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom, had collided with one another. Both of them flew backward and returned to their masters' sides. The speed and distance they returned to their masters were about the same, indicating their strength was on par with each other. They stopped fighting since there was no longer any reason to fight. After all, the three people from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom had died and their strength was evenly matched. Your Highness, the ninth prince, were evenly matched, the old man said in a low voice after he returned to Chen Bo Dao's side. His expression was rather sour since he had confidently declared he would be able to defeat Chu Ling, the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, next to Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Clearly, his confidence was unfounded since he could not defeat Chu Ling. On the other hand, when Chu Ling returned to Long Fei Yun's side, he remained silent. He only looked at the old man standing behind Chen Bo Dao alertly, as though the old man might suddenly attack again. Long Fei Yun, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to find such a strong powerhouse, Chen Bo Dao said in a low voice as he looked at Long Fei Yun. Yes, it's much better compared to you who still relies on your father, Long Fei Yun said tonelessly. Despite the indifferent tone, he was clearly mocking Chen Bo Dao. After all, the old man was given to Chen Bo Dao by his father, the emperor of the mystical wave celestial kingdom, to protect him. Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, the onlookers began to furtively discuss among themselves. Although I've heard that the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom has found a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to stay by his side, I assumed the powerhouse is just average. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Me too. It's said that the old man by the side of the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom is one of the top 3 heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the imperial family of the mystical wave celestial kingdom. Even then, the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom's man is a match for such a person. It was clear the onlookers thought Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, had a good eye for talent and was superior to Chen Bo Dao, the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom. When Chen Bo Dao heard the discussion in his surroundings that compared him to Long Fei Yun, his expression turned unsightly. He looked at Long Fei Yun dismissively before he shifted his attention to Duan Ling Tian. He had assumed Duan Ling Tian was weak and easily bullied, so he asked in a rather rude tone, "Who are you? How dare you let someone kill my cousin?" Faced with Chen Bo Dao's question, Duan Ling Tian only ignored him. The atmosphere turned tense, and Chen Bo Dao's expression grew even more unsightly. Duan Ling Tian turned to smile at Huan'er and said, "Huan'er, let's continue shopping." After he finished speaking, He did not even deign to spare Chen Bo Dao a glance before he led Huaner away. Even Huaner did not spare a glance at Chen Bo Dao. Upon seeing this, Long Fei Yun and Chu Ling followed suit. However, before Long Fei Yun left, he looked at Chen Bo Dao meaningfully and said, "Chen Bo Dao, there are some people whom you can't afford to offend." Chen Bo Dao was furious. His complexion turned red as his body trembled. However, since he had seen how strong Chu Ling was and he was unsure if Duan Ling Tian had a powerful background, he could only suppress his anger. After all, Chu Ling could easily suppress the old man by his side. The onlookers only regained their senses when Duan Ling Tian and the others disappeared from sight. They were shocked and in disbelief. "Who's that purple-clad young man?" The 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom seems very courteous toward the purple-clad young man. Before he left, he even told the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom that the purple-clad young man is not someone the 9th prince could afford to offend. Many of the onlookers were curious about Duan Ling Tian. Wasn't the purple-clad young man in King Qin's mansion in our Cloudy Rock celestial mansion? He's Duan Ling Tian, right? Why's he with the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom? A young man muttered, clearly perplexed. He was none other than Chu Yan, the son of the county governor of Soaring Wind County. He was also the first runner-up for the martial competition of the 16 counties held in King Qin's mansion. The Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom had brought 30 young powerhouses under the age of 100 to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Chu Yan and the second runner-up of the martial competition of the 16 counties, Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County, were among the 30 representatives from the King Qin's mansion. Led by the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, they had come to the wasteland with the people from King Qin's mansion. "Who's the white-clad woman who seems to listen to every word Duan Ling Tian says? She's so strong that she easily killed the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and his 2 subordinates. Moreover, she killed them in front of the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom who's rumored to be a peak great overarching golden celestial. It's likely that the white-clad woman is an overarching heavenly supreme celestial." Chu Yan thought to himself. Chu Yan was, naturally, familiar with Duan Ling Tian. If it were not for Duan Ling Tian showing up nearing the end of the martial competition of the 16 counties, he would have been the winner. He was not resentful since he knew Duan Ling Tian was much stronger than him. After the competition, Duan Ling Tian had fled and was nowhere to be found. He had found it a pity that Duan Ling Tian would not be able to join the Wasteland Grand Contest since he was certain Duan Ling Tian would do very well in the Wasteland Grand Contest. It was likely that Duan Ling Tian would be selected to join one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. "Who knew I'd run into Duan Ling Tian when I came out for fresh air?" Chu Yan thought to himself. After that, he made his way to the residence that the Taiyi celestial sect had prepared for the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom. He wanted to tell Qin Yu, who had also come to Taiyi City, about his encounter with Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, there was a huge commotion in the residence occupied by the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom in Taiyi City. "The 6th prince is dead." Someone had discovered that the soul pearl of the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom had shattered. Chapter 2773 Qin Yu came to visit. Shi Lei, the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom, was lascivious and did not have a good character. However, due to his glib tongue, he was greatly favored by the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom. Moreover, since he had no interest in succeeding the throne, he had good relations with the other princes as well. However, 5 days after the people from the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom arrived in Taiyi City, his soul pearl had suddenly shattered. The 6th prince is dead. Shi Lei's death, naturally, caused a huge commotion in the residence of the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom that was arranged by the Taiyi celestial sect. Not only was the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom furious, but the princes of the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom were furious as well. The Emperor had immediately ordered a thorough investigation of Shi Lei's death. The princes and members were busy because of this. Due to the help from the princes, the cause of Shi Lei's death was quickly found out. The 6th prince's death is related to the beautiful woman whom he had been searching for in recent years. Previously, Nangong Li had presented a floating image pearl that showed 2 people. One of them is the woman that the 6th prince had been looking for. She's in the portraits that are widely circulated in the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom. The other person is a young man. One of the 6th prince's subordinates said that someone had sighted the young man in the mirror image. For that reason, the sixth prince had brought Nangong Li out to look for that young man. Someone witnessed the sixth prince, Nangong Li, and another man being killed on the streets of Taiyi City. The person who killed them is a white-clad woman who wears a hat and a veil. That white-clad woman is suspected to be the woman in the mirror image because Nangong Li recognized the purple-clad young man beside her. The Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom was merely an intermediate-rank celestial kingdom, but when they worked together, they were able to gather a lot of useful information in just a short time. The person who killed my sixth son is the people of the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The 9th Prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom intended to protect my son, but his man was evenly matched with the man of the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Apart from that, the white-clad woman is also stronger than the 9th Prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom. When Yunqi Ling, the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, found out what happened, his expression darkened. His eyes were brimming with killing intent as though he was going to go on a killing spree. Beneath Yunqi Ling's main seat, several people stood there. One of them looked at Yunqi Ling, fidgeting, as he asked, "Your Majesty, what should we do regarding this matter?" "What should we do? What can we do?" Yunqi Ling said coldly as he glared at the man. "Didn't you hear? The culprit is the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial and his people. Even the 9th Prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom is helpless. What do you think we can do?" Upon hearing Yunqi Ling's words, the man remained silent. He had no response. Indeed, the other party was not someone they could not afford to offend. In a courtyard near the main hall where Yunqi Ling and the others were in, Qin Yu, the nephew of King Qin, met Chu Yan, one of the participants of the Wasteland Grand Contest selected by the King Qin's mansion. "Chu Yan, is something the matter?" Qin Yu asked curiously. Although he did not have a particularly close relationship with Chu Yan, they both journeyed together from King Qin's mansion to Taiyi City after all. For that reason, they managed to speak quite a bit during the journey. Chu Yan asked, "Qin Yu, based on my knowledge, you're good friends with Duan Ling Tian, right?" Duan Ling Tian. An eager expression appeared on Qin Yu's face instantly as soon as he heard Chu Yan's words. He asked urgently, "Chu Yan, do you have the news of Duan Ling Tian?" He was extremely worried about Duan Ling Tian ever since Duan Ling Tian had escaped from King Qin's mansion using the Shadow Void escaping talisman. He was, naturally, filled with anticipation and anxiety now that Chu Yan mentioned Duan Ling Tian. "Do you know about the young man next to the white-clad woman who killed the sixth prince and two of his men?" Chu Yan continued to ask instead of replying to Qin Yu's question. "Yes." Qin Yu nodded. "It's said that that young man is one of the two people shown in the floating image pearl that Nangong Li had presented to the sixth prince. When the young man was sighted, the sixth prince went to look for that young man. It's said that the young man and the white-clad woman are the people the sixth prince has been looking for in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom," Qin Yu replied. "Do you know that young man is Duan Ling Tian?" Chu Yan asked again. "What? The young man next to the white-clad woman is Duan Ling Tian?" Qin Yu was shocked by the revelation. Although he had never seen the portraits of the young man or the white-clad woman, based on the things he had heard, he had surmised the young man had a prominent background. He had also heard that the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was extremely courteous to the young man. Moreover, he also heard that the white-clad woman was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How could he not be shocked after listening to Chu Yan's words? He shook his head as he said, How is it possible? Qin Yu, I was there when that white-clad woman killed the sixth prince and his two men. I saw Duan Ling Tian as well," Chu Yan said solemnly. Qin Yu fell silent. Although it sounded far-fetched, he thought it was possible as well. "I want to visit the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's residence that's arranged by the Taiyi Celestial Sect." He made up his mind immediately. He had to verify whether the young man with the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was truly Duan Ling Tian. After so many years, he wanted to see with his own eyes that his friend was safe. Qin Yu was merely someone from King Qin's mansion under the governance of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. He was not a prince and was only the nephew of King Qin. Therefore, it was quite difficult for him to arrange a meeting with the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, his persistence paid off. He finally managed to contact Long Fei Yun and arranged a meeting with him when he said he was a friend of Duan Ling Tian. When they finally met, Long Fei Yun studied Qin Yu. "Are you really a friend of brother Duan?" Naturally, He would not bring Qin Yu to meet Duan Ling Tian directly before he could verify that Qin Yu was truly Duan Ling Tian's friend. After all, he placed great importance in Duan Ling Tian since Duan Ling Tian would determine whether he would be able to sit on the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Duan Ling Tian was a strong powerhouse who was also a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill. It would be easy for him to join the martial dragon celestial sect. Once Duan Ling Tian joined the martial dragon celestial sect and rose in ranks, it would take but a word from him to make Long Fei Yun the next emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Your Royal Highness, the 13th Prince, if the brother Duan you're referring to is called Duan Ling Tian and looks like this, then, there's no doubt he's my friend, Qin Yu said as he revealed a portrait of a young man to Long Fei Yun. The portrait was of a handsome young man with strong eyebrows and bright eyes. He had an exceptional air about him. With just a glance, Long Fei Yun could tell the young man in the portrait was none other than Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, Long Fei Yun lowered his guard and became polite. He asked with a smile, "How should I address you, brother?" "You can call me Qin Yu," Qin Yu responded immediately. He did not dare to be reckless. After all, his origin and status were far inferior to Long Fei Yun. "Brother Qin Yu, since you're a friend of brother Duan, I'll bring you to him immediately," Long Fei Yun said without wasting time. While Long Fei Yun led Qin Yu to Duan Ling Tian's courtyard, an uninvited guest had appeared in Duan Ling Tian's courtyard. The uninvited guest was none other than Tai Tia, the left guardian of Tai Yi celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian did not seem surprised by Tai Yi's sudden appearance. He asked, "I heard Guardian Tai has had a breakthrough recently and became a 7-star celestial duke, is that right?" "Celestial alchemist Duan, I didn't think you'd heard about it as well." Tai Yi smiled. He treated Duan Ling Tian politely as well. "Indeed. I got lucky and had a breakthrough. Currently, the Tai Yi celestial sect is the strongest sect in the wasteland. If you change your mind, the Tai Yi celestial sect will welcome you with open arms." "Thank you for your kindness, Guardian Tai, but I've already made up my mind." Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he politely refused Tai Yi. Tai Yi was not surprised. He took out a spatial ring and handed it to Duan Ling Tian. "Celestial alchemist Duan, inside this spatial ring there's a total of 38 sets of medicinal herbs. They're ingredients to refine overarching heaven pills. Depending on your ability, how many overarching heaven pills will you be able to refine with these ingredients? Our Tai Yi celestial sect only needs 100 pills. If there's a surplus, you can consider it as your reward," he said with a smile. Chapter 2774 Big Trouble. For 38 sets of ingredients, you only need me to refine 100 overarching heavenly pills. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he heard Tai Yi's words. He felt Tai Yi was asking for too little. Does he think so poorly of my refining ability? Does he think I wouldn't be able to refine that many pills with only 38 sets of ingredients? During Duan Ling Tian's first try to refine the overarching heaven pill, he only managed to refine 3 pills. However, if he tried again and with practice, he was confident he would be able to refine 5 pills or more. The success rate would only rise the more times he refined them. Although Duan Ling Tian was happy to receive the surplus overarching heaven pills from the Tai Yi sect, he did not plan to cheat them out of too many pills. Therefore, he said, "All 120 overarching heaven pills for you." Tai Yi was shocked when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian's success rate of refining the pills should not be that high. When he had attempted to assassinate Huaner, he discovered Duan Ling Tian had only successfully refined 3 pills. For this reason, he had only asked for 100 overarching heaven pills. Moreover, he was also prepared to give some room to Duan Ling Tian to bargain. The sect leader of Tai Yi sect had said that the lowest number of overarching heaven pills Duan Ling Tian needed to refine was 80. He really did not expect. Not only did Duan Ling Tian not lower the number of pills he needed to refine, but he even said he would refine 120 pills. After all of the information he had on Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, he had also said as long as Duan Ling Tian refined 100 pills for the Tai Yi celestial sect, Duan Ling Tian could keep the surplus if there were any. Duan Ling Tian could have silently pocketed the 20 pills if he did not speak up. "Duan Ling Tian, are you serious?" Tai Yi inhaled deeply as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. "I know the success rate of refining overarching heaven pills is extremely low, 100 pills might not be too much. However, are you sure you can refine 120? Why, Guardian Tai, do you doubt my ability to refine 120 overarching heaven pills? Duan Ling Tian chuckled. Guardian Tai, since I've said it, I won't go back on my words. Return in 10 days, and I'll give you 120 pills. Tai Tai he looked at Duan Ling Tian intently before he finally said, Alchemist Duan, regardless if you're able to refine 120 overarching heaven pills in 10 days, I, Tai Tai he, considered you a friend from now on. He was a very straightforward man. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian was the same, he could not help but feel a sense of kinship. I am flattered. Duan Ling Tian smiled. At this moment, a familiar voice rang from outside the courtyard. Brother Duan. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, could tell it belonged to Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Before he could respond to Long Fei Yun, Tai Tai he vanished into thin air after he quickly bade him farewell. Alchemist Duan, I will be back in 10 days. Come in. Upon obtaining Duan Ling Tian's consent, Long Fei Yun entered the courtyard. Initially, Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised to see Chu Ling was not with Long Fei Yun. However, his expression froze when he saw the other person who had come with Long Fei Yun. Qin Yu, Duan Ling Tian. An expression of relief appeared on Qin Yu's face as soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian. You are okay, that's good, that's good. Duan Ling Tian asked Qin Yu to sit. He was so friendly to the point that even Long Fei Yun was a bit jealous since Duan Ling Tian had never been so warm with him before. At the same time, he made a swift decision to befriend Qin Yu from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom to improve his relations with Duan Ling Tian. 13th Prince, please take a seat as well. Duan Ling Tian finally remembered to invite Long Fei Yun to sit. Although it was clearly an afterthought, Long Fei Yun was not unhappy at all. With Duan Ling Tian's identity, he would not say anything even if he was made to stand the entire time. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was shocked. Although he had heard from Chu Yan that the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom was extremely courteous to Duan Ling Tian, he was still surprised when he witnessed it with his own eyes. When Duan Ling Tian had invited him to sit down first, he had been looking at Long Fei Yun's expression. Regardless of how friendly Long Fei Yun was, he was certain Long Fei Yun would still be displeased since Duan Ling Tian seemed to prioritize him. However, contrary to his expectations, Long Fei Yun did not seem displeased at all. In fact, Long Fei Yun's gaze seemed to have become several degrees warmer when he looked at him. When he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian again, he felt as though Duan Ling Tian had become a stranger. Qin Yu was very curious about what happened and what Duan Ling Tian had encountered after using the Shadow Void escaping talisman to escape from King Qin's mansion. It was to the extent that even the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom was so respectful to him. For Duan Ling Tian, Qin Yu was his first friend after he had ascended to the overarching spirit heaven. Although he also considered Long Fei Yun as a friend, it was a fact that their friendship was first built on mutual benefits. It was different from his friendship with Qin Yu. In his heart, Qin Yu was still slightly more important than Long Fei Yun. Finally, Duan Ling Tian asked, Qin Yu, you still haven't told me why you're here. I followed my uncle and the Emperor of the Cloud Rock Celestial Kingdom here. We have to bring 30 participants for the Wasteland Grand Contest. We have 2 representatives from the King Qin's mansion. You've met them before. They're Chu Yan and Yang Jing, Qin Yu replied. I see. Then, Duan Ling Tian continued to ask, how did you know I'm here? He was surprised that Qin Yu was able to find him. Speaking of that, it's all thanks to Chu Yan. Then, Qin Yu recounted how he managed to find out Duan Ling Tian's whereabouts and how Duan Ling Tian's companion had killed the 6th prince of the Cloud Rock Celestial Kingdom. After a long pause, Qin Yu seemed to remember something. He quickly took a portrait out and laid it on the table for Duan Ling Tian to see. Duan Ling Tian, this is... Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in shock. He did not expect Qin Yu to possess a portrait of Huoner in her full glory. Although it was just a painting, one could still see her unique charm and beauty. Meanwhile, Long Fei Yun's mouth was agape when he saw the portrait. He felt a slight stirring in his heart when he saw the portrait even though he was not a man who cared for romance or beauties. It was his first time seeing a woman this beautiful. She was so perfect that it was terrifying. How did you come to possess this portrait? Duan Ling Tian asked with a grave expression. He had asked Huoner to wear a veil and a hat to conceal her appearance after all since he knew it would attract trouble. He had allowed her to kill 6th Prince of the Cloud Rock Celestial Kingdom and his 2 men since they had seen Huoner appearance from the floating image Peril. Since he had taken the floating image Peril, he did not think he had anything else to worry about. He truly did not expect Xianxia to possess a portrait of Huoner. He could already imagine the endless trouble that would come their way if Huoner portraits were circulated in Taiyi City. Currently, there were many people from the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland and high-ranked celestial kingdoms in Taiyi City. There was no lack of celestial dukes as well. Among these people, there were definitely many lecherous men. This portrait, seeing the grave expression on Duan Lingtian's face, Xianxia immediately explained that the portraits were widely circulated in the Cloud Rock Celestial Kingdom. In the end, he said, at this moment, the Emperor of the Cloud Rock Celestial Kingdom should have found out the woman next to you in a veil and a hat as the woman in the portrait. The woman in the portrait is Miss Huoner. Long Fei Yun, who had just managed to tear his eyes away from the portrait, was shocked again. That Shi Lei is a madman. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely dark. He did not expect Shi Lei to reveal Huoner's appearance in such a public manner where most of everyone in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom had seen the portraits. Chapter 2775 Groundbreaking News. Although Duan Lingtian did not reply to Long Fei Yun's question, Long Fei Yun was able to infer the answer based on Duan Lingtian's reaction. He thought to himself, I didn't expect Miss Huoner would be so beautiful. Any normal man would definitely be attracted to her. No wonder she constantly wears a veil and a hat. Otherwise, she'll definitely attract a lot of trouble. Although Long Fei Yun had known Duan Lingtian and Huoner for a relatively long time now, Huoner had never taken off her veil and hat in front of Long Fei Yun. For this reason, he had no idea how Huoner looked like. Even now, his heart was still racing when he thought about Huoner's flawlessly beautiful face. Duan Lingtian, Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian with a grave expression as he said, the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom is definitely furious since you allowed her to kill the 6th Prince and the others. Given your relationship with the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he might not be able to openly trouble you, but there's no doubt that he could use many underhanded means to trouble you. His eyes shifted to Long Fei Yun before it settled on the portrait on the table. The person in the painting was flawlessly beautiful that she could bring an entire nation to its knees. For example, the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom could expose the person in the portrait. At that time, everyone would know there's an otherworldly beauty next to you. I'm afraid there are many high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland who would covet her. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Long Fei Yun also realized the severity of the situation. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he fiercely said, I'll visit the residents of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and warn the Emperor. If they dare to expose Miss Huoner, I won't let them get away with it. However, with his current strength, he could not really threaten an emperor of an intermediate rank celestial kingdom. Even so, he could threaten the people below the emperor. Killing 1 or 2 princes was still within the scope of his abilities. After he finished speaking, he left immediately. Duan Lingtian did not stop Long Fei Yun, he was too immersed in finding a solution to this problem. He had a strong feeling that the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom had already spread Huoner's portraits and the information that she was with the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Indeed, Duan Lingtian had hit the nail on the head. As soon as Long Fei Yun stepped out, he heard many discussions about Huoner portraits. Have you seen the portraits that are circulating? You mean the one of the flawlessly beautiful woman? If so, yes, I've seen them. I even heard she's staying in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's residence. I heard she's close to the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. To be precise, she has a close relationship with one of the men who has a close relationship with the 13th Prince. Upon hearing the discussions in his surroundings, Long Fei Yun's expression turned grim. A hint of killing intent surged out of his body. He thought the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom really deserved to die. Damn it, the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom really moved fast. In the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom's residence that was arranged by the Taiyi Celestial Sect. Your Majesty, I've already spread word that the woman in portraits is in Taiyi City and staying in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's residence. A middle-aged man reported to the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. After that, the subordinates of the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom stepped forward one after another to report to the Emperor. Your Majesty, the woman's portraits have spread to almost half of Taiyi City. Most of those people know that she's staying with the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Your Majesty, as you requested, I've already brought one of the portraits to Elder Tang Qing of the martial dragon celestial sect and informed him about the woman's whereabouts. Your Majesty, I've also brought a portrait to Elder Huang Chao from the Taiyi sect. Upon hearing his subordinates' reports, Yun Qi Ling, the emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, had a malicious expression on his face. Good, good, very good. I'd like to see if the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom would still be able to protect that woman. Yun Qi Ling continued muttering to himself, you dare to kill my son, I'll make your life a living hell. I'll make you wish for death. So what if you're powerful and have powerful allies? Do you think you can go against the three major celestial sects of the wasteland? Even if you don't die, you'll end up being a toy to one of those men. Who knows, they might even share you among themselves. He seemed a little mad as he muttered to himself. It was clear he wanted the person who killed his son, Shi Lei, the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, to die. The person was none other than Huaner. He laughed sinisterly as he continued muttering to himself, as for that purple-clad young man. I might not be able to kill you, but I doubt you'd feel nothing if that woman ends up as someone else's toy. Yun Qi Ling's behavior was terrifying, but none of his subordinates dared to make a sound. Whether it was Elder Tang Qing from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, Guardian Shui from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, or Elder Huang Chao from the Taiyi Sect, they were known for being lecherous. They treated women like toys. Coincidentally, all three men were in Taiyi City. Therefore, Yun Qi Ling had asked his servants to distribute Huaner's portraits and reveal her whereabouts. He took extra care to spread this information to Tang Qing, Shui Lang, and Huang Chao as well. There is this kind of beauty in this world. I must have her. She must be mine and mine alone. Huang Chao, an elder of Taiyi Celestial Sect, became excited when he saw Huaner's portrait. Desire flashed strongly in his eyes. He did not waste any time and quickly made his way to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's residence, after Elder Huang Chao of Taiyi Celestial Sect had seen the portrait of Huaner. His calm face suddenly became extremely red. The kind of passionate expression he had on his face was full of desire. I must have this woman. Such a perfect woman, she's worthy of me, Shui Lang, personally escorting her back with me. Similarly, Tang Qing, an elder from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, and Shui Lang, the guardian of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, were spurred into action as soon as they saw Huaner portrait. They did not waste any time and began to make their way to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's residence as well. In the eyes of these three men, Huaner was like a rare treasure they absolutely had to obtain. All of them wanted her to themselves. Meanwhile, the people in Taiyi City were busy discussing Huaner as well. What a beautiful woman, heavens, who knew there's such a beauty in this world? I heard she's from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I heard she has a good relationship with the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Since when did the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom have such beauty? How unexpected. I thought I knew everything there's to know about every kingdom. It took only half a day for everyone in Taiyi City to learn about an extremely flawless beauty who was staying with the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Just her portrait alone was enough to make the surroundings pale in comparison. All was not peaceful in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's residence as well. Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, was also shocked by Huaner's beauty. He was curious if Duan Ling Tian would be able to protect her now that the situation has gotten out of hand. Who knew the woman who's constantly wearing a veil and a hat next to Fei Yun is so beautiful? She seems to be very close with the purple-clad young man beside Fei Yun. Now that her appearance has been exposed, they would surely attract a lot of trouble. What a rare beauty. Most men would definitely covet her. If I have the power, I'd snatch her away as well. However, the purple-clad young man isn't a pushover. I wonder if he'll be able to protect that woman now that news of her has spread in the entire city. Chapter 2776 Three Celestial Dukes. Despite being aware of the flawlessly beautiful woman in the portrait was in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's residence in Taiyi City, no one from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, including Long Dongping, the emperor, dared to harbor any nefarious thoughts. First of all, the purple-clad young man who was always by the woman's side was too mysterious. Nobody could completely confirm his background, therefore, they did not dare to recklessly offend him. Second, since the woman's portraits had been spread throughout Taiyi City, there would surely be experts from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland who were interested in her. They knew they were no match for these experts. For these reasons, although the residence was in an uproar, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's courtyard was relatively peaceful. However, this was only the calm before the storm. Long Fei Yun, who had just returned from outside, said solemnly, "Brother Duan, Miss Huaner's portraits have already circulated in all of Taiyi City. The high-ranked celestial kingdoms aren't difficult to deal with, but the problem lies with the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. They would be troublesome to deal with." Qin Yu's expression was rather unsightly as he said, "I didn't think the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom would act so decisively and quickly." Although he was not certain of Duan Ling Tian's relationship with Huaner, at the very least, he was certain Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were friends. For this reason, he did not wish any harm to come to Duan Ling Tian's friend. Duan Ling Tian's friend was also a friend of his. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, before Duan Ling Tian could reply, a thunderous voice rang from outside. "I'm Elder Huang Chao from the Taiyi Celestial Sect. Bring the woman in the portrait to me at once." Long Fei Yun's expression turned grim as his eyes widened. "The Elder of Taiyi Celestial Sect?" He muttered to himself, "From what I know, the elders of Taiyi Celestial Sects are celestial dukes. If this person is really Huang Chao, he must be a celestial duke." Even in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, a high-ranked celestial kingdom, there was no celestial duke at all. The strongest person in the kingdom was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. A celestial duke was a huge threat to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The elder of Taiyi Celestial Sect is a celestial duke. Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Qin Yu's expression worsened. A hint of concern brimmed in his eyes. Although he had expected some experts from the three major celestial sects would come looking for Huaner, he did not expect the first person to come looking for trouble would be a celestial duke. The elder of Taiyi Celestial Sect, Duan Ling Tian, whose expression remained calm all along, finally showed slight changes when he heard the thunderous voice from outside the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's residence that was arranged by the Taiyi Celestial Sect. At this moment, a yellow-clad middle-aged man with a medium build and ordinary appearance stood unmoving like a statue outside the residence of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Despite his appearance, he had a dignified and majestic air about him. At this moment, the initially empty courtyard was slowly filled with people who were attracted by the commotion. Among these people, there were the powerhouses who were younger than 100 years old, a few princes, and their subordinates. Taiyi Celestial Sect's elder. Based on my knowledge, even the weakest elder of the Taiyi Celestial Sect is a one basic celestial duke. In other words, this person must be a celestial duke. Who would have thought after the appearance of the woman whose by the purple-clad young man and the 13th prince's side is exposed, the elder of the Taiyi Celestial Sect would come first. Just one elder of the Taiyi Celestial Sect can easily destroy the entire Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Based on his aura, there's no doubt he's a celestial duke. Most of them were waiting for Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, to arrive before they greeted the elder of the Taiyi Celestial Sect. His Majesty still hasn't come. What if the elder from the Taiyi Celestial Sect loses his temper because he feels we're being disrespectful and kills us? Everyone was still fretting when a voice rang from the mansion. "Elder Huang Chao, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Pardon me for being slow to welcome you." At this moment, Long Dongping, who was dressed in a dragon robe, appeared with several men in tow. He deferentially paid respect to the yellow-clad middle-aged man. "Greetings, Elder Huang Chao." After that, the people who had gathered in the front yard bowed and greeted the yellow-clad middle-aged man in unison. Huang Chao looked at Long Dongping and spoke in a tone that was void of politeness, "Your Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's emperor?" "Yes," Long Dongping promptly replied as he sighed inwardly. "Rumor has it that Yun Qi Ling, the emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, is quite cunning. Who knew he would inform the experts from the major celestial sects before he spread the woman's portraits in Taiyi City?" Long Dongping has also heard about Huang Chao. He was a lecherous person who could not live without women. However, he still did not expect Huang Chao to be the first person to show up. After mulling over it, he was certain Yun Qi Ling had deliberately planned for this. Otherwise, Huang Chao would not have arrived so quickly. Huang Chao raised his hand and revealed the portrait in his hand as he said domineeringly, "I'm sure you heard my words earlier. Bring the woman to me at once." The portrait showed a woman with beautiful and flawless features. Moreover, her figure was extremely seductive. The portrait was extremely lifelike. Although most of the people present on the scene had already seen the portrait, their hearts still raced when they looked at the portrait again. Elder Huang Chao, Long Dongping said rather uneasily, trying to explain his difficulties. However, before Long Dongping could finish his words, a soft and androgynous voice rang from all directions. Huang Chao, you're really quick to act. If I were to arrive a little later, the beauty would have been taken by you. A figure that moved as fast as the wind appeared near Huang Chao. In just a moment, a scoff could be heard as a coarse and energetic voice rang in the air. That beauty is mine. Both of you can screw off. Then, a tall middle-aged man with a sturdy build appeared before everyone. Shui Lang, Tang Qing. Seeing the two individuals who appeared one after another, Huang Chao's expression grew dark. He did not expect these two people to come as well. One was a guardian of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, and the other was an elder of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Most importantly, the two newcomers were celestial dukes like him. Although he knew these two people were also in Taiyi City and also had a penchant for beautiful women like him, he did not expect them to act so quickly as well. Shui Lang, Tang Qing. Upon hearing Huang Chao's words, Long Dongping's eyes widened, and a frightened expression appeared on his face. Even these two people have come. Although he had never seen Shui Lang or Tang Qing before, he had heard a lot about them. Shui Lang, a guardian elder of Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, was a celestial duke. Tang Qing, an elder of Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, was also a celestial duke. In 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, there are 5 experts who have a strong liking for beautiful women. Who knew 3 out of the 5 would appear today? Long Dongping sighed inwardly. However, the woman with the purple-clad young man is indeed flawless in every aspect. All normal men would be moved by her appearance. The other 2 must not be in the city. Otherwise, there's no doubt there would be 5 instead of 3 people here. Long Dongping found it difficult to maintain his composure. After all, 3 celestial dukes had suddenly appeared before him. Moreover, at this moment, all 3 celestial dukes were staring at him intently. The pressure he felt was as though 3 mountains were pressing down on him, causing him to feel suffocated. Chapter 2777 Battle between the Celestial Dukes. My lords, I, Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and a heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, found himself suffocated by the pressure exerted by the 3 Celestial Dukes. He was trying to find the words to voice out his reluctance and apprehension due to Duan Ling Tian's mysterious and most likely, impressive background. He was prepared to tell the 3 Celestial Dukes that even Zhou Shuchu, the last direct disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders sect leader and the junior sister of the current sect leader, did not dare to recklessly act against Duan Ling Tian. With this, he believed that even if the 3 Celestial Dukes did not back down, at the very least, they would not hold it against him for not handing Huaner over to them. At this moment, most of the people present on the scene looked into the distance and cried out in surprise, interrupting Long Dongping, "It's His Highness, the 13th Prince." Long Dongping halted his plan to speak and looked into the distance as well. He saw 5 people making their way over. A purple-clad young man, a golden-clad young man, a cyan-clad young man, and a white-clad woman walked in the lead. With just a glance, the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom recognized the golden-clad young man as Long Fei Yun, the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. In the next moment, they fell into a daze when they saw the white-clad woman. She was extremely dazzling. She was like a luminous pearl in the dark, brightening the world. She had slender eyebrows, limpid eyes, a stunning face, and a graceful and seductive figure. To top it off, she wore a thin white robe. With her cold aura, she seemed like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. She was truly flawlessly beautiful. It was as though the creator had paid special attention when she was created. It's the woman in portrait. Beautiful. Too beautiful. She's even more beautiful in real life. That's only natural. How can a portrait compare to the real person? It's truly unimaginable that such a beauty exists in this world. Being able to see her, I can say that I didn't live in vain all these years. I've seen her before. However, I didn't see her face because she was wearing a hat and a veil at that time. Who would have thought such a beauty was hiding under the hat and veil? Huaner attracted everyone's attention as soon as she appeared. Since her appearance had already been exposed, there was no longer any point for her to wear a veil and a hat. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian did not make her wear the hat and the veil this time. She was delighted that she longer had to hide her appearance, as though she was unaware of the danger that was lurking outside. She had no sense of crisis at all. At this moment, she intimately hugged Duan Ling Tian's arm. Duan Ling Tian, who was dashing and handsome when paired with Huaner, made them look like a golden couple, a match made in heaven. Duan Ling Tian could feel the knife-like gazes directed at him. If looks could kill, he would have died 1,000 times over. The gazes from the three celestial duke were especially chilling. Their pressure bore down on him like 3 mountains. The Taiyi celestial sect's elder, Huang Chao, the Thousand Spiders celestial sect's guardian, Shui Lang, and the martial dragon celestial sect's elder, Tang Qing. Duan Ling Tian looked at the 3 celestial dukes. Despite their pointed gaze and intense pressure, his expression remained unchanged. The other person who walked in the lead was none other than Qin Yun. Meanwhile, the 5th and last person of the group who was walking behind the 4 people was Chu Ling. At this moment, Chu Ling, a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, could not help but feel frightened inwardly when confronted with the 3 celestial dukes. Let alone a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial like him, even a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial would not dare to act presumptuously in front of a celestial duke. Even a mere one basic celestial duke was far superior to a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After looking away from Duan Ling Tian, Huang Chao, the elder of Taiyi celestial sect, looked at the 2 celestial dukes and said with a nefarious gleam in his eyes, "Gentlemen, the beauty is here. Shall we discuss who she'll leave with?" At this moment, the 3 celestial dukes had completely disregarded Duan Ling Tian. They acted as though he did not exist. It was only natural after all. In their eyes, Duan Ling Tian was just a 2-bit character. So what if he had a good relationship with the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? It was useless. If they so pleased, they could kill the 13th prince without any consequences. This showed how powerful a celestial duke was. I agree with Elder Huang Chao. Shui Lang, the guardian of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, agreed with Huang Chao. He looked at the elder of the martial dragon celestial sect, Tang Qing, waiting for his reply. Huang Chao, Shui Lang, and Tang Qing were 2 formed celestial dukes. They all knew each other's cultivation base. They were aware it was pointless to fight since it would only end in a draw. It was useless to fight. It would be more efficient for them to discuss the matter. Huang Chao and Shui Lang looked at Tang Qing expectantly, fully confident Tang Qing was going to agree, when Tang Qing bluntly refused them. "I'm not willing." Then, he continued to say, "I know what both of you are thinking. You want to share the beauty. However, I, Tang Qing, will never share the woman I've taken a liking to. She can only belong to me and me alone." He looked at Huang Chao and Shui Lang before he looked at Huaner possessively as though he had already thought of her as his property. "Tang Qing, are you going to ignore the both of us?" Huang Chao and Shui Lang's expression turned unsightly as they glowered at Tang Qing. "We are all 2 formed celestial dukes. Even if you're slightly stronger, do you think you can defend against both of us at the same time?" Huang Chao and Shui Lang looked at Tang Qing as though Tang Qing was a fool. 2 formed celestial dukes. Tang Qing's smile widened. Then, he said coldly, "You're welcome to try." Although Tang Qing's smile caused Huang Chao and Shui Lang to feel like something was amiss, they did hesitate as they charged toward Tang Qing at the same time. They were wary due to Tang Qing's confidence, but they did not plan to let it deter them. Upon seeing this, Tang Qing scoffed, completely unbothered. In just a blink of an eye, his celestial origin energy surged out from his body like a furious dragon. Upon closer inspection, one would see Huang Chao and Shui Lang's celestial origin energy had 2 strands of spirit serpents in them. On the other hand, there were 3 strands of spirit serpents in Tang Qing's celestial origin energy. An earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air as Tang Qing collided with Huang Chao and Shui Lang. The shockwaves from the collision rippled out and destroyed the front yard. A huge pit could be seen in the front yard where the 3 celestial dukes hovered above. Then, cracks began to form and spread out at lightning speed. The disturbance in the front yard spilled outside, attracting many people's attention. "What's that commotion? Isn't that the residence of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom that's arranged by the Taiyi Celestial Sect? What's happening inside? Don't tell me it has something to do with the woman in the portraits." "That's highly likely. Even then, this commotion is quite big. It's unlikely to be caused by peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, right?" People in the vicinity of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's residence were shocked and confused. It seemed like a violent storm had hit the residence, wrecking it beyond recognition. Chapter 2778 I'm disappointed in the martial dragon celestial sect. The soaring dragon celestial kingdom was a high-ranked celestial kingdom. Moreover, their entourage was personally led by the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom himself. Therefore, the accommodation that had been prepared for them by the Taiyi celestial sect was better than the intermediate rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms. Their residence was exceptionally vast. Just the front yard alone was the size of the entire residence of a low-ranked celestial kingdom. However, at this moment, the spacious front yard was wrecked as though a violent storm had just landed. The stone tiles, trees, and plants were overturned and scattered everywhere. So this is the strength of a celestial duke. Didn't you hear what the Thousand Spiders celestial sect's guardian Shui Lang said? All three of them are two-formed celestial dukes. Celestial dukes have 9 divisions of cultivation base. 1 basic celestial dukes are the weakest, and 2-formed celestial dukes are a level stronger than 1 basic celestial dukes. Well, if they're 2-formed celestial dukes, this level of destruction is not surprising. Don't tell me none of you has discovered that even though we're so close to the battle, their energies have avoided us. When the shockwave wrecked the front yard, the people from the soaring dragon celestial sect had risen into the sky to avoid being caught in the backlash. However, they soon discovered the shockwave seemed to deliberately avoid them. Indeed, Huang Chao, Shui Lang, and Tang Qing had taken the people of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom into consideration and avoided harming them. To be more precise, they were trying to avoid harming that each of them had already considered as belonging to them. Apart from that, they also did not wish to injure the powerhouses younger than 100 years old who had come to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. After all, they would have to explain themselves to their respective sect leaders if the young powerhouses were harmed. The onlookers surveyed their surroundings. After the dust had settled, they discovered the front yard was completely wrecked. Even Long Dongping, the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, was shocked by the sight. They did not expect that just a single exchange of blows between 3 celestial dukes would reduce the front yard to such a state. They found the destructive power astonishing and terrifying. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, Huaner, and the other 3 hovered in the sky and looked down. Unlike Long Fei Yun and Duan Ling Tian who seemed calm, Qin Yu and Chu Ling wore an extremely grave expression on their faces. Meanwhile, Huaner hugged Duan Ling Tian's arm with a calm expression as well as she surveyed the wreckage. 3-talent celestial duke, Duan Ling Tian's gaze fell on a tall figure standing amidst the ruins. The figure belonged to the elder of the martial dragon celestial sect, Tang Qing. The small spot where he was standing was completely unaffected. It was as though the terrifying force from earlier could not even touch a single strand of his hair. A few hundred meters across from Tang Qing, 2 figures whose robes were in tatters looked extremely miserable. These 2 figures were none other than Huang Chao, the elder of the Taiyi celestial sect, and Shui Lang, the guardian of the Thousand Spiders sect. As though it was premeditated, Huang Chao and Shui Lang trembled in unison before they spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces were as pale as a sheet of blank paper. After they took a deep breath, they looked at Tang Qing in shock and horror as they cried out in unison, "Tang Qing, you actually broke through and became a 3-talent celestial duke." It seemed as though they had rehearsed this line beforehand. 3-talent celestial duke. Upon hearing Huang Chao and Shui Lang's words, everyone's expressions turned grim except for Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. 3-talent celestial dukes were much stronger than 1 basic celestial dukes and 2-formed celestial dukes. There were less than 23-talent celestial dukes in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. It seems like Elder Tang Qing has recently broken through and became a 3-talent celestial duke. No wonder Elder Tang Qing is so confident he'll be able to obtain the beauty for himself. As it turns out, he has already become a 3-talent celestial duke. Since Elder Huang Chao and Guardian Shui Lang are both 2-formed celestial dukes, they're naturally not a match for him. It seems like the beauty will fall into Elder Tang Qing's hands. As the people from the soaring dragon celestial kingdom discussed among themselves, they looked at Huaner who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian sympathetically. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Tang Qing glanced at Huang Chao and Shui Lang indifferently as he asked, "Gentlemen, do you still want to continue?" Huang Chao and Shui Lang exchanged a glance upon hearing his words. Their expressions darkened, but they remained silent. They were well aware that they were not a match for Tang Qing even if they joined forces since Tang Qing was now a 3-talent celestial duke. Although they were unwilling, they had no choice but to give up on the beauty. Seeing the lack of objection from Huang Chao and Shui Lang, Tang Qing laughed heartily. Then, he flew toward Huaner like a goshawk. Everyone looked at him as he flew at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. People like Long Dongping who suspected Duan Lingtian had an ordinary background turned to look at Duan Lingtian immediately. They were curious about how Duan Lingtian was going to react. They wondered if Duan Lingtian would be able to protect the woman by his side. In their opinion, the only thing Duan Lingtian could do at this point to stop Tang Qing was to reveal his extraordinary background. After all, regardless of how talented Duan Lingtian was, he was no match for a 3-talent celestial duke yet. When Tang Qing was about to reach Huaner's side, a purple figure flashed in front of Huaner, shielding her from Tang Qing's unrestrained gaze. Upon seeing this, Tang Qing's expression darkened immediately. "Brat, you're seeking death." His eyes gleamed coldly as celestial origin energy surged out of his body. It was clear he was prepared to kill Duan Lingtian who stood between him and Huaner. Upon facing Tang Qing who was poised to attack, Duan Lingtian's expression remained impassive as he said, "I'll give you one chance. Get lost within 3 breaths, and I'll let your behavior slide. Otherwise." Before Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Tang Qing sneered and interjected, "Otherwise what?" He looked at Duan Lingtian contemptuously as he continued to say, "You're just an insignificant ant in one of the celestial kingdoms of the wasteland. How dare you run your mouth before me, telling me to get lost? If I don't kill you today, I'll be doing my reputation a disservice." As soon as he finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged toward Duan Lingtian like a fierce beast that was going to devour Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said in a faint voice, "They say that birds of a feather flock together. Your behavior has made me disappointed with the martial dragon celestial sect." Then, he turned to look at Long Fei Yun and said, "13th Prince, I might not be able to fulfill my promise to you to join the martial dragon celestial sect. However, rest assured that even if I don't join the martial dragon celestial sect, I'll still fulfill my other promise." Naturally, Duan Lingtian's words and the nature of the promise were only understood by Long Fei Yun and Chu Ling. Long Fei Yun knew that Duan Lingtian would still help him ascend the throne and become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom even if he did not join the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. Before Long Fei Yun could reply, a loud laughter rang in the air. Tang Qing laughed as though he had heard a funny joke as his celestial origin energy continued to surge. He regarded Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a fool. Disappointed in the Martial Dragon Celestial sect, not joining the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. When Tang Qing finally stopped laughing, he looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly and said, "Do you think you can join the Martial Dragon Celestial sect just because you want?" Then, he added, "Brat, I've changed my mind. Initially, I was going to grant you an easy death. However, seeing how you insult the Martial Dragon Celestial sect, I'm going to make you suffer so much that you wish for death before I finally kill you." Chapter 2779 Prominent Celestial Fire. When Duan Lingtian had stood in front of Huaner to shield her, most of the onlookers thought he had a death wish. Naturally, there were some people, including Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, who knew about Duan Lingtian's remarkable background. These people were eagerly waiting for Duan Lingtian to reveal his background to intimidate Tang Qing, the elder of the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. They had no doubt that he had an extraordinary background since even Zhou Shuchu, the third miss of the Zhou clan, did not provoke him. Otherwise, as the direct disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect and the junior sister of the current sect leader, she would have never held back. Nevertheless, the sudden change that followed Tang Qing's hostile words surprised everyone except for Duan Lingtian, Huaner, Long Fei Yun, and Chu Ling. The moment Tang Qing finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged as he prepared to attack Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, lifted his hand. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a dancing gray flame appeared on his right palm. The sizzling sound of the gray flame resounded in the air. Its aura was terrifying, sending chills running up everyone's spines. The onlookers were in an uproar when they saw the gray flame hovering above Duan Lingtian's palm. They discussed among themselves as their eyes were trained on the gray flame. Shock and disbelief could be seen on their faces. Is that a celestial fire? There's no doubt it's a celestial fire. Moreover, it's not an ordinary celestial fire. I've seen a primitive celestial fire before, so I'm sure this isn't a primitive celestial fire. Its aura is much stronger than a primitive celestial fire. I was fortunate enough to see a mediocre celestial fire once. Even the mediocre celestial fire's aura is weaker than this celestial fire. If that's the case, does it mean it's a prominent celestial fire? A prominent celestial fire. A prominent celestial fire. If the purple-clad young man before them truly possessed a prominent celestial fire, did it mean he was a prominent celestial alchemist or a prominent celestial weapons craftsman? Wait, do you remember when the 13th prince exchanged a duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial cauldron after he won the selection in Shurong Palace? Of course, back then, everyone thought he had gone mad. What now? Do you still think he is crazy? Could it be that the 13th prince wanted the prominent celestial pill cauldron because of the purple-clad young man? There's no other explanation that makes sense apart from that. I didn't expect the 13th prince to have a prominent celestial alchemist by his side. Many of those from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom remembered the incident in Shurong Palace when Long Fei Yun had requested for a prominent celestial pill cauldron in exchange for the duke-grade celestial weapon he won. At that time, everyone thought he had gone mad. After all, the value of a prominent celestial pill cauldron could not compare to a duke-grade celestial weapon. However, now that they had seen the prominent celestial fire that was summoned by the purple-clad young man, they no longer thought Long Fei Yun had made a mistake. Instead, they thought he had made a wise choice back then. After all, befriending a prominent celestial alchemist was much more valuable than a duke-grade celestial weapon. As the saying goes, I'm the only enlightened one while others are in a haze. That must be how the 13th prince felt back then in Shurong Palace. To think I thought he had gone mad back then. In hindsight, we're a joke. This is why the 13th prince is the most remarkable prince among all the princes in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He's wise and farsighted. Even the 4th and 7th prince are not a match for him. Unlike that time in Shurong Palace, everyone was praising Long Fei Yun now. Meanwhile, the 4th and 7th princes of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's expressions turned unsightly when they heard the discussions in their surroundings. Jealousy brimmed in both their eyes as they looked at Long Fei Yun. They were acutely aware that they did not stand a chance of becoming the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom if Duan Ling Tian decided to help their 13th brother. Although they were displeased and dissatisfied, they knew there was nothing they could do unless they managed to recruit a prominent celestial alchemist as well. It was almost impossible for them to do so. Prominent celestial fire. Qin Yu, who was hovering near Duan Ling Tian, stared at the gray flame in shock. He was dumbfounded. He found it difficult to believe that Duan Ling Tian was a prominent celestial alchemist. On the other hand, Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. He's a prominent celestial alchemist. He truly did not expect this. He had expected Duan Ling Tian to reveal his background to scare Tang Qing off. Contrary to his expectations, Duan Ling Tian had summoned his prominent celestial fire instead and revealed his identity as a prominent celestial alchemist. Long Dongping continued thinking to himself, even if he doesn't reveal his background. Based on the fact that he's a prominent celestial alchemist, it's more than enough for him to stop Tang Qing. Then, he turned to look at Long Fei Yun, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian. Fei Yun is lucky to meet Duan Ling Tian. If Fei Yun had told me the prominent celestial pill cauldron was for Duan Ling Tian, I wouldn't have refused him. He could not help but sigh. He knew he had missed the chance to befriend a prominent celestial alchemist. A prominent celestial fire. Is he a prominent celestial alchemist? Huang Chao and Du Lang, who thought Huaner would definitely be taken away by Tang Qing, were similarly stunned when they saw the gray flame Duan Ling Tian had conjured up. As celestial dukes, they were certain Duan Ling Tian's gray flame was a prominent celestial fire, even if they were not sure if it was used to refine pills or forge weapons. However, based on the discussions in the surroundings, they learned that Duan Ling Tian was a prominent celestial alchemist. When they regained their composure, their eyes were filled with wariness when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. A prominent celestial fire. Tang Qing was prepared to kill Duan Ling Tian. However, his expression changed drastically when he saw the gray flame in Duan Ling Tian's hand. He quickly withdrew his celestial origin energy, afraid Duan Ling Tian would sense his killing intent. After all, if Duan Ling Tian decided to explode the prominent celestial fire, he would surely die unless he could escape to about 1,000 meters away. Even then, he would be severely injured. Prominent celestial fires were capable of killing even the most powerful celestial dukes. In close range, they had no chance of survival at all. Moreover, he was only a 3 medium celestial duke. After he took a deep breath to calm down, he looked at Duan Ling Tian warily. Please excuse my behavior. I didn't expect you to be a prominent celestial alchemist. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently, Elder Tang Qing, didn't you intend to snatch Huaner away? If you're confident, you can try. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, an expression of fear and anxiety could be seen on the faces of everyone present, including Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, and Huang Chao and Shui Lang, the two celestial dukes. If Tang Qin insisted on kidnapping Huaner, Duan Ling Tian would certainly explode his prominent celestial fire. At that time, not only would Tang Qing die, but they would die or be severely injured as well. Colors drained from Tang Qing's face when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. At this point, how could he attack? Although he was confident about the swiftness of his speed, his opponent could explode the prominent celestial fire with just a thought. He did not dare to take the risk at all. Regardless of how beautiful Huaner was, it was foolish to risk his life for a woman. He was at a loss over how to respond to Duan Ling Tian. Master Duan. At this moment, a loud voice rang in the air. Despite the volume, it sounded polite. It seemed to ring from all directions. Everyone present on the scene clearly heard the voice and began to look around for the source of the voice. This voice, Huang Chao, the elder of Tai Yi sect, was stunned when he heard the voice. His eyes widened when he realized to whom the voice belonged. Isn't it Guardian Tai? Chapter 2780 Chief Celestial Alchemist. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a tall and sturdy figure appeared. His speed seemed slow, but he had appeared in front of everyone in just a blink of an eye. His movements seemed to contain the profundity of heaven and earth. He had a square face that was filled with stubbles, and an eye-catching red mole could be seen between his brows. Before the others regained their senses, Huang Chao stepped forward and respectfully greeted the middle-aged man. Huang Chao greets Lord Left Guardian. A hint of confusion could be seen in his eyes at this moment. As far as he knew, Tai He, the Left Guardian of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, usually stayed away from women. Why was he here then? All of a sudden, his eyes widened as he recalled something. Wait, Guardian Tai greeted the purple-clad young man earlier. Moreover, his tone was rather polite. Is it possible that the purple-clad young man, a prominent celestial alchemist, is acquainted with Guardian Tai? As he thought to himself, his eyes darted between Duan Ling Tian and Tai He. It only made sense that the Left Guardian of Tai Yi Celestial Sect would be courteous to a prominent celestial alchemist. Moreover, as far as Huang Chao knew, the only prominent celestial alchemist here was the purple-clad young man. Therefore, the Master Duan whom the Left Guardian of Tai Yi Celestial Sect had mentioned was probably the purple-clad young man. Regret welled up in Huang Chao's heart. If I knew Guardian Tai was acquainted with this young man, I wouldn't have come no matter how much I want this woman. No, in fact, if I knew this young man is a prominent celestial alchemist, I wouldn't have come at all. I have to calm down. Perhaps, Guardian Tai won't punish me. After all, it's not 100% certain that he's acquainted with the young man. As an elder in Tai Yi Celestial Sect, Huang Chao, naturally, knew about Tai He's explosive temper. At this point, he could only fervently pray that the purple-clad young man was not acquainted with Tai He. Otherwise, things definitely would not end well for him. Greetings, Guardian Tai. Following that, the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect's elder, Tang Qing, and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect's elder, Shui Lang, regained their senses and respectfully greeted Tai He. At the same time, the onlookers regained their senses as well. Their attention was focused on Tai He. They began to discuss the identity of the newcomer. Tai Yi Celestial Sect's elder Huang Chao addressed him as Guardian Tai. Even the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect's elder Tang Qing and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect's elder Shui Lang addressed him as Guardian Tai. He must be Tai He, the Left Guardian of Tai Yi Celestial Sect, right? The Left Guardian of Tai Yi Celestial Sect, isn't he the one who recently became a 7-star Celestial Duke? A 7-star Celestial Duke. As the onlookers continued their discussion, they recalled the rumor about the Left Guardian of Tai Yi Celestial Sect's recent breakthrough in becoming a 7-star Celestial Duke stage that was spreading like wildfire. An uproar broke out immediately. 7-star Celestial Duke. Even the sect leaders of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland were also 7-star Celestial Dukes. 7-star Celestial Dukes were the strongest beings in the wasteland. Meanwhile, Tai He ignored Huang Chao, Tang Qing, and Shui Lang as he looked at Duan Ling Tian who was standing nearby. Master Duan, it seems that you've met with some problems. Tai Tai he asked with a faint smile. His tone is still extremely polite as always. Guardian Tai. Duan Ling Tian lifted his hand and withdrew the gray flame in his hand. He said in a casual manner, you should know very well if I've met with trouble or not. If I'm not mistaken, you've been here since a while ago, right? He looked at Tai Tai he with gleaming eyes as he spoke. Tai Tai he who had been seen through by Duan Ling Tian only smiled sheepishly. When Duan Ling Tian withdrew the gray flame, a hint of killing intent flashed in the eyes of Teng Qing, an elder of the martial dragon celestial sect. However, based on Duan Ling Tian's interaction with Tai Tai he suppressed his killing intent. He could tell the relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Tai Tai he was not simple. Although Duan Ling Tian was a prominent celestial alchemist, Tai Tai he seemed to treat Duan Ling Tian more politely than he did other prominent celestial alchemists. He had seen Tai Tai he interacted with other prominent celestial alchemists previously. At that time, Tai Tai he was still a 6-combination celestial duke. He was, naturally, unaware that Tai Tai he treated Duan Ling Tian differently from other prominent celestial alchemists not because they had a particularly good relationship. It was because Duan Ling Tian was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine overarching heaven pills. This put Duan Ling Tian above ordinary prominent celestial alchemists. The left guardian of Tai Yi celestial sect seems to have a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian. Even a prominent celestial alchemist wouldn't be treated in such a manner by a 7-star celestial duke, right? There must be more to it. The people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom were confused and in disbelief. They did not expect the purple-clad young man by the 13th prince's side to be acquainted with the left guardian of Tai Yi celestial sect. Didn't he say that he intends to join the martial dragon celestial sect? If he's close to the Tai Yi celestial sect's left guardian, isn't it better for him to join Tai Yi celestial sect? Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, was confused as well when he recalled what Duan Ling Tian had said previously. Long Fei Yun and Qin Yu were baffled as well. How did Duan Ling Tian meet Tai Tai he, the left guardian of Tai Yi celestial sect who was a 7-star celestial duke? Guardian Tai, I don't like to beat around the bush. Duan Ling Tian, who was the object of everyone's attention, looked at Tai Tai he and said indifferently, you should know that I plan to join the martial dragon celestial sect. Then, he glanced at Teng Qing, the elder of the martial dragon celestial sect. Colors drained from Teng Qing's face immediately. If Duan Ling Tian was telling the truth, and the matter today was found out by the sect leader and high-ranking officials of the martial dragon celestial, he would definitely get into trouble. After all, he might have caused the martial dragon celestial sect to lose a prominent celestial alchemist over a woman. Of course, Tai Tai he nodded in response to Duan Ling Tian's question. Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow and asked, Guardian Tai, do you want me to join the Tai Yi celestial sect? As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Tai Tai he's eyes brightened immediately. He was visibly excited as he asked, Master Duan, you're willing to join the Tai Yi celestial sect? As Duan Ling Tian had guessed, Tai Tai he had arrived and stayed hidden a while ago. He had heard Duan Ling Tian expressing his disappointment with the martial dragon celestial sect and Teng Qing. He had also heard Duan Ling Tian telling Long Fei Yun that he was not going to join the martial dragon celestial sect. After hearing all those things, his mind went into overdrive. Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, it seemed like he was considering joining the Tai Yi celestial sect. How could he not feel delighted? He said excitedly, Master Duan, we will not mistreat you if you join the Tai Yi celestial sect. At that time, we will appoint you as the Tai Yi celestial sect's chief celestial alchemist and do all we can to satisfy all your needs. Based on his words, it could be seen that he was eager for Duan Ling Tian to join the Tai Yi celestial sect no matter the cost. The entire place fell silent as soon as Tai Tai he finished speaking. Chief celestial alchemist. It should be noted that Tai Yi celestial sect had several prominent celestial alchemists, but their statuses in the Tai Yi celestial sect were equal since none of them were more skilled than the other. Therefore, there was no chief celestial alchemist in the Tai Yi celestial sect. However, Tai Tai he just promised to make Duan Ling Tian the chief celestial alchemist if he joined the Tai Yi celestial sect. This meant that the Tai Yi celestial sect, or Tai Tai he at least, acknowledged that Duan Ling Tian's refining skills were superior to the existing prominent celestial alchemists in the Tai Yi celestial sect. It was a huge honor since they might risk angering the other prominent celestial alchemists, causing them to leave. Based on this, one could tell how superior Duan Ling Tian was compared to other prominent celestial alchemists. Chapter 2781 The Death of the Celestial Duke. Is it possible that he's even more skilled than the few prominent celestial alchemists in the Taiyi celestial sect? Expressions of shock and disbelief could be seen on everyone's faces as their eyes darted from Duan Ling Tian to Tai Tai He. They felt that Tai Tai He, as the left guardian of the Taiyi celestial sect, would not speak empty words, even more so now that he had become a 7-star celestial duke. A 7-star celestial duke is considered the strongest powerhouse in the entire wasteland. Someone like that would not risk losing the few prominent celestial alchemists in the Taiyi celestial sect if the pros did not outweigh the con by a lot. For this reason, many of the onlookers were convinced that Duan Ling Tian had to be extraordinary and more skilled than the few prominent celestial alchemists in the Taiyi celestial sect. Tang Qing, an elder of the martial dragon celestial sect, wondered to himself with an expression of disbelief. Is he such a skilled prominent celestial alchemist? Then, he dismissed his thought and shook his head as he thought to himself, impossible, impossible. There's no mistake, he's younger than 100 years old. It's impressive enough that he's a prominent celestial alchemist. However, it's impossible for him to be more skilled than the few prominent celestial alchemists in the Taiyi celestial sect. Several people shared the same thoughts as Tang Qing after they determined Duan Ling Tian was younger than 100 years old. Regardless if Duan Ling Tian was more skilled than ordinary prominent celestial alchemists, they thought it was a huge feat that he managed to become a prominent celestial alchemist even though he was younger than 100 years old. They had never even heard of someone like that in the spirit overarching heaven, let alone the wasteland. Perhaps, they were just ignorant, but it did not change the fact that Duan Ling Tian was the only one they knew who was a prominent celestial alchemist who was younger than 100 years old. For him to become a prominent celestial alchemist even before he reached the age of 100, he must have obtained the prominent celestial fire through sheer luck. With his age, it's likely he's not very skilled. I don't think he can compare to the older and more experienced prominent celestial alchemists in the Taiyi celestial sect. Tang Qing thought to himself in an attempt to console himself. After all, if Duan Ling Tian was, indeed, more skilled than the few prominent celestial alchemists in the Taiyi celestial sect, Tang Qing would definitely get into trouble. After, due to his actions, he had caused the martial dragon celestial sect to lose a skilled prominent celestial alchemist. At that time, the sect leader and high-ranking officials in the sect would definitely be displeased and rebuke him. In a further attempt to reassure himself, he thought Tai Tai He's promise to make Duan Ling Tian the chief of celestial alchemists in the Taiyi celestial sect was just an empty promise made to tempt Duan Ling Tian into joining the Taiyi celestial sect. A prominent celestial alchemist below 100 years old. Logically speaking, he would not have a high alchemy level, right? Naturally, he won't. Experience is important in pill refining. How skilled could he be when he's so young? Most of the onlookers who were present on the scene, naturally, shared somewhat similar thoughts with Tang Qing. Apart from the very few that knew Duan Ling Tian was capable of refining the prominent celestial pill such as Long Fei Yun, Chu Ling, Tai Tai He, and Huaner, the overarching heaven pill, everyone was convinced that Duan Ling Tian could not be more skilled compared to the few prominent celestial alchemists in the Taiyi celestial sect. All of them discussed among themselves. I think there's no need to take Guardian Tai's words seriously. It's unlikely that the Taiyi sect would appoint someone who's not even 100 years old to become the chief of the celestial alchemists. Moreover, how could someone who's younger than 100 years old be more skilled and experienced than the prominent celestial alchemists in the Taiyi celestial sect? I agree, Guardian Tai is likely just making an empty promise to coax him into joining the Taiyi celestial sect. Once the young man joins the Taiyi celestial sect, Guardian Tai can also come up with an excuse that the other prominent Guardian celestial alchemists are dissatisfied and would like to challenge him. It's natural he wouldn't be able to best the older and more experienced prominent celestial alchemists. Guardian Tai is, indeed, the left guardian of Taiyi celestial sect. What a cunning and a good plan. Since they had been apart for quite a while, Qin Yu was, naturally, unaware that Duan Ling Tian was capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. Duan Ling Tian ignored the discussions in the surroundings and looked at Tai Tai He as he calmly said, Guardian Tai, I don't want to hear flattering words. I have no problem with joining the Taiyi celestial sect, but... He paused for a moment before he looked at Tang Qing, the elder of the martial dragon celestial sect, Shui Lang, the guardian of the thousand spiders sect, and Huang Chao, the elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect before he continued to say, "You'd need to show some sincerity." Then, Duan Ling Tian looked at Tai Tai He meaningfully before looking at the three people from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland again. Although Tang Qing and Shui Lang knew Duan Ling Tian was displeased with them, even if Tai Tai He's presence, they were not particularly afraid. After all, they were not from Tai Tai He's sect. They had the support of the martial dragon celestial sect and the thousand spiders celestial sect, so they were not worried. On the contrary, Huang Chao's face paled and his expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Ling Tian glanced at him. Of course, Tai Tai He, naturally, knew what Duan Ling Tian meant when he saw Duan Ling Tian glancing at the Tang Qing, Shui Lang, and Huang Chao. It was so brief and fleeting that many people failed to notice the cold killing intent that flashed in his eyes at this moment. Hum. A humming noise reverberated in the air, shocking everyone. When they finally regained their senses, they were shocked by the sight that greeted their eyes. Huang Chao, the elder from the Tai Yi celestial sect, had been vertically cut into two from his head down. It took but a moment before blood poured out of his body as though a dam. A powerful force seemed to scatter the blood, causing it to rain down. Just like that, Huang Chao, the elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect and a two-formed celestial duke, was dead. Even Duan Ling Tian was surprised by how decisive Tai Tai He was. He did not expect Tai Tai He would not hesitate at all to kill an elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Meanwhile, the onlookers gulped as they looked at Tai Tai He with fear brimming in their eyes. How strong was a 7-star celestial duke? He had easily killed a two-formed celestial duke while he was talking and laughing. For most people, a two-formed celestial duke was an invincible being. However, in the eyes of a 7-star celestial duke, it was as easy as killing a chicken to kill a two-formed celestial duke. Huang Chao is dead. He killed a two-formed celestial duke who was an elder from his own sect because of an outsider. Meanwhile, Tang Qing and Shui Lang's expressions changed when they regained their senses. They only expected Huang Chao to be given a slap on the wrist as a punishment. It was far from their expectations that Tai Tai He would unhesitantly kill Huang Chao. Based on this, they realized that they had underestimated Duan Ling Tian's importance to Tai Tai. At this moment, Tai Tai He looked at Duan Ling Tian after killing Huang Chao and bluntly said, "Celestial alchemist Duan. Since Huang Chao is a member of the Tai Yi celestial sect, it's within my right to punish him as I see fit without any consequences. However, regarding people from other sects, I'd need a casus belli. I'd need you to make a stance. For example, if you're the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect, what these two people had done could be considered as a slight and a sign of disrespect to the Tai Yi celestial sect." As he spoke, his murderous gaze was trained on Tang Qing and Shui Lang. Tang Qing and Shui Lang turned pale and began to panic. Although Tai Tai He did not specifically tell Duan Ling Tian what needed to be done, it was as though they had a tacit understanding. Therefore, he said without any hesitation, "I'll join the Tai Yi celestial sect." A smile bloomed on Tai Tai He's face as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. "Duan Ling Tian, on behalf of the Tai Yi celestial sect, we welcome you." Contrary to the warm voice Tai Tai He had used when he spoke to Duan Ling Tian, his voice had turned freezing cold as he said to Tang Qing and Shui Lang, "Celestial alchemist Duan is the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial." In just an instant, Tang Qing and Shui Lang's expression turned grim as an ominous feeling rose in their hearts after they heard Tai Tai He's words. Tang Qing made an attempt to flee this dangerous situation. Meanwhile, although Shui Lang did not try to flee, he quickly used his status in the Thousand Spiders celestial sect to deter Tai Tai He. "Guardian Tai, I'm the guardian of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, you cannot." The humming of saber rang in the air, cutting of Shui Lang's words, and just as Tang Qing tried to escape, soon after that, they followed in Huang Chao's footsteps. Their bodies were split in two as blood surged out like a torrential rain. Everyone fell deathly quiet at the sight of this. Even the splattering of the blood on the ground could be heard. Despite their silence, shock and disbelief could be seen on their faces, and their eyes were filled with anxiety and fear as they looked at Tai Tai He and Duan Ling Tian. How could they not be shocked or frightened? Tai Tai He had killed 3 celestial dukes in just a blink of an eye for Duan Ling Tian's sake. A 3-talent celestial duke and 2 two-form celestial dukes who were mighty in their eyes had just been killed in a blink of an eye. The cause of 3 people's deaths was all due to Duan Ling Tian, who was not even 100 years old. What was so special about Duan Ling Tian? Was it really just because he was a prominent celestial alchemist? However, how skilled could he be as a prominent celestial alchemist when he was not even 100 years old? Chapter 2782 The Crown Prince. It was obvious to anyone with a discerning eye to see that Tai Hai He had asked Duan Ling Tian to officially join the Tai Yi celestial sect, so Tai He would have a valid and justified reason to kill Tang Qing, the elder from the martial dragon celestial sect, and Shui Lang, and the guardian of the thousand spiders celestial sect. Naturally, Tai He did not need an excuse to kill Huang Chao since they were members of the same sect. Even if the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect, the sect leader would likely just lightly chide him. After all, not only was he a left guardian of the Tai Yi sect, but he was an asset as 7-star celestial duke. His value was, naturally, much higher than Huang Chao. On the other hand, Tang Qing and Shui Lang were different since they were not from the Tai Yi celestial sect. Moreover, they were from 2 out of the 3 major celestial sects in the wasteland. Therefore, Tai He needed a valid reason to kill both of them. Otherwise, he would risk offending the other 2 major celestial sects and cause unnecessary trouble to the Tai Yi celestial sect. Hence, he found a reason to kill Tang Qing and Tang Qing on the basis that they had offended the Tai Yi celestial sect's chief celestial alchemist. Even if the other 2 major celestial sect intended to make a fuss over this matter, they would not be able to do so. Duan Ling Tian, Qing Yu looked at the purple-clad young man next to him with an expression of shock and incredulity. Prior to this, he had assumed Duan Ling Tian was only a primitive celestial alchemist. However, after witnessing what had just transpired, it was obvious Duan Ling Tian was a prominent celestial alchemist. Apart from that, after Duan Ling Tian had agreed to join the Tai Yi celestial sect, the sect's left guardian, who was a 7-star celestial duke, had killed the 3 celestial dukes on Duan Ling Tian's behalf. How could he not be shocked? Everyone still had not recovered from the shock of Huang Chao, Tang Qing, and Shui Lang's deaths when Tai He looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a smile, "Celestial alchemist Duan, are you satisfied with the way I dealt with the matter?" Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he pointed at Qin Yuan. Asked, "Guardian Tai, this is my friend. Is it possible for him to join the Tai Yi celestial sect as well?" Duan Ling Tian. Qin Yu was rather shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. When he regained his composure, he could not help the happiness and excitement that welled up in his heart. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with an expression of gratitude on his face. After all, he was just someone from a mansion in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, an intermediate-rank celestial kingdom. He was not even qualified to join the Wasteland Grand Contest. It was certain that he would not be able to join any of the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland with his qualifications. Even then, it did not stop his yearning to join one of the 3 major celestial sects. How could he not be excited upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words? After looking at Duan Ling Tian with an expression of gratitude again, he turned to look at Tai He hopefully. As long as Tai nodded, he would be able to join the Tai Yi celestial sect. With Tai He's status as the left guardian of the Tai Yi celestial sect and a 7-star celestial duke, anything was possible. Apart from Tai He, the Tai Yi celestial sect only had another 2 7-star celestial dukes, and one of them was the sect leader. Even if Tai He was not a 7-star celestial duke, he would still be able to easily let someone join the sect even if he was still a 6-combination celestial duke. This is not a problem. Tai He glanced at Qin Yu before he said to Duan Ling Tian with a smile, "Celestial alchemist Duan, since you've decided to join our Tai Yi celestial sect, should I bring you to meet the sect leader? Your friend can come with us as well, and I'll arrange for him to join our sect." It seemed as though he was eager to bring Duan Ling Tian back to the sect with him because he was afraid Duan Ling Tian would suddenly change his mind. Therefore, he added Qin Yu in the conversation as an added incentive. Sure. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He bade farewell to Long Fei Yun and Chu Ling before he left with Tai He with Huaner and Qin Yu in tow. He did not spare anyone from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, including Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Nevertheless, none of them felt dissatisfied. They only looked on respectfully as Duan Ling Tian left. All of them knew Duan Ling Tian was destined to be someone they would have to look up to for the rest of their lives. Even if he was not made the chief celestial alchemist in the Tai Yi celestial sect, even as a prominent celestial alchemist in the Tai Yi sect, his station was far above them. After Duan Ling Tian left with the others, Long Dongping looked at Long Fei Yun asked with a slight frown on his face, 13th son, why didn't you inform me that Duan Ling Tian is also a prominent celestial alchemist? Long Fei Yun looked at Long Dongping and said with a self-mocking smile, Father, would you have believed me if I informed you about it? Wouldn't you just think I was trying to cheat a prominent celestial pill cauldron from you? Long Dongping said self-righteously, well, even if I don't believe you, as long as you get him to conjure up his prominent celestial fire to prove he's a prominent celestial alchemist, I'd definitely believe it. Prove his identity as a prominent celestial alchemist. Long Fei Yun laughed. Father, do you think that he cares if you know he's a prominent celestial alchemist or not? Why would he prove himself to you just because you want him to? His laughter was tinged with a hint of ridicule. After Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, finished speaking, Long Shang Yun, the 4th prince, and Long Qing Yun, the 7th prince, glared at Long Fei Yun. They were clearly trying to add fuel to the fire as they both cried out in unison. 13th brother, how dare you? 13th brother, do you really think that you can be rude to father just because you have that man's support? Long Shang Yun and Long Qing Yun wanted this matter to blow up. They hoped their father would be so infuriated that he would kick Long Fei Yun out of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family. At that time, even if Duan Ling Tian supported Long Fei Yun's bid to the throne, Long Fei Yun would no longer be qualified to inherit the throne. Alas, their plans were destined to fail. How could Long Dongping not know the thoughts in Long Shang Yun and Long Qing Yun's mind? Not only was he the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, but he was also their father. In the end, he said, Fei Yun is right. A prominent celestial alchemist doesn't need to care whether I know of his identity. Long Dongping's words that seemed to agree with Long Fei Yun made Long Shang Yun and Long Qing Yun's expression darkened. They were well aware now that they had lost to Long Fei Yun. Nobody saw it coming when Long Dongping made a sudden and shocking announcement. I, Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, declares that from today onward, Long Fei Yun, the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, is the Crown Prince. Once I abdicate, he'll be the next Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. His voice was loud and clear. When everyone heard it, an uproar broke out instantly. Father, Long Shang Yun and Long Qing Yun cried out in unison. Their expressions had changed drastically. Although they had always known Long Fei Yun was superior to them in many aspects, they did not expect in their wildest dreams that their father would make Long Fei Yun the Crown Prince and the next Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. They would have been more willing to accept their defeat if Long Fei Yun ascended the throne solely with Duan Ling Tian's support. However, they felt it difficult to swallow the indignity when their father was the one who willingly put Long Fei Yun on their throne. Both of their expressions were extremely unsightly at this moment. Did their father not have a prejudice against Long Fei Yun? Their father even suspected that Long Fei Yun was not his biological son. Why would their father make a sudden 180 turn and make Long Fei Yun the Crown Prince and the next Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? Your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Meanwhile, the people of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom knew how to act now that the wind had changed. They bowed to Long Fei Yun respectfully. After seeing Long Fei Yun's relationship with Duan Ling Tian and hearing Long Dongping's words, they knew Long Fei Yun would only rise in ranks. Crown Prince. Long Fei Yun was startled when Long Dongping declared him as the Crown Prince. He only regained his senses when the people bowed to him and addressed him as the Crown Prince. Then, he looked at Long Dongping. He wondered why his father would suddenly support him. At the same time, Long Dongping regarded Long Fei Yun with a complicated gaze. He had never treated this son of his well since he was not certain if this son was his biological son. Nevertheless, due to the incident today, he knew he had to take the initiative to declare this son as the Crown Prince of their Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Otherwise, he might not be able to hold on to his position as the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom for long. Although the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was not under the governance of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and not the Tai Celestial Sect, with the support of an extraordinary prominent celestial alchemist and the left guardian of the Tai Celestial Sect, they could easily support Long Fei Yun, his son, and make his son the next emperor. After all, the left guardian of the Tai Celestial Sect was a 7-star celestial duke. As long as it did not cross the bottom line, the martial dragon celestial sect would certainly show respect to 7-star celestial duke and do him a small favor like the selection of a candidate for the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. At that time, he might even be forced to abdicate. If he made Long Fei Yun a crown prince now, perhaps, he might be able to stay as an emperor for a little while longer. Chapter 2783 The Taiyi Celestial Sect's Estate. Naturally, Long Dongping, the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, was capable of casting Long Fei Yun out of the imperial family. Although it would make it slightly difficult for Tai He to make a non-member of the imperial family an emperor, it was not entirely impossible if Tai He persisted. However, Long Dongping did not intend to cast the Long Fei Yun out. After all, there were many downsides to it. He would risk offending Tai He and the Taiyi Celestial Sect for one, and he knew he could not afford to offend either of them. The only counter-step of now was to make Long Fei Yun the crown prince. This way, he would not offend Tai He, the Taiyi Celestial Sect, and Duan Ling Tian. In addition, he would be able to hold on to his position as emperor for a few more years. Based on this, it could be seen he was only doing this for his personal gain. In the face of his personal gain, it did even matter anymore to him whether Long Fei Yun was his biological son or not. When Long Fei Yun finally regained his senses, he quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, father." His face was red with excitement and joy even though knew his father who had never favored him only made this decision for his own benefit and because of his relationship with Duan Ling Tian who had a great relationship with Tai He, the left guardian of the Taiyi Celestial Sect and a 7-star celestial duke, one of the strongest beings in the wasteland. After perfunctorily thanking his father, he looked in the direction where Duan Ling Tian and the others had left. It was the direction where the Taiyi Celestial Sect, one of the 3 major celestial sects in the wasteland, was located. He murmured softly, "Duan Ling Tian, thank you." Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of what had transpired after he had left. With Huaner and Qin Yu in tow, he followed Tai He's lead to the Taiyi Celestial Sect's estate. When they exited Taiyi City, Tai He carried 3 of them with his energy and moved at an exaggerated speed. After half an hour, Tai He announced, "We've arrived." Duan Ling Tian saw they had arrived at a place that was shrouded with dense might that obscured most of his sight. Taken aback, Duan Ling Tian asked, "This is the Taiyi Celestial Sect's estate?" Qin Yu who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian was baffled as well. "Brother Ling Tian, there's another world behind the white mist," Huaner said. Upon listening to Huaner's words, Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness and discovered there was another world just like Huaner had said. Tai He said enthusiastically, "You're very observant, Miss Huaner." Then, before Duan Ling Tian withdrew divine consciousness, Tai He waved his hand, and a gust of wind blew and dispersed the mist completely, revealing many floating islands. Tai He explained, "This is our Taiyi Celestial Sect's estate. We have a total of 999 celestial islands, and they're divided into prominent celestial islands, mediocre celestial islands, and primitive celestial islands." It seemed like the Taiyi Celestial Sect referred to the floating islands as celestial islands. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian also learned that out of the 999 celestial islands, the sect has 9 prominent celestial islands, 90 mediocre celestial islands, and 900 primitive celestial islands. The prominent celestial islands were the cultivation area for the powerhouses who were celestial dukes or stronger. These prominent celestial islands had the best cultivation environment in the Taiyi Celestial Sect. Its spirit-gathering formation was directly connected to the center of the primitive celestial crystal vein the sect owned. It was one of the 3 primitive celestial crystal veins that were in the wasteland. The other 2 were owned by the 2 major celestial sects. The spirit-gathering formation on the mediocre celestial islands were also directly connected to the primitive celestial crystal vein but not to the center. For that reason, the cultivation environment on the mediocre celestial islands was not as good as the prominent celestial islands. The mediocre celestial islands were given to the overarching heavenly supreme celestials and above. Most of them were ordinary elders and excellent disciples in the sect. Lastly, the cultivation environment of the primitive celestial islands was, naturally, much more inferior to the mediocre celestial islands, let alone the prominent celestial islands. It was the cultivation location for those members who were weaker than overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Additionally, it was where most of the public assembly places were located. For this reason, the primitive celestial islands were livelier compared to the mediocre celestial islands and the prominent celestial islands. After Tai he explained the different celestial islands in the Tai celestial sect, he looked at Qin Yu before shifting his attention to Duan Lingtian and said, "Celestial alchemist Duan, should I arrange the accommodation for you and your companions first before we meet Lord Sect Leader?" "Sure." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he said, "However, my friend came here without notifying his family. After settling in, I hope Guardian Tai can bring him back to Tai City so he can notify his family about this." "Of course, this is but a small matter." He nodded with a smile on his face. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Qin Yu looked at Duan Lingtian appreciatively, feeling moved. After all, he really wished to inform his family about this. Him being able to join the Tai celestial sect was, indeed, great news to King Qin's mansion that was under the governance of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. His eyes gleamed coldly as he said, "There's no doubt the circulation of Huan'er's portraits is the doing of the imperial family of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. I hope Guardian Tai can help me deal with this matter. If possible, make King Qin of the King Qin's mansion, who's also the uncle of this friend of mine, the new emperor of Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom." When Qin Yu heard Duan Lingtian, his breathing quickened. His eyes brightened as well. He looked at Tai instantly, gauging his reaction to Duan Lingtian's request. If the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom is a high-ranked celestial kingdom, I won't be able to guarantee I'll be able to do it. However, since it's only an intermediate-ranked celestial kingdom, I think the Tai celestial sect will be able to negotiate with the Martial Dragon celestial sect and offer them 2 intermediate-ranked celestial kingdoms. He said in an unconcerned manner, "When the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom becomes ours, we can, naturally, control the kingdom. At that time, not only will we be able to promote King Qin of King Qin's mansion, but we can make you friend the new emperor with just a few words." As soon as Qin Yu heard Tai's words, he felt his heart skip a beat. He, the emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom? Qin Yu. Duan Lingtian turned to Qin Yu. "You've heard Guardian Tai's words. Although I requested Guardian Tai to let you join the Tai celestial sect earlier, if you want to be the emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, Guardian Tai and I will support your decision as well." After considering it for a moment, Qin Yu said decisively, "Duan Lingtian, I think I'd like to stay in the Tai celestial sect. As for the position of the emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, just give it to my uncle." "Are you sure? If you become the emperor of Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, you can do anything you want within the kingdom. Being above many people is an irresistible pull." Duan Lingtian looked at Qin Yu meaningfully. "Duan Lingtian, please don't make fun of me." Qin Yu smiled bitterly. "As you have said, I can do as I please only within the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, if I become the emperor, my future will be limited. Although it'd be difficult for me to catch up to you in this lifetime, I don't want to be left too far behind. That's why I want to join the Tai celestial sect and diligently cultivate. I don't expect to catch up to you, but I still want to be able to see your back." "Okay, I'll respect your decision." Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, his impression of Qin Yu rose. If he were Qin Yu, he would make the same decision as well. On the other hand, Tai was surprised by Qin Yu's decision. He said, "Many people prefer to be the head instead of the tail. Qin Yu, it's surprising that you'd make such a decision. For this reason, I'll try my best to look after you in the Tai celestial sect. This is my promise to you, it has nothing to do with celestial alchemist Duan." He had made such a promise because he truly admired Qin Yu's resolve. After all, not many people would give up the chance to become an emperor, regardless if it was a high, intermediate, or low-ranked celestial kingdom. "Thank you, Guardian Tai," Qin Yu thanked Tai excitedly. He knew with Tai's promise, his time in the Tai celestial sect would be much smoother. After all, Tai was the left guardian of the Tai celestial sect. Moreover, Tai was also a 7-star celestial duke, similar to the sect leader of Tai celestial sect. Duan Lingtian was also slightly taken aback by Tai's promise to Qin Yu. However, he could tell that Tai had made such a promise because he could see Qin Yu was a good person. Tai did not make the promise because of Duan Lingtian. Soon after, Tai led Duan Lingtian, Qin Yu, and Huaner to one of the primitive celestial islands. This primitive celestial island was where new people registered as disciples of the Tai celestial sect. Chapter 2784 by Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect. Tai, the left guardian of Tai celestial sect, was now the most popular figure in Tai celestial sect because he had just broken through and became the third 7-star celestial duke in Tai celestial sect. Moreover, rumors were flying in the sect that the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect was preparing to grant the title of the second supreme elder of the sect. Under Tai's instructions, an elder of the Tai celestial sect guided Qin Yu through the process of becoming a disciple of the also Tai celestial sect. Due to Tai's personal recommendation, the elder was polite to Qin Yu from the very beginning. After seeing this, Duan felt more at ease. Therefore, he and Huaner left with Tai to meet the sect leader of Tai celestial sect with peace of mind. After Tai left with Duan and Huaner, the elder of the Tai celestial sect, an old man with gray hair but a youthful complexion, was very nice to Qin Yu as he guided him through the process of joining the sect. Out of curiosity, he asked, "Young man, do you mind me asking what's your relationship with Guardian Tai?" "Elder Lin." Qin Yu smiled bitterly. "If I said that it was my first time meeting Guardian Tai today, would you believe it?" The first time meeting Guardian Tai? The Elder Lin, was stunned upon hearing Qin Yu's answer. Then, he shook his head and said, "How's that possible? Earlier, Guardian Tai was very serious when he asked to take care of you. I'm sure you have a much deeper relationship. Naturally, if you're unwilling to disclose the reason to me, I won't force you." Elder Lin had an understanding expression on his face. "Elder Lin, I'm telling the truth." Qin Yu sighed before he recounted everything that happened today. In the end, he said, "It won't take long before today's incident spread through Tai City and the Tai celestial sect. At that time, Elder Lin, you'll know if I'm telling the truth or not." Then, that purple-clad young man earlier, he's a prominent celestial alchemist. Elder Lin was shocked and in disbelief when he heard Qin Yu's words. Guardian Tai publicly promised that as long as the purple-clad young man is willing to join our Tai celestial sect, he will be given the title of chief celestial alchemist in the sect. Elder Lin was just an ordinary elder in Tai celestial sect, and he was just an overarching heaven supreme celestial. However, he had been in the Tai celestial sect for a long time. For this reason, he knew Tai's character rather well. He knew Tai was not someone who would speak without thinking. It was not impossible for him to lie about something like that just to get the purple-clad young man to join the Tai celestial sect. The title of chief celestial alchemist represented high honors in the Tai celestial sect and among the celestial alchemists in the sect. Only the most skilled celestial alchemist would be given that title. Doesn't this mean the purple-clad young man is more skilled than all the prominent celestial alchemists in the Tai celestial sect? Otherwise, I'm sure Guardian Tai wouldn't recklessly make such a promise. Elder Lin was thoroughly shocked. It took him a long time to regain his senses. When he looked at Qin Yu again, his eyes were brimming with envy. "Young man, you have made a great friend." Elder Lin sighed. "Yes, having a friend like him is the greatest blessing in my life." Qin Yu nodded. A hint of gratitude flashed in his eyes. Indeed, he felt incredibly grateful toward Duan Tian. If it were not for Duan Tian, he would not have been given a chance to join the Tai celestial sect, one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Meanwhile, Tai continued leading Duan Tian and Huaner up, passing the 90 mediocre celestial islands, and the 900 primitive celestial island. It did not take long before they arrived where the 9 prominent celestial islands were located. The entire place was misty again, and multiple formations could be seen in the air. This place was hidden behind the clouds and mist, and multiple formations were arranged in the air. If it were not for Tai, the Tai celestial sect's left guardian, leading the way, Duan Tian would not be able to find his way here. Even with Huaner, who had a profound cultivation base, it still would have been impossible for them to find their way. After all, as strong as she was just an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. On the other hand, the high-ranking officials of the Tai celestial sect who cultivated on the 9 prominent celestial islands were all first-class celestial dukes. Even the weakest among them was a one basic celestial duke who was much stronger than a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The 9 prominent celestial islands were hidden behind the sea of clouds like neatly arranged fortresses. One of the prominent celestial islands was in the center, surrounded by the other 8 prominent celestial islands, just like how the stars surrounded the moon. Among the 8 prominent celestial islands, 3 were in the formation circle while the other 5 were outside the formation. After Tai he took Duan Ling Tian and Huaner to a vast house on the center prominent celestial island. He greeted the person inside respectfully. Sect leader, Master Duan is here. During their journey here, Tai he had already sent a communication celestial talisman to the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect and informed him that Duan Ling Tian would be joining the Tai celestial sect. Therefore, there was no longer any need for him to explain the reason he had brought Duan Ling Tian here. Therefore, he did not have to further explain why he had brought Duan Ling Tian here. I'm Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect. Master Duan, welcome to our sect. As soon as Bai Ping spoke, Duan Ling Tian could sense Bai Ping's powerful aura from inside the vast house. Soon after, a tall figure dressed in white robes emerged from the house. The figure belonged to a middle-aged man. He had sword-like eyebrows and strong features. He had a majestic air about him even though his smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze. It was obvious this person was Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect. Sect leader, Duan Ling Tian nodded and greeted Bai Ping. Bai Ping smiled slightly at Duan Ling Tian. The moment his eyes fell on Huaner, he averted his eyes immediately. Even then, a hint of amazement could be seen in his eyes. After all, this was his first time seeing such a flawless beauty. However, there was still an awestruck look in his eyes. Although he had lived for a long time, and his heart had long become like a still lake, he still felt a slight ripple in his heart. However, his reaction was just the natural instinct of a man. There were no nefarious or lecherous thoughts behind it. Moreover, Tai he had also told him through a communication celestial talisman that he had killed Huang Chao for lusting over this woman. Regarding this matter, he agreed with Tai he's actions. Naturally, he also learned about Tai he killing the Celestial Dukes from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, but he was not bothered. After all, Tai he had a valid reason for his actions. Master Duan, Bai Ping looked at Duan Ling Tian and bluntly said, the promise made to you by Guardian Tai is supported by the Tai celestial sect to you. I trust his judgment. Since he said you're skilled enough to become our Tai celestial sect's chief celestial alchemist, then, you'll be our Tai celestial sect's chief celestial alchemist from now on. In fact, he trusted Duan Ling Tian because Tai he had told him that Duan Ling Tian could refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. The other prominent celestial alchemists in the Tai celestial sect were not capable of such a feat. However, something seemed to flash in Bai Ping's mind. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, however, Master Duan, before announcing your position as the chief celestial alchemist of our sect, I want you to meet and have a discussion with the three other prominent celestial alchemists of our sect. What do you think about that? Duan Ling Tian glanced at Bai Ping knowingly as though he could read Bai Ping's mind and said, Sect leader Bai Ping, you want me to have a discussion with those three prominent celestial alchemists so I can show them that I'm worthy of being the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, right? Master Duan, there's no need for you to do much. All you have to do is refine an overarching heaven pill in front of them. After witnessing it, they will, naturally, have no objection and will be convinced of your skills, Bai Ping replied. What if I don't want to refine the overarching heaven pill in front of them or have a discussion with them? Duan Ling Tian asked, if that's the case, sect leader Bai Ping, are you still going to make me the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect? If you're unwilling, I can leave now. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Bai Ping after speaking. Bai Ping was rendered speechless by Duan Ling Tian's words. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to say this. If Duan Ling Tian did not prove his ability in front of the three prominent celestial alchemists of their Tai celestial sect, and he rashly made Duan Ling Tian the chief celestial alchemist of the sect, the other three prominent celestial alchemists would definitely be dissatisfied and might even leave the sect in a fit of anger. Although the three prominent celestial alchemists of Tai celestial sect were all revered elders in the sect, their attachment to the sect was not very strong so they could leave the sect without much thought. Master Duan, Tai he's expression changed slightly when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. However, Bai Ping interjected before Tai he could finish speaking. He said solemnly, Master Duan, if you're against it, then, we'll do as you wish. I'll announce that you're the chief celestial alchemist of our Tai celestial sect even if you don't wish to speak to the other prominent celestial alchemists. Sect leader, Tai he's expression changed drastically. Although he knew Duan Ling Tian was highly skilled compared to the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai celestial sect, he did not think it was worth it to lose 3 prominent celestial alchemists over Duan Lingtian alone. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised when he heard Bai Ping's words. After looking at the anxious Tai Tai he looked at Bai Ping again and said with a faint smile, "Sect leader Bai Ping, I was just joking. Please arrange for me to meet the 3 celestial alchemists." Chapter 2785 The main prominent celestial island. Duan Lingtian had only said those words to test Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect. It was his first time meeting Bai Ping, and he was curious what choice Bai Ping would make when faced with such a difficult request. To his surprise, he discovered that not only was Bai Ping decisive, but he was also brave enough to take the risk. In order to keep him in the sect, Bai Ping was even willing to risk losing the 3 existing prominent celestial alchemists in the Taiyi celestial sect. Although he knew Bai Ping only made such a choice because of his ability to refine the overarching heaven pill, he was still impressed by Bai Ping. After all, most people would not risk losing 3 prominent celestial alchemists, rare as they were in the wasteland, for 1 prominent celestial alchemist, regardless if he knew how to refine the overarching heaven pill. Moreover, those 3 prominent celestial alchemists had been in the Taiyi celestial sect for a long time, whereas he had just arrived in the Taiyi celestial sect. If he were in Bai Ping's shoes, he might not be as decisive and as brave as Bai Ping in making a choice. Sect leader Bai Ping, I was joking earlier. Please arrange for me to meet the 3 celestial alchemists. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the expression on Tai Tai the left guardian of the Taiyi celestial, turned for the better. He looked at Duan Lingtian with gratitude. Similarly, when Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect, heard Duan Lingtian's words, he felt relieved after he recovered from his shock. After all, although he had decided earlier that he would take the risk of losing the 3 prominent celestial alchemists who had been in Taiyi celestial sect for a long time in exchange for Duan Lingtian who knew how to refine the overarching heaven pill, it was still a tough decision to make. Moreover, he did not know Duan Lingtian well, nor did he know if Duan Lingtian would even stay in the sect for a long time. He would not regret his decision if Duan Lingtian ended remaining in the sect for a long time, even if the 3 prominent celestial alchemists left. After all, the pros outweighed the cons. However, what if Duan Lingtian decided to leave after a short while? He would have suffered a great loss. At that time, there would be no prominent celestial alchemists in the sect. The benefits brought by Duan Lingtian for Taiyi celestial sect would definitely not be less than the 3 prominent celestial alchemists. Alright, I'll make the arrangements. Bai Ping replied anxiously. With his current nervous manner, it was difficult to believe he was a powerful 7-star celestial duke. Then, he looked at Tai Tai and said, "Guardian Tai, I'll look for the 3 revered elders and invite them for a discussion with Master Duan. Please arrange a place for Master Duan and Huaner to stay." Bai Ping looked at the main island where his residence was located and added, "You can arrange for them to stay on the main island." Then, he turned to Duan Lingtian and said, "Master Duan, Miss Huaner, I'll be taking my leave now. I'll meet both of you later." After he finished speaking, it seemed as though he disappeared into thin air in just a blink of an eye. Among those present on the scene, only Tai Tai could see Bai Ping's movement. He saw Bai Ping making his way to another prominent celestial island. After Bai Ping left, Tai Tai said, "Master Duan, sect leader values you very much. The main island is special. Although the cultivation environment is not much different from the other 8 prominent celestial islands, their statuses can't compare to the main prominent celestial island where you'll be staying." After a brief pause, he continued to add, "The main prominent celestial island is where the sect leader and the supreme elders of the Taiyi celestial cultivate. Apart from them, only the most honored guests from supreme celestial sects are allowed to stay here. Even when the 3 prominent celestial alchemists joined our sect, the sect leader didn't arrange for them to stay on the main island." "I'm flattered," Duan Lingtian said lightly with a faint smile on his face. "Master Duan, you're joking. With your abilities, it's only natural that you're considered as an extremely honored guest of our Taiyi celestial sect before officially joining us. It's only right for us to arrange for you to stay on the main island," Tai Tai said with a smile. When they arrived on the main prominent celestial island, they could clearly feel the rich heaven and earth spirit energy. As expected of the sect that owns primitive celestial crystal ore veins. The other places in the wasteland can't compare to the cultivation environment on the prominent celestial islands of the Taiyi celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly after he sensed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air. Moreover, the cultivation environment is even an overkill for me. In other words, it's no different from cultivating in the cultivation environment provided by Huaner Divine Crystal. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian was cultivating, after he became a great overarching golden celestial, he discovered regardless of how superior the cultivation environment was, since there was a limit to the heaven and earth spirit energy he could absorb. It seems like there's no need for me to rely on Huaner's divine crystal to cultivate here. I'll probably need the help of her divine crystal only after my cultivation base has improved and I have gotten stronger. Duan Ling Tian was well aware of this. On the other hand, for Huaner, who was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the cultivation environment of the main prominent celestial island was not enough to help her with her cultivation regardless of how good it was. She still needed to rely on her divine crystal to cultivate here. All of a sudden, Huaner looked at Duan Ling Tian with her limpid eyes and asked after Tai he had left, "Brother Ling Tian, does this mean I no longer have to wear a hat and a veil?" "I'm not sure," Duan Ling Tian said. Her face fell when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. However, a brilliant smile appeared on her face when she heard his next words. "In any case, there's no need for you to wear a veil and a hat in the wasteland." Huaner was overjoyed. When they left the wasteland, she still had to wear a hat and veil. However, she was content that for now, she did not have to wear a hat and a veil in the wasteland. She was an easy person to satisfy after all. Meanwhile, a huge commotion had broken out in Taiyi City. People were gossiping among themselves in a bustling restaurant. Huang Chao, an elder of the Taiyi celestial sect, Shui Lang, a guardian of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, and Tang Qing, an elder of the martial dragon celestial sect, went to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's residence that was arranged by the Taiyi celestial sect. Someone clicked their tongue. They only went there because of the woman in the portraits that have been circulating in the city. Well, I'm not surprised. Those three men are known for being lecherous. That beauty will definitely suffer in their hands. I pity that beautiful woman. When the people of Taiyi City learned that 3 celestial dukes from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland had gone to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's residence in Taiyi City, all of them assumed the beautiful woman in the portraits was going to suffer a tragic end. Huang Chao, Shui Lang, and Tang Qing are all powerful celestial dukes. They're not even one basic celestial dukes, they're 2 forms celestial dukes. 3 of them are evenly matched in terms of strength. I'm afraid the beauty would be shared by them. Share a woman, well, they'll probably come to an agreement and take turns to have sex with her. Someone sighed. It's such a pity that the beauty would fall in those 3's hands. Based on their conversation, it seemed like many people in Taiyi City were not privy to the latest development. They all pitied the beauty in the portraits. At this moment, someone scoffed. "All of you are so out of the loop. I bet none of you know that everything turned out fine for the beauty in the end. Most importantly, Huang Chao, Shui Lang, and Tang Qing have died." As soon as the words were spoken, the main hall of the restaurant that was still lively a while ago fell silent immediately. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's attention was focused on the person who had spoken. The person was a middle-aged man who was dressed in fine robes with an extraordinary temperament. Finally, an old man broke the silence and asked, "Sir, is what you said true? I'm one of the princes of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Is there a need for me to lie? I personally witnessed Huang Chao, Shui Lang, and Tang Qing's deaths," the middle-aged man proudly said. The middle-aged man sat alone at a table. 2 old men stood behind him. They seemed to be his personal guards. Based on this and his extraordinary temperament, few people doubted his words. "Prince, why don't you tell us about what happened today?" a young man asked curiously as he looked at the middle-aged man in fine robes who claimed to be a prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the eyes of almost everyone in the restaurant shone with curiosity. All of them wanted to know how the 3 powerful celestial dukes died. Chapter 2786 Ins and Outs. Out of the many patrons in the restaurants, very few people suspected the middle-aged man was lying. After all, who would dare to spread false rumors about the 3 strong celestial dukes from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland? If the middle-aged man's words were not true, once the 3 celestial dukes heard about it, the middle-aged man would definitely die. The middle-aged man did not seem to be lying, and his words were convincing. Moreover, he had an extraordinary temperament. In the patrons' opinion, there was no reason to doubt the middle-aged man. The 3 celestial dukes from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland were killed in front of the people of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. It's really too unbelievable. However, since this person dares to say such a thing, it's likely to be true. I wonder who killed the celestial dukes from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Those 3 were 2 forms celestial dukes. It's impossible for the average person to kill them. Although the soaring dragon celestial kingdom is a high-ranked celestial kingdom, as far as I know, the strongest person in their kingdom is only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Therefore, the culprit can't be from the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Although everyone in the restaurant was gossiping, they did not dare to speak loudly. Instead, they whispered furtively among themselves. 3 two-formed celestial dukes. The middle-aged man in fine clothes scoffed. He was about to respond to the young man who had spoken earlier but sneered when he heard the muted discussions in the surroundings. He said, "You are wrong. Indeed, Huang Chao and Shui Lang were 2-formed celestial duke. However, Tang Qing had already become a 3-talent celestial duke." A hint of fear could be seen in the eyes of the man who claimed to be a prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom as he continued to say, "At that time, Huang Chao and Shui Lang joined forces to fight Tang Qing. With just one move, Tang Qing easily suppressed those 2. He destroyed the front yard of the residence that the Taiyi celestial sect had arranged for us to stay in." The 2 old men standing behind the middle-aged man had a frightened expression on their faces as well. After all, they had also witnessed the fight between the celestial dukes earlier. If those 3 did not deliberately control their energies to avoid the backlash from affecting the people present, they would have been severely injured even if they did not die. 3-talent celestial duke. Elder Tang Qing of the martial dragon celestial sect had a breakthrough and became a 3-talent celestial duke. I have long heard that Elder Tang Qing of the martial dragon celestial sect is only 1 step away from becoming 3-talent celestial duke. I didn't know he had successfully broken through. Many people broke out in a commotion. Again when they learned that Tang Qing, an elder of the martial dragon celestial sect, had become a 3-talent celestial duke. Alas, although Elder Tang Qing had become a 3-talent celestial duke, he still died along with Elder Huang Chao and Guardian Shui Lang. Someone exclaimed. As soon as the person finished speaking, the entire fell silent again. That was right. 1 3-talent celestial duke and 2 2-formed celestial dukes were killed. How powerful was the culprit? The culprit had to be a 4-phenomena celestial duke at least, right? Prince, don't keep us guessing. Tell us who killed Elder Tang Qing, Elder Huang Chao, and Guardian Shui Lang. Yes, Prince, just tell us. Prince. Many people looked eager as they stared at the middle-aged man who claimed to be a prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Under everyone's burning gaze, the finely dressed middle-aged man who claimed to be a prince said without beating around the bush, "The one who killed the 3 celestial dukes is Tai Tai He, the left guardian of the Taiyi celestial sect." The middle-aged man's words caused another uproar in the restaurant. The patrons of the restaurant looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. How's that possible? There's a rumor going around the left guardian of the Taiyi celestial sect has recently become a 7-star celestial duke. Why did he kill Huang Chao, Shui Lang, and Tang Qing? Did he also fall in love with that beauty? Maybe the 3 wanted to snatch the beauty away from him so he killed them. Impossible. I've heard that the left guardian has no interest in women. Moreover, if he truly wanted to claim the beauty, the 3 celestial dukes would have definitely conceded to him. You're right, although those 3 were high-ranking officials in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, they're incomparable to Guardian Tai of the Taiyi celestial sect. Not to mention only one of them was a 3-talent celestial duke. Even if all 3 were 3-talent celestial dukes, they still would not dare to offend Guardian Tai. The patrons turned to look at the finely dressed middle-aged man again, waiting for him to satiate their curiosities. The middle-aged did not hold back and began to recount the ins and outs of the incident. After listening to the entire story, the patrons had a vague understanding of what had happened. As it turns out, the beauty has a good relationship with a prominent celestial alchemist. Most importantly, the prominent celestial alchemist has a good relationship with Tai Tai He, the left guardian of the Taiyi celestial sect. Otherwise, Guardian Tai wouldn't simply kill a celestial duke from his own sect and 2 celestial dukes from the other 2 major celestial sects of the wasteland. I am afraid the 3 didn't expect the would be killed by Guardian Tai because of a woman. The name of the prominent celestial alchemist by the beauty's side is Duan Ling Tian, right? I've never heard of someone like that in the wasteland. The finely dressed middle-aged man also told the patrons in the restaurant that the prominent celestial alchemist by the beauty's side was going to be given the title of chief celestial alchemist after joining the Tai Yi celestial sect. In no time at all, the words in the restaurant soon spread like a wildfire through Tai Yi City, causing an uproar. Everyone knew that Tai Yi, the left guardian of the Tai Yi celestial sect, had killed Huang Chao, an elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect, Shui Lang, a guardian of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, and Tang Qing, an elder of the Martial Dragon celestial sect. They also learned there was an addition of a prominent celestial alchemist in the wasteland. It seemed like the new prominent celestial alchemist was so skilled that even Tai Yi, who was a 7-star celestial duke, was eager for the new prominent celestial alchemist to join the Tai Yi celestial sect and promised him the title of chief celestial alchemist. Chief celestial alchemist? Doesn't he have to ask for the opinions of the 3 existing prominent celestial alchemists Tai Yi celestial sect first? Yes, if that prominent celestial alchemist, Duan Ling Tian, isn't skilled. The 3 prominent celestial alchemists definitely won't acknowledge him. Exactly. If the Tai Yi celestial sect still insists on making Duan Ling Tian the chief celestial alchemist without the approval of the 3 prominent celestial alchemists, the prominent celestial alchemists will most probably leave the Tai Yi celestial sect. It feels like there's going to an interesting show to watch. It's a pity we're not members of the Tai Yi celestial sect. There's no way for us to personally watch the show. Most people in Tai Yi City were not optimistic about Duan Ling Tian's chances of becoming the Tai Yi celestial sect's chief celestial alchemist. While all kinds of rumors flew around in Tai Yi City, a storm was brewing in the residents of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, an intermediate-ranked celestial kingdom. Huang Chao, Shui Lang, and Tang Qing have died. How's that possible? Is the purple-clad young man next to Beauty really a prominent celestial alchemist? Is it true he's also well acquainted with Tai Yi, the left guardian of the Tai Yi celestial sect? When the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom heard the rumors, the expressions of Xianxia Ling, the emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, was filled with unwillingness. Your Majesty, there's nothing we can do to that beauty and her companion. We're not able to retaliate against the woman and the man next to her. Moreover, we have to find a way to solve the hidden dangers of this matter. After all, they can easily find out that we were the ones who distributed the portraits throughout Tai Yi City, an old man said to Xianxia Ling with a fearful expression. There were a few others standing next to the old man who were also looking anxious and worried. However, Xianxia Ling rose to his feet, in a daze. He murmured to himself in despair as though he did not hear the old man's words, "Ruer, I'm so useless. Lair was killed, and yet, I can't avenge him." Among Xianxia Ling's sons, only the 6th prince, Shi Lei, did not bear his last name. Instead, Shi Lei bore his mother's last name. Based on this, one could see how much Xianxia Ling had loved Shi Lei's mother. Otherwise, how could a dignified and prideful emperor of a celestial kingdom let his son bear his mother's surname? Your Majesty, seeing Xianxia Ling in a daze during such a critical moment, the subordinates cried out in unison, becoming even more anxious. Xianxia Ling regained his senses. He glared at his subordinates and said in an annoyed tone, "Why are all of you so anxious? Is there any use in being anxious?" Chapter 2787 Joining a New Sect. When Xianxia Ling found out the woman who killed his 6th son was still alive and the man next to her was a prominent celestial alchemist who clearly had a good relationship with Tai Yi, the left guardian of the Tai Yi celestial sect, he knew it was over. Not to mention Tai Yi was the left guardian of the Tai Yi celestial sect, but Tai Yi was also a 7-star celestial duke, a first-class powerhouse in the wasteland. Even when Tai Yi had not broken through, just as the left guardian, it was easy enough for Tai Yi to deal with the entire Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom's imperial family. In the end, Xianxia Ling said as he looked at his subordinates, "I'll try my best to resolve this matter on my own. I won't implicate the rest of the imperial family or you." He had fallen into a haze of despair earlier because he could not avenge his 6th son. He had temporarily tried to escape from the reality of the impending disaster. However, he regained his senses when he saw how anxious his subordinates were. Your Majesty. Upon hearing Xianxia Ling's words, the expressions of Xianxia Ling's subordinates changed. Your Majesty, is there nothing we can do to right the situation? Maybe we can apologize to the woman and the prominent celestial alchemist next to her. Yes, Your Majesty. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. If we plead with them, we might be able to escape this disaster. Your Majesty, we can't do without you in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Yun Qiling's subordinates were of the opinion that they should apologize and ask for forgiveness from the woman and the prominent celestial alchemist next to her. However, Yun Qiling shook his head when he heard his subordinates' words. He felt they should put themselves in the woman and the prominent celestial alchemist's shoes for a moment. No matter how kind they would not give in under such circumstances. After all, they had circulated the woman's portraits in Taiyi City. Yun Qiling felt resentment and unwillingness rose in his heart. If it were not for the prominent celestial alchemist, the woman would have already died. He shook his head, he knew it was over for him. A sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. The only thing he wanted now was to try to keep the rest of the members of the imperial family and his subordinates safe. At this moment, a loud and energetic voice entered the hall, echoing in every corner. You're the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, Yun Qiling. The expressions of Yun Qiling and his subordinates changed drastically. 2 gusts of wind blew into the hall as 2 figures suddenly appeared. One of them was a tall and burly middle-aged man while the other was an old man with medium stature. The tall and burly middle-aged man had a particularly conspicuous cinnabar mole in between his eyebrows. On the other hand, the old man with medium stature looked rather ordinary. He would not have stood out in a sea of people. Upon seeing the 2 newcomers, Yun Qiling and the others hastily bowed in fear. Yun Qiling then asked in a small voice, "Who are you?" The old man with a medium build replied in a hoarse voice, "I'm a guardian elder of the martial dragon celestial kingdom, Lu Qizhang." Then, he raised one of his hands, revealing a token that was unique to guardian elders from the martial dragon celestial sect. As the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, which belonged to the martial dragon celestial sect, Yun Qiling recognized the token in the old man's hand at a glance. There was no doubt the old man was an elder from the martial dragon celestial sect, even though it was his first time seeing the token in person. He had seen it before in a memory celestial talisman issued by martial dragon celestial sect. In the martial dragon celestial sect, only a 3-talent celestial duke or above were qualified to become a guardian elder. Guardian elders had the highest statuses among other elders in the martial dragon celestial sect. For example, Tang Qing, who was killed by Tai Tai He, was just an inner elder of the martial dragon celestial sect. His rank was lower than a guardian elder. Although Tang Qing had broken through and became a 3-talent celestial duke, he was not strong enough compared to the other 3-talent celestial dukes to become a guardian elder. After all, he had just very recently become a 3-talent celestial duke. Naturally, for people of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, they still did not dare to be disrespectful towards someone like Tang Qing, let alone a guardian elder from the martial dragon celestial sect who had a higher status. "I'm the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, Yun Qiling." "Greetings, Elder Lu." After Yun Qiling greeted the old man, his subordinates followed suit, respectfully greeting the old man. "I came today to announce that from henceforth, the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom no longer belongs to our martial dragon celestial sect. The Taiyi Celestial Sect has given us the 2 intermediate ranked Celestial Kingdom in exchange for the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom," the old man said solemnly as he looked at Yun Qiling. There was no inflection in his voice at all as he continued to say, "From now on, the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom will belong to the Taiyi Celestial Sect." Halfway through listening to the old man's words, Yun Qiling and his subordinates were thoroughly stunned. However, when they finished listening to the old man's words, their expressions changed drastically. Although all of them had expected some form of punishment from the Taiyi Celestial Sect, they did not expect the revenge to come so swiftly and mercilessly. It was a truly domineering move. For revenge, the Taiyi Celestial Sect had exchanged 2 intermediate-ranked Celestial Kingdoms for the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect's Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Once the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom belonged to the Taiyi Celestial Sect, the sect would be able to do as they pleased to their kingdom, would not be able to have their way with them. Yun Qiling looked at the old man anxiously and implored, "Elder Lu, the celestial stone we sent as tributes to the sect every year is more than that of other intermediate-ranked celestial kingdoms. The sect can't abandon us. Elder Lu, as long as you don't hand our kingdom over to the Taiyi Celestial Sect, from now on, our Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom is willing to double the celestial stones we usually give." Yun Qiling knew very well that if the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom remained under the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, even if the left guardian of the Taiyi Celestial Sect or the Taiyi Celestial Sect wanted to retaliate, they would only be able to deal with him alone. The Taiyi celestial sect would not be able to touch the entire Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom. If the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom were given to the Taiyi celestial sect, the imperial family was bound to be overthrown. The sect leader has already agreed to this matter. Everything has already been decided, the old man said tonelessly as he looked at Yunqi Ling, whose face had turned pale. After that, the old man no longer deigned to look at Yunqi Ling. Instead, he turned to look at the tall and burly man who had come with him. His indifferent expression, when faced with Yunqi Ling, had vanished without a trace once he looked at the tall and burly man. Instead, a respectful expression appeared on his face as he said, "Guardian Tai, from now on, the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom belongs to your Taiyi celestial sect." He added, "In fact, this is just a trivial matter. There's no need to trouble yourself to personally come over. You can just send an elder of your sect to accompany me." The old man was extremely reverent and did not dare to be rude at all when faced with the tall and burly middle-aged man. Guardian Tai, upon hearing the way the old man addressed the tall and burly middle-aged man, it was naturally not difficult for Yunqi Ling and his men to figure out the tall and burly middle-aged man's identity. After realizing the identity of the middle-aged man, Yunqi Ling was the first to fall to his knees. He implored, "Guardian Tai, I was the one who asked my subordinates to distribute the portraits of that young lady. This matter has nothing to do with the others. I hope Guardian Tai will investigate this matter thoroughly. I, the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, Yunqi Ling, am willing to bear the full responsibility for this." The only thing he desperately wanted now was to protect the remaining imperial family. Yunqi Ling's men followed suit. Their bodies trembled as they fell to their knees as well. It was clear to them now that the tall and burly middle-aged man was Tai Taiyi, the left guardian of the Taiyi celestial sect and a 7-star celestial duke. Tai Taiyi glanced at Yunqi Ling, who was kneeling on the ground, and scoffed before he said, "It's not up to you to decide if you alone will suffer the consequences for this matter. From today onward, there will be a new imperial family of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. The current imperial family will all be exterminated." His voice was cold and intimidating. As soon as Tai Taiyi finished speaking, he used a communication celestial talisman to order an elder from the Taiyi celestial sect who had accompanied him here to destroy the current imperial family of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. "No," Yunqi Ling cried out in despair. He, naturally, understood Tai Taiyi's intention. His eyes were brimming with regret and despair at this moment. He truly regretted his actions. He regretted provoking the woman in the portraits. Faced with impending death, Yunqi Ling's feelings changed abruptly. "Sixth son. You really dragged the entire family with you." He seemed to resent Shi Lei now. Tai Taiyi only scoffed before he raised a hand and took Yunqi Ling's life. Upon seeing this, Yunqi Ling's men trembled even more violently. They knew that the current imperial family of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom was soon to be no more. As for their survival, it all depended on the person in front of them. "I'll give you a chance to survive. Assist the new imperial family of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom well. If you have other intentions, I'll send you straight to hell," Tai Taiyi calmly said as he glanced at the people kneeling on the ground and said calmly. "Thank you, Guardian Tai. Guardian Tai, we will never betray the new imperial family." Upon discovering they were allowed to live, they were filled with joy. Chapter 2788 Self-Awareness. After Tai Taiyi, the left guardian of the Taiyi celestial sect, led the guardian elder of the martial dragon celestial sect to the residence arranged by Taiyi celestial sect for the people of Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom to deal with the matter, the incident had also come to an end. Before leaving, Tai Taiyi asked the people under Yunqi Ling, the former emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, to summon King Qin from the King Qin's mansion. Then, in front of everyone, he publicly instated King Qin and his descendants as the new imperial family of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Currently, King Qin was the new emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. He also made the people in the hall kneel before the new emperor. After Tai Taiyi left after making the shocking announcement, the people in the huge hall who had narrowly escaped death looked at King Qin in shock and disbelief as they discussed among themselves. "Why him? Why is it him? He has never been outstanding nor tried to stand out. How did he rise suddenly and become the emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom? Even his family and descendants have become members of the imperial family. What is going on? Didn't you see Guardian Tai from the Taiyi celestial sect was so respectful to King Qin? It's obvious he knew King Qin. It was like a bolt of lightning on a sunny day. These people truly did not expect even in Their wildest dreams that Tai He would instate King Qin and his family as the new imperial family of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. After all, there were many rulers of mansions in the Cloudy Rock Kingdom who were more capable than King Qin of King Qin's mansion. Once I leave, I'll send 2 of our elders who are peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the Tai Yi celestial sect to assist King Qin, your new emperor. If any of you dare to scheme against the new emperor, not only will I kill you, but I'll also exterminate your families. Tai He had left them with these words before he left. Upon recalling Tai He's words, the people in the Great Hall did not dare to feel resentful or dissatisfied and kneeled to King Qin, the new emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Your Majesty, I will help you with everything I have and not let Guardian Tai down. Long live, Your Majesty. All of them humbly and reverently kowtowed at King Qin. Meanwhile, King Qin stood frozen, dumbfounded. He was already in shock when he was brought in front of these people. Moreover, the person who had brought him over had always treated him arrogantly and looked down on him. However, today, that said person was extremely respectful. After arriving at the hall, the high-ranking officials who usually had their noses pointed to the skies were all reverent and respectful to him, shocking him even more. All of them lowered themselves and kowtowed to him. He was truly shocked. How could he not feel shocked? These people who were more powerful than him and confidants of the former emperor were prostrating themselves before him. I'm the new emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Am I dreaming? It was only natural that King Qin had a hard time digesting this. He was suddenly made an emperor. He was just drinking tea in his courtyard when a revered elder from the imperial courts respectfully summoned him. When he arrived at the hall, he saw a tall and burly middle-aged man. He heard the revered elders referring to him as Guardian Tai. Then, he was informed that Guardian Tai was the left guardian of the Tai Yi celestial sect. He, naturally, had heard about Tai He, who became famous in Tai Yi City recently due to him becoming a 7-star celestial duke, the third 7-star celestial dukes in the Tai Yi celestial sect. King Qin did not think someone like him would have anything to do with such a great personage. Who knew that not only did he meet Tai He today, but Tai He had also officially instated him as the Emperor of Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Not only that, but all his kins were now members of the imperial family of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. At that time, he had asked Tai He tentatively, "Why me?" "You'll find out in time." Tai He did not reveal to King Qin it was all due to his nephew, who was a friend of Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Thus, King Qin became the new emperor of Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom in a flurry of confusion. Although he would not lie and say he was unhappy with this new lofty status, he felt a little helpless and nervous, afraid his blessing would come to an end soon. It was not until King Qin's nephew, Qin Yu, whom he had not seen in a while, returned a few days later that he calmed down after finding out the shocking reason for his blessing. He finally felt at ease becoming the emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. How surprising. The young man back then has achieved such success now. Not only is he a prominent celestial alchemist, but he also has a good relationship with Guardian Tai of the Tai Yi celestial sect. King Qin said with a sigh. He thought Duan Ling Tian and Tai He had a close relationship due to Qin Yu's misunderstanding. Qin Yu was completely unaware that Tai He valued Duan Ling Tian so much, not because of a good relationship. It was because Duan Ling Tian was a skilled prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were staying in a vast mansion on the main prominent celestial island in the Tai Yi celestial sect. After Tai He returned, he recounted what happened to Duan Ling Tian before asking, "Master Duan, are you satisfied with how I dealt with Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom?" "Yes, thank you for your hard work, Guardian Tai." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "You have handled this matter very well, Guardian Tai. Everything was done impeccably." Impeccable indeed. The former imperial family of Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom was exterminated. Tai He had exterminated all of them so there would be no trouble in the future. He felt slightly grateful to Tai He, although Tai He's method was rather vicious. In fact, he could not help but feel lucky that Tai He was not his enemy. Otherwise, Tai He would be a great threat to him before he grew stronger. It was even likely that he would die. However, although he did not fully agree with Tai He's approach, he could not say he completely disagreed either. After all, this was a dog-eat-dog world. If the root of the trouble was not destroyed, there would definitely be trouble in the future. Who knew? If he were in Tai He's shoes, he might have done the same things as well. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian recalled something. He looked at Tai Tai curiously and asked, "Guardian Tai, you just killed an elder of the martial dragon celestial sect, Tang Qing. Why would the martial dragon celestial sect agree to your request? Why would they agree to exchange the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom for two of the Tai Yi celestial sect's intermediate rank celestial kingdoms?" Tai Tai he smiled faintly. "Master Duan, I had good reasons to kill Tang Qing that day. Therefore, the martial dragon celestial sect can only suck it up and accept it since you're our sect's chief celestial alchemist. If you're not, things would be difficult." Then, Tai Tai he continued to say, "As for our Tai Yi celestial sect's exchange of two intermediate rank celestial kingdoms for the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom of the martial dragon celestial sect was a whole other matter. This was a beneficial deal for the martial dragon celestial sect, so they naturally wouldn't refuse." Realization suddenly Duan Ling Tian who suddenly seemed dim-witted. "So, whether the martial dragon celestial sect pursues you for Tang Qing's death depends on whether I'm the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect." "Yes." Tai Tai he nodded. "Interesting." Something flashed across Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he smiled slightly. "Master Duan." Tai Tai he seemed to remember something as well as he said, "The sect leader has spoken to two of our prominent celestial alchemists. The other prominent celestial alchemist is practicing in seclusion and will only come out in 10 days. For this reason, the discussion will roughly take place in 10 days or so. At the latest, it'll happen in 2 weeks. As long as you refine the overarching heaven pill in front of them, they won't have any objections to you becoming the chief celestial alchemist of our Tai Yi celestial sect, Tai Tai he." He was clearly very confident about Duan Ling Tian's ability. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was also looking forward to meeting the three prominent celestial alchemists of Tai Yi celestial sect. After all, it meant he could discuss alchemy and pill refining with them and exchange knowledge. Although he had obtained much knowledge about refining pills from the rebirth martial emperor when he was in the mundane realm, the refining pill methods in his memories only helped granted him a quicker understanding of refining pills in the Devata realms. If he wanted to progress a step further and refine supreme celestial pills, he needed more knowledge and to conduct many experiments. The memories of refining pills left by the rebirth martial emperor was not enough to help him achieve that. "I can refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, not because of my skills in alchemy. It's all thanks to my chaos divine flame that has entered the 3rd stage. Although it's only comparable to prominent celestial fires for now, it's still stronger than ordinary prominent celestial fires. If the 3rd form of the chaos divine flame were given to an ordinary prominent celestial alchemist, even that prominent celestial alchemist would be able to refine the overarching heaven pill with some hard work." Duan Ling Tian was not deluded. He was well aware of his abilities. He still had much to learn about alchemy. In the past, he was given a shortcut in the form of the rebirth martial emperor's memories about refining pills from the mundane realm. However, things were different now, so he would have to rely on himself. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. This day was the day that Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect, had arranged for Duan Ling Tian to meet the three prominent celestial alchemists in the Tai Yi celestial sect. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian went out early in the morning. Chapter 2789 The Three Prominent Celestial Alchemists. Duan Ling Tian had gone earlier to meet the three prominent celestial alchemists. He did want to keep them waiting. However, the three prominent celestial alchemists did not seem to take him seriously. He had arrived at the agreed destination, in the residence of the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect, but after half a day had gone by, neither hide nor hair of the three prominent celestial alchemists could be seen. "Master Duan, they might have encountered something that's causing them delay." Bai Ping hastily came up with an excuse for the three prominent celestial alchemists, as though he was afraid that Duan Ling Tian might storm out in a fit of anger. It might seem like he was defending the three prominent celestial alchemists. He was inwardly seething. It was evident that the three prominent celestial alchemists were making things difficult for Duan Ling Tian. Most importantly, those three were putting him in a difficult position. "It's all right, I'll just wait a little longer," Duan Ling Tian replied and smiled lightly. While they were waiting, Duan Ling Tian's mind began to wander. When he thought about the series of incidents that happened after he arrived in Tai Yi City, he felt that he had been given a shortcut. Things had progressed in an unbelievably smooth manner. Initially, he had planned to follow the people of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest organized by the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland. He was going to take first place and reveal his identity as a prominent celestial alchemist to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. He would then use the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect as a platform to further improve his cultivation base before leaving the wasteland. Naturally, before leaving, Duan Ling Tian planned to keep his promise to Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, to obtain the throne to the kingdom. He also planned to fulfill his promise to Brother Pei and enter the little world that was left by a celestial king to help Brother Pei retrieve a royal-grade celestial weapon. According to Brother Pei, the real reason for the Wasteland Grand Contest was to recruit people to enter the little world. Since only powerhouses below the age of 100 could enter the little world, the three major celestial sects had organized the contest to search for young and strong powerhouses to enter the little world. In the beginning, he was confident with his strength. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland, the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect in particular, would definitely select him to enter the little world as long as he demonstrated his strength. Unexpectedly, the course of his plans had changed even though his objective remained the same. The change happened when Huaner's appearance was revealed. In the end, it led to Duan Ling Tian deciding to join the Tai Yi Celestial Sect instead of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Moreover, he was directly given the title of Chief Celestial Alchemist by the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. The title was undoubtedly an honorable one. With that title and status, it would be easy for him to help Long Fei Yun ascend the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom even if he did not join the Martial Dragon Celestial Kingdom and to enter the little world. Sect Leader Bai Ping, as far as I know, the Wasteland Grand Contest didn't use to impose an age restriction in the past. Why did it suddenly change? Duan Ling Tian asked even though he had already roughly known the reason from Brother Pei. Master Duan, I was planning to tell you this sooner or later even if you didn't ask. Bai Ping said with a smile. He was already aware that Duan Ling Tian was a great overarching golden celestial who was under the age of 100. Therefore, he had already reserved a spot for Duan Ling Tian to enter the little world left behind by a celestial king. After all, it would be a waste to deny a talent like Duan Ling Tian to enter the little world. An age restriction was imposed for this year's Wasteland Grand Contest because Bai Ping honestly told Duan Ling Tian everything he knew, including the little world that was left behind by a celestial king. His eyes shone as he explained what he knew to Duan Ling Tian. At the end of the contest, the three major celestial sects will select people to enter the little world. With your capabilities, Master Duan, you'll definitely be selected. Moreover, after entering the little world, with your strength, it's even possible for you to gain many treasures, including a royal-grade celestial weapon. His voice turned more and more excited and he continued to speak. If others were to obtain the royal-grade celestial weapon in the little world, they would need to hand it over. However, if it's you, regardless of how many royal-grade celestial weapons that you obtain, you're free to keep it. Bai Ping made a generous promise to Duan Ling Tian. Sect Leader Bai Ping, isn't it too early to say these things? How do you know if I'm willing to enter the little world or not? Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, it was apparent he did not take Bai Ping's promise seriously. Master Duan, it's a rare opportunity to be able to enter the little world. If I were younger, I would definitely seize the chance and enter the little world. Bai Ping found it difficult to understand Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. I suppose you're right, however, it's only considered a great opportunity if you're certain you can survive in the little world, Duan Ling Tian said lightly. If I'm not mistaken, the three major celestial sects of the wasteland had sent many powerhouses below the age of 100 into the little world before this, right? Most importantly, none of them survived. Bai Ping fell silent. Indeed, it was just as Duan Ling Tian had said. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland had sent many powerhouses below the age of 100 into the little world, and yet, none of them lived to come out from the little world. There were no exceptions or doubts, all of their soul pearls had shattered. Master Duan, since you are one of us now, I'll be honest with you. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland had indeed sent young powerhouses younger than the age of 100 into the little world. However, it was done in a haste without much planning. The strongest person who was sent in there was only an indigo sun golden celestial. Therefore, with this contest, we're not going to send anyone weaker than a violet sun golden celestial into the little world, Bai Ping explained. Previously, an indigo sun golden celestial had died. How are you so sure that a violet sun golden celestial wouldn't die in there? Although I'm a great overarching golden celestial, how sure are you that I won't die after entering the little world? Duan Ling Tian retorted. Bai Ping was speechless. He had no answer for Duan Ling Tian's question. Even if a great overarching golden celestial who was under the age of 100 like Duan Ling Tian found the little world dangerous, it seemed like there was no hope for the three major celestial sects to obtain the treasures in the little world. In the end, he said, Master Duan, your concerns are justified. Although I really want you to enter the little world, and I truly think it would be a waste if you don't enter, I'll still respect your decision whatever they may be. If you're unwilling, then, I won't force you to enter. You're right, sect leader Bai Ping. With my capabilities, it would truly be a waste if I didn't enter the little world. In any case, there's still some time before the Wasteland Grand Contest starts. Let me consider it, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod. Yes, you should really consider it. Bai Ping agreed with a nod. Initially, he thought it would be a walk in the park for a great overarching golden celestial under the age of 100 in the little world. However, after listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, he began to doubt himself. Who could say for sure that it would not be dangerous for a great overarching golden celestial under the age of 100 in the little world? At this moment, three voices rang in unison from outside. Sect leader, the three prominent celestial alchemists had finally arrived. Three masters, please come in, Bai Ping said. Master Duan had come early and had been waiting for a long time. A hint of dissatisfaction could be heard in his voice. Duan Ling Tian saw two old men and a middle-aged man. These three were obviously the three prominent celestial alchemists in the Taiyi celestial sect. One of the old men with a medium build who was dressed in a grey robe asked, Your Master Duan? He blatantly sized Duan Ling Tian up and rudely extended his divine consciousness to probe Duan Ling Tian. After that, the old man staggered for a moment before he stabilized his footing. A hint of contempt could be seen in his eyes as he said, You're not even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old. Upon hearing this, the other old man and the middle-aged man instantly extended their divine consciousness to probe Duan Ling Tian. They found out that Duan Ling Tian was, indeed, not even 100 years old. The other old man was tall and burly, and he was dressed in a green robe. He said skeptically, a prominent celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old. The middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe who was skinny and had a permanently gloomy expression on his face said, Since the sect leader says he's a prominent celestial alchemist, then, it must be true. After all, with luck, it's not impossible to obtain a prominent celestial fire. Finally, the gray-clad old man shifted his eyes from Duan Ling Tian to Bai Ping and asked skeptically, Sect leader, is he really able to refine the overarching heaven pill? Chapter 2790 Incredible Cauldron Heating Speed. The sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect, Bai Ping, hesitated for a moment. Then, he nodded and said, Yes, Guardian Tai and I can attest to it. In fact, he had not personally witnessed Duan Ling Tian refine the overarching heaven pill nor seen the pills. However, he trusted Tai He unconditionally, so he had no qualms vouching for Duan Ling Tian when Duan Ling Tian was being doubted. Oh, the gray-clad old man seemed surprised that Bai Ping had vouched for Duan Ling Tian. The three men looked at Duan Ling Tian, clearly still skeptical. They were already reluctant to accept that Duan Ling Tian was a prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old. Needless to say, they were even more reluctant to believe Duan Ling Tian was able to refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. After all, to refine the overarching heaven pill, not only did the prominent celestial alchemist had to be skilled, but even the prominent celestial fire that was used had to meet high standards. However, the higher the level of the prominent celestial fire, the less skill was needed from the prominent celestial alchemist. The gray-clad old man looked at Duan Ling Tian and bluntly said, Master Duan, I'm Situ Ming. I'm a prominent celestial alchemist and a revered elder of the Taiyi celestial sect. Can you show us how you refine the overarching heaven pill? I promise that as long as you're able to refine the pills, I'll willingly acknowledge you as the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect. Despite Situ Ming's seemingly polite words, it was filled with barbs. However, Duan Ling Tian was not bothered. He only smiled and asked, Master Situ, are you speaking for yourself or for the other two masters as well? As he spoke, he glanced at the green-clad old man and the blue-clad middle-aged man. The green-clad old man replied immediately, Master Duan, if you can refine the overarching heaven pill, then, I'll acknowledge you as the chief celestial alchemist of the sect. Me too. The blue-robed middle-aged man concurred. Before the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Taiyi celestial sect had arrived, Duan Ling Tian had already learned their names from Bai Ping. The gray-clad old man was Situ Ming, the green-clad old man was Yang Chong, and the blue-clad middle-aged man was Yu Zhongjing. Since the three masters have agreed to it, I won't waste any more time, Duan Ling Tian said. A cauldron appeared as Duan Ling Tian raised his hand. It was the prominent celestial pill cauldron that Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, had obtained for him. Since Bai Ping knew Duan Ling Tian was going to refine the pill now, he raised his hand and set up a noise-canceling formation to protect him from being disturbed. Upon seeing this, the three prominent celestial alchemists were slightly taken aback. They did expect Duan Ling Tian would agree so readily. Is he really going to refine the overarching heaven pill? Can he even refine the overarching heaven pill? Impossible. How old is he? He's not even 100 years old. Even if he managed to become a prominent celestial alchemist before the age of 100, and even if he obtained a superior prominent celestial fire, it would still be impossible for him to refine the overarching heaven pill. The three prominent celestial alchemists exchanged a look as they communicated through voice transmission. All of them were skeptical of Duan Ling Tian's ability to refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Well, let's just wait and see if he can refine the pills. If he really succeeds in refining the overarching heaven pill, even if it's mainly due to his superior prominent celestial fire, I'll still acknowledge him as the chief celestial alchemist even if he's not as skilled as me. Although Duan Ling Tian was surrounded by the noise-canceling formation set up by Bai Ping, it was invisible to the naked eye. Therefore, the three prominent celestial alchemists could clearly see the refining process. Initially, they looked on in contempt as they observed Duan Ling Tian's techniques. They felt it was a misnomer to call him a prominent celestial alchemist since Duan Ling Tian did not even use the pill cauldron in the correct manner. However, as soon as Duan Ling Tian summoned his third form Chaos Divine Flame, which everyone thought was a prominent celestial fire, the three celestial alchemists lost the contemptuous expressions on their faces. They were thoroughly shocked by what they saw. At this moment, a gray flame danced in Duan Ling Tian's palm. As soon the flame appeared, it leapt into the pill cauldron and began the second step of refining the pills by heating the pill cauldron. What kind of celestial fire is that? When that celestial fire appeared, my celestial fire became agitated. It was as though it was trembling in fright. You felt that as well. I thought I was the only one. I really didn't think he'd be able to refine the overarching heaven pill. However, I'm not too certain now. Outside the noise-canceling formation, the three men whispered among themselves as they observed Duan Ling Tian refining the overarching heaven pill. They were clearly shocked by the third form Chaos Divine Flame that they thought was a prominent celestial fire. Similarly, Bai Ping was shocked as well. Master Duan's prominent celestial fire is so strong. The three prominent celestial alchemists were prideful men. However, when Bai Ping saw the shocked expressions on their faces when Duan Ling Tian summoned his third form Chaos Divine Flame, his confidence in Duan Ling Tian increased by many folds. Although he had supported Duan Ling Tian earlier due to his trust in Tai Tai he was still anxious since he was not familiar with Duan Ling Tian. After seeing the flame that Duan Ling Tian conjured up, he was much calmer now. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian stopped heating the pill cauldron and began to bring out the necessary ingredients. It's over. Heavens, such a short time has passed. Is this a joke? The three prominent celestial alchemists were familiar with the average time needed to heat a pill cauldron. Duan Ling Tian's speed was way too fast. They knew the speed to heat up a cauldron was related to the strength of the celestial flame, but this speed was too exaggerated even if Duan Ling Tian's prominent celestial fire was extraordinary. They were dumbfounded by how fast it took for Duan Ling Tian to heat the pill cauldron. Situ Ming muttered, "It takes me at least 9 hours to heat up the pill cauldron, and yet, it only took him half an hour. This is crazy. I'm roughly about the same as you. Half an hour is just too preposterous," Yu Zhongjing said in shock and disbelief. Is he playing a trick on us? It would be a waste of the ingredients if the pill cauldron isn't heated properly, Yu Zhongjing said with a frown. All celestial alchemists knew that pill cauldrons had to be properly heated to guarantee the success of refining pills. It would be impossible to refine pills if there was even the slightest mistake in this crucial step. I don't think so. The ingredients to refine the overarching heaven pill are highly valuable. I don't think he would waste it like that. There's a chance that he really succeeded in heating the pill cauldron in half an hour, Yang Chong said despite his doubts. Impossible, Yu Zhongjing said disapprovingly and vehemently as he shook his head. Among the three of us, I have the fastest speed in regard to heating pill cauldrons. In the entire wasteland, only Xiao Yu Chan from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect is faster than me. It'd take me about 8.5 hours to heat up my pill cauldron. Even Xiao Yu Chan needs 8 hours to successfully heat up his pill cauldron. It's impossible to heat a pill cauldron in just half an hour. Even the most skilled prominent celestial alchemist with the most extraordinary prominent celestial fire would take at least 5 hours to heat up the pill cauldron. Yu Zhongjing did not believe at all that Duan Ling Tian had completed heating up the cauldron in half an hour. He has begun to throw the ingredients into the pill cauldron, Situ Ming said through voice transmission, causing Yu Zhongjing to regain his senses. Isn't the way he's feeding the ingredients to the pill cauldron too messy and unrefined? Yang Chong was utterly baffled by Duan Ling Tian's unsightly techniques. In any case, the technique of feeding ingredients to the pill cauldrons was not important. In the Devata realms, there was a total of 9 steps in the process of refining celestial pills. There was the positioning the cauldron, the heating of the cauldron, retrieving the ingredients, feeding the ingredients to the cauldron, refining the pills, dissolving the pill, gathering spirit, forming the pill, and harvesting the pill. The crucial steps that would determine the outcome of the pill refinement were the cauldron heating, pill refining, pill dissolving, spirit gathering, and pill forming. Chapter 2791 Horrible Pill Refining Technique. The 3 prominent celestial alchemists felt that Duan Ling Tian's feeding technique was too clumsy and crude, and they could not help but feel anxious. Out of the first 4 steps of the pill refinement process, it can be seen that he doesn't place much importance in the way he retrieves the ingredients. His positioning of the pill cauldron and feeding the ingredients to the pill cauldron are unsightly as well. As for the heating of the pill cauldron, it remains to be seen if it's successful. After all, in my opinion, it's impossible to heat a pill cauldron in half an hour. Let's continue observing, Situ Ming said as he shook his head. Yu Zhongjing nodded. At the same time, after Duan Ling Tian was done feeding the ingredients to the pill cauldron, he extended his divine consciousness into the pill cauldron to have a look at the situation inside. However, he discovered his divine consciousness could not approach the pill cauldron at all. What's going on? How powerful is his celestial fire? Even my divine consciousness can't go near it. He was amazed to discover an aura from the pill cauldron had blocked his divine consciousness. He could barely catch a glimpse of what's happening in the pill cauldron. However, at this moment, his attention was fully focused on Duan Ling Tian's celestial fire. What kind of prominent celestial fire does he own? It managed to block my divine consciousness from such a distance. Yang Chong exclaimed in surprise. You're also blocked, Situ Ming asked as he looked at Yang Chong in disbelief. So it's the same for both of you as well. Yu Zhongjing was quick to realize that he was not the only one whose divine consciousness was blocked. Through what little his divine consciousness managed to glean, he suddenly said, he's beginning to refine the pills. He has begun to refine the pill. Let's see his pill refining techniques. The 3 prominent celestial alchemists shifted their attention back to Duan Ling Tian as Duan Ling Tian carried out the 5th step, which was the refining process. All 3 men watched unblinkingly as they tried to use their divine consciousness to glean what little they could as well. Their expression turned from solemn to strange suddenly when they saw Duan Ling Tian refining the pills. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian seemed quite skilled in refining pills, but it was clear to them that most of his skills came from his celestial fire. Without the celestial fire, his refining techniques were rather weak. Yang Chong thought to himself, although his refining techniques are weak, with the help of his prominent celestial fire, his efficiency is way higher than mine. It's truly terrible to make comparisons. How did he obtain such an extraordinary prominent celestial fire? Is it even a prominent celestial fire? Even supreme celestial alchemists with their supreme celestial fires wouldn't be as efficient as him, right? Situ Ming thought to himself. Yu Zhongjing shared the same thoughts as well. After 3 hours, the 3 prominent celestial alchemists discovered Duan Ling Tian had completed refining the pill. They were amazed by his remarkable speed. This prominent celestial fire is truly remarkable. If I have this prominent celestial fire, with my refining techniques, I'd need 2 hours at most to complete the refining of the pills. The 3 prominent celestial alchemists' attention was on how extraordinary Duan Ling Tian's celestial fire was. They completely disregarded his skills and techniques. It was clear they were envious of his celestial fire. Fortunately, celestial fire could not be stolen by another person. Otherwise, they would have already attacked Duan Lingtian to steal his celestial fire. He's starting to dissolve the pill. As soon as Duan Lingtian had completed the 5th step, he immediately proceeded with the 6th step, the pill dissolving step. The pill refining step was to refine the medicinal ingredients. The next step, the pill dissolving step, was to turn the refined ingredients into liquid. This process also fully relied on the power of the celestial fire. Therefore, it did not take long for Duan Lingtian to complete this step as well. Even his pill dissolving technique is terrible. Well, it seems like he's truly capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. However, his techniques and skills are weak. He's not worthy of his celestial fire. I don't understand how a weak prominent celestial alchemist like him managed to obtain such a remarkable prominent celestial fire. After spending some time to dissolve the ingredients, Duan Lingtian continued to the 7th step, the spirit gathering step. The spirit gathering step required the help of the celestial fire as well, even though it was not as much as the previous steps. Therefore, Duan Lingtian had to spend significantly more time on this step. Well, his spirit gathering techniques are not bad, it's not so crude. However, it's still a far cry from us. Without the help of his powerful prominent celestial fire, this step will not be successful. His spirit gathering step is successful only because of his prominent celestial fire. Based on what I've seen so far, I can confidently say his techniques are only mediocre. Soon, Duan Lingtian continued on to the 8th step, the pill-forming step. Just as the 3 prominent celestial alchemists had predicted, Duan Lingtian's pill-forming technique was crude as well. Duan Lingtian would have undoubtedly failed if it were not for his remarkable prominent celestial fire. Finally, Duan Lingtian arrived at the 9th step, the pill harvesting. It was an easy step. Not too bad. I managed to harvest 5 pills this time, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. He was fully focused on refining the pills that he had completely forgotten there were 4 other people observing him. 5 pills, he harvested 5 pills, unbelievable. Based on his techniques and level, he's at most at the early stage of a prominent celestial alchemist. However, he managed to successfully refine 5 overarching heaven pill. The 3 prominent celestial alchemists communicated through voice transmission as they looked at each other in disbelief. Although it's hard to accept, there's no doubt he has proven himself. Don't forget, he's not even 100 years old, Yang Chong said through voice transmission to Situ Ming and Yu Zhongjing. Not even a 100 years old. How rare was it for someone who was not even 100 years old to be able to master pill refining techniques regardless of how crude they were. Moreover, when the 3 prominent celestial alchemists were Duan Lingtian's age, they were far inferior to him. 5 overarching heaven pills. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect, was relieved and overjoyed when he saw Duan Lingtian successfully refining the overarching heaven pills. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had managed to refine 5 overarching heaven pills. He was not stingy with his praise. 5 overarching heaven pills. Master Duan, your pill refining techniques are truly remarkable. Brilliant. In Bai Ping's opinion, Duan Lingtian's skill was far superior to the 3 prominent celestial alchemists in his sect. Naturally, the 3 prominent celestial alchemists were displeased when they heard Bai Ping's words. However, there was nothing they could say. After all, celestial fires played a big part in refining pills and could also be counted as one's skill. Although Duan Lingtian's pill refining technique was only average, they could not say anything since the result spoke for itself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian said, 3 masters, the purpose of me refining the overarching heaven pills and to become the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect is to deal with the martial dragon celestial sect and the thousand spiders celestial sect. Duan Lingtian could brag about his success in refining the overarching heaven pill, and yet, he did not. He looked at the 3 prominent celestial alchemists and said, Guardian Tai had killed 2 men from the other 2 major celestial sects since they defended me, the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect. If I weren't the chief celestial alchemist of the sect, I'm afraid they would make things difficult for Guardian Tai and the sect. I know my pill refining technique is only average, and the reason for my success is largely due to my prominent celestial fire. Indeed, with my skills, without the celestial fire, I'm not qualified to be the chief celestial alchemist of the sect. However, I hope all of you will cooperate and make it known to the public that I'm the chief celestial alchemist of the sect to avoid trouble. However, I don't mind it being an empty title as long as no one knows about it. Duan Ling Tian clearly knew of his skills, and he knew the three prominent celestial alchemists could see through his skills as well. They must know his success was largely due to his remarkable celestial fire. Bai Ping and the three prominent celestial alchemists were truly shocked by Duan Ling Tian's humble words. Chapter 2792 8 Trigrams Celestial Duke. Seeing how humble Duan Ling Tian was, the three men felt a little embarrassed. After all, they had been criticizing Duan Ling Tian's alchemy skills just a moment ago. At the same time, their impression of Duan Ling Tian rose. Although Duan Ling Tian owned such a remarkable prominent celestial fire and managed to become a prominent celestial alchemist at such a young age, despite his lacking refinement in techniques, it was still a great feat. Instead of being arrogant, he still maintained a humble attitude. Master Duan, I, Situ Ming, am a man of my words. From now on, you'll be known as the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect to the public and to the people in the sect. I acknowledge you. Situ Ming was the first to speak. That's right, Yang Chong said, Master Duan, although your alchemy methods rely more on your prominent celestial fire is also part of your skill. Perhaps, your techniques are not as refined as mine, but you're far more efficient than me. Therefore, I'm also willing to acknowledge you as the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. I agree. Yu Zhongjing was the last to speak up. He was also willing to acknowledge Duan Ling Tian as the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect. What are you guys talking about? Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect, was slightly confused. He did not understand their words. It seemed like the three prominent celestial alchemists of his sect did not think highly of Duan Ling Tian's techniques. However, if Duan Ling Tian's techniques were lacking, how could he refine the overarching heaven pill? Moreover, Duan Ling Tian even managed to refine 5 overarching heaven pills at one go. Realization finally dawned on Bai Ping after Yang Chong explained the matter to him. The reason Master Duan's is so skilled and efficient is largely due to his prominent celestial fire. Moreover, his level is only comparable to early-stage prominent celestial alchemists. Yang Chong looked at Duan Ling Tian and sighed before he continued to say, however, it's undeniable that Master Duan is a genius in the field of alchemy. After all, he's not even 100 years of age. The youngest of the three of us is already more than 10,000 years old. Even Master Yu, who was the last to become a prominent celestial alchemist among the three of us, has already been a prominent celestial alchemist for 3,000 years. With time and hard work, even someone with no talent would improve. This is probably why our skills are better than Master Duan for now. For all these reasons, I willingly acknowledge him as the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect. Although Duan Ling Tian knew that his techniques were average, he did not expect the three prominent celestial alchemists would rate him as an early-state prominent celestial alchemist. After all, he had studied alchemy for a long time, even when he was still in the mundane realm. It seems like there's a difference in techniques in the Devata realms and the mundane realms. Moreover, my knowledge of alchemy is gained through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor in the mundane realm. This is probably why I can only be considered as an early-stage prominent celestial alchemist. As expected, I still have a long way to go to become a full-fledged prominent celestial alchemist. With this, Duan Ling Tian was made aware of his shortcomings. Based on Yang Chong's words, he discovered he was only considered outstanding due to his third form Chaos Divine Flame. What he needed to improve was experiences and guidance from his seniors. All three of you are my seniors. I'm fortunate enough to obtain a remarkable prominent celestial fire that allowed me to refine the overarching heaven pill, but my techniques are still lacking. I'd like to request the three of you to guide me in the future. Duan Ling Tian said to the three prominent celestial alchemists. Most people liked modest people. Due to how humble he was, Situ Ming and the other two took a liking to Duan Ling Tian. They had no objection to guiding him. The atmosphere in the hall was good. Duan Ling Tian and three prominent celestial alchemists seemed to get along well. Upon seeing this, Bai Ping felt relieved. At least, he was certain the three prominent celestial alchemists would not leave the sect when he made Duan Ling Tian the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect. Moreover, he noticed the three men looked at Duan Ling Tian affectionately, like an elder looking at a youngster with a bright future. It seems like Master Situ, Master Yang, and Master Yu think Master Duan has great potential. Bai Ping could discern this much. According to Master Yang and Master Duan's words, it seems like Master Duan is only so skilled now because of his prominent celestial fire. He also realized there was still room for improvement in regard to Duan Ling Tian's alchemy techniques. At this moment, Situ Ming looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a sigh, Master Duan, with your prominent celestial fire, young age, and high potential, sooner or later you'll be one of the top celestial alchemists in the spirit overarching heaven as long as you don't die young. I agree. Yu Zhongjing nodded in agreement. Compared with Situ Ming and Yang Chong, he had not spoken much. However, he shared the same thoughts with the other two. Master Duan, the three of us are definitely ranked in the top 5 in the wasteland in terms of alchemy. If you have any questions in the future, you can look for us, Yang Chong said. Duan Ling Tian, who was standing at the side, nodded. Master Situ, it seems you regard Master Duan highly. You said he'll be one of the top celestial alchemists in the spirit overarching heaven sooner or later. Bai Ping was stunned by Yang Chong's high praise of Duan Ling Tian. The way he looked at Duan Ling Tian had changed as well. In the end, seeing the 4 people chatting intimately, he did not want to disturb them, so he silently left. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was chatting with Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing, learned many new things. For example, he learned about the Supreme Celestial Pills and Supreme Celestial Alchemists. As it turned out, Supreme Celestial Alchemists were divided into grades like Supreme Celestial Weapons Craftsmen. Above the prominent Celestial Alchemists were Duke Celestial Alchemists. Above the Duke Celestial Alchemists were King Celestial Celestial Alchemists. Above the King Celestial Alchemists were Royal Celestial Alchemists. Above Royal Celestial Alchemists were Emperor Celestial Alchemists. Supreme Celestial Pills were also divided into grades similar to how Celestial Alchemists were divided. Supreme Celestial Weapons Craftsmen and Supreme Celestial Weapons are also divided into multiple levels. I suspected it's the same for Celestial Alchemists and Celestial Pills. As it turns out, I'm right. Duan Ling Tian sighed. As the saying went, a single conversation with a wise man is worth a month of studying of books. After speaking to the 3 experienced prominent celestial alchemists from the Taiyi celestial sect, he felt his horizon had broadened. The 4 of them chatted until night fell before they finally decided to leave. Master Duan, if you have any questions about alchemy in the future, you can come to me. I'll try my best to help you to the best of my abilities. Situ Ming said to Duan Ling Tian before he left. After talking to Duan Ling Tian, Situ Ming also had a better grasp of Duan Ling Tian's character. He could tell that Duan Ling Tian was humble and intelligent. Duan Ling Tian was someone worth teaching. Same for me. Yang Chong and Yu Zhongjing also made the same promise. In the 3 prominent celestial alchemists' eyes, Duan Ling Tian was a promising and highly talented celestial alchemist. It was destined that he would surpass them in the future, whether it was in regard to cultivation base or alchemy. Therefore, they all cherished the opportunity to get along with Duan Ling Tian as equals now. After all, they all could only look up to him in the future when he matured. At that time, it would be difficult for them to treat him as an equal. They believed the relationship they formed with Duan Ling Tian today would be beneficial to them for life. You can also look for me if you have any questions outside of alchemy. Master Duan, in addition to being a prominent celestial alchemist, I have also achieved a breakthrough in my cultivation in recent years, Situ Ming said again as he paused in his steps. As long as I can solve the problem, I will help you out, Master Duan. If I can't solve it, I will ask the sect leader and the supreme elders to help you. If all else fails, I'll go to the Taiyi's patriarch. The Taiyi's patriarch. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. This was the first time he had heard about the patriarch of the Taiyi celestial sect. Based on Situ Ming's words, the patriarch seemed to be even stronger than Bai Ping and the supreme elders of the sect. It's no secret that the sect leader and the supreme elders of the Taiyi celestial sect are 7-star celestial dukes. Does this mean the patriarch is the 8 trigram celestial duke that Brother Pei mentioned? Chapter 2793 Time Flies. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had learned from the mysterious Brother Pei that there were 1/8 trigram celestial duke in each of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. However, everyone in the wasteland thought 7-star celestial dukes were the strongest existence in the wasteland. For this reason, he knew the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland had kept the presence of their 8 trigram celestial dukes a secret. With Situ Ming mentioning the Taiyi celestial sect's patriarch, he confirmed Brother Pei's words. Moreover, Situ Ming's eyes were different when he spoke about the patriarch. It was completely different from when he spoke about the sect leaders of the supreme elders. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian knew the patriarch of the Taiyi celestial sect was an 8 trigrams celestial duke. That's right, Master Duan, if you need any help in the future, you can speak up. I will try my best to help you if I can. Yang Chong chimed in. Then, Yu Zhongjing also nodded and said, me too. The 3 prominent celestial alchemists of the Taiyi celestial sect could see that Duan Ling Tian would reach great heights in the future, therefore, they knew it was important to maintain a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian. They knew this was the best opportunity for them to help Duan Ling Tian. In the future, Duan Ling Tian might not even need their help at all. Moreover, there would be many people clamoring to help him. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian was slightly flattered by the 3 people's enthusiasm. Unlike the other 3, he did not think that far into the future. He was polite to the 3 men since it was better to befriend them to make an enemy out of them for no good reason. Moreover, he did have many questions regarding alchemy that he wanted to ask the prominent celestial alchemists. Now that they were in the same sect, it would be easy for him to ask them questions. Since I've gotten the approval from the sect leader, the Left Guardian, and the 3 prominent celestial alchemists of the Taiyi celestial sect, all have a firm foothold in the sect, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. News of a chief celestial alchemist in the Taiyi celestial sect continued to spread like a wildfire. Even people in the distant land in the wasteland heard about it. Duan Ling Tian is the chief celestial alchemist in the Taiyi celestial sect. Heavens! That young man, Duan Ling Tian, actually became the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect. I thought Tai He, the Left Guardian, of the Taiyi celestial sect, was just making an empty promise in order to entice Duan Ling Tian to join the Taiyi celestial sect. I didn't think he was serious. Rumor has it that Duan Ling Tian is younger than 100 years old. How can they appoint someone so young as the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect? Did the high-ranking officials of the sect consider the feelings of the 3 prominent celestial alchemists of the Taiyi celestial sect? The 3 prominent celestial alchemists of the Taiyi celestial sect are all highly skilled prominent celestial alchemists. However, a young man is now their chief. I bet they'll leave the sect in a fit of anger. If that's the case, the Martial Dragon celestial sect and the Thousand Spiders celestial sect will be able to benefit greatly from this. They might be able to recruit the 3 prominent celestial alchemists into their sects. Similar discussions could be heard all over Taiyi City. Everyone felt that the high-ranking officials of the Taiyi celestial sect had unwisely disregarded the 3 prominent celestial alchemists in favor of a young and untried prominent celestial alchemist. He really became the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect. Are the high-ranking officials of the Taiyi celestial sect crazy? They're really disregarding the 3 senior prominent celestial alchemists for a prominent celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old. How foolish. They're penny wise but pound foolish. I really can't figure out what the high-ranking officials of the Taiyi celestial sect are thinking. Is it worth it? In the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's residence in Taiyi City, the people were in disbelief when they heard the news. At the same time, they were relieved. They felt increasingly convinced that the Emperor made the right choice by appointing Long Fei Yun, the 13th of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, as the Crown Prince. Long Fei Yun, naturally, heard about the news as well. Brother Duan really became the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect. Although he had been mentally prepared for this, he was still a little stunned when he heard this. What a surprise! He has become the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect in just a blink of an eye. Chu Ling stood behind Long Fei Yun, sighing emotionally. Brother Duan is my benefactor. Since I met him, my path to the throne has been smooth. I've become the crown prince because of him. This is something I didn't even dare to imagine before. Long Fei Yun said with a sigh. His eyes were brimming gratitude when he spoke. He was extremely grateful to Duan Ling Tian. Although the residence arranged by Taiyi Celestial Sect for the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom was not as good as the one arranged for the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, many people felt emotional about the news as well there. One of them was, naturally, Qin Yu. I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to become the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial Sect. I'm really happy for him. However, the gap between me and him is getting wider and wider. Qin Yu was happy for Duan Ling Tian, but at the same time, he lamented the fact that the gap between him and Duan Ling Tian was getting bigger and bigger. Therefore, he became even more motivated. It's impossible to catch up to Duan Ling Tian. I just hope that I can get closer to him in the future. He was well aware of it. Meanwhile, King Qin, the former ruler of King Qin's mansion and the current emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, sighed when he heard the news. What a surprise that the purple-clad young man who escaped from the Celestial Duke of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect has such a lofty status. Now, at that time, the purple-clad young man had to rely on a celestial talisman to escape from the Celestial Duke of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Currently, he had become the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial sect, one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. If I have the opportunity, I must personally visit and thank him. If it weren't for him, Yuer wouldn't have been able to join the Taiyi Celestial sect, and I wouldn't be the emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, King Qin thought to himself. As news about Duan Ling Tian becoming the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial sect spread, the incident of the elder of the Martial Dragon Celestial sect, Tang Qing, and the guardian of the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect, Shui Lang, being killed by the left guardian of the Taiyi Celestial sect, Tai Tai He, had long been forgotten. Although the Martial Dragon Celestial sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect had no good reasons to make a fuss, they were secretly scheming. This was also due to Duan Ling Tian becoming the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial sect. When they learned that Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old, they thought that he was only an ordinary prominent celestial alchemist. For this reason, they were rather certain the three prominent celestial alchemists of Taiyi Celestial sect would definitely feel dissatisfied about Duan Ling Tian becoming the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial sect. As long as the three prominent celestial alchemists were dissatisfied, they would be able to entice the three of them to join their respective sect with just a little effort. However, reality was truly cruel. No matter what the Martial Dragon Celestial sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect did, the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Taiyi Celestial sect refused them. Their refusal would get harsher and harsher as time passed. Back then, the Martial Dragon Celestial sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect had tried to win over the three prominent celestial alchemists. However, the three prominent celestial alchemists were still polite when rejecting them. However, now, the three prominent celestial alchemists were no longer polite. The people from the Martial Dragon Celestial sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect were dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? It did not make sense at all. However, they did not know the reason the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Taiyi Celestial sect were so stubborn and adamant about not leaving the Taiyi sect was due to the new chief celestial alchemist. In the eyes of the three prominent celestial alchemists, it was far better to stay in the Taiyi Celestial sect and maintain a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian than to defect to the Martial Dragon Celestial sect or the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. Previously, it did not matter to them much which sect they belonged to. However, now, they wanted to stay in the Taiyi Celestial sect due to the extraordinarily talented chief celestial alchemist. This was something the Martial Dragon Celestial sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect would not expect even in their wildest dreams. Time flew by quickly, and soon the Wasteland Grand Contest was just right around the corner. A group of figures swiftly rushed out from the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect's estate, heading in the direction of Taiyi City. Among these people, there were disciples and high-ranking officials of the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian is the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial sect. How's this possible? After returning from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Zhou Shuchu had been cultivating in seclusion, so she was not aware of the matters of the outside world. She had only come out of closed-door cultivation today to head to Taiyi City with the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect to watch the Wasteland Grand Contest when she heard the shocking news. Chapter 2794 The Golden Buddha, Teng Yunshan. Meanwhile, Zhou Shuchu was shocked when she learned that Duan Ling Tian was a prominent celestial alchemist. He's a prominent celestial alchemist. Many of her questions were answered as well. That's why Long Fei Yun, the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's 13th prince, was willing to exchange a Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Her gaze was extremely complicated at this moment. A great overarching golden celestial and a prominent celestial alchemist who was younger than 100 years old. It was her first time meeting such a genius. Duan Ling Tian was the only man she knew who was both a great overarching golden celestial and a prominent celestial alchemist before he reached the age of 100. Zhou Shuchu continued thinking to herself, he's now instated as the chief celestial alchemist in the Taiyi celestial sect. Based on what I heard from Master and Senior Sister, those 3 prominent celestial alchemists from the Taiyi celestial sect are stubborn and have a fiery temper. Would they be willing to submit to a prominent celestial alchemist? Soon after, Zhou Shuchu learned from another about the actions that the Thousand Spiders celestial sect had made in the dark. The person was a young lady with a plain appearance who was also plainly dressed. However, she had a charming aura about her that made people feel comfortable around her. The plainly dressed lady said, "Choer, your senior sister has repeatedly sent people to privately contact the 3 prominent celestial alchemists of the Taiyi celestial sect to take advantage of their dissatisfaction with Duan Ling so we can recruit him into our sect. However, they've harshly rejected us. Your senior sister even personally reached out to them but was also rejected. Although it had to be said, they weren't as harsh to her." "That's strange. I wonder what happened." Zhou Shuchu was curious. Why did the attitude of the 3 prominent celestial alchemists of the Taiyi celestial sect completely different from what she had imagined? "We're curious as well. Initially, we thought the martial dragon celestial sect took action faster than we did, so they rejected our offer harshly. However, we found out later they're not working with the martial dragon celestial sect either," the plainly dressed lady said with a gloomy expression. "Your senior sister and I have many speculations. In the end, we concluded that those 3 must have rejected us due to the chief celestial alchemist. How's that possible? With the addition of chief celestial alchemist, shouldn't they be thinking of leaving the Taiyi celestial sect due to dissatisfaction?" Zhou Shuchu could not understand what was going on. That's what it seems like on the surface. However, if those 3 prominent celestial alchemists have something to gain from the chief celestial alchemist, such as rare pill formulas, it'd make sense why they rejected us, the plainly dressed lady explained. "Yes, that's possible." Zhou Shuchu nodded after mulling over it for a moment. "Choer, I heard that you're acquainted with the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect?" the plainly dressed lady asked. "Yes, Junior Aunt." Zhou Shuchu nodded. The plainly dressed lady was one of the 2 7-stars celestial dukes in the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. The other 7-stars celestial duke was the former sect leader. The current sect leader was merely a 6 combination celestial duke. The senior sister that the plainly dressed lady kept mentioning was the current sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. The Wasteland Grand Contest that was organized by the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland was to recruit young powerhouses below the age of 100 to enter the little world left behind by a celestial king to search for treasures. Therefore, the Thousand Spiders celestial sect took the matter very seriously. Hence, they sent out the plainly dressed lady who was a 7-star celestial dukes. "I heard that he bullied your 4th sister, but you didn't seek revenge from him?" the plainly dressed lady asked. "Yes." Zhou Shuchu nodded. "Rumors are flying outside that you know he has an extraordinary background. However, from what I know, you didn't even investigate his background at all. Moreover, I found out he was chased by an elder from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and used a Shadow Void escaping talisman to escape. It's normal for you to assume he has an extraordinary background since he possessed a Shadow Void escaping talisman. However, it would still be easy for you to avenge your sister without implicating our sector yourself. All you needed to do is to inform the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, and they would, naturally, deal with him. You didn't do that though. From what I know, you and that genius disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Mirong Bing, are good friends, right? I don't know why the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect wants to kill him. However, since they sent out a core elder to kill him, it's clear he's on their blacklist. If you report his location to Mirong Bing, she would definitely inform her sect leader about it. With that, she would even gain merits. I'm really curious why you didn't do any of that." The plainly dressed lady looked at Zhou Shuchu with a sharp gaze as though she could read Zhou Shuchu's mind. "Junior Aunt, I truly have no idea about his origin." Zhou Shuchu felt guilty when faced with the plain-clad lady's penetrating gaze. In the end, she revealed the reason why she did not avenge her 4th sister. "As you know, Mirong Bing is a good friend of mine. I didn't deal with him because she has asked a favor from me. She asked me to keep an eye on him and help him out if he's faced with any danger if possible." "Mirong Bing asked you to keep an eye on him? Isn't he being hunted by a core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect?" the plainly dressed lady asked. "I'm not sure as well. However, this is the reason I didn't do anything to him and didn't reveal his whereabouts to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect," Zhou Shuchu said. Although she was being frank, she did not reveal all things. For example, she did not reveal the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Marong Bing. After all, she cared about Marong Bing's reputation. As the Wasteland Grand Contest drew close, the Taiyi city became even livelier. On this day, silence suddenly descended on the east gate of Taiyi city. Even the passers-by stopped moving. Isn't that the members of the martial dragon celestial sect? The onlookers looked at the group of people approaching the eastern gate from outside Taiyi city. The group of people was too ostentatious. There were about 20 of them, and they walked with their noses pointed at the sky. Moreover, all of them were shrouded by a golden light. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see that the golden light that shrouded their bodies collectively formed the figure of a golden Buddha. The aura from the golden Buddha was terrifying, causing many of the onlookers' hearts to race. A monk led the group. The monk was tall and burly with 9 precept scars on his head. He was wearing a golden robe, and had a precept knife and a wine gourd hanging from his waist. The most eye-catching thing about the monk was his ugly and ferocious face. With just a slight change in his expression, he would be able to make a child cry. It was obvious that the golden light that shrouded the group of people and formed a golden Buddha came from this monk. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Is he Tang Yunshan, the golden Buddha?" Upon hearing this, some people were confused. However, there were also some who were frightened and were in disbelief. Golden Buddha, Tang Yunshan. The golden Buddha, Tang Yunshan, is the former sect leader of the martial dragon celestial sect, right? I thought he died 3,000 years ago. Yes, I heard that when he went out 3,000 years ago, he battled with a sectless cultivator and died together with his opponent. At that time, the incident had caused an uproar in the wasteland for quite a long time. So he didn't die. Tang Yunshan was already a 7-star celestial duke 3,000 years ago. If he didn't die, doesn't that mean that the martial dragon celestial sect also has a third 7-star celestial duke? As the discussion went on, more and more people had a horrified expression on their faces when they looked at the ugly and fierce monk. There's no doubt he's Tang Yunshan, the golden Buddha. I saw him from afar 5,000 years ago. It's him. An old man confirmed the identity of the monk. If he's the golden Buddha, even if he's still a 7-star celestial duke now, he should be far stronger than the other 2 7-star celestial dukes of the martial dragon celestial sect. He used to defeat those 2 even when those 2 joined forces against him. The onlookers had guessed the monk's identity correctly. However, they were unaware that the monk was now an 8 trigrams celestial duke. After all, if the martial dragon celestial sect had an 8 trigrams celestial duke, they would have taken over the Taiyi celestial sect and the 1,000 spiders celestial sect a long time ago. Chapter 2795 Lu Yanjun, the supreme elder of the 1,000 spiders celestial sect. The golden Buddha, Tang Yunshan. Didn't he die 3,000 years ago? How can he still be alive? Did he fake his death? Of course. Otherwise, how's he here in Taiyi city? It looks like the martial dragon celestial sect takes the Wasteland Grand Contest very seriously. Otherwise, why would the golden Buddha, Tang Yunshan, who has been in hiding for so many years, personally make a visit here? News of the members from the martial dragon celestial sect being led by Tang Yunshan, the golden Buddha, to Taiyi city spread like a wildfire. This, naturally, caused a huge commotion. After all, many people had assumed Tang Yunshan had died many years ago. How could they not be shocked when someone whom they had assumed was dead suddenly showed up alive and well? Unlike most people in Taiyi city who were shocked by this news, the high-ranking officials of the Taiyi celestial sects and the 1,000 spiders celestial sect were not shocked that Tang Yunshan was alive. Not only that, but they also knew he was an 8 trigram celestial duke and the strongest person in the martial dragon celestial sect. On the contrary, they were more shocked that Tang Yunshan had personally come to Taiyi city, in the 1,000 spiders celestial sect. Tang Yunshan, he actually came. What's happening? Although the contest is related to the little world left behind by a celestial king, there's no need for him to personally make the trip here, right? In the Taiyi celestial sect, Tang Yunshan, he personally led the members of his sect here. He, the left guardian of the Taiyi celestial sect, was extremely shocked when he learned of the news from a communication celestial talisman. Tang Yunshan, Duan Ling Tian looked at He in confusion. Coincidentally, He had come looking for Duan Ling Tian today. When he regained his senses and saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him in confusion, he explained, he's an 8 trigram celestial duke from the martial dragon celestial sect. 8 trigrams celestial duke. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and continued asking, Guardian Tai, why do you think the 8 trigrams celestial duke from the martial dragon celestial sect personally led the members of his sect here? Isn't the Wasteland Grand Contest about to start? After the arrival of the group from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, the group from the martial dragon celestial sect has also arrived. Tai he paused. He did not answer Duan Ling Tian's question. Before he muttered, who knew Tang Yunshan would lead the group here? An 8 trigrams celestial duke leading the group here. Duan Ling Tian could not help feel shocked. Is it possible that the martial dragon celestial sect thinks they have a higher chance of recruiting excellent powerhouses with the presence of an 8 trigrams celestial duke? Impossible. Tai he shook his head. The 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland had long come to an agreement that we would fairly share the best participants of the Wasteland Grand Contest that we'll send into the little world. After a while, he added, so what if the martial dragon celestial sect has an 8 trigrams celestial duke leading their group? Do you think that our Tai Yi celestial sect and the Thousand Spiders celestial sect have no 8 trigrams celestial duke? Moreover, the 8 trigrams celestial duke in our sect possesses a king-grade celestial weapon. With the celestial weapon, Tang Yunshan is no match for our patriarch at all. A hint of scorn could be heard in his voice when he was approaching the end of his words. His eyes were brimming with extreme confidence when he spoke about the 8 trigrams celestial duke of the Tai Yi celestial sect who was also the patriarch. Duan Ling Tian said skeptically, then, why would he personally come? I find it strange as well. Tai he frowned. Tang Yunshan, the 8 trigrams celestial duke of the martial dragon celestial sect, is the former sect leader. However, the outside world began to spread rumors 3,000 years ago that he had died. Only a handful of high-ranking members of the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland knew the truth of the matter. By revealing himself this time, he seems to want the world to know that he didn't die. He must be up to something. He seemed sure of it. I agree. Tang Yunshan must be planning something for him to show up after all this time. Duan Ling Tian nodded. It was not difficult to guess that Tang Yunshan was probably scheming something when he suddenly chose to reveal himself after hiding away for 3,000 years. Regardless of the reason why Tang Yunshan chose to reveal himself, he won't be able to do as he pleases in Tai Yi celestial sect's territory. Tai he was clearly very confident about the Tai Yi celestial sect's strength. Duan Ling Tian could understand Tai he's confidence. After all, the Tai Yi celestial sect did not only have an 8 trigrams celestial duke but also a king-grade celestial weapon that the other 2 major celestial sects in the Wasteland did not have. All of a sudden, Tai he raised his hand at lightning speed and grabbed something in the air. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian could clearly see that a celestial talisman that slowly turned into dust in Tai he's hand. He knew it was a communication celestial talisman with just a glance. After Tai he read the communication celestial talisman, he immediately looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Alchemist Duan, this communication celestial talisman is sent by our sect leader. He said that the Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect wants to meet you. The Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect? Is she that 7 stars celestial duke who led the members of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect here? Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow when he heard Tai he's words. Yes, it's her. Tai he nodded. Other than her, there's another person who came to visit the Tai Yi celestial sect as well. I think you're familiar with that person. Who's it? Duan Ling Tian asked. He did not seem to register that Tai he said he was familiar with that person. Zhou Shuchu. Tai he replied. Zhou Shuchu. Duan Ling Tian slightly frowned when he heard the name. He had met that woman twice. The first time he met her, they were on a street in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. At that time, she told him about how the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had arranged a marriage for Marong Bing, forcing him to go to that mysterious young man with the surname Pei and ask him to stop that marriage. The second time was in the Imperial Palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. At that time, she even expressed her intention to recruit him into the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. Why are they looking for me? Duan Ling Tian asked. He believed that Zhou Shuchu must have already learned that he was a prominent celestial alchemist and the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Was it possible that she still had not given up on recruiting him? Sect leader didn't say much in the communication celestial talisman. He only told me to ask you if you're willing to meet them. If you aren't, he will reject them on your behalf, Tai, he said. It's fine, I'll meet them. I'm also interested to know what they want from me, Duan Lingtian said. Although he could choose not to meet them, he could not help but feel curious. There was only one place where the high-ranking officials of the Tai celestial sect would meet their guests. The place was close to the main island where Duan Lingtian resided. It was located on one of the prominent celestial islands. A sprawling and beautiful mansion could be seen on this island. The mansion was sparsely decorated and only had a huge hall. Regardless, it did not detract from its beauty. When Duan Lingtian and Tai entered the hall, Duan Lingtian saw three figures instantly. One of them was Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, and Zhou Shuchu. He was not familiar with the third figure. She had an ordinary appearance and was plainly dressed. However, she had an extraordinary bearing that made her seem attractive. People would definitely take a few glances at her. Moreover, there was something about her that made people feel comfortable around her. All in all, she was pleasing to the eyes. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess the identity of the third figure. She must be Lu Yanjun, the other supreme elder of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Prior to this, he had learned that there were two supreme elders in the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. They were both 7-star celestial dukes. Rumor had it that the current sect leader was only a 6-combination celestial duke. This meant that word on the street was the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect was weaker than the sect leaders of the Tai celestial sect and the Martial Dragon celestial sect, who were 7-star celestial dukes. However, with his current status, he had become privy to information that not many people knew. For example, Teng Yunshan, the Golden Buddha, the former sect leader of the Martial Dragon celestial sect, who faked his death 3,000 years ago, was now an 8-trigram celestial duke. Apart from that, he also learned that the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, whom many thought was a 6-combination celestial duke, had broken through and became a 7-star celestial duke. And her master, one of the supreme elders, who was also Zhou Shuchu's master, had long become an 8-trigram celestial duke. Chapter 2796 The Truth. When Duan Lingtian and Tai walked into the hall, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, walked away from Lu Yanjun, a guest from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, to greet Duan Lingtian. A bright smile could be seen on his face as he said, "Master Duan." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he nodded and greeted Bai Ping. Sect leader. Meanwhile, Zhou Shuchu, who was standing behind Lu Yanjun, the elder from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, had, naturally, seen Duan Lingtian as soon as he walked in. She was in a daze when she saw the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect walking away from them and taking the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian enthusiastically. For a time, she felt that she really had been cut off from the affairs of the world for a long time. The purple-clad young man who was unknown in the Soaring Dragon celestial kingdom previously had become a guest of honor whom even the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, greeted with such enthusiasm. After Bai Ping greeted Duan Lingtian and Tai, he led them to Lu Yanjun and Zhou Shuchu before he said with a smile on his face, "Master Duan, this is the supreme elder of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, Elder Lu. As for this woman, I don't think there's a need for me to make introductions, right?" He only introduced Lu Yanjun and did not introduce Zhou Shuchu. Yes, indeed, there was no need for Bai Ping to introduce Zhou Shuchu since Duan Lingtian knew who she was. She was the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan in the capital of the Soaring Dragon celestial kingdom. Most importantly, she was the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect and the junior sister of the current sect leader. When Duan Lingtian appeared, Lu Yanjun had used her divine consciousness to probe him and verify he was, indeed, younger than 100 years old. She was shocked by this discovery even though she had heard of his achievements before. After all, seeing is believing. "Master Duan, I heard that you have a profound cultivation base and are skilled in alchemy even though you're not even 100 years old. You've even become the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect now. You're truly an extraordinary man. Elder Lu, you flatter me," Duan Lingtian calmly replied. Then, he asked bluntly, "Elder Lu, is there a reason you asked to meet me?" "I'm not the one who's looking for you," Lu Yanjun said before she looked at Zhou Shuchu. "My niece wanted to meet you. According to her, you're both old acquaintances." Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Shuchu. A hint of skepticism could be seen in his eyes. Why did Zhou Shuchu want to meet him? Was she still trying to recruit him to join the Thousand Spiders celestial sect? Indeed, we're old acquaintances. Zhou Shuchu looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I have something to tell you. It's related to Marong Bing. Shall we talk in private? Marong Bing, if it were some other matter, Duan Lingtian definitely would not be interested. However, since it was related to Marong Bing, how could he refuse Zhou Shuchu? Let's go out and talk, Duan Lingtian said to Zhou Shuchu before he walked out. Zhou Shuchu followed closely behind. At this moment, only Bai Ping, Tai Tai He, and Lu Yanzheng were left in the hall. Outside the hall, what happened to Marong Bing? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at Zhou Shuchu. Although outwardly he appeared calm, one could still see a hint of worry in the depths of his eyes. She is fine for the time being. Zhou Shuchu shook her head and said, I came to you this time mainly to tell you that I lied to you previously when I told you that the compassionate celestial traveler sect wanted to marry her away. She's not marrying anyone. What? Upon hearing Zhou Shuchu's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. A hint of displeasure could be seen in his eyes as he said, so it was all a lie. Faced with Duan Lingtian's displeasure, Zhou Shuchu braced herself and responded, yes. Why did you do that? Duan Lingtian asked with a gloomy expression, do you think it's funny? He did not expect Zhou Shuchu to lie about the compassionate celestial traveler's sect forcing Marong Bing to marry. He had been so worried when he had heard about this. He had even asked the young man with the surname Pei for help to stop the compassionate celestial traveler sect from marrying Marong Bing off. In the end, he discovered it was all a big fat lie. Seeing how furious Duan Lingtian was, Zhou Shuchu quickly apologized and explained herself, sorry. I just wanted to see how important Marong Bing is to you. I wanted to see how much you value her in your heart. Why do you care so much about her importance or value to me? Duan Lingtian asked coldly. Marong Bing is my best friend. She had asked me to look out for you and save you when you were being hunted by the powerhouses from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. This is the first time I've seen her care about someone so much. Moreover, it's a man at that. I was, naturally, curious about the kind of person you are. She did not seem to notice the coldness in Duan Lingtian's tone as she continued to say with a sigh, when I met you, I wanted to see if you truly love and cherish her, so I made up a lie to see your reaction. I didn't expect you to react so strongly. You turned around and left immediately. I didn't even have a chance to tell you it was all a lie. She really asked you to look out for me and save me when I was being hunted by the powerhouses of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Although Zhou Shuchu said many things, this sentence caught Duan Lingtian's attention. Was Marong Bing worried about him? I have no need to lie to you about such a thing, Zhou Shuchu said. Is she? Okay. After learning that Zhou Shuchu was Marong Bing's best friend, Duan Lingtian was much more polite to Zhou Shuchu. Not really, Zhou Shuchu shook her head and said, you took her virginity. Because of that, she'll never be the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Her goal has always been to become the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Since she was young, her master had trained her as the future sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Her master is still unaware that she has lost her virginity. If her master finds out, her master would destroy her cultivation base even if she's not executed. Zhou Shuchu's voice turned grim as she continued to say, although the current sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect cares about her very much, nobody would be able to stop her master if her master insists on punishing her. Duan Lingtian found it difficult to understand. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. She has been raised by her master since she was a child. How can her master be so heartless and treat her in such a manner? You don't know her master. Previously, her master had an outstanding disciple as well. At that time, her master also trained that disciple as the future sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. However, that disciple fell in love with a man and lost her virginity. In the end, she was executed by her master. At that time, the sect leader and many high-ranking officials of the compassionate celestial traveler sect tried to stop her master but to no avail. Her master did not hesitate to kill the disciple she had personally raised and trained. A hint of worry clouded Zhou Shuchu's eyes as she spoke. It was obvious that she was afraid Marong Bing would meet the same fate as her predecessor. Duan Ling Tian asked in a deep voice, why doesn't she leave the compassionate celestial traveler sect before her master finds out? Aren't you her best friend? You can ask her to join the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Naturally, I've thought about this as well. However, it's impossible for her to leave the compassionate celestial traveler sect. She treats her master like a mother. The last time I met her, she was considering if she should come clean to her master. Before I left, I warned her many times to not say anything to her master. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian expressed his gratitude to Zhou Shuchu. It was clear Zhou Shuchu had Murong Bing's well-being in mind. There's no need for you to thank me. You've not even met her when we became friends. I did what I did because I don't want any harm to come to her. It has nothing to do with you, Zhou Shuchu said as she shook her head. However, even if she doesn't tell her master about it, and the sect leader helps her to conceal the matter, it would still be exposed in a few years. Although the current sect leader can delay the selection of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect for a while, she can't delay it forever. Zhou Shuchu's expression turned grim again as she said, what I'm most worried about is her master's reaction when her master finds out about the matter. After all, her senior sister serves as a good example of what would happen if her master finds out. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened when he heard Zhou Shuchu's words. Zhou Shuchu looked at Duan Ling Tian and continued to say, I didn't think it would be possible for you to bring her away from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. However, I finally saw hope when I arrived in Taiyi City and learned that you've become the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial sect. I can see that you care about her very much. Therefore, I hope you'll bring her away from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and her unreasonable master. Chapter 2797 Teng Yunshan is here. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim. Initially, he had felt a surge of relief when he discovered Murong Bing was not being forced to marry by the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, and it was a lie that Zhou Shuchu made up. However, his relief did not last long when he found out Murong Bing was in a precarious situation. She was at risk of being killed by her unreasonable master. How could he not worry about Murong Bing? Her master had killed a disciple whom she had raised and trained from young. It won't be a stretch to say that she'd do the same to Murong Bing as well. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhou Shuchu and asked, how long can the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect delay the selection of the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Roughly 8 to 10 years, Zhou Shuchu said with a sigh. This is because the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect places great importance on selecting the next sect leader at a specific time. Even if the sect leader stalls for time, the other high-ranking officials won't agree to it for long. Are you certain the sect leader will help stall for time? Duan Ling Tian asked as he narrowed his eyes. Definitely, Zhou Shuchu said confidently. Before she told me anything, she had first told the sect leader about her losing her virginity to you. The sect leader has begun to delay the selection of the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Although she and the sect leader aren't master and disciple, the sect leader treats her like a daughter. Binger told me that she also regards the sect leader like a mother. If that's the case, why can't the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect stop her master from harming her? Duan Ling Tian asked in a deep voice. In his opinion, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect should have the highest status in the sect, so there should not be any problem for the sect leader to stop others from harming Murong Bing. The sect leader can't do anything. Zhou Shuchu shook his head and said grimly, the cultivation base of Binger's master is not any weaker than that of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Not to mention there's a 10-direction Celestial Duke in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The 10-direction Celestial Duke is the biological father of Binger's master. With this, the matter should be clear to you. 10-direction Celestial Duke. When Zhou Shuchu mentioned 10-direction Celestial Duke, Duan Ling Tian could not help but shudder. A 10-direction Celestial Duke was the strongest among all Celestial Dukes. It was just a level away from a Celestial King. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian had spoken to the young man with the surname Pei, he had heard that there was at least one 10-direction Celestial Duke in sects such as the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. These sects were far stronger than the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. How many 10-direction Celestial Dukes are there in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Duan Ling Tian asked. Only one, Zhou Shuchu replied. 1. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that not only was Murong Bing's master so strong, but her master's father was also a 10-direction celestial duke in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. The 10-direction celestial duke was the strongest person in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Since Murong Bing's master was the biological daughter of the strongest person in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, it was only natural that even the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect could not do much to protect Murong Bing from her master. With these thoughts in his mind, a strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. Duan Ling Tian, Zhou Shuchu looked at Duan Ling Tian and solemnly said, "Although I don't know how you made the 3 prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai Yi celestial sect acknowledge you as the chief celestial alchemist, I'm sure you have your means. With this, I hope you'll be able to take Binger away before her master finds out about the matter of her losing her virginity." A hint of expectation could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. "Even if you don't ask me, I'll still do it," Duan Ling Tian said. "I'm relieved to hear that." Zhou Shuchu heaved a sigh of relief. Something flashed in her mind before she said, "There's one more thing. I was able to pressure my junior aunt to bring me here to meet you today because I told her I will try to persuade you to join the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. When we return to the Great Hall, if my junior aunt mentions this matter, I hope you'll tell her that I've tried to recruit you." Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhou Shuchu curiously and asked, "Since you said that to your junior aunt, why didn't you try and persuade me to join the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect? Even if I try, will you agree to it?" Zhou Shuchu asked in return. Duan Ling Tian had no retort for the question. Indeed, he would not agree if Zhou Shuchu tried to persuade him to join the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. After all, there were too many things for him to take into consideration. Most importantly, he had given his word to the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. He was not someone who would go back on his words. After a while, Duan Ling Tian and Zhou Shuchu finally returned to the hall. As soon as they entered, he could see the excited and expectant look in the eyes of Lu Yanjun, the supreme elder of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, when she looked at Zhou Shuchu. He saw Zhou Shuchu shaking her head slightly when she met Lu Yanjun's gaze. The look of disappointment in Lu Yanjun's eyes after that did not escape his notice as well. After Zhou Shuchu returned to Lu Yanjun's side, Lu Yanjun bade the 3 people from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect farewell. Sect leader Bai, Guardian Tai, Master Duan, I apologize for bothering all of you. Then, she turned around and prepared to leave with Zhou Shuchu. Tai He followed behind to send Lu Yanjun off. Duan Ling Tian and Bai Ping, who were left in the hall, chatted for a while. Then, Duan Ling Tian suddenly asked, "Sect leader, aren't you curious about my conversation with Zhou Shuchu?" Bai Ping said with a smile, "She tried to persuade you to join the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, right?" Bai Ping asked with a smile. "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "That's the main reason." A thought occurred to Bai Ping at this moment, and he asked, "Master Duan, the woman Zhou Shuqing mentioned earlier, Murong Bing. If I'm not mistaken, she's the talented disciple from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect, right?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that Bai Ping knew about the Murong Bing and the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. After all, Bai Ping was the sect leader of Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Although the Tai Yi Celestial Sect was not as powerful as the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect, there were still matters about the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect that the Tai Yi Celestial Sect were privy to. Bai Ping wanted to ask Duan Ling Tian what his relationship with Murong Bing was, since he could see Duan Ling Tian was eager to speak to Zhou Shuchu as soon as Zhou Shuchu mentioned Murong Bing. However, at this moment, a voice rang from outside the hall. "Sect leader." It was none other than Tai He. Tai He's sudden return surprised Bai Ping and Duan Ling Tian. When they walked out of the hall, they learned that as soon as the 2 guests from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect left, the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect had come. One of the 3 people who had come was the leader of the group of people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect who came to Tai Yi City this time. He was also the former sect leader and the only 8 trigrams Celestial Duke of the sect. He was none other than Tang Yunshan, widely known as the Golden Buddha. "Guardian Tai, come with me to greet Senior Yunshan." Bai Ping prepared to personally meet Tang Yunshan as soon as he discovered that Tang Yunshan had come. He did not forget to ask Duan Ling Tian, "Master Duan, do you want to come with us? Let's meet him together." Something flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he nodded. "I want to see the 8 trigrams Celestial Duke from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect." There was an 8 trigrams Celestial Duke in each of the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. However, the 8 trigrams, celestial duke of the martial dragon celestial sect, was rumored to have died more than 3,000 years ago. For this reason, his appearance in Taiyi City, naturally, caused an uproar. In just a short moment, Duan Ling Tian, Bai Ping, and Tai Tai He left the prominent celestial island they were on and headed out to meet Teng Yunshan, the 8 diagram celestial duke of the martial dragon celestial sect. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect, pays respect to senior Yunshan. Tai Tai He, the left guardian of the Taiyi celestial sect, pays respect to senior Yunshan. When Bai Ping and Tai Tai He met Teng Yunshan, they treated him respectfully. After all, they were only 7-star celestial dukes while the other person was an 8 trigram celestial duke. Moreover, the other person held a higher seniority as well. While Bai Ping and Tai Tai He greeted Teng Yunshan, Duan Ling Tian observed him. Teng Yunshan was a bald and burly monk who was dressed in golden robes. Unlike most monks who looked kind, his chubby face looked fierce. Ordinary people would have a hard time meeting his gaze. At this moment, he looked at Tai Tai He and coldly asked, "You're Tai Tai He?" At the same time, Duan Ling Tian cupped his fists together and greeted Teng Yunshan. Duan Ling Tian pays respect to senior Teng. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's greetings, Teng Yunshan shifted his attention from Tai Tai He to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian felt as though he was being stared at by a venomous snake. He saw Teng Yunshan glaring at him with eyes that were brimming with killing intent, as though Duan Ling Tian was his archenemy. Chapter 2798 Forbearance and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect's Plan. Why is the 8 diagram celestial duke of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect looking at me with so much hostility? Isn't this our first meeting? Duan Ling Tian was confused when he saw Teng Yunshan's cold and murderous gaze. However, in just a short moment, the killing intent and pressure he felt from Teng Yunshan disappeared. He inwardly sighed in relief. Teng Yunshan was an 8 diagram celestial duke after all. How could he bear the pressure and killing intent of an 8 diagram celestial duke when he was just a great overarching golden celestial? At the same time, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Taiyi celestial, and Tai Tai He, the left guardian of the Taiyi celestial sect, straightened their backs after they respectfully bowed and greeted Teng Yunshan. They were unaware of the killing intent in Teng Yunshan's eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian earlier. Although they could tell Teng Yunshan's tone was slightly cold, they just assumed that was the way Teng Yunshan spoke. Therefore, they did not dwell on it. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian was still confused by Teng Yunshan's killing intent. Why is Teng Yunshan, the strongest person in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, so hostile toward me even though it's our first meeting? I don't think I've offended him. Did he confuse me for someone else? Although Teng Yunshan had quickly retracted the killing intent in his eyes, Duan Ling Tian felt suffocated as though a huge mountain was pressing down on his chest when Teng Yunshan glared at him and exerted pressure. At this moment, Teng Yunshan's expression and eyes had returned to normal. However, inwardly, he thought to himself, "Chinger, my child, I didn't know about your existence in the past, so I failed to fulfill my responsibilities as a father. It's my fault. However, I promise to kill Duan Ling Tian, Tai Tai He, and that troublesome woman to avenge you." Both Duan Ling Tian or Tai Tai He would never expect that Teng Qing, the elder from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, whom Tai Tai He had killed, was the biological son of Teng Yunshan. Tai Tai He seemed unaware of Teng Yunshan's hostility, but it did not escape Duan Ling Tian's notice. Even then, Duan Ling Tian would never be able to guess that the reason Teng Yunshan was so hostile to him and Tai Tai He was due to Tai Tai He killing Teng Qing. If Tai Tai He had known that Teng Qing was Teng Yunshan's biological son, he would not have dared to kill Teng Qing no matter what. However, who could blame him for being unaware of this fact? Even Teng Yunshan had just recently learned that Teng Qing was his biological son a few days ago. About 5,000 years ago, Teng Yunshan had relations with a maid who was serving him in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. When the maid became pregnant, she was too afraid to tell him about it. After all, with his status, Teng Yunshan would become a laughingstock in the wasteland if it were made known that he and a maid had an illegitimate child. Additionally, Teng Yunshan had a wife who was easily jealous. If his wife had known that Teng Yunshan had an illegitimate child, she would not have stayed idle and let the matter slide. Thus, the maid left the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and secretly gave birth to a son. Teng Qing inherited Teng Yunshan's talent. When he grew up, he quickly rose to prominence and joined the martial dragon celestial sect under his mother's instructions. He continued to rise in ranks until he became an elder in the sect. He was privy to a lot of matters in the sect, so he knew that the former sect leader was not really dead and was secretly guarding the sect. However, he was completely unaware that the old ancestor and patron of the sect was his biological father even until the moment he died. A few days ago, after Tang Qing's mother learned that Tang Qing had died, she fell into despair. She did everything she could to get in touch with Tang Yunshan to tell him about Tang Qing. She had committed suicide to prove her words were true. However, as the old ancestor of the martial dragon celestial sect, Tang Yunshan, naturally, would not easily believe her words. Only after he had secretly investigated the matter did he find out that Tang Qing was indeed his son. In the early years, he had married the daughter of a high-ranking official of the sect. However, his wife was unable to bear him children and stopped him from remarrying. Therefore, he did not have any children. He was not in a hurry to have children, so he did not mind his wife stopping him from remarrying. After all, he still had a long life in this world. However, when he learned that he had a biological son, and his son had been killed, he was furious. Tang Yunshan looked at the three people from the Taiyi celestial sect one last time before he said, "Let's go." He turned around and left with the two people who had come with him. He left as soon as he had arrived. Duan Ling Tian, Bai Ping, and Tai Tai he looked at each other in shock and confusion when they saw Tang Yunshan's sudden departure. Did something suddenly happen so he had to leave? What did he come here for anyway? Bai Ping and Tai Tai he voiced out their confusion before they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Bai Ping asked, "Master Duan, I'm guessing that Tang Yunshan came because of you. Did he send you a voice transmission to ask you to join the martial dragon celestial sect just now? If I'm not mistaken, you must have refused him, right?" In his opinion, that must be the reason why Tang Yunshan had come and left so suddenly. Tai Tai he looked at Duan Ling Tian, he shared the same opinion as Bai Ping. "No," Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, "We didn't communicate at all. He didn't send me any voice transmission. Didn't communicate at all." Bai Ping and Tai Tai he looked at each other in confusion when they heard Duan Ling Tian's reply. If that was the case, what was the reason for Tang Yunshan's visit? Did he come to see our patriarch? Tai Tai he guessed. Impossible. Bai Ping shook his head. If he's here to see the patriarch, he would have gone directly to the patriarch. 8 trigram celestial dukes can easily communicate through the communication celestial talismans. Then, why did he come here? To see us, perhaps, to see Master Duan. Tai Tai he grew more and more confused. That's possible. After all, a great overarching golden celestial and a prominent celestial alchemist who's younger than 100 years old is unheard of in the wasteland. Bai Ping nodded. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who had fallen deep in thought as he stared at the direction where Tang Yunshan had left, looked at Bai Ping and Tai Tai he before he asked, "Sect leader, Guardian Tai." Tang Yunshan, the 8 trigram celestial duke of the martial dragon celestial sect, and Tang Qing, the elder whom Guardian Tai killed, have the same surname. Are they related? This thought occurred to him because when Tang Yunshan had turned around earlier, his side profile looked familiar to Duan Ling Tian. After thinking about it for a moment, he discovered Tang Yunshan's side profile was similar to Tang Ting, the elder of the martial dragon celestial sect, whom Tai Tai he had killed. "Master Duan, why would you ask this?" Bai Ping and Tai Tai he were taken aback and confused. They did not understand why Duan Ling Tian would ask such a seemingly random question. "Apart from having the same surname, I find their side profiles resemble each other," Duan Ling Tian replied honestly. If Tang Qing and Tang Yunshan were related, it would explain Tang Yunshan's hostility toward him and Tai Tai he. After all, Tai Tai he had killed Tang Qing because of him. "Master Duan, you're overthinking things." Tai Tai he shook his head. "It's impossible for them to be related. If they were, I wouldn't have killed Tang Qing that day. After all, not only is Tang Yunshan the old ancestor of the martial dragon celestial sect, but he's an 8 trigram celestial duke as well." "That's right," Bai Ping nodded in agreement. "Moreover, if Tang Qing and Tang Yunshan were related, we would have known about it. If Tang Qing was really related to Tang Yunshan wouldn't have just left after taking a look. He would definitely pursue the matter. He's infamous for his short temper. Maybe it's a coincidence, then." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He felt that Bai Ping and Tai Tai he's words made sense. Meanwhile, outside the Tai celestial sect's estate. Old ancestor, we thank you for your forbearance on behalf of the sect. The two men who had followed Tang Yunshan here bowed and thanked him. It was clear they knew bits and pieces of the truth. Tang Yunshan calmly replied, "There's no need to thank me. I'm a member of the martial dragon celestial sect as well. Moreover, I'm the former sect leader. Although I want to avenge my son badly, I'll never risk the sect and act hastily for the sake of revenge. Old ancestor, rest assured. When our plans come to fruition, you'll be able to kill Duan Ling Tian and Tai Tai He." One of the two men promised Tang Yunshan. "They're not the only ones I want to kill. I want to kill that white-clad siren who's the cause of this incident as well," Tang Yunshan said as the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Chapter 2799 The Wasteland Grand Contest ends. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of Tang Yunshan's forbearance. After Tang Yunshan's visit, he spent time refining pills before the start of the Wasteland Grand Contest. Not only did he refine overarching heaven pills using the medicinal ingredients given by Tai Tai He for the Tai celestial sect, but he also had discussions at length with the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai celestial sect about alchemy. After their discussion, he discovered many of his past shortcomings, and with the advice of the three prominent celestial alchemists, his alchemy skill continuously improved. "Master Duan, your talent in alchemy is like a rare gem in the world." Initially, upon seeing how exaggeratedly fast Duan Ling Tian was progressing, the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai celestial sect were all shocked. However, as time passed, they became used to it. During their interaction with Duan Ling Tian, the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai celestial sect gradually got to know Duan Ling Tian. They discovered that not only was he humble, but he was also a grateful man. Therefore, when they gave him advice, they did not hold back and taught him everything they knew. As time passed, the day of the Wasteland Grand Contest finally arrived. However, Duan Ling Tian, who was completely immersed in alchemy, did not attend the Wasteland Grand Contest. Instead, he stayed in the Tai celestial sect and discussed alchemy with the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai celestial sect. He became skilled and could learn with just one example. It had to be said that his rapid improvement was also partly thanks to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor in the mundane realm. In the beginning, the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai celestial sect saw Duan Ling Tian as their junior and guided him. They felt that forming a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian would benefit them in the future. However, later, through their discussions with him, they discovered they learned a lot from him as well. Their skills in alchemy had more or less improved as well. They were pleasantly surprised by this. On this day, two of the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai celestial sect, Yang Chong and Yu Zhongjing, were not around. Only Situ Ming was around. Duan Ling Tian, who was in Situ Ming's residence, was about to leave after discussing the medicine Dao with three people in Situ Ming's residence. "Master Duan," Situ Ming called out just as Duan Ling Tian was about to leave. Duan Ling Tian stopped in his tracks and looked at Situ Ming with a puzzled expression. "Master Situ, what's the matter?" He discovered Situ Ming had an extremely solemn expression on his face. "Master Duan, the Wasteland Grand Contest is going to end as soon. I'm sure you know that the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland are selecting the best candidates from the contest so they can send the candidates into the little world left by the Celestial King after the contest, right?" Situ Ming continued speaking. "Master Duan, you're younger than 100 years old, and you're a great overarching golden celestial. I'm sure the sect leader will definitely ask you to enter the little world to seek for treasures left behind by a celestial king on behalf of the sect." He paused for a moment before he finally said, "A word of advice from me, Master Duan, you must refuse if the sect leader asks you to go. It's too dangerous. Although there's a saying that riches come with risks, based on what I know, those who entered the little world were killed by the formations there when they entered or died not long after entering it. No one survived after entering that place." Situ Ming's expression remained solemn as he said, "As long as you refuse, Master Duan, I believe the sect leader wouldn't force you to enter the little world. As far as I know, only people younger than 100 years old can enter the little world. So far, the strongest person who entered the little world was an indigo sun celestial, right?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "Yes." Situ Ming nodded. "However, the violet sun golden celestial didn't survive. We don't know if great overarching golden celestials would be strong enough to survive in there." Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile, as Master Situ worried I'll enter the little world and die in there. Master Duan, you're the first person I've ever encountered with such great talent in alchemy. You're a true genius. I truly don't want you to risk your life and enter the little world. Indeed, you might find treasure in the little world, but it comes with the risk of losing your life, Situ Ming said grimly, and with your skills in alchemy, your future is limitless, Master Duan. As you grow more skilled, you'll have the chance to meet celestial kings, celestial lords, and even celestial emperors. In contrast, the little world left behind by a celestial king is nothing at all. It was obvious Situ Ming did not want Duan Ling Tian to enter the little world. Duan Ling Tian felt a sense of warmth in his heart. He could see Situ Ming sincerely cared about his well-being. He said reassuringly, Master Situ, don't worry. I'm aware of all this. That's good. Situ Ming nodded in relief when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He really did not want any harm to come to Duan Ling Tian. His reason was simple. He did not want a genius like Duan Ling Tian to die in vain in the little world left behind by a celestial king. After bidding farewell to Situ Ming, Duan Ling Tian left and returned to one of the 9 prominent celestial islands in the Taiyi celestial sect where his residence that was arranged by Tai Tai he was located. Huaner has been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. I wonder if she has had a breakthrough. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Huaner's room with bright eyes. Currently, Huaner was an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Although she had not fully mastered the celestial methods and the divine abilities that she inherently possessed, there were not many Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were a match for her. Needless to say, if she further mastered her celestial methods and divine abilities, her strength would greatly improve. At that time, it would not be difficult for her to defeat celestials who had higher cultivation bases. If Huaner breaks through again, she'll become a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even if she hasn't completely mastered her celestial methods and divine abilities, her strength alone is enough to make her superior to most heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Duan Ling Tian grew excited when he thought about this. He was looking forward to Huaner breaking through and becoming a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He continued thinking to himself, moreover, Huaner's only a teenager now. It's only natural that she hasn't mastered her celestial methods and divine abilities to perfection. In another decade or so, she'll be able to fully master them. At that time, her strength would be far above her peers. In fact, she could even defeat those with higher cultivation bases. He really could not imagine how powerful she would be in the future. In 2 days' time, the Wasteland Grand Contest will end. After that, the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland will send people into the little world left by the Celestial King. At that time, I'll enter the little world with Huaner. If Duan Ling Tian did not meet the mysterious young man with the surname Pei, he would not risk his life and enter the little world. He would not even allow Huaner to enter the little world despite the fact that she was a powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, after meeting the young man with the surname Pei and learning about the little world, he was more confident about entering the place. In any case, he had already given his promise to the young man with the surname Pei to enter the little world to help him search for the royal-grade celestial weapon, so after the end of the Wasteland Grand Contest, he would enter the place with Huaner. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn when he recalled the words of the young man with the surname Pei. According to Brother Pei, only those who are overarching heavenly supreme celestials or stronger would be able to survive in the little world. A yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial can only protect himself, while a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial can protect himself and an additional person. I'll have to try and prevent as many people from going into the little world when the time comes. Duan Ling Tian did not think he was a particularly kind person. However, he could not stand idly and watch a group of people being sent to their deaths. I must hurry and think of a way. Time is running out. Over the next few days, as Duan Ling Tian refined pills and cultivated, he did not forget to think of a way to prevent people from entering the little world. On the day the Wasteland Grand Contest ended, an idea occurred to him even though he could not be sure of how effective it would be. That's it. If I do this, I can minimize the casualty. After the Wasteland Grand Contest ended, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Taiyi Celestial Sect leader, who had gone to watch the contest, returned to the sect. Since the Wasteland Grand Contest was hosted in Taiyi City that was under the control of the Taiyi Celestial Sect, Bai Ping, as the sect leader, naturally, had to show his face and entertain the guests from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Duan Ling Tian went to look for Bai Ping as soon as Bai Ping returned. Sect leader, Master Duan, what's the matter? If it's an emergency, you can always ask someone to send me a message instead of waiting for me. Chapter 2800. I've already made up my mind. It's nothing urgent. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, I came to look for you because there's something I want to ask. What is it? Bai Ping asked with an amiable expression on his face as though he would answer Duan Ling Tian's question unreservedly. Previously, when the three major celestial sects of the wasteland sent people into the little world, how long did the Indigo Sun Golden Celestials last in there before they died? Duan Ling Tian asked bluntly. There was something he wanted to confirm. He wanted to know if he would encounter danger as soon as he entered the little world or not. If it were the former, the idea he had thought of would not work. The person who managed to survive the longest in there held on for 10 days. From the day he entered to the day his soul pearl shattered, exactly 10 days had passed. Apart from that, he was one of the strongest Indigo Sun Golden Celestials younger than 100 years old who entered the little world. Bai Ping replied immediately even though he did not know why Duan Ling Tian would suddenly ask such a question. The weakest among the Indigo Sun Golden Celestials lasted 8 days in there. As for those who were weaker than that, none of them managed to survive for more than 8 days. Clearly, the stronger the person, the longer they would survive in there. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. That's just a theory, right? Bai Ping nodded. Duan Ling Tian asked, in that case, when the time comes for the three major celestial sects to send people into the little world, can we just send in 1 or 2 people from each sect in there to scout the place first? If those people die, then those who have similar strength or weaker shouldn't be allowed to enter the place, right? Duan Ling Tian continued to say, those people are all highly talented. It'd be a great loss for the three major celestial sects of the wasteland if all of them die. That's true. Bai Ping nodded again. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland have long thought about this before the start of the Wasteland Grand Contest. When the time is right, we will first send out strong Violet Sun Golden Celestials to scout the place. If they die soon after they enter the place, then there would be no need for other Violet Sun Golden Celestials to enter. In this way, we can also leave some talented new blood for our sects. Bai Ping continued to say, if the Violet Sun Golden Celestials die, we have no choice but to send in great overarching Golden Celestials younger than 100 years old. However, there are only a few great overarching Golden Celestials younger than 100 years old, so we'll send all of them in at once. He shook his head. I only hope that the young great overarching Golden Celestials will be able to explore the little world unharmed. Otherwise, not only will we lose a group of talented people in the wasteland, but the three major celestial sects of the wasteland would no longer have any means to explore the little world left by a celestial king. There was an age limit to enter the little world left by a celestial king after all. Only those below the age of 100 could enter the place. This rule restricted many strong powerhouses in the wasteland from entering the place. With the lack of strong powerhouses below the age of 100, how were the three major celestial sects of the wasteland going to explore the little world? To be precise, how would they get their hands on the treasures in the little world? It was highly likely that there were king-grade celestial weapons and many other precious treasures in the little world left by a celestial king. How many great overarching golden celestials who are younger than 100 participated in the Wasteland Grand Contest this time? Duan Ling Tian asked. Since the contest had just ended, he had not had a chance to inquire about the results of the contest. He could not help but feel curious when Bai Ping mentioned there were great overarching golden celestials younger than 100 years old this time around. There are 6 of them. They're equally divided among the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. 2 of them joined the Tai Yi celestial sect, Bai Ping said. 6. Duan Ling Tian finally understood why Bai Ping said they would have to send all of the young great overarching golden celestials in at once. There were only 6 of them. Moreover, it was unwise to send them in one by one. Sect leader, when do the 3 major celestial sects plan to send the young powerhouses into the little world? Has a specific date been decided on? Duan Ling Tian asked. The date has already been set before the Wasteland Grand Contest even began. Bai Ping nodded. It's set 1 month after the end of the Wasteland Grand Contest. At that time, the sect leaders will personally lead the team to the little world and send the young powerhouses in there. All of a sudden, Bai Ping's eyes brightened as a thought appeared in his mind. Master Duan, you seem interested in this matter. Do you plan to enter the little world as well? Naturally, he hoped that Duan Ling Tian would enter the little world. After all, Duan Ling Tian was also a great overarching golden celestial younger than the age of 100. If Duan Ling Tian decided to enter the little world, the Taiyi celestial sect would have 3 great overarching golden celestials representing them to enter that place. This would definitely be beneficial to the Taiyi celestial sect. However, he did not intend to force Duan Ling Tian to enter the place if Duan Ling Tian was unwilling. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. After careful consideration, I decided to join the fun and enter the little world left by a celestial king. Bai Ping smiled. Master Duan, with your strength, you're bound to gain something in the little world. Up until now, he did not think there was any danger for great overarching golden celestials to enter the little world. In his opinion, since there was an age restriction to enter the place, the strength required to stay alive in that place should not be ridiculously high. A great overarching golden celestial younger than 100 years old was extremely rare in the wasteland and was considered a great talent after all. If even great overarching golden celestials died in the little world, then, no one would be able to survive the place. This meant the little world was just a trick left behind by a celestial king. It would be like an unsolvable puzzle. However, Bai Ping and most people thought that it was unlikely for the little world to be just a trick. After all, a celestial king had to expend a lot of energy to construct a little world. Why would a celestial king deliberately construct a little world just to cheat people? Therefore, Bai Ping thought the little world was of no danger to great overarching golden celestials. At best, it was slightly more dangerous for those violet sun golden celestials. News of Duan Ling Tian's intention to enter the little world quickly spread to 3 prominent celestial alchemists of the Taiyi celestial sect. The 3 of them became restless and took turns to dissuade Duan Ling Tian from entering the place. Master Duan, there's no need for you to enter that place and risk your life. Situ Ming said imploringly. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would insist on entering the little world after the discussion they had. Master Duan, Yang Chong looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly as he said persuasively, Master Situ is right. There's no need to risk your life and enter the little world. With your skills in alchemy, as long as you are lucky enough to encounter and subdue a supreme celestial fire, it's not impossible for you to become a supreme celestial alchemist after 10,000 years. At that time, everyone would be scrambling to give you all the royal-grade celestial weapons you want, let alone king-grade celestial weapons. In his opinion, king-grade weapons were the biggest draw of the little world. After Yang Chong shot a meaningful look at Yu Zhongjing chimed in, Master Duan, it's just as Master Situ and Master Yang had said, there's no need for you to take such risks. Upon listening to the words of the 3 prominent celestial alchemists in the Taiyi celestial sect, Duan Ling Tian replied, I know 3 of you have kind intentions. However, I've already made up my mind regarding this matter. Seeing how determined Duan Ling Tian was, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing exchanged a look. After a round of discussion through voice transmission, they bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian. They intended to look for Bai Ping in hopes that Bai Ping would be able to dissuade Duan Ling Tian from entering the little world. Under the combined pressure of the 3 prominent celestial alchemists, Bai Ping had no choice but to find Duan Ling Tian and dissuade him from entering the little world despite his opinion that the little world posed no danger to great overarching golden celestials. Bai Ping, who was forced by 3 people, smiled wryly as he said, Master Duan, I think what the 3 alchemists said is right. You're very talented in alchemy. There's no doubt your future is bright. Even if you don't enter the little world, it wouldn't affect your future at all. However, Duan Ling Tian did not waver at all. Feeling helpless, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing took out some of their collections of offensive and defensive Duke-grade celestial weapons so that Duan Ling Tian could pick a few. The only thing they could do now was to increase Duan Ling Tian's ability to protect himself in the little world. I appreciate your kindness. However, the sect leader told me that the great overarching golden celestials representing the Taiyi celestial sect would be given 2 Duke-grade celestial weapons each before we enter the little world. Although Duan Ling Tian was touched by their kindness, he refused them. As one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, the Taiyi celestial sect possessed many Duke-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, the Taiyi celestial sect was also the only sect in the wasteland to possess a king-grade celestial weapon. Chapter 2801. The sect leader of the martial dragon celestial sect, Chai Kong Yu. Duan Ling Tian did not like owing others favors if it was possible. Favors were the most difficult debts to repay in the world. If he accepted the Duke-grade celestial weapons from Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing, he would feel like he owed them a favor. Even if Situ Ming and the two others did not have thought about him repaying the favor, he still would not accept the Duke-grade celestial weapons. On the contrary, he had no qualms about accepting the Duke-grade celestial weapons given by the Taiyi celestial sect. After all, the Taiyi celestial sect was giving him the Duke-grade celestial weapons so he had a better survival chance and could help the sect to look for treasures in the little world. It was a clear transaction, not a debt of favor. There's still 1 month left before we enter the little world. I'll stop refining pills and focus on cultivating starting from now. I only hope that I'll be able to further improve my cultivation base during this time. Although Duan Ling Tian was focused on alchemy and refining pills recently, he did not forget about his cultivation. Currently, he was only half a step away from becoming an Earth-rank Great Overarching Golden Celestial. Over the next month, he hoped to break through the bottleneck and become an Earth-rank Great Overarching Golden Celestial before entering the little world. I have an endless supply of Great Overarching pills to aid my cultivation. Moreover, the prominent celestial islands in the Taiyi celestial sect have a great cultivation environment. There's no doubt the other Great Overarching Golden Celestials would find my cultivation speed shocking. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he made his way back to his residence after bidding farewell to Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing. Moreover, I have 99 heavenly veins that boost my cultivation speed as well. If I can successfully break through and become an Earth-rank Great Overarching Golden Celestial in 1 month, with my celestial methods and divine abilities, my strength should be comparable to a yellow-rank Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, right? If that's the case, then I'll be able to protect myself in the little world without Huaner's help. Duan Ling Tian grew excited when he thought about this. He could not wait to break through and become an Earth-rank Great Overarching Golden Celestial. After returning to his residence, Duan Ling Tian went into closed-door cultivation, focused on breaking through and becoming an Earth-rank Great Overarching Golden Celestial. Time passed by quietly as Duan Ling Tian cultivated. During this time, the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect who came to Taiyi City for the Wasteland Grand Contest left Taiyi City along with their newly recruited participants and returned to their respective sect. A month passed by in just a blink of an eye, and the date agreed upon by the 3 major celestial sect of the wasteland to send their people into the little world finally arrived. The little world left behind by a celestial king was located in the center of the wasteland and the 3 major celestial sects. The estates of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland surrounded it in a triangle formation. At this time, a large group of people left the Taiyi celestial sect's estate. The group was led by Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect. Tai Tai He, the former left guardian of the Taiyi celestial sect, was part of the group as well. Half a month ago, he was promoted and became a supreme elder of the Taiyi celestial sect. This meant there were now 2 supreme elders in the Taiyi celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, among the group of people from the Taiyi celestial sect. As usual, he was dressed in a purple robe. A flawlessly beautiful woman walked next to Duan Ling Tian as they left the Taiyi celestial sect. She stuck close to him, causing them to look like a couple. The woman was none other than Huaner, who had just come out of closed-door cultivation a few days ago. The group of people from the Taiyi celestial sect that consisted of elders and disciples were in awe when they saw Huaner. Although they had heard about her beauty and had seen her portraits, they were still shocked when they finally saw her in person. She's the woman in the portrait. However, compared to the painting, she's even more beautiful in real life. Her bearing and charm are extraordinary. No wonder Elder Huang Chao lost his life because of her. She's so devastatingly beautiful that she's definitely able to cause the downfall of a nation. Any man would fall for her. Many of the young powerhouses were in a daze for a long time when they saw Huaner. It took them a long time before they regained their senses. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was having a discussion with Huaner through voice transmission about her assist-type divine ability, was unaware of the other's attention on Huaner. He was focused on helping her with her difficulties to master the assist-type divine ability so that she could quickly improve. Huaner, your assist-type divine ability. Among Duan Ling Tian's current divine abilities, only his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was of the heaven grade. As someone who had completely mastered the heaven-grade divine ability, he could be considered as being experienced in this area even if the elementary devouring tactic was far inferior compared to Huoner's assist-type divine ability. He was still able to help Huoner master her assist-type divine ability since there was no fixed way for someone to master divine abilities. Huoner, who did not have a deep understanding of her assist-type divine ability, listened quietly as Duan Lingtian spoke. She would voice out her confusion from time to time. As for the looks she received, she completely ignored them. Her attention was completely focused on Duan Lingtian and mastering the assist-type divine ability. As the group was carried by Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, the sect leader and supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect, it took them only 1 day and 1 night before they arrived at the location of the little world. When they arrived, there were already a group of people waiting there. Before Duan Lingtian drew close to the group ahead of them, he had already heard the discussion among the elders of the Tai Yi celestial sect. That person, he's Chai Kong Yu, the sect leader of the martial dragon celestial sect, right? Yes, that's Chai Kong Yu. I saw him a year ago. Duan Lingtian's eyes followed the gazes of the elders of the Tai Yi celestial sect and saw a tall and burly middle-aged man with a face full of stubble standing in the lead of the group from the martial dragon celestial sect. Although he had a slightly sloppy appearance, his robe was spotlessly clean. He had a majestic air about him even though he was just standing idly. This was the kind of bearing one would only obtain after being in a high position for a very long time. It was not something one would be able to obtain overnight. So he's Chai Kong Yu, the sect leader of the martial dragon celestial sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the middle-aged man. At the same time, his attention was distracted by a gaze among the people standing behind Chai Kong Yu. He shifted his eyes and looked at the person who was staring at him. Feng Wuji Guang. Duan Lingtian recognized the person with just a glance. The person was the Violet Sun Golden Celestial younger than 100 years of age whom he had met in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. At that time, he had fought Feng Wuji Guang and soundly defeated Feng Wuji Guang, causing the Long Qin Yun, the 7th prince, to fail in his quest to be rewarded. In the end, he had helped Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, to win. Although they had not met in a while, Feng Wuji Guang was still expressionless as usual. It was as if nothing and no one could make him waver. Duan Lingtian cocked an eyebrow. What a surprise that I get to meet an acquaintance among the group from the martial dragon celestial sect. He was only briefly surprised by this. After all, Feng Wuji Guang was from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom that was under the rule of the martial dragon celestial sect. It was not a surprise for Feng Wuji Guang to come with the people from the martial dragon celestial sect. I heard that the Violet Sun Golden Celestials below the age of 100 weren't equally divided among the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Most of the Violet Sun Golden Celestials joined the sect that their celestial kingdoms belong to. It seems like it's true, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Sect leader Chai Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect, naturally, greeted Chai Kong Yu, the sect leader of the martial dragon celestial sect, when they drew closer to the group that arrived before them. Sect leader Bai, Chai Kong Yu led the people from the martial dragon celestial sect over to the people from the Tai Yi celestial sect. When he heard Bai Ping greeting him, the two groups finally met. They stood close together, but there was a distinct space between them. There were so many people in the sky, that it seemed like they were blocking the sunlight. Sect leader Chai, the martial dragon celestial sect, arrived quite early. Bai Ping looked at Chai Kong Yu and smiled. We've just arrived actually, Chai Kong Yu said. As his voice trailed off, he looked at Tai Tai He who was standing next to Bai Ping. He said with a slight smile on his face, Elder Tai, I heard that after becoming a 7-star celestial duke, you also became the 2nd supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Congratulations. Thank you, sect leader Chai. Tai Tai He quickly thanked Chai Kong Yu. As Chai Kong Yu turned to look at Duan Lingtian, his eyes inadvertently fell on Huoner who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. His eyes brightened for a moment when he saw her. Then, he moved his gaze to Duan Lingtian and said, if I'm not mistaken, this young man should be Master Duan, right? Chapter 2802 Lab Rats. Although it was the first time Chai Kong Yu had met Duan Lingtian, he immediately recognized him due to how distinct he looked. Moreover, he had long heard about the peerless beauty next to Duan. Lingtian sighed. Truly, after seeing Huoner, he agreed that she was an unparalleled beauty. Even Teng Qing, an elder of the martial dragon celestial sect, was killed by the Taiyi celestial sect due to this woman. Since the Taiyi celestial sect had a justified reason for killing Teng Qing, the martial dragon celestial sect had no way to pursue the matter. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect, promptly introduced Chai Kongyu to Duan Ling Tian. Master Duan, this is sect leader Chai of the martial dragon celestial sect. Sect leader Chai. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Chai Kongyu in greeting. I heard that not only are you a prominent celestial alchemist, but you're also a great overarching golden celestial younger than 100 years old. Will you be entering the little world with the rest of the young powerhouses as well? Chai Kongyu asked as he casually glanced at the group of people standing behind Bai Ping. The young powerhouses from the Taiyi celestial sect who would be entering the little world were Violet Sun Golden Celestials and two great overarching Golden Celestials. All of them were under the age of 100. Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile, since I'm here, I'll, naturally, join the fun. The people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect have arrived. Many observant people from the martial dragon celestial sect and Taiyi celestial sect stared into the distance. Soon enough, another group of people appeared. Most of the people in this group were women. Even the people in the lead were women. Duan Ling Tian knew one of the women. She was Lu Yanjun, the supreme elder of the Thousand Spider sect. He had met her once in the Taiyi celestial sect's estate along with Zhou Shuchu before the start of the Wasteland Grand Contest. The other woman standing next to Lu Yanjun looked very young. Although she was not as beautiful as Zhou Shuchu, she could also be considered a rare beauty. She wore a green dress. The loose green dress fluttered in the wind, making her look like a dancing fairy. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian saw Zhou Shuchu. She was standing next to the green-clad woman, talking and laughing as though they were sisters. He speculated inwardly, could she be the current sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, Jian Chuluo? After the arrival of the people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, the green-clad woman greeted the Bai Ping and Chai Kongyu like equals. Based on this, Duan Ling Tian knew he had guessed correctly. The green-clad lady was none other than Jian Chuluo, a 7-star celestial duke and the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Zhou Shuchu whispered into Jian Chuluo's ear before she greeted Duan Ling Tian with a faint smile. Master Duan. After Bai Ping's introduction, Duan Ling Tian smiled and greeted Jian Chuluo as well. For a moment, Jian Chuluo's gaze shifted to Huaner who was beside Duan Ling Tian. She said with a slight smile on her face, I have long heard that there's a peerless beauty by Master Duan's side. I didn't believe it until I saw you today. It's true that she's a peerless beauty. Upon hearing Jian Chuluo's praise, Huaner replied, you're also very beautiful. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised by Huaner's manners. Thank you for the compliment. However, I'm not as beautiful compared to you. Everyone loved to be praised. When Jian Chuluo heard Huaner's words, her beautiful eyes turned crescent-shaped as a smile blossomed on her face. Finally, the people from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland had arrived. Sect leader Bai, sect leader Jian. Since everyone is here, should we send our people into the little world now? Chai Kongyu asked as he looked at Bai Ping and Jian Chuluo. Yes, Bai Ping and Jian Chuluo replied and nodded in unison. For a moment, the people from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland who were preparing to enter the little world, except for Duan Ling Tian and Huaner, stood together under the lead of the three sect leaders of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. The Violet Sun Golden Celestials and Great Overarching Golden Celestials were separated into different groups. There were 6 Great Overarching Golden Celestials who were all men, and there were 52 Violet Sun Golden Celestials of which 3 were women. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by this. Although men and women were equal in his eyes, women's innate talent in regard to cultivation was slightly worse compared to men. Naturally, that was just a general and sweeping statement. In certain areas, some women's talents were not only equal to men but were even superior to men. Chai Kongyu began to speak. First, hand over your spatial rings to the elders of your sects. The elders of your sects will give you a new and empty spatial ring. As Chai Kongyu spoke, an elder from each of the 3 major celestial sects went to collect the spatial rings from the 58 young powerhouses and handed them another ring. The reason for this was so it would be easier for the sects to divide their harvest in the little world left by a celestial king. The 58 young powerhouses were already prepared for this, so there was no resistance. Even if they wanted to resist, it would be futile. In this dog-eat-dog world, they had no choice but to accept it for now faced with the strength of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Although they were highly talented, they had yet to mature in strength. Chai Kong-yu glanced at the 58 young powerhouses under the age of 100 and said loudly, "Inside the little world, apart from various treasures, there would be chance inheritances. These are different from the treasures that can change ownership. Whoever obtains the chance inheritances would be able to keep the treasure they find. As for the other treasures, the sects will reward you according to your harvest." Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed imperceptibly as he thought to himself, "I wonder if sect leader Bai will ask for my spatial ring and give me a new spatial ring." However, he was not worried even if Bai Ping really took away his spatial ring. This was because he had Huoner with him. Huoner had a spatial ring, and she would be using the invisibility talisman so that the people of the three major celestial sects would not know about her entry to the little world. In the end, he decided to give up his spatial ring and took the empty spatial ring from the Tai Yi celestial sect. He would keep the treasure he wanted in Huoner's spatial ring. As for the empty spatial ring, it would remain empty if he so wished. Meanwhile, Chai Kong-yu continued to say, "Additionally, after a discussion with sect leader Bai and sect leader Jian, we decided to select 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials to first enter the little world to serve as scouts. If the 9 selected Violet Golden Sun Celestials die in there would be no need for the rest of the Violet Sun Golden Celestials to enter. At that time, the 6 great overarching Golden Celestials will enter the little world instead." As soon as Chai Kong-yu finished speaking, the expressions of the 52 Violet Sun Golden Celestials changed drastically. They were aware of the first part of Chai Kong-yu's words, so they were not surprised. However, they were completely unaware of the second part. They had thought they would be entering in groups since there was strength in numbers. Even if they were killed, they would just have to accept that it was their fate. However, now, they learned that 9 people among them were going to be chosen to test the water. Did this not mean the 9 chosen people were just lab rats? For a moment, every one of them lowered their heads, unwilling to meet Chai Kong-yu's gaze lest they were chosen to be the lab rats to enter the little world. No one was foolish enough to volunteer themselves to enter first. Chai Kong-yu was not bothered when he saw the Violet Sun Golden Celestials lowering their heads. He continued to say, "We've already selected the 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials to enter the little world as scouts. Each of the sects would send 3 Violet Sun Golden Celestials. The chosen 3 from the sects will be the 3 strongest participants during the recent Wasteland Grand Contest. It's up to 9 of you now to pave the way for the others." Chai Kong-yu continued to say, "If you come out alive, you'll be handsomely rewarded. However, if you die in there, we'll compensate your families. If you're without families, we'll compensate your distant relatives or even friends." The 43 out of 52 Violet Sun Golden Celestials were relieved when they heard Chai Kong-yu's words. On the contrary, the expressions of the 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials changed drastically. Soon enough, someone stepped forward and said to Chai Kong-yu, "Sect leader, I want to quit." This person was none other than someone Duan Ling Tian was acquainted with. Feng Wuji Guang. Duan Ling Tian had fought with Feng Wuji Guang in the Imperial Palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He did not expect Feng Wuji Guang to be among the 9 strongest Violet Sun Golden Celestials younger than 100 years old. When Feng Wuji Guang stepped forward and said he wanted to quit, the other 8 were eager to follow suit. However, before any of them could speak up, Chai Kong-yu scoffed with a displeased expression on his face. Chapter 2803 Enter the Little World. Chai Kong-yu scoffed coldly before he said, "You can quit if you want." Upon hearing Chai Kong-yu's words, the eyes of Feng Wuji Guang and the other 8 Violet Sun Golden Celestials lit up, thinking that Chai Kong-yu would allow them to quit. "Any of you who can survive a single strike from me can quit." Chai Kong-yu finished his sentence. Feng Wuji Guang and the other 8 Violet Sun Golden Celestials felt their moods plunged from heaven to hell. Their eyes dimmed, and their expressions changed drastically when they heard the latter half of Chai Kong-yu's words. With this, they knew Chai Kong-yu had no intention of letting them quit. What a joke! They could not even survive a strike from a 1 basic Celestial Duke, let alone Chai Kong-yu who was a 7-star Celestial Duke. Meanwhile, the young powerhouse who was ranked 10th among the Violet Sun Golden Celestials during the Wasteland Grand Contest a month ago sighed in relief and rejoiced inwardly. Fortunately, I ranked 10th. Otherwise, I would have been chosen to enter the little world as well. If they survive after going in, the rest of us should have a good chance of surviving after going in as well. If something happens to them, we don't have to go in and put our lives on the line. Similarly, the remaining Violet Sun Golden Celestials felt fortunate as well. Apart from the high-ranking officials from the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland, Duan Ling Tian, Huaner, and the 6 great overarching Golden Celestials younger than 100 years old were the only ones unaffected by this. The 6 great overarching Golden Celestials younger than 100 years old were extremely confident about their strength. All of them thought the little world was created for people like them, and they would be fine after entering it. It was only natural since, in terms of strength, they were in the top among people younger than 100 years old in the Wasteland. Chai Kong-yu looked at Feng Wuji Guang and the others as he continued to say, "Now, please leave your soul pearls and relax your bodies. I will send you to the entrance of the little world. There will be spatial fluctuations during that time. No matter what, don't resist it. Let the power draw you into the little world." Helpless, Feng Wuji Guang and others handed over their soul pearls after Chai Kong-yu finished speaking. Chai Kong-yu suddenly raised his hand, and a strong gust of wind blew and picked up the 9 people, bringing them toward the void 1,000 meters away. When he withdrew his power, the 9 people hovered in the void. This isn't good, is this? The power that will draw us into the little world. When Feng Wuji Guang and the others stopped moving, they felt the void trembling before a turbulent and unstoppable force swept toward them like a torrential flood. At this moment, they could feel how insignificant they were. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and the others watched from a distance. A circle of ripples appeared in the void as soon as the 9 people stopped moving. The ripples continued to spread before it finally made contact with the 9 people. Like an invisible behemoth, it seemed to swallow Feng Wuji Guang and the others. In just a blink of an eye, the turbulent and distorted void calmed down as though nothing had happened. The 9 people had also vanished into thin air. After a while, the remaining Violet Sun Golden Celestials younger than 100 years old finally regained their senses. Their hearts were racing in their chests as they whispered among themselves. They were worried and excited at the same time. They were frightened by the dangers lurking in the little world but also excited at the prospect of obtaining treasures in there. Did they go in? Have they entered? I wonder if they'll survive. If they don't, then, we don't have to enter the little world. If they do, it means it should be fine for us to enter and look for treasures and fortuitous encounters in there. Soon enough, everyone shifted their attention away from the void in the distance to the 9 soul pearls hovering in the air. Their positions were irregular, but they corresponded with the positions of each of the 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials. Since Duan Ling Tian only knew Feng Wuji Guang among the 9 who were sent into the little world, his attention was, naturally, focused on Feng Wuji Guang's soul pearl. That's Feng Wuji Guang's soul pearl. At this moment, Chai Kong-yu's voice rang in the air again. We'll wait for a month. If they're still alive after a month, everyone can go in at that time. If one of them dies at that time, we will wait another month. After that, if less than half die, the rest will all go in. If more than half of them die, the rest are free to decide if they want to go in. If everyone dies, then, there's no need for the remaining Violet Sun Golden Celestials to go in. The expressions of the Violet Sun Golden Celestials below the age of 100 turned solemn when they heard Chai Kong-yu's words. Their eyes were trained on the 9 soul pearls hovering in the air, closely monitoring the lives of the 9 people who were sent into the little world. On the other hand, the 6 great overarching Golden Celestials who were below the age of 100 had already sat down with their legs crossed and eyes closed. They did not seem worried that someone would disturb them and cause chi deviation. After all, the sect leaders and elders of the 3 major celestial sects were present. Who would dare to come forward and disturb them? While everyone's attention was focused on the 9 soul pearls, Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Huaner. Huaner, regardless of 9 people's survival, I'll be entering the little world after a month. When that time comes, use the invisibility talisman and enter the little world with me. All right, Brother Ling Tian, Huaner responded through voice transmission. There's no need for you to leave before that. Everyone's attention will be on the entrance of the little world. Even if they discover you're missing later, it doesn't matter. They'd probably think you've returned to the Taiyi Celestial Sect's estate or gone to some other place while I'm in the little world, Duan Ling Tian continued to say through voice transmission. After giving his instructions to Huaner, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes before he began to cultivate. Although the cultivation environment here was average, and he could not use Huaner Divine Crystal, Duan Ling Tian did not slack off and devoted himself to cultivating. It's only been a few days since I've broken through and become an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial, so my foundation is still unstable. I will take advantage of the next month to stabilize my cultivation base. This was Duan Ling Tian's goal for his cultivation this time. He had successfully broken through before this and become an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial due to the superior cultivation environment and other factors. Similarly, Huaner sat down and began to cultivate as well. The high-ranking officials of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland sat cross-legged and closed their eyes as well. Some of them were re-energizing their spirits and some of them were cultivating. On the other hand, the group of distraught Violet Sun Golden Celestials only calmed down after a few days had passed. Only then did they begin to rest and cultivate. As time passed, more and more people did the same. Time passed, and in just a blink of an eye, a month had passed. Duan Ling Tian finally opened his eyes for the first time since a month ago. He noticed the 9 people's soul pearls were intact. This meant that none of them died in the little world. They all survived. The high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestials of the wasteland also opened their eyes one after another. They were all smiles when they saw the 9 intact soul pearls. They're all alive. The high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland were, naturally, happy with this discovery. After all, this meant their chances of obtaining the treasures in the little world had risen. At this time, Duan Ling Tian said to Huaner softly, "Huaner, prepare to use your invisibility talisman and follow me there." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly moved in the air to the space 1,000 meters away, where Feng Wuji Guang and the others had disappeared into a month back. "Master Duan, it's the chief celestial alchemist who's younger than 100 years old from the Taiyi celestial sect." Duan Ling Tian's actions immediately attracted the attention of the high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Chapter 2804 The Royal Grade Celestial Weapon reappears. While everyone's attention was on Duan Ling Tian, who was entering the little world, Huaner used the invisibility talisman given by the young man with the surname Pei and silently disappeared into thin air. It was as though she was never there in the first place. The talisman hid her aura from everyone present, allowing her to follow Duan Ling Tian with no one the wiser. As expected, no one noticed her disappearance. When Duan Ling Tian stood at the entrance of the little world, he moved his right hand slightly as he said to the invisible Huaner, "Hold onto my hand." After a brief moment, he felt something soft holding onto his hand. "Sect leaders, I'll be heading in first." After bidding farewell to the sect leaders of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner moved and entered the little world. As soon as they drew close to the entrance, the originally calm void began to distort again. A vast and unparalleled spatial force overwhelmed Duan Ling Tian and Huaner before they both disappeared into thin air. "Master Duan has entered the little world." Bai Ping, Tai Tai He, and the people from the Taiyi celestial sect watched as Duan Ling Tian disappeared into the little world. They were confident he would be fine in there. After all, even the 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials survived after entering the little world for a month, let alone someone like Duan Ling Tian who was a great overarching Golden Celestial. The people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect began to discuss among themselves. The 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials are safe after entering the little world for a month. This proves that anyone stronger than them would be safe as well. As long as one's able to survive in there, one would be able to obtain treasures and chance inheritances. At this moment, Chai Kong Yu's voice rang in the air. As of said a month ago, the remaining Violet Sun Golden Celestials will enter the little world since all 9 people who have been sent in are alive. Upon hearing this, the remaining Violet Sun Golden Celestials whispered furtively among themselves. Currently, all of them lamented the fact that they could not go in earlier. They seemed to have forgotten how unwilling all of them were when Chai Kong Yu spoke about selecting 9 people to enter the little world previously. "I didn't expect all of them to survive. Now I wish I could have gone in first. Since the 9 of them went in earlier, they have the advantage of obtaining more treasures. If only I ranked in the top 9 among the Violet Sun Golden Celestials in the Wasteland Grand Contest a month ago. Then, I could have gone in earlier." Suddenly, the Violet Sun Golden Celestials heard the sound of wind whistling in the air. They saw the 6 great overarching Golden Celestials who were below the age of 100 making a move to enter the little world. In just an instant, the 6 people were drawn into the little world by the invisible force and disappeared into thin air. This sight spurred the Violet Sun Golden Celestials on. "We should go in too." After a while, only the high-ranking officials from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland remained. They did not leave even after all the young powerhouses had gone into the little world. Some of them stood around and some of them cultivated and restored their spirits. They all went in. At this moment, the people from the Taiyi celestial sect discovered something. Where is Huoner, the girl next to Master Duan? Huoner. The high-ranking officials of the Taiyi celestial sect began to look around. They even extended their divine consciousness, but they found no traces of the person they were looking for. Upon discovering Huoner's disappearance, Bai Ping, the sect leader of Taiyi celestial sect, was slightly anxious. He was not worried about her safety, he was more worried that Duan Ling Tian would be angry if something happened to Huoner. Who knew if Duan Ling Tian would leave the sect in a fit of anger? It would be a great loss to the sect if that happened. Sect leader Chai, sect leader Jian. Did anyone from your sect notice when Miss Huoner left? The two sect leaders asked around, but no one knew where Huoner had gone. Then, Bai Ping turned to two elders from the Taiyi celestial sect who had followed him here and said, Elder Shao, Elder Qi, return to the sect to check if Miss Huoner is in the sect. Report to me as soon as possible. Yes, sect leader. The two elders of the Taiyi celestial sect quickly left after receiving their orders. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that the people outside had discovered Huoner's absence or how Bai Ping was so anxious that he even sent two elders back to the Taiyi celestial sect to see if Huoner was there. So this is the little world. This was not the first time Duan Ling Tian had entered a little world left by a celestial king. When he had just arrived in the spirit overarching heaven, he and Mirong Bing from the compassionate celestial traveler sect had entered a little world left by a celestial king. That was the beginning of their tragic love story. Regardless if it was his first time or not, it did not dampen his excitement. This place was a little world left by a celestial king after all. Duan Ling Tian glanced at his side and called out, Huoner. If it were not for the soft and slender hand in his right hand, he would not know that someone was standing next to him. The sound of wind whistled in the air as a vague but charming figure appeared next to Duan Ling Tian. After a moment, Huoner finally appeared. Her entire body was leaning against Duan Ling Tian, and she still held onto his hand. She blinked her beautiful autumn eyes and looked around curiously. An expression of excitement could be seen on her face as she asked, Brother Ling Tian, is this the little world that's left behind by a celestial king? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded and looked around. He discovered both of them were above a vast lake at this moment. Clouds were gathered below their feet, so it took him a while to realize they were standing above a lake. The mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, revealing a ring. The ring was very unique. There were 9 irregularly shaped water chestnuts on the ring, making it look quite strange. The ring seemed to be forged by a special red material. This ring, a royal-grade celestial weapon, was given to him by the young man with the surname Pei. A royal-grade celestial weapon was a level higher than a king-grade celestial weapon. One had to know, even in the entire wasteland, there was only one king-grade celestial weapon, which was in the possession of the Taiyi celestial sect. One of the main reasons the three major celestial sects of the wasteland had tried their best to gather so many young powerhouses under the age of 100 to enter the little world was to get their hands on king-grade celestial weapons. Based on this, one could see how precious and rare king-grade celestial weapons were, let alone royal-grade celestial weapons. If the high-ranking officials of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland were aware that Duan Ling Tian had the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, they would definitely kill him at all costs just obtain the ring. Even Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect, who was always courteous to Duan Ling Tian, would not be able to resist the temptation of a royal-grade celestial weapon. He would not hesitate to attack Duan Ling Tian for such a treasure. After all, how could Duan Ling Tian compare to a royal-grade celestial weapon? There's no response. Duan Ling Tian put away the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, again. He had taken it out to see if it had any reaction. The mysterious young man with the surname Pei had told him that the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring would respond if the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring was nearby. The mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring was the royal-grade celestial weapon that the mysterious young man with the surname Pei had tasked Duan Ling Tian to find in the little world. Chapter 2805 The Shattered Soul Pearls. Brother Ling Tian, where should we go now? Huoner asked as she blinked her beautiful eyes. She looked even more curious compared to before. We can go wherever you want. Although Brother Pei said that danger lurks everywhere in here, and it's hard to stay alive here, that only applies to those who are weaker than overarching heavenly supreme celestials. There's no need for us to worry, Duan Ling Tian said with a glint in his eyes. However, it did not take long before a sigh escaped from Duan Ling Tian's lips. Initially, he had been relieved when the three major celestial sects of the wasteland decided to send 9 people into the little world first to serve as scouts. With this, at least, the remaining Violet Sun Golden Celestials could be saved. However, he did not expect the 9 people who were first sent in would survive after a month. With this, he knew the young Violet Sun Golden Celestials would not be able to escape their impending deaths. Naturally, he wanted to tell the sect leaders of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland about how deadly the little world was. Not even a great overarching golden celestial would be able to survive there. However, he knew no one would believe him. On the contrary, they would think he was exaggerating so he could claim more treasures for himself. He could reveal to everyone the reason he would be safe in the little world was due to Huaner's protection, since she was an overarching heaven's supreme celestial under the age of 100. Even there was still a chance that they might not believe him. Moreover, that would put Huaner in danger. For all these reasons, he simply said nothing and watched as the event unfolds. There was nothing else he could. The only thing Duan Ling Tian could do now was to survive with Huaner and help the mysterious young man with the surname Pei find the royal grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring, and see if he would be lucky enough to encounter treasures and chance inheritances along the way. Finally, Duan Ling Tian looked at Huaner and asked, "Huaner, which way do you think we should go?" "Brother Ling Tian, I don't know." Huaner shook her head. "It's fine. Pick whichever direction you like," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. "Then, let's go this way." Huaner pointed straight ahead. "All right, we'll go this way then." Duan Ling Tian nodded and began to move in the direction that Huaner had chosen. They moved in the air, causing a disturbance in the clouds. After about 15 minutes. Huaner suddenly came to a halt as though she had sensed something. "What's wrong, Huaner?" Duan Ling Tian stopped moving as well and looked at Huaner in confusion. However, before she responded, he lifted his head and stared ahead. He could sense something was amiss. In just an instant, a thunderous noise rang in the distance. Duan Ling Tian saw a flock of birds take flight under the cover of the clouds. The strange thing was each bird was the size of a hill. With hundreds of them, it seemed as though they had covered the entire sky. What celestial beast is this? The birds resembled eagles and had blood-red eyes. Their wings sliced through the air like blades as saber rays shot toward Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. Their sharp and gleaming claws seemed capable of tearing through anything. Duan Ling Tian quickly investigated with his divine consciousness. These birds, even the weakest among them, has the cultivation base of a yellow sun golden celestial. The strongest ones are comparable to blue sun golden celestials. One would have to be a violet sun golden celestial, at least, to deal with them head-on. Before Duan Ling Tian could even take action, a chilling aura surged out of Huaner's body at lightning speed. It felt as though the entire world had frozen over at this moment. When he regained his senses, the deadly birds were all frozen dead by her aura. Due to the momentum, the birds' corpses continued to move in the air. They only began to drop into the lake with plopping noises when they were less than 100 meters away from Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. All the birds were killed in just a blink of an eye by Huaner, even though she did not move a muscle at all from the beginning until the end. "Huaner, next time when we encounter something, don't make a move unless I'm unable to deal with it. I haven't been able to test out my strength after my recent breakthrough," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. I just don't Brother Ling Tian to be tired," Huaner said timidly with a pout. When she saw Duan Ling Tian's expression, she thought he was displeased. "Huaner, you've misunderstood me. I'm not blaming you." When Duan Ling Tian saw tears brimming in her eyes, he, naturally, knew she thought he was blaming her. He hurriedly explained again, "I just want to test my strength. I'm not blaming you for protecting us." "Really?" Huaner asked as she stared at Duan Ling Tian with shining eyes. "Of course." Duan Ling Tian nodded hurriedly. At this moment, another thunderous noise reverberated in the air. It seemed to have come from the lake below them. A series of thunderous noises followed soon after. Duan Ling Tian could easily sense a powerful aura from below. It was no weaker than the birds that Huaner had killed. the mist and clouds below Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's feet swirled before they finally dispersed, revealing many figures with the size of a mountain. These celestial beasts, every one of them has the strength of an indigo sun golden celestial. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he studied the 13 rising beasts, even ordinary violet sun golden celestials wouldn't choose to face them head-on. As for those who are weaker, they'll undoubtedly die if they encounter these beasts. Who knew we would meet such powerful celestial beasts as soon as we enter the little world? At this moment, the gigantic beasts below them with red eyes finally made a move. The wind stirred as Duan Ling Tian vanished from his spot. A series of sword cries rang in the air. Blood splattered everywhere. In just an instant, the 13 celestial beasts that resembled killer whales were riddled with wounds. In half a breath's time, Duan Ling Tian reappeared at where he stood earlier. The 13 gigantic beasts roared and howled before they took their last breaths and fell back into the lake. The sound of these beasts falling into the lake was much louder compared to the birds. After killing the beasts, Duan Ling Tian called out, "Huaner, let's continue on our way." It would have been easy for Duan Ling Tian to kill these celestial beasts before he became a great overarching golden celestial, let alone now that he had become an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. Therefore, he did not think much of killing the celestial beasts. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland were still outside the entrance of the little world. At this moment, all of their eyes were widened, and there was a drastic change in their expressions. It was due to the 3 crisp cracking sounds that had just sounded. They watched as 3 of the 9 soul pearls, which belonged to the 9 violet sun golden celestials who were first sent in, shattered. The soul pearls belonged to the 3 violet sun golden celestials below the age of 100 who had joined the Thousand Spiders celestial sect after the Wasteland Grand Contest. An elder from the Martial Dragon celestial sect cried out, Chapter 2806 All dead. The 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland had each sent 3 violet sun golden celestials below the age of 100 to enter the little world. The 3 shattered soul pearls belonged to the 3 who were sent by the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Upon seeing this, the elders from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect began to discuss among themselves. All of them furtively looked at the people from the Tai celestial sect and the Martial Dragon celestial sect as though their people had really killed the people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Is it a coincidence? However, isn't it strange that those who died were all from our Thousand Spiders celestial sect? Indeed, it's strange. Is it possible that 9 of them encountered the same treasure or chance inheritance and fought over it? Maybe 2 groups joined forces to kill off the 3rd group. You're saying the 6 violet sun golden celestials from the Tai celestial sect and the Martial Dragon celestial sect worked together to kill the 3 violet sun golden celestials from our Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Tai He, the former left guardian and current supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect, sneered when he heard the discussion in his surroundings. Don't talk nonsense when you have no evidence to support your words. After all, it's possible that the 3 from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect were just really unlucky to have died at the same time. The elders from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect fell silent, unable to refute Tai He's words. After all, they really had no evidence to support their words. Time passed silently. In just a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Over the past 15 days, the elders from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect were anticipating the deaths of the violet sun golden celestials below the age of 100 from the Tai celestial sect and the Martial Dragon celestial sect. It was a blow to them that the 6 young powerhouses from the other 2 sects were still alive. After all, the longer they stayed in there, coupled with the fact that they were the first to be sent in, gave them an advantage. The young powerhouses might have found several treasures by now. It was even possible that they had found a king-grade celestial weapon. Damn it, the 6 violet sun golden celestials from the Tai celestial sect and the Martial Dragon celestial sect whom we sent in first are still alive. They've been in there for more than 1.5 months now. I'm sure they've found a lot of treasures. I wonder if any of them has found a king-grade celestial weapon. A king-grade celestial weapon? Impossible. King-grade celestial weapons are so precious, I don't think it'd be lying around all over the place even in a little world left behind by a celestial king. All of a sudden, the expression of an elder from the Tai celestial sect changed drastically. On his palm, a newly shattered soul pearl could be seen. Wang Bin is dead, another elder from the Tai celestial sect asked with wide eyes. Wang Bin? Isn't he the young man whom you accepted as a disciple 2 months ago? Yes. The first Taiyi celestial sect's elder who had spoken nodded. His expression turned grimmer and grimmer as he said, "After accepting him as my disciple, I asked for his soul pearl. I didn't expect him to die 2 weeks after entering the little world. Although he might not be as strong as the 9 violet sun golden celestials whom we first sent in, his strength could still be considered as among the top." The other Taiyi celestial sect's elder mumbled in shock, "It seems like strength isn't everything in the little world. Luck matters a lot as well. After all, there are many who are weaker than Wang Bing who are still alive." At this time, someone from the martial dragon celestial sect replied, "That's not necessarily true. After all, we don't have all the soul pearls of the violet sun golden celestials who went in later. We don't even know if they're dead." Although the violet sun golden celestials below the age of 100 had joined the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, only a few were accepted as disciples of high-ranking officials of the sects. Most of them who were not accepted as disciples could only rely on the superior cultivation environment and resources to get stronger to stand out and become disciples of high-ranking officials from the sects in the future. For this reason, not many of the high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects had the soul pearls of these young powerhouses. Regardless, someone from the Taiyi celestial sect is dead. Some of the elders from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect could not help but gloat when they heard someone from the Taiyi celestial sect had died. However, before they could take pleasure in the Taiyi celestial sect's misfortune for long, the expression of another elder from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect changed drastically as he cried out in horror, "Li Ji!" A shattered soul pearl could be seen on his palm as well. It was obvious Li Ji was his disciple. Li Ji, isn't Li Ji ranked 11th among the Violet Sun Golden Celestials in the Wasteland Grand Contest? He's quite strong, and yet, he died as well. Li Ji is much stronger than Wang Bin. I didn't expect this. The little world is more dangerous than it seems. Even a Violet Sun Golden Celestial survival isn't guaranteed in there. With another death of a Violet Sun Golden Celestial, the expressions of the high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland turned grim. At this time, they finally realized how dangerous and deadly the little world was. Another 15 days passed. To those in the Devata realms, this time passed in just a blink of an eye. Over the course of the past 15 days, the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland had lost more and more Violet Sun Golden Celestials. However, the 6 out of 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials who were the firsts to be sent in were still alive. Everyone would glance at the 6 remaining soul pearls that were still hovering in the air every once in a while. A crisp sound rang in the air, causing all the people present to tremble for a moment before they looked at the soul pearls in unison. A soul pearl had shattered. It's someone from the martial dragon celestial sect. Before anything else could be said, 4 crisp cracking noises rang in the air again. The soul pearls of another Violet Sun Golden Celestial from the martial dragon celestial sect and 3 Violet Sun Golden Celestials from the Taiyi celestial sect had shattered. Currently, out of the 9 people who were first sent into the little world, only 1 person, who was from the martial dragon celestial sect, was still alive. What's happening? Everyone from the martial dragon celestial sect, except for Chai Kong Yu, the sect leader, looked horrified. At this point, apart from the Violet Sun Golden Celestials whose soul pearls they did not have, all but one of the Violet Sun Golden Celestials they had sent into the little world was dead. The only remaining soul pearl belongs to Feng Wuji Guang, the Violet Sun Golden Celestial from Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Tai Tai He, the former left guardian and current supreme elder of the Taiyi celestial sect, said, "The people from the Taiyi celestial sect lost their composure. All the Violet Sun Golden Celestials they had sent into the little world were dead. On the other hand, the martial dragon celestial sect still had 1 Violet Sun Golden Celestial, all dead." After the deaths of so many Violet Sun Golden Celestials, the people from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland finally realized how dangerous the little world was. If they had known this earlier, they would not have allowed the remaining Violet Sun Golden Celestial below the age of 100 to enter the little world. Currently, the only known Violet Sun Golden Celestial who's alive is Feng Wuji Guang from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I suppose the other Violet Sun Golden Celestials whose soul pearl we don't have are most likely dead as well. I agree. Even if they're still alive, I don't think they would stay that way for long. I didn't expect the little world to be so dangerous that even Violet Sun Golden Celestials can't stay alive in there. If only we waited longer for the first 9 Violet Sun Golden Celestials to explore the little world before sending the others in. Now, We've lost all the talented violet sun golden celestials below the age of 100. No, 1 month should be more than enough time for them to explore the little world. No one knew it would be so deadly after all. Fortunately, the great overarching golden celestials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland are still alive. As the high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland discussed among themselves, their eyes found their respective sect leaders. 2 soul pearls could be seen hovering next to the sect leaders. The soul pearls belong to the great overarching golden celestials below the age of 100 whom they had sent into the little world. Chapter 2807 Feng Wuji Guang's Savior. Since the soul pearls of the great overarching golden celestials younger than 100 years old from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland were still intact, it meant they were still alive even if they were injured. At this moment, the high-ranking officials from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect were all looking at the soul pearls nearby Ping, the sect leader of Tai Yi Celestial Sect. The Tai Yi Celestial Sect's great overarching golden celestials and their chief celestial alchemist, Duan Ling Tian, are still alive. There were 2 soul pearls on Bai Ping's left, and 1 on his left. The 2 soul pearls on his right belonged to the 2 great overarching golden celestials younger than 100 years old who had joined the Tai Yi Celestial Sect after the Wasteland Grand Contest, and the soul pearl on his left belonged to Duan Ling Tian. As great overarching golden celestials, they're, naturally, stronger than violet sun golden celestials. Just because the violet sun golden celestials couldn't survive in there doesn't mean that the great overarching golden celestials wouldn't. That's right. The strength of a violet sun golden celestial is not comparable to the strength of a great overarching golden celestial. Places where great overarching golden celestials may go freely might be places that can kill violet sun golden celestials. Yes, although almost all of the violet sun golden celestials we'd sent in are dead, it's likely that the little world poses no threat to the great overarching golden celestials. I wonder how many treasures they've found in there. After bitterly accepting the fact that almost all the violet sun golden celestials who had entered the little world were dead, the high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland began to look forward to the great overarching golden celestials' harvest in the little world. At this moment, they had placed all their hopes on the great overarching golden celestials. Inside the little world, the tranquility of a mountain range was marred by an explosion. Flames raged everywhere as though the mountains were volcanoes. The originally green mountain was scorched. All that was left were flames and the smell of smoke permeating the air. Thank you. Above the mountain range that was burning red, an expressionless black-clad young man thanked a beautiful woman. A hint of lingering fear could be seen in his eyes at this moment. The woman wore a thin white robe. Her face looked as though it was personally sculpted by God himself. Every man would be enchanted by her when they first looked at her. She looked seductive, but at the same time, there was a hint of innocence on her face that made her look like a naive young girl. This combination made her look even more attractive. She remained indifferent to the black-clad young man's gratitude. In just a flash, she returned to the side of a purple-clad young man. Don't thank me. If you must thank someone, thank Brother Ling Tian. He's the one who asked me to save you. Upon hearing the white-clad woman's words, the black-clad young man shifted his gaze to the purple-clad young man. A hint of gratitude and determination could be seen in his eyes despite the blank expression on his face as he said, Duan Ling Tian, I owe you a debt of gratitude. If I, Feng Wuji Guang, survive this, I'll definitely repay you. As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to leave without waiting for the purple-clad young man's response. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Seeing Feng Wuji Guang was about to leave, he quickly said, if you want to make it out of the little world alive, it's best if you follow us. This little world, I appreciate your reminder. Despite his words, Feng Wuji Guang merely paused briefly when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He did not even give Duan Ling Tian a chance to finish his words before he flew away. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. It was not because his speed was too fast for Duan Ling Tian, but he had disappeared because he had activated the transporting formation in the little world that would send him to a random place in the little world. With this, it would be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to find him. He's gone. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grave when he saw Feng Wuji Guang had left before he could even finish speaking. At this moment, he knew it was impossible for Feng Wuji Guang to make it out of the little world alive. Brother Ling Tian, our effort is wasted on him, Huaner said with a frown. We did what we could, the rest is on him. Since we ran into him, we can't just watch as he dies. As for what he wants to do, it's not something we can dictate. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, even if we want to save him now, we won't be able to find him so easily. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner had arrived the moment the mountain range exploded. They saw Feng Wuji Guang and the other 5 Violet Sun Golden Celestials in danger. However, they had arrived a little too late. They could not save the other 5 Violet Sun Golden Celestials. They only managed to save Feng Wuji Guang, who was standing the closest to them. The other 5 were swallowed by the fire. The fire had the force of a yellow-ranked great overarching golden celestial. Therefore, it was impossible for Feng Wuji Guang and the 5 Violet Sun Golden Celestials to defend against it. Duan Ling Tian had thought Feng Wuji Guang would follow him and Huaner after they had saved him. In that case, Feng Wuji Guang would have a chance to leave this place alive. Although he did not know Feng Wuji Guang well, there was no animosity between them. Since they ran into each other, he was willing to help Feng Wuji Guang to leave this place alive. Who knew Feng Wuji Guang would leave before he could divulge important information about the little world? Huaner nodded after hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. However, it was not certain if she understood his words. Shortly after, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner activated the transporting formation and left as well. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a seemingly boundless desert that was being plagued by a flurry of sandstorms at this moment. The weakest of the sandstorm had the force of an indigo sun golden celestial, while the strongest ones had a force equivalent to a yellow-ranked great overarching golden celestial. Naturally, these sandstorms posed no danger to Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. Duan Ling Tian lifted his arm and retrieved the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9-water chestnut ring. He sighed in disappointment and put it away when he saw that it remained unresponsive. Still no reaction. As it turns out, it's not easy to find the mystical Yin 9-water chestnut ring. Brother Ling Tian, a big guy is hiding underneath the desert. Huaner's voice rang in the air just as Duan Ling Tian put the mystical Yang 9-water chestnut ring away. A big guy. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. A gust of cold wind blew out as Huaner attacked. It was as though there were thousands of ice dragons charging out before they pierced the ground. The desert fell silent. After 3 breaths, the ground began to quake and rumble. Duan Ling Tian saw the sand stirring beneath him as though there was a powerful earthquake. At the same time, an angry howl reverberated in the air from under the desert. Here it comes, Huaner said. Her eyes were focused on the quaking ground. Brother Ling Tian, be careful. The big guy has the strength of an Earth-ranked great overarching golden celestial like you. Earth-ranked great overarching golden celestial? Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened when he heard Huaner's words. Up until now, the strongest opponent they faced was only comparable to a yellow-ranked great overarching golden celestial. It was easy for him to deal with such an opponent without even breaking a sweat. Suddenly, a series of loud noises thundered in the air. It was as though a giant was walking. Duan Ling Tian saw a gigantic stone man that seemed to be made from black and shiny stones. Its eyes were red. A hint of intelligence could be seen in its eyes, as though it was sentient despite its appearance. The stone man roared as it looked up at Duan Ling Tian and Huaner, who were hovering in the sky. Chapter 2808 The Turquoise Long Whip, a king-grade celestial weapon. After howling angrily, the stone man flew up into the sky, stirring up the sand and pebbles in its wake. It looked extremely menacing. It raised its right hand before swinging it forward. The stone man's celestial origin energy surged out like an angry dragon toward Duan Ling Tian, causing turbulence in the air. A seemingly casual punch from this stone man is equivalent to the attack of an Earth-ranked great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, it contains the profundities of a celestial method and divine abilities. This little world left behind by a celestial king is, indeed, remarkable. Upon seeing the stone man's strength, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to take it lightly. His celestial origin energy surged out as he cast his divine abilities in the highest stage of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. He defended himself against the stone man's punch by forming a sword with his celestial origin energy. Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy formed a sword formation, and it fell like a rain of swords. It landed on the stone man's right hand as though it was trying to restrain it. Based on its strength, I should be able to defeat it without using my celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself indifferently as he watched his sword formation land on the stone man's right hand. However, at this moment, a shocking scene appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. A blindingly bright turquoise light began to shine from the stone man's right hand and merged with its celestial origin energy before it released an even stronger attack. The attack was even stronger than Duan Ling Tian's attack. After the turquoise energy merged with the stone man's celestial origin energy, its strength skyrocketed to a terrifying level. As its attack swept out, it easily nullified Duan Ling Tian's sword formation and continued to head toward Duan Ling Tian unimpeded. Damn it! When Duan Ling Tian saw his sword formation was crushed, he belatedly realized that he had been careless. His expression changed drastically. However, it was too late to use the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, now. He did not have time to repel the stone man's attack. I was careless. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly, dismissing the thought of using the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. Regardless, he did not seem worried or anxious since he knew he was not in any danger. Brother Ling Tian, Huaner cried out as an icy energy began to ripple out from her body. She looked like an ice queen at this moment. Numerous saber rays formed from ice weaved into a web and shielded Duan Ling Tian. The stone man's right arm violently smashed on the saber web, but it merely made the saber web tremble slightly. In the next moment, the saber web shone with a blue light that increased in intensity as time passed. Finally, it surpassed the brightness of the turquoise light and overwhelmed the turquoise light. A series of noises that sounded like an earthquake rang in the air. The blue light disappeared, revealing the stone man that had been cut into thousands of pieces. As the black stones crumbled, one could see flesh and blood beneath them. It seemed like the stone man was not completely made out of stone. Underneath the black stones, it was clear that it was made out of flesh and blood. Tens of thousands of pieces of meat and intestines flew in the air before they landed on the ground. A gust of wind blew past, stirring up the sand. It did not take long before they settled, and peace was restored. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's attention was focused on the spot where the stone man was previously standing. A turquoise long whip hovered in the air. Its light seemed to dim with every passing minute. In just a few moments, the light seemed to disappear into the long whip before the long whip began to fall from the air. Huaner used her energy to pull the long whip over to Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian, this should be a celestial weapon, right? Duan Ling Tian took the long whip in his hand, studying it. It was about 3 meters long and was cool to the touch. He was not sure what it was made of. Regardless, it did not stop him from sensing its aura. Indeed, it was a celestial weapon. Moreover, it was a king-grade celestial weapon. A king-grade celestial weapon. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had touched a king-grade celestial weapon before. It was the world-cleansing horsetail whisk from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It was one of the sect's 3 guarding celestial weapons. The aura of the long whip was about the same as the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, and it was slightly weaker than the mystical Yang 9-water chestnut ring. Based on this, Duan Ling Tian was certain the long whip was a king-grade celestial weapon. Earlier, the strength of the stone man skyrocketed because it used this king-grade celestial weapon. The way he swung his fist was similar to how one would wield a long whip. Duan Ling Tian realized exactly why he had fallen into a disadvantageous position earlier. The stone man's cultivation base was similar to his cultivation base, and its celestial method and divine abilities were not inferior to his as well. Moreover, it possessed a king-grade celestial weapon. It was only natural that the stone was stronger than Duan Ling Tian, who did not use his celestial weapon. Naturally, his other celestial weapons would be useless against the stone man. Only the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, that was equivalent to a Duke-grade celestial weapon would enable him to defeat the stone man. Although we did gain some treasures previously, the most precious are only Duke-grade celestial weapons. Who knew destroying the stone man would bring us a king-grade celestial weapon? Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he stared at the long whip in his hand. Just to obtain a king-grade celestial weapon in this little world, we had to defeat such a formidable opponent. I'm afraid the other 6 great overarching golden celestials won't be able to obtain any king-grade celestial weapons. The 6 great overarching golden celestials younger than 100 years old were only yellow-rank great overarching golden celestials. Although they were given Duke-grade celestial weapons by the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, their strength was still a far cry from an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestials with a king-grade celestial weapon. The latter would only need 1 strike to kill them off. It's a pity this king-grade celestial weapon isn't a sword. It's not useful to me. In comparison, the Duke-grade celestial weapon that I'm currently using, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, is more useful to me. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and handed the long whip over to Huoner as he said, Huoner, take it. My celestial methods and divine abilities are sword-based, unlike yours that don't have any limitations in regard to weapons. This long whip is a king-grade celestial weapon. Huoner was no longer as ignorant as she was in the past. She knew how powerful a king-grade celestial weapon was. She happily took the long whip in her hands and studied it over and over again. Based on the divine crystal Huoner's mother had left for her, it would be no surprise if Huoner possessed an extraordinary weapon. However, strangely, her mother did not leave her with any high-grade celestial weapon. After a moment, Huoner's eyes darted back and forth between the long whip and Duan Ling Tian. A skeptical expression could be seen on her face as she asked, Brother Ling Tian, is this king-grade celestial weapon really useless to you? You didn't intentionally say that so that you can give it to me, right? Huoner, even if I can use this king-grade celestial weapon, it's better for you to have it. Think of how much it would boost your strength. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, with it won't be difficult for you to help me obtain other king-grade celestial weapons in this little world. Okay, Huoner will surely help Brother Ling Tian obtain a king-grade celestial sword. Huoner said enthusiastically as her eyes brightened. In just a blink of an eye, 6 months had passed since the day Feng Wuji Guang and the 8 violet sun golden celestials first entered the little world. A crisp noise sounded near the entrance of the little world, capturing the attention of all the high-ranking officials in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Another soul pearl shattered. Is that Feng Wuji Guang's soul pearl? Most of them, including those from the martial dragon celestial sect, thought the soul pearl that shattered belonged to Feng Wuji Guang. They were shocked when they realized that Feng Wuji Guang's soul pearl was intact. Feng Wuji Guang's soul pearl is intact. How's that possible? If his soul pearl is fine, then, whose? Shock and disbelief brimmed in their eyes as they shifted their gaze toward the 6 soul pearls near the sect leaders of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. The soul pearls belonged to the 6 great overarching golden celestials younger than 100 years old whom they had sent into the little world. At this moment, they clearly saw that one of the 6 soul pearls had shattered. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.